Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3239 to Chapter 3322. Lu Ming took the storage ring from Blue Merchant and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He found that it was filled with array flags, array discs, talismans, and other items. Each of them shone brightly and were extraordinary. Blue Merchant's soul power was already very strong. Ever since his stellar core was destroyed, he had been studying arrays and equipment. He was very skilled in this field. "Thank you, Lan Shu." Lu Ming thanked him. "Go, but be careful," Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming bade farewell and headed to the Great Void Imperial Court. "Kid, I can teach you how to refine some things for self-defense." Gu Mo's voice sounded along the way. "Sure." Lu Ming nodded. Gu Mo's origin was mysterious. He was definitely an old monster who had lived for countless years. The things he said would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming still remembered that when he was in the Kongshan school, he was controlled by the Dragon Mountain. At that time, his cultivation was still very weak. Gu Mo taught him how to refine some array discs and successfully tricked the Dragon Mountain. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, the things he refined would definitely be more extraordinary. Then, Gu Mo told Lu Ming a lot of materials and asked him to buy them. Lu Ming disguised himself and went to a market in the Saint Capital to buy materials. The Great Void Saint Capital was extremely prosperous. There were even other empires of the same level, ancient countries, sacred dynasties, and ancient races that came to do business. It really had everything. Soon, Lu Ming bought a lot of materials and almost emptied Lu Ming's fortune. After returning to the Great Void Imperial Court, Lu Ming began to refine. After refining, Lu Ming found Autumn Moon and Lan Ling and gave them some array discs and array flags for self-defense. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Just like that, 100 years passed. It had been 500 years since Lu Ming joined the Great Void Imperial Court. At this time, every new student received the news that they would be sent out to carry out a mission. Not everyone's mission was the same. Some were the same, while others were different. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling looked at each other and realized that their missions were different. The three of them bid farewell to each other. Lu Ming followed the mission's instructions and came to a large hall. There were already thousands of young geniuses gathered here. Obviously, these people had the same mission as Lu Ming. After a while, a few old men walked into the hall. "Your mission this time is to go to the Black Jade Gold Mine and guard it for 100 years. This time, we will escort you there." "Let's go," one of the old men said and then walked out. Everyone followed the elders and headed towards the Black Jade Gold Mine. In a courtyard within the Crown Prince's manor, Dark Knight Rose slowly drank wine and said softly, "Sent to the Black Jade Gold Mine? Hee, Lu Ming, then the Black Jade Gold Mine will be your burial ground. Imperial Advisor's residence, Wu family. Black Jade Gold Mine? That's a good place. Lu Ming, let me send you on your way." Deep within the Wu family, a voice whispered. At the same time, the Lan family, War God family, and Abysmal Heavenly King's residents all received the news that Lu Ming would be guarding the Black Jade Gold Mine for 100 years. All the major forces started to take action. The Black Jade Gold Mine was located in the north of the Great Void Imperial Court. If they took the teleportation portal, it would take a long time. Therefore, they entered a wormhole and traveled through the void before taking the teleportation portal to the Black Jade Gold Mine. A month later, a huge planet appeared in front of them. "Wormholes are faster. If we took the teleportation portal, it would take a few years," Lu Ming exclaimed. Unfortunately, there weren't many wormholes in the Taishu dynasty and they couldn't be everywhere. Wormholes were generally formed naturally by heaven and earth. However, some powerful forces had the ability to create their own wormholes. That was terrifying. At least, the Taishu dynasty couldn't do it. The Black Jade Gold Mine wasn't on a planet with life but a resource planet. There was a lot of black jade gold ore on it. Black jade gold was the best material for refining divine artifacts. "Let's go." An old man in the lead dove down toward the Black Jade Gold planet. Soon, they saw a huge mine. There were countless people working in the mine. Lu Ming glanced around and found that most of the people working were tall, burly, and ferocious-looking creatures. Barbarian tribe. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he recognized them. In the south of the Taishu dynasty, there was a powerful tribe called the Barbarian tribe. The Barbarian tribe was very powerful. Their overall strength wasn't much weaker than the Taishu dynasty, and they occupied a vast galaxy. The Barbarian tribe often attacked the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there was a large number of troops stationed in the south of the Taishu dynasty, and they often fought with the Barbarian tribe. The Barbarian tribe and the Black Jade Gold Mine were captured from the battlefield and forced to do hard labor. There were soldiers in armor patrolling all over the Black Jade Gold Mine. If any Barbarian tribe wanted to resist, they would kill them directly. The Black Jade Gold Mine was guarded by an army. The name of this army was very simple. It was called the Black Jade Army. For the next 100 years, Lu Ming and the rest would cooperate with the Black Jade Army and guard this mine for 100 years as a form of training. You all wait here. We will go to the general of the Black Jade Army to take over. An old man instructed them and then flew into the mine. Not long after, a group of people came and led Lu Ming and the rest to a place to stay. Lu Ming was assigned to a cave residence. This cave residence was actually a mine. It was quite large and the walls of the mine were black and extremely hard. Crack! 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 As soon as they entered the mine, Xianxia flew out and opened his mouth, gnawing at the walls of the mine. Soon, he had gnawed a big hole in the wall. This guy, Lu Ming smiled. After so many years, Xianxia's cultivation had improved greatly. He had broken through to the peak of the 4th King God realm. He was not far from the 5th King God realm. However, during this time, Lu Ming had been busy cultivating and had forgotten to take care of Xianxia. He had not given Xianxia much metal materials. Xianxia was probably starving. Lu Ming let Xianxia gnaw as he sat down cross-legged and rested. At this time, there was only one palace in the Black Jade Gold Mine. This palace was the residence of the general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua. In the main hall, Biqua was meeting with a skinny old man. Brother Lu, may I know why the crown prince is looking for me? The general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua, was a tanned man. He poured a cup of wine for the skinny old man and asked. The crown prince wants you to kill someone. The skinny old man took a deep breath and said slowly. Kill someone? Who? Biqua asked calmly. A student of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. His name is Lu Ming. He is carrying out a mission in your Black Jade Gold Mine. He has to guard it for 100 years. A student of the Great Void Imperial Academy? Biqua's expression changed slightly. If news of such a prodigy being killed gets out, those old guys from the Great Void Imperial Academy will find trouble with me. Hee, don't try to play dumb with me. In the Black Jade Gold Mine, there are often riots from the Barbarian tribe. There are even Starfield bandits who come to steal Black Jade Gold. Isn't it normal for a few people to die? When the time comes, just push them away. Also, the Crown Prince promised that as long as you kill Lu Ming, he will personally transfer you to the Saint Capital and make you the general of the Imperial Guards. The skinny old man said. What? The general of the Imperial Guards? Biqua's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. He had spent enough time in this godforsaken Black Jade Gold Mine. Moreover, there was no future in this place. Where was the most promising place in the Great Void Divine Capital? Naturally, it was the Imperial Guards. Once he entered the Imperial Guards, his future would be limitless. Now, many of the generals who were in charge of the millions of troops were from the Imperial Guard. He dreamed of being transferred to the Imperial Guards. Don't worry. Brother Lu, please tell the Crown Prince not to worry. I will handle this matter properly and not leave any traces behind. Biqua said. That's good. The skinny old man took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes, emitting a shocking killing intent. Soon, Lu Ming had been in the Black Jade Gold Mine for a month. This month was very peaceful. Nothing much happened. Lu Ming's daily task was to patrol a corner of the mine for a few hours. After that, he could go back and cultivate. That was carefree. On this day, Lu Ming finished his patrol and returned to his cave abode. But as soon as he entered the cave abode, Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken and his hair stand on end. Danger! Lu Ming did not hesitate and moved a few meters to the side. Poochie, a blood-red blade light slashed at the place where Lu Ming was standing, creating a deep hole in the hard ground. That showed how powerful it was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, several rays of saber gleams burst out and slashed toward Lu Ming from several directions. Qiu, Lu Ming's heart stirred, and the ball on his wrist wriggled, turning into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Kill! Lu Ming burst forth. The Tyrant God Spear appeared and swept out. When the Tyrant God Spear swept out, there were also flashes of lightning that were incomparably dazzling as they bombarded the few blade lights. Clang! Clang, a series of collisions rang out, and several blade lights were swept away. Following that, the divine power in Lu Ming's body erupted, and the Tyrant God Spear turned into a resplendent rainbow light, shooting towards a certain direction. A blood-curdling scream rang out as a figure was struck by the Tyrant God Spear. The spear pierced through his body and nailed him to the wall of the cave. Their figures flashed, and a total of 4 black-clad men appeared around Lu Ming. Each of them held a scarlet saber in their hands. Not good, this person's strength is stronger than I imagined. Someone said solemnly. The person that Lu Ming had nailed to death was a 6th-layer King God Realm cultivator. Moreover, he had awakened his divine power origin factor once. Even though there were so many of them, he was still killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was beyond their imagination. Naturally, they didn't know how much progress Lu Ming had made in the past few years. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd-layer King God Realm. The greatest improvement was in his various divine power origin factors. Now, he had awakened the origin divine power factor of all 10 types of divine powers twice. Yes, all 10 of his divine powers had been awakened twice. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. He could release terrifying power with just a slight movement of his divine power. With Qiu's help, it wasn't too difficult to kill a 6th-layer King God Realm cultivator who had awakened once. Tell me, who sent you here? The Wu family, the Lan family, or the War God family? Lu Ming shouted coldly. Go to hell and ask. Kill. The remaining 4 people shouted coldly and continued to attack Lu Ming. They slashed out terrifying saber lights. The remaining 4 people were all 6th-layer King God Realm cultivators. One of them had even awakened twice. Being able to awaken twice at the 6th-layer King God Realm was already considered a genius. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The God's Gate appeared above his head and pressed down. Then, the Tyrant God's Spear swept out. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and used all his skills. With Qiu's help, his fighting strength was shocking. Although the 4 black-clothed men were strong, they were still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! One of the black-clothed men was hit by the long spear and was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the cave and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Then, the God's Gate pressed down. The black-clothed man screamed and his body exploded. In an instant, he had killed 2 people. Fight him to the death. The remaining 2 people shouted. Their divine power ignited and they charged at Lu Ming like men on fire. Yin Yang got eyes. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black like 2 black holes. Runes suddenly appeared in front of the 2 black-clothed men. They were like threads that covered the 2 black-clothed men. The 2 black-clothed men didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies cracked into pieces and turned into ashes. The 5 black-clothed men who had come to assassinate Lu Ming were all killed. Ever since the sun and moon divine energy awakened the origin divine power, the Yin Yang God eyes have become stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed and his eyes returned to normal. The Yin Yang God eyes required the sun and moon divine energy to control at the same time. Now that the 2 divine powers had awakened twice, its power was even more terrifying. Also, the divine eye's heavenly energy had an additional effect on the Yin Yang God eyes. Now that Lu Ming had used the full power of the Yin Yang God eyes, its power was even stronger than the origin secret technique. The origin of this secret technique was shocking. Lu Ming had suspected that it had something to do with the divine eyes Lord of Heaven. However, Lu Ming had asked Autumn Moon, and Autumn Moon said that there was no such secret technique in the inheritance of the Divine Eyes Lord of Heaven. However, it was very taxing to use it. Lu Ming's eyes were sore. Who sent these people? Lu Ming frowned. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. At this moment, a cold laugh came from outside the cave. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly and retreated. Swoosh, swoosh. Their bodies flashed and a few more figures entered the cave. There were 3 of them in total. They were also wearing black robes, but they were empty-handed. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. They were different from the previous group. Lu Ming, it seems that you've offended a lot of people. So many people want to kill you. However, these people are stupid. If they want to send someone, they should send someone stronger. They should send a few experts in the 6th King God realm. One of them sneered and stared at Lu Ming coldly. Judging from the words of the man in black, he did not seem to be from the same group as the previous group. Who sent you here? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hee, it doesn't matter if I tell you. You are destined to die for killing the people of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The man in black in the middle sneered. You are from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. It seems like you are very confident that you can kill me. Lu Ming said. The fact that the other party revealed his identity showed that he was very confident. We have seen all your moves. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. One of the men in black sneered. Then, the 3 men in black emitted a powerful aura. Wisps of ghostly fog filled the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. 8th layer Divine King Realm, 7th layer Divine King Realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. One of the 3 assassins from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion was in the 8th layer Divine King Realm, while the other 2 were in the 7th layer Divine King Realm. It was obvious that they had awakened their origin divine force factor. It would be easy for them to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming could kill experts in the 6th layer Divine King Realm, there was a huge gap between the 7th layer Divine King Realm and the 6th layer Divine King Realm. The 7th layer Divine King Realm was a high-level Divine King. With Lu Ming's current strength, he was not a match for the 7th layer Divine King Realm experts, even if they were the most ordinary 7th layer Divine King Realm experts. Normally, it would not be difficult for those who had reached the 7th layer Divine King Realm to awaken their origin divine force factor as long as their talent was not too bad. With such strength, there was no way they could defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was already prepared. Swoosh, Lu Ming retreated quickly. Kill. The 3 assassins from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hands and said, Open. Buzz, 7 array flags appeared around the cave dwelling. As soon as the 7 array flags appeared, countless runes shone and formed a huge array. Puff. A godly light flashed and pierced through the body of an assassin of the 7th King God layer. Thud. His corpse fell to the ground. Damn it. That brat has already set up the formation. Let's go. The remaining 2 Nether Heavenly King Mansion assassins were shocked and were about to rush out of the cave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 3 array discs flew out, transforming into beams of light that wrapped around the 2 assassins. Then, the formation flag glowed. Another godly light flew out and killed another cultivator of the 7th King God layer. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You have offended the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residents. Your fate is sealed. You will die without a burial ground. The remaining killer roared. His cultivation base was the highest, at the 8th Divine King realm. He was extremely strong. He struggled crazily, making the light around him shake violently, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Now, the one who will die without a burial ground is you. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the formation flag. A beam of godly light flew out and pierced the assassin's body. However, the assassin's divine energy was indeed strong. He did not die immediately and was still struggling. Kill. Lu Ming rushed over and controlled the Dominator's gate to suppress the assassin. Bang! The Dominator's gate hit the assassin's head with a loud bang. The assassin's head was not smashed open, but blood flowed out. An 8th Divine King Realm cultivator is so strong. Lu Ming was shocked. If he had not set up the formation flag and disc beforehand, he would have been in danger. At that moment, the formation flag glowed and another beam of godly light flew out. This time, it pierced the assassin's glabella and destroyed his soul. Finally, the assassin was killed. The 3 experts of the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residence were all killed. Fortunately, I have Lan Shu's formation flag and disc. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. 2 groups of people. One group is from the 9th Underworld Heavenly King residence. What about the other group? The Lan family? The Wu family or the War God family? Lu Ming pondered. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These people were still bent on killing him. When I rise in the future, these forces will all be wiped out. Then, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the 2 groups of assassins. As for the corpses, he burned them into ashes. He searched the storage rings for a while but did not find anything useful. He also did not know which force sent the other group of assassins. It seems that the Black Jade gold mine is not safe. I have to be more careful in the future. I have to report this to the general here and ask him to send more people to guard. Lu Ming pondered and then walked out of the cave. He planned to find the general of the Black Jade army and tell him about this. However, when Lu Ming walked out of the cave for a while, he was shocked and stopped in his tracks. Something is not right. The battle just now should have caused some commotion. Why didn't the Black Jade army come to check it out? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this. He then looked around and realized that there was not a single Black Jade army in the vicinity. Usually, there would be many Black Jade army patrolling nearby. But now, there was not a single one. What's going on? Could it be that the Black Jade army knew that I would be assassinated and deliberately sent people away? Or is there another reason? Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this matter was not that simple. At this moment, Lu Ming saw some figures flying towards him. These people were wearing black armor. They were the sergeants of the Black Jade army. They're here. Am I overthinking? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was puzzled. Lu Ming. The leader of the burly men flew over with a smile. General Song, you're looking for me? Lu Ming asked tentatively. This person was a deputy general of the Black Jade army. That's right. The leader of the burly men nodded and said, the general asked us to find you and assign you a mission. He wants you to patrol a mine. Just patrolling the mine? Nothing else? Lu Ming asked. Nothing else. Deputy General Song shook his head. Lu Ming was puzzled. He thought that the other party was here to check on the movement just now. However, the other party did not mention anything. This made Lu Ming puzzled. All right, let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he followed Deputy General Song and the rest into the mine. Not long after, they came to a mine. This mine was pitch black, and colding chi constantly emitted from it. It felt incomparably horrifying. Why is there no one in this mine? Lu Ming asked. Oh, this is an abandoned mine. I thought that there was no more Black Jade gold. But recently, it was detected again. So, the general asked us to patrol it. Lu Ming, please. Deputy General Song said. General Song, you go first. I'm not familiar with this place. It's better to follow you. Lu Ming smiled. A cold light flashed in Deputy General Song's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were very sharp. He managed to capture this ray of cold light. There's killing intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. All right, let's go in first. Deputy General Song laughed and then walked towards the mine. Deputy General Song was the first to enter the mine. However, Lu Ming noticed that Deputy General Song was nervous. His eyes were bright as he stared at the mine as if he was afraid that something terrible would rush out. Moreover, divine power was surging in his hands. Apparently, he was ready to take action at any time. Furthermore, only a few of them followed Deputy General Song in. The remaining people stood behind Lu Ming, vaguely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Lu Ming, please. A man in armor behind Lu Ming said. These people were terrifying. Their auras were dense. Lu Ming estimated that they were all above the 6th king god realm. All right. Lu Ming nodded silently. He stepped out and walked into the mine cave. As soon as he entered the mine, a cold wind blew on Lu Ming. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he couldn't help but shiver. The mine was gloomy and filled with yin qi. Lu Ming felt like he had walked into a ghost town. Behind him, the man in armor followed. They scattered behind Lu Ming, their faces solemn. This mine is strange. Something is wrong. In Gumo's sea of consciousness, he heard the voice of Gumo, can you see anything? Lu Ming communicated with Gumo secretly. If I'm not wrong, many peerless experts have died in this mine a long time ago. Moreover, there are many of them. They are filled with resentment. I'm afraid there is a great danger. Gumo said. These people are indeed lying. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Deputy General Song said that this was just an abandoned mine. Now that they had discovered some ores, they were here to inspect. This was obviously a lie. This place was very dangerous. No wonder Deputy General Song and the others were so solemn. They were up to no good. Lu Ming was sure that these people were up to no good. Deputy General Song led the way. Lu Ming and the others followed behind. They slowly flew into the mine. The mine was very dark. There was no light. However, with their eyesight, they could see through it. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a pile of mud on the side. Beside the mud, there were several skeletons lying there. The flesh and blood of an expert. That pile of mud is formed from the flesh and blood of a peerless expert. It contains a terrifying killing intent. Anyone who touches it will die. The bone demon cried out in alarm, appearing very serious. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. At this point, the expressions of Deputy General Song and company turned solemn. They stopped and looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked in that direction and his heart jumped because he saw a pile of corpses. There were barbarians, and there were also armored soldiers, but they were all dead. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Deputy General Song, didn't you say that this is an abandoned mine? Why did so many people die here? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. Silently, a bunch of formation flags and talisman seals appeared in his hands. He. At this time, Deputy General Song sneered and said, Lu Ming, what do you think of this place? What do you mean? Lu Ming said in a low voice. It's very simple. This place will be your burial ground. How about it? Deputy General Song finally revealed a ferocious killing intent when he said this. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. You want to kill me? Why? Who sent you to kill me? I'll tell you so that you can give up. Naturally, it was General Biqua who sent us. He. Do you know why he chose this place? Because this is not an abandoned mine. It's a new mine, a newly discovered mine. However, this mine is extremely strange. Those who entered at the beginning all died mysteriously. No one will suspect you if you die here. Go in peace, ha. Deputy General Song kept sneering. This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. These people were actually sent by General Biqua of the Black Jade Army to kill him. Why did Biqua want to kill him? Among Lu Ming's enemies, who could command Biqua? Seeing Lu Ming's shocked expression, Deputy General Song felt very happy and carefree. To be honest, those who were sent to work in a place like the Black Jade Mine had basically lost all hope in the future. It was very difficult for them to advance. Therefore, when they saw a prodigy like Lu Ming, they were very unhappy. And when they saw Lu Ming's shock and despair, they felt very happy. To put it bluntly, they were perverts. Therefore, he took his time to recount the matter. He wanted to see Lu Ming's expression of despair and shock. What's that? At this time, Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Deputy General Song. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. Deputy General Song's hair stood on end. His heartbeat accelerated. In great shock, he hurriedly turned back. This mine was too terrifying. When he brought Lu Ming in, he was already scared witless. At this time, it was completely a conditioned reflex. But when he turned back, he saw nothing. And Lu Ming seized the opportunity to attack. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 talismans flew towards the 7 or 8 armored burly men behind him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice, and more than 10 talismans exploded. In the instant that these talisman seals exploded, bursts of black lightning burst forth, enveloping 7 or 8 black armored burly men within. This was the 9 nether lightning talisman. It was not given to him by Blue Merchant, but taught to him by the Bone Demon. It was very powerful. The 7 or 8 armored burly men screamed. The bodies of the weakest ones exploded, and they died on the spot. Although the stronger ones managed to block it, they were seriously injured and coughed up blood. "Kid, you're courting death." Deputy General Song finally reacted. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. With a roar, he punched out. A terrifying fist print blasted towards Lu Ming, causing the entire void to tremble. Although Lu Ming retreated rapidly, his speed was not comparable to the opponent's fist energy. Deputy General Song was a peak divine king. He was too powerful. At the critical moment, Lu Ming grabbed a handful of talismans and array flags and threw them out. 3 array flags landed in the air, emitting light. A strong light appeared in front of him. And those talismans formed all kinds of shields and iron walls. These were all defensive talismans. More than 10 layers of defense appeared in front of Lu Ming. And Lu Ming retreated rapidly, transforming into a green-armored ancient god. Ice chains and 9 layers of crimson gold armor appeared. However, Deputy General Song's fist energy was too terrifying. It crushed through. More than 10 layers of defense exploded one after another. In the end, there was still a terrifying force that bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming grunted and retreated rapidly. More than 10 bones in his body were broken, and he vomited blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. If not for the more than 10 layers of talismans, this punch would have smashed Lu Ming into ashes. Even so, Lu Ming was seriously injured. "Kid, you must die today." Deputy General Song shouted coldly. He led the remaining armored burly men and charged towards Lu Ming. "Explode." At this moment, Lu Ming shouted again. Boom, the pile of mud on the side suddenly exploded. When Lu Ming attacked just now, he had silently thrown a talisman seal onto the pile of mud. At this moment, he was pushed back by Deputy General Song and distanced himself from the mud. Without hesitation, Lu Ming formed a hand seal and the talisman seal immediately exploded. The talisman seal exploded like a bomb and the pile of mud splashed everywhere. Instantly, a series of screams rang out. The bodies of Deputy General Song and the armored soldiers had turned into beehives, with holes all over their bodies. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The power of the mud exceeded his expectations. It was extremely terrifying. Like a bullet hitting tofu, it flew past the armored soldiers and left a hole in their bodies. Even Deputy General Song, who was a peak divine king, could not block it at all. Fortunately, Lu Ming was pushed back by Deputy General Song and was far enough away. Moreover, he was prepared and was not splashed by the mud. The armored soldiers who had their bodies pierced by the mud screamed miserably. A horrifying scene appeared. Their bodies quickly shriveled and rotted. In just a few breaths, only a skeleton was left. No, Deputy General Song's cultivation was higher and he lasted a little longer. He did not die immediately, but he could only watch as his body rotted. He was powerless to stop it. His eyes were filled with terror. Damn it, damn bastard. You will die a horrible death. I will inform the general. You can't escape. You will come down to accompany me, Deputy General Song shouted hysterically. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent out the news. Once the news spread, Deputy General Song's body completely turned into a skeleton. A peak divine king had fallen just like that. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate. After swallowing an elixir, he managed to stabilize his injuries. He then dashed out of the mine cave and rushed outside. He could no longer stay in the black jade gold mine. Lu Ming planned to leave. Even if he did not complete the mission, it was better to be punished by the Great Void Imperial Academy than to be killed here. However, Lu Ming did not fly far before his expression changed. Rumble, one after another, armored armies crossed the void, stomping on the void as they charged toward Yi Futian. Not only that, but there were also armored troops flying over from other directions. The black mass of troops sealed off the entire void. Their auras were incomparably violent, blocking off all escape routes. The Black Jade Army was mobilized. Boom, at this moment, in the depths of the mine, a terrifying aura shot up to the sky. The vast pressure enveloped the entire Black Jade gold mine. This was definitely a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Divine Lord. Among the Divine Lords, he was considered an expert. In the mine, countless slave miners trembled, their faces full of fear. "Damn it," Lu Ming bellowed, his expression extremely ugly. Deputy General Song was right. This matter was indeed ordered by the Black Jade Army's General Biqua. Otherwise, no one could mobilize so many Black Jade Army soldiers. Just who was commanding Biqua? At this moment, Lu Ming had no time to think. The way out had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. Enter that mine, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. That mine was extremely strange. Now, only that mine could help him. Otherwise, he would have no other way out. Although he had various array flags and talismans refined by Blue Merchant and some talismans refined by Bone Devil, those array flags and talismans were still effective against divine kings. Against divine lords, they were simply courting death. Lu Ming turned and left. He dashed toward the mine cave and dashed into it. "He's there. Chase him." A group of armored troops saw Lu Ming and chased after him. However, when they reached the entrance of the mine, they stopped, their faces filled with fear. This mine was a newly discovered one. It was very strange and many people had died there. It made them feel terrified, so they did not dare to enter. After Lu Ming rushed into the mine, he began to think of a countermeasure. They will definitely come in. I can't just sit here and wait for my death, Lu Ming's mind raced. Kid, there are many things you can use in this mine. There's more than one pile of that mud. You can set up some killing traps, Bone Devil said, and then taught Lu Ming how to set up the traps. Lu Ming waved his hand and array flags flew to every corner of the mine. Then, with a flash of light, they hid themselves and disappeared. Lu Ming kept waving his hand. Array flags and array discs flew out continuously. Some talismans also flew to the mud. The talismans were light and floated above the mud. As long as Lu Ming controlled them, they could explode at any time. The mine was very big and had rugged rocks of strange shapes. The terrain was very complicated. After setting up, Lu Ming burned the remains of Song Bian and the others to ashes. Then, he found a secluded place to hide and waited quietly. At the entrance of the mine, more and more armored troops gathered and surrounded the mine. However, no one entered. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came. The armored troops took the initiative to move aside and a burly man strode over. This burly man was the general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua. "General, that kid is hiding in the mine." Someone reported to Biqua. "Humph, that kid thinks he can survive by hiding in the mine. What a joke." Biqua snorted coldly. His eyes were exceptionally cold. His original plan was to have Song Bian and the others lure Lu Ming into the mine and then kill Lu Ming. At that time, he could announce to the outside world that Lu Ming had barged into the strange mine and was killed by the strangeness of the mine. This way, it could be said to be flawless. He never expected that he would receive Song Bian's transmission. Song Bian and the others were all wiped out, but Lu Ming was not dead. He was immediately furious and led the army to block all the exits. That's good. This general originally planned to send people to explore the mine. Now, I can kill someone while I'm at it. Biqua sneered coldly. Then, he looked at the burly men of the Black Jade Army and said, "Lieutenant Wei, Lieutenant Liu, you take people to kill that kid and then explore the mine." The burly men's faces changed. However, they had to obey Biqua's order. They could only brace themselves and take the order. Each of them took dozens of soldiers and stormed into the mine. There were a total of 3 deputy generals, leading close to 100 armored soldiers, entering the mine. The lowest cultivation base of these armored soldiers was at the 4th sky of the King God realm. They were the elites of the Black Jade Army. After entering the mine, they spread out carefully and moved forward slowly. Soon, they had moved forward a distance and entered the trap that Lu Ming had set up. Almost there. Almost there, Lu Ming hid in the dark, watching them silently. Slowly, one by one, the armored soldiers fell into the trap that Lu Ming had set up. Time to send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intention. He made a hand seal. Lu Ming did not hesitate to make his move when the 100 armored soldiers entered the trap. He started to form seals with both hands. Suddenly, 13 array flags appeared in a corner. The array flags shone brightly. Runes intertwined and formed light swords. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The light swords flew out at an astonishing speed. Swoosh! Swoosh, blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, 5 armored soldiers had their heads cut off and died on the spot. Be careful! A deputy general roared, and all the armored soldiers set up defenses around their bodies. However, Lu Ming continued to form seals with both hands. Array discs and array flags appeared from all directions. These array discs and array flags formed different kinds of arrays. Some arrays were used to trap the enemy. They flew out like chains and entangled the armored soldiers. Some arrays were used to confuse the enemy. They formed all kinds of illusory attacks and combined with the real attacks. It was impossible to defend against them. Miserable cries rang out one after another as the armored soldiers were killed one after another. Those below the 7th layer of the King God realm would not be able to withstand the attacks of the array flags and arrays. Only those above the 7th layer of the King God realm would be able to withstand them. Despicable bastards! Roared a few deputy generals. They were all peak King God realm cultivators. With a wave of their hands, they could release an unparalleled power that shook the mine. The mine was strange. It was extremely hard. If a peak King God realm cultivator attacked with his full strength, he could even destroy a planet. However, in this mine, he could only cause the mine to shake. With a wave of their hands, they destroyed the array flags and array discs. The armored soldiers who were above the 7th layer of the King God realm did the same. They blocked the attacks from all directions. Child's play, be destroyed! A deputy general shouted coldly and flicked his finger. Terrifying finger beams flew out and bombarded the formation flags and discs. Array flags and array discs exploded one after another. Have a taste of this. Lu Ming grabbed a bunch of talismans in his hands and threw them all out. These talismans were all 9 Serenities lightning talismans. They were extremely powerful. Boom boom boom, a large number of 9 Serenities thunder runes exploded, turning into rolling black thunderbolts that struck at all the armored soldiers. Instantly, some of the 7th sky of King God realm soldiers were hit by the explosion. They were severely wounded. Only those above the 8th King God realm could withstand it. Brat, I've found you. Die. A deputy general roared and charged towards Lu Ming. When Lu Ming threw the talisman, he was discovered. As soon as this deputy general rushed out, the other experts also rushed out. However, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. When he threw out the talisman just now, he was automatically exposed. Explode, explode, Lu Ming whispered when these experts had rushed a certain distance away. Then, a few rumbling sounds rang out. On both sides of the mine, there were 2 piles of mud with runes floating above them. The Black Cloud Army experts had not noticed them at all. The talisman seal exploded and mud splattered everywhere. Every drop of mud exuded a terrifying killing intent that was countless times more terrifying than a bullet. Before the experts of the Black Cloud Army could react, their bodies had turned into sieves. The same went for the other deputy generals. As for Lu Ming, he had chosen the location beforehand. It was a blind spot, so naturally, he was not afraid. The experts of the Black Jade Army roared. Their bodies were being corroded rapidly. Some of the weaker ones died within a few breaths. Only 3 deputy generals were still trying their best to fight back. They wanted to retreat. Since you're here, then don't leave. Lu Ming said coldly. He rushed out and thrust his long spear at the deputy generals. "Brat, son of a bitch, I'll kill you." The 3 deputy generals roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, they were severely wounded. The mud was filled with terrifying killing intent. It was constantly corroding their bodies and devouring their vitality. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could not use much of their strength. Bam, the long spear pressed down and one of the deputy generals exploded. He died on the spot. Then, the long spear swept across and killed the other 2 deputy generals. Another 3 peak Divine King realm experts fell. They died agreed deaths. Such people, in the 9-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, would be the family leader of a big family. But now, they were slaughtered by Lu Ming like sheep. With the death of the 3 deputy generals, more than 100 Black Jade Army soldiers were annihilated. Lu Ming's body flashed and he kept all the storage rings of the Black Cloud Army. He then pondered. The other party would most likely send more experts in. Peak Divine King Realm experts were still manageable. If they sent Divine Lord Realm experts, it would be troublesome. The power of this mud is terrifying. It would be great if I could use it properly. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the few puddles of mud. Although the ruins had exploded a few times, only a corner of it was blown off. There were still many remnants. If this mud is attached to the divine weapon, then the divine weapon can become a great killing weapon. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out a combat sword and controlled it to fly towards the mud. He then flew into the mud and wanted to get some mud on the sword. However, when the combat sword flew into the mud, the divine weapon was like ice meeting fire. It softened and turned into a pool of molten iron in a few breaths. So terrifying, Lu Ming frowned. He took out the combat sword from a deputy general's storage ring. It was a rank 9 divine weapon and was meant for peak divine kings. However, it melted. Lu Ming's heart ached. It would be great to give it to Qiu Qiu. It was gone just like that. Lad, this mud is definitely formed after the death of a terrifying expert. It contains the terrifying killing intent of those experts before they died. Every bit of mud contains terrifying power. Ordinary divine weapons can't withstand it. Guimo explained. What should I do? Oh yeah, the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming suddenly thought of the purple copper coffin. The origin of the purple copper coffin was unimaginable and mysterious. The material of the purple copper coffin was even more unpredictable. Anyway, no matter what Lu Ming did, he couldn't leave a mark on the purple copper coffin. Even Qiu Qiu would only break its teeth if it wanted to bite the purple copper coffin. Given the purple copper coffin's material, it should be able to withstand the mud. Let's give it a try. Now that it was a matter of life and death, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered. He took out the purple copper coffin from the Jingyu painting scroll. Lu Ming grabbed one end of the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin was extremely heavy. When Lu Ming first obtained it, he couldn't lift it at all. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased exponentially. He didn't have any problem lifting the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming grabbed one end of the purple copper coffin and placed the other end into the mud pile, submerging half of the purple copper coffin. After a while, Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin. He found that the purple copper coffin was covered in mud, but it was completely fine. It's fine. Haha, it's fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The purple copper coffin was covered in mud and could definitely be a great killing weapon. Alright, I'll give you a surprise later. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he took out some seals and threw them at the mud, causing them to float above the mud. After making some arrangements, Lu Ming found a place to hide and continued to wait. Outside the mine, Biqua's face was extremely gloomy. Previously, they could still hear the violent rumbling in the mine, but after a while, all the sounds disappeared. Then, no one came out. It was eerily quiet. It was as if those people had disappeared. Many people were horrified. In their eyes, the mine was like a terrifying giant beast that was devouring all life. Anyone who went in would be devoured. That kid should have died in there too. A deputy general said with a trembling voice. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Biqua said coldly. Many people's faces were ugly. They did not dare to look at Biqua for fear that he would call them out. "Let me go in." At this moment, a white-haired old man said. Many people's eyes lit up. This old man was a deputy general of the Black Cloud Army. The deputy general was second only to the general, Biqua. He was also a divine lord expert. In the Black Jade Army, Biqua was not the only divine lord expert. "All of you, follow me in." The deputy general looked at some people. These people's faces changed slightly, but they still did not dare to disobey the order. In the Taishu dynasty, military orders were like mountains. Disobeying orders would be treated as treason and would only lead to death. However, with a divine lord expert going in with them, they were much more courageous. This time, with the deputy general in the lead, more than 100 Black Jade Army soldiers entered the mine. They moved forward carefully. The deputy general of the Black Jade Army set up a layer of defense in front of him. His spiritual sense swept out like a storm and found Lu Ming immediately. "That kid is there." The deputy general of the Black Jade Army looked at the place where Lu Ming was hiding. The other members of the Black Jade Army sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was still alive. Then where did the Black Jade Army go? How could it disappear without a trace? They felt a chill in their hearts. Humph, no matter what method he uses, only death awaits him. "Follow me closely," the deputy general of the Black Jade Army said coldly. He slowly walked forward towards the place where Lu Ming was hiding. The other members of the Black Jade Army followed closely behind. They all set up heavy defenses and were on high alert. "Brat, come out and surrender yourself. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead," the deputy general of the Black Jade Army said coldly. "Old man, come and catch me if you can. I'm right here. Come on," Lu Ming provoked. The deputy general of the Black Jade Army was filled with killing intent. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He looked around and listened carefully as he slowly approached Lu Ming. The spiritual sense of a divine lord realm expert was very sharp. He felt a sense of danger shrouding him. "Brat, I'll take you down later. I'll make sure you die a horrible death," the deputy general of the Black Jade Army shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a few more divine artifacts appeared around him, surrounding him. "Kill." Then, he shouted coldly and was about to attack Lu Ming. "Explode, explode." At this moment, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Boom boom, the runes floating above the mud exploded. Suddenly, the mud splattered everywhere. Although the Black Jade Army had set up heavy defenses around their bodies, these defenses couldn't withstand a single blow. As the mud flew past, all the defenses were penetrated. Then, their bodies were also penetrated. Ah ah ah, screams were heard. Many people's bodies were rapidly decaying. They finally knew why those people had disappeared. It was because of the mud. One after another, the Black Jade Army turned into skeletons and died here. "Damn it," the deputy general of the Black Jade Army roared. As a divine lord realm expert, he had set up heavy defenses earlier, so he wasn't so miserable. Although some of his defenses were penetrated, only a few drops of mud splashed on his body. However, it didn't penetrate his body. A divine lord realm existence's divine body would undergo a qualitative change after a transformation. It was very terrifying and not something a divine king realm existence could compare with. When the mud splashed on his body, it only corroded a few big holes. The deputy general of the Black Jade Army roared. He took out a sharp knife and cut off the corroded flesh. However, the mud was like a bone drill. It was difficult to remove. The places that were cut off were still corroding. The deputy general of the Black Jade Army could only circulate his divine power to resist. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead," the deputy general of the Black Jade Army roared and charged towards Lu Ming. A terrifying knife light slashed towards Lu Ming. A divine lord realm expert is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. However, he could only brace himself for the moment. He rushed out, lifted the purple copper coffin and smashed it towards the deputy general of the Black Jade Army. Clang! The knife light of the deputy general of the Black Jade Army slashed on the purple copper coffin and a violent explosion erupted. Bang! Lu Ming felt a terrifying force bombarding the purple copper coffin. Then, it moved along the purple copper coffin and blasted towards him. The bones in Lu Ming's hands were instantly broken. The purple copper coffin hit Lu Ming's chest and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly and heavily smashed into the wall of the mine. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was severely injured. A Divine Lord realm expert was too strong. If he hadn't used most of his divine power to resist the corrosive power of the mud, Lu Ming would have been blown apart. However, although Lu Ming was miserable, the Deputy General of the Black Cloud Army was even more miserable. The battle knife slashed on the purple copper coffin. The mud stuck on the purple copper coffin flew towards him due to inertia. This move was completely out of the Black Jade Army's Deputy General's expectations. Therefore, he wasn't prepared and was instantly splashed with mud. Ah! The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army let out a deafening roar. His entire body was being corroded and was beyond recognition. It was a tragic sight. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He didn't care about his injuries and swung the purple copper coffin towards the Deputy General of the Black Jade Army. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army instinctively raised his palm to block. When his palm hit the purple copper coffin, it was equivalent to hitting the mud. Suddenly, his palm burst open. There was no flesh and blood, only bones were left. The Deputy General of the Black Jade Army roared. He turned around and fled towards the outside of the mine. At this moment, the other members of the Black Jade Army were all dead. A few Divine King Realm experts were originally rushing towards the outside of the mine. However, before they could get out of the mine, they were corroded into skeletons. Outside the mine, Biqua and the others were waiting, but not long after, they heard shrill screams coming from the mine, as if they had encountered something terrifying. W? R? N? Wena? Khomeini people shuddered, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet. One by one, they revealed a look of horror. What's in there? Many people's teeth were chattering. That kid is most likely dead. There were others who spoke, sounding the retreat drum, wishing to leave this place. Biqua's face was gloomy. He had no intention of leaving. Lu Ming was related to whether he could be transferred to the Imperial Guard or not. It was related to his future. He could not give up. Suddenly, a figure rushed out. It was the Deputy General from before. It's Deputy General Sun, someone exclaimed. When everyone saw Deputy General Sun's miserable state, they all gasped and shivered. Miserable, too miserable, Deputy General Sun's face was completely unrecognizable. His body was riddled with holes. It was too miserable. Deputy General Sun was a Divine Lord realm existence. For a Divine Lord to end up in such a state, the mine was just too terrifying. Attack! Biqua shouted. Divine power surged out of his body and poured into Deputy General Sun's body to help him resist the corrosive power. On the side, there were a few other Deputy Generals who also took action to help Deputy General Sun resist. After a while, the joint efforts of several Divine Lord experts finally blocked the corrosive power and forced it out of Deputy General Sun's body. Deputy General Sun's body began to wriggle, and the injuries that were riddled with holes immediately healed. A Divine Lord expert's vitality was extremely tenacious. Naturally, he would not die so easily. Deputy General Sun, what happened inside? Is that brat dead? Biqua asked with a cold face. As for the Black Jade Army that entered and never came out, he was too lazy to care. He did not care about those who died at all. He's not dead. That kid is not dead, Deputy General Sun said. Everyone's face changed drastically. So many experts of the Black Jade Army had died, but that kid was still alive? How was that possible? What's going on? What did you encounter inside? Don't ask. It's like this. Immediately, Deputy General Sun explained the situation inside the room. That brat relied on that kind of mud to kill so many of us. That kind of mud should be the flesh and blood of top experts after they died. We didn't pay attention before, so we fell into his trap. Deputy General Sun said, his eyes extremely cold. Lu Ming actually made him so miserable. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. So that's how it is. Can a monarch-level divine weapon withstand that kind of mud? Don't ask. With a few monarch-grade divine artifacts, we should be able to block it. The purple copper coffin in that kid's hand is also stained with mud. As long as we are careful and block off a wave of mud attack, that kid is nothing to be afraid of. We can kill him with a flip of our hand. Deputy General Sun said. Alright, this time I will go in personally. All of you, come with me. Biqua said. After figuring out Lu Ming's trick, he finally decided to go in personally. At the same time, he called a few deputies and some existences above the 7th layer of the King God realm. This time, he had to kill Lu Ming and at the same time, investigate the mine cave thoroughly. Some top experts had died and turned into meat paste. They guessed that the mine was extraordinary and there might be opportunities inside. In the end, a group of dozens of people, all of whom were top experts of the Black Jade Army, entered the mine together. A few divine artifacts floated around them. These divine artifacts were monarch-grade divine artifacts, which were better than supreme-grade divine artifacts. They moved forward carefully and arrived at the place where Deputy General Sun and the others had been attacked. However, they didn't see Lu Ming. Did that brat enter the depths of the mine? Deputy General Sun asked. He also followed in. He had to kill Lu Ming with his own hands to relieve the hatred in his heart. Deputy General Sun's guess was right. Lu Ming had indeed entered the depths of the mine. After Deputy General Sun escaped, Lu Ming frowned. A Divine Lord Realm expert is indeed powerful. Even with this mud, I can't kill him. Moreover, my trick has been exposed. If a few Divine Lords come in, I will definitely die. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he tried to think of a solution. In the end, he decided to enter the depths of the mine. This mine was extraordinary and strange. He might find a chance to turn the situation around if he entered the depths of the mine. Before he left, he put away all the storage rings of the Black Jade Army. Then, he put some mud on one end of the purple copper coffin. After that, he put the purple copper coffin into the Jingyu painting scroll. After he was ready, Lu Ming went into the depths of the mine. Lu Ming was very careful. This mine was strange and who knew what dangers there might be. Moreover, he had Gumo, the old fox. Under Gumo's guidance, he avoided a few dangerous places and slowly went into the depths of the mine. The deeper he went, the thicker the yin qi became. Moreover, there was another aura in the yin qi. This is demonic qi. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Yes, it is indeed demonic qi. Gumo replied. He was very sensitive to demonic qi. Kacha. Kacha. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard the sound of metal clashing in front of him. Then, he saw a team appear in front of him. There were about a dozen people, all of them wearing black metal armor. Under the metal armor, there was no physical body, only a ball of flame. Ghost fire. This is a ghost soldier. Lu Ming was surprised to see a team of ghost soldiers here. Lu Ming had encountered similar ghost soldiers in the ghost region. However, the ghost soldiers here were a little different. In addition to the yin qi, there was also a demonic qi around them. These ghost soldiers must have been experts of the demonic path when they were alive. There are many experts buried here. Gumo said. Forget it, let's go over first. After Lu Ming said that, a black bone club appeared in his hand. This bone club was taken from the Dark Ape fighting tribe. It was refined by an expert of the Dark Ape fighting tribe and had a strong restraining effect on ghosts. As expected, after the bone club was taken out, it emitted a faint light. When the ghost soldiers were illuminated by the light, they retreated in fear and took the initiative to open a path. Lu Ming passed through without any danger. After that, Lu Ming met at least a few hundred ghost soldiers. However, Lu Ming used the bone club to open a path, so it was very smooth. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the mine. The deeper the mine, the more spacious the terrain became. Lu Ming did not know how far he had traveled, but he felt that he had arrived at the depths of the mine. There was a huge underground space here, like an underground world. The underground space was very spacious and quiet. There was no sound at all. We have reached the end of the mine. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. They had reached the end of the mine and could no longer advance. Then, could those ghost soldiers from before stop Biqua and the rest? The answer was no. Those ghost soldiers would definitely not be able to stop Biqua and the rest. Then, wouldn't Lu Ming have nowhere to go? Lu Ming gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Lu Ming planned to find a place to hide and set up a trap. No matter what, he would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. With a flash, Lu Ming headed to the right. This underground space was very spacious and filled with strange rocks. On the way, Lu Ming saw a pile of mud. Bone Demon told him that it was formed from the flesh and blood of a top expert. Lu Ming naturally left 2 runes on it. Along the way, Lu Ming flipped over many rocks. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. That is, Lu Ming looked ahead and his eyes lit up. Up ahead, there was a tall hill. On top of the hill, there was a plant. It was a pitch-black plant. Its branches and leaves were pitch black, but it had 2 milky white fruits. Yuan fruit. This is the Yuan fruit. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His eyes revealed a fiery radiance. He had once read in an ancient book that the Yuan fruit was a peerless divine fruit. The lifespan of living beings who consumed it would increase greatly. At most, it could increase one's lifespan by 1 stellar year. 1 stellar year was a very long time. It was equivalent to the lifespan of a star, which was 10 billion years. One had to know that the lifespan of a divine king could reach 5 stellar years at most. The lifespan of a divine lord was also limited. It was already not bad to have 10 stellar years. Such a lifespan was no different from immortality in a small kiliacosm. However, divine realm experts also needed a long time to cultivate. Usually, a seclusion could last hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Time passed very quickly. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would eventually die of old age. If news of the addition of a stellar year were to spread, many old men would definitely fight over it. With 1 more stellar year, his cultivation base might increase exponentially and his lifespan might be extended. These were priceless treasures, and there were actually 2 of them here. No wonder Lu Ming's eyes were burning. Lu Ming was about to rush up and pick them. Brat, if you want to die, go ahead, Gu Mo's voice rang out, stopping Lu Ming in his tracks. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. I feel that this hill is very terrifying. There's a great killing intent, Gu Mo said. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. If this ancient bone devil felt a great killing intent, then it must be incomparably dangerous. Maybe we can trick those people. Lu Ming's eyes moved. His figure flashed, and arrived at the side of the hill. He found a secluded place to hide. Not long after, Biqua and the others also arrived at this underground space. The faces of Biqua and the others were extremely gloomy. Along the way, they had passed through several dangerous places and encountered those ghost soldiers. Those ghost soldiers would attack them as soon as they saw them. It was not easy for them to rush over, but they had also lost some people. This place is very big. Let's split up and search. Be on guard at all times to prevent that brat from sneaking up on us. Biqua instructed. The group split into 3 groups and went to the left, right, and middle respectively. They spread out to search. Once they found Lu Ming, they were to contact him at any time and then kill him. One of the groups headed in the direction of Lu Ming. This group of people had 2 Divine Lord realm powerhouses. One of them was precisely Deputy General Sunday. They kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at the vicinity of the hill. That's the Yuan fruit. Deputy General Sun and the others also saw the Yuan fruit. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were ecstatic. They did not expect to see the Yuan fruit here. In the Taishu dynasty, who knew how many old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans were hibernating, hoping to break through their cultivation base. If these Yuan fruits were taken out, those old monsters would go crazy. 2 Yuan fruits. How about the 2 of us take 1 each? Deputy General Sun suppressed the greed in his heart and looked at the other person. That was another Deputy General. His surname was Wang, and he was called Deputy General Wang. Okay, we'll take 1 each. Deputy General Wang nodded. As for the others, they could only sigh helplessly. The 2 Yuan fruits would definitely be divided between the 2 Divine Lord experts. There would be no share for them. All of you listen well. The matter of the Yuan fruit must not be leaked out. If anyone leaks it out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Deputy General Sun's gaze swept over the others. It was incomparably cold. Deputy General, I can swear that we will definitely not leak it out. Me too, I can also swear. The others also swore one after another. The Yuan fruit was too precious. Once it was leaked out, Bique and the others would definitely ask for it. At that time, it would be inevitable that they would have to share it out. Deputy General Sun nodded in satisfaction. He exchanged glances with Deputy General Wang. Then, the 2 of them moved and rushed toward the hill. However, when the 2 of them rushed into the hill, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. They cried out in surprise and retreated out of the hill. Deputy General Sun, what happened to you? The others were extremely surprised. There were no abnormalities just now. Why did the 2 deputy generals have incomparably frightened expressions, their figures retreating rapidly? Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Divine Lord Realm Expert's spiritual perception was very sharp. When they rushed into the range of the hill just now, a great crisis inexplicably appeared in their hearts. This kind of crisis made their hearts tremble. It was as if they would fall the next instant. Hence, they jumped back one after another. Nothing. Deputy General Sun shook his head. His eyes flashed and he said, you guys, go up and pluck the Yuan fruit. Deputy General Sun looked at some of the other Black Jade Army members. We're going? Those Black Jade Army members' faces turned snow-white all at once. They were not fools. That kind of frightened expression of Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang just now was not faked. That hill definitely had danger. This wanted them to go and probe it out. That's right. You guys go and pluck it. Pluck the Yuan fruit and you'll be heavily rewarded. If you don't go, you're violating military orders. You should know the consequences. Deputy General Wang's figure moved slightly and blocked the back of those Black Jade Army members. His face was cold and the threat was self-evident. Those Black Jade Army members' faces were snow-white. If they did not go, they would probably be killed on the spot by the 2 deputy generals. Alright, let's go. Those Black Jade Army members gritted their teeth and finally nodded. Dozens of Black Jade Army members moved together. Their bodies emitted various kinds of radiance. They took out various divine weapons and placed them around their bodies. Then, they formed a group and carefully walked toward the hill. When they stepped into the range of the hill, there was not the slightest danger. Everything was very calm. Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang looked at each other, bewildered. Could it be that they had sensed wrongly just now? Those Black Jade Army members also heaved a sigh of relief. They quickened their pace and continued to move forward. The Black Jade Army continued to move forward towards the peak of the hill. Soon, they were halfway there. You. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A Black Jade Army soldier looked at another Black Jade Army soldier in horror. The Black Jade Army soldier's face turned gray and his body quickly shriveled. It was as if his essence chi had been sucked away. The Black Jade Army soldier widened his eyes in horror. He could only utter a few words before his body shriveled up completely. In the end, only a piece of human skin was left and it fell to the ground. Hiss, all the Black Jade Army soldiers gasped as a chill ran down their spines from the soles of their feet. Ah! Help! Help! Then, another Black Jade Army soldier screamed in horror as his body shriveled up rapidly. In the end, he too turned into a piece of human skin. It was horrifying. It was as if there was an invisible devil in the air that was devouring their flesh and blood. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked as well. Cold sweat was dripping down his back. If he had walked into the hill rashly, he would not have ended up well. Run! The rest of the Black Jade Army soldiers screamed in horror as they turned around and tried to escape. However, in the process of escaping, a few of them shriveled up and turned into human skin. What was even more shocking was that as the other members of the Black Jade Army were fleeing, wisps of blood chi flew out from their bodies and entered the hills beneath their feet. These wisps of blood chi were formed from the essence, chi, and soul of the Black Jade Army. As the Black Jade Army soldiers ran away, their bodies shriveled up. Plop! Plop! In the end, all the Black Cloud Army soldiers ran to the edge of the hill and fell to the ground. Some of the weaker ones had their flesh and blood sucked dry. Help! Help! A few of the stronger ones were still alive. They stared at Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang with their eyes wide open and begged for help. However, Deputy General Sun and Deputy General Wang were indifferent as they watched coldly from the side. In the end, the Black Jade Army soldiers who had just stepped into the hill were completely annihilated and turned into dozens of human skins. What kind of hill is this? It's simply a demonic land. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. In his heart, this hill was even more terrifying than a demon. Why does it look like a huge tomb? Immediately, Lu Ming had a thought. The more he looked at the hill, the more it looked like a large tomb. That's right, this is a large tomb. There should be a great devil buried inside. Bones' voice rang out. Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. His guess was correct. This hill was a tomb where a great devil was buried. After this great devil died, it could actually devour the flesh and blood of humans? What should we do? Deputy General Sun looked at Deputy General Wang. Their feelings were not wrong. This hill was truly terrifying. However, they were unwilling to retreat just like that. That was a single origin fruit. Its value was immeasurable. This was an exceptional opportunity. Let's join hands and use the Monarch-grade divine artifact to block it. We'll use our fastest speed to jump up the hill, pluck the yuan fruit, and then retreat. We should be fine. Deputy General Wang said. Alright, let's do that. Deputy General Sun nodded. Then, the two of them each took out a divine artifact. It was a divine artifact that was used by Divine Lord Realm experts. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The Monarch-grade divine artifact floated beside the two of them and emitted a ray of light that shrouded them. Let's go. Then, the two of them moved and rushed toward the top of the hill. With their speed, they only needed a moment to rush to the top of the hill. However, when they rushed into the range of the hill, they seemed to be hindered by an invisible force. Their speed dropped drastically and it was almost the same as walking. Then, the Monarch-grade divine artifacts on both of their sides vibrated non-stop. Wisps of blood chi flew out from their bodies and entered the hill. Not good, retreat. Quick, retreat. This strange force has become stronger. The two of them shouted in horror. They did not dare to continue moving forward. Instead, they wanted to retreat. After all, they were Divine Lord Realm experts and their strength was too strong. In the end, they retreated from the range of the hill. However, their faces were pale and their auras were weak. It seemed like their vitality was greatly damaged. Damn it! What's in this hill? It seems to have become stronger. Deputy General Sun roared. In that short moment, he had lost a large amount of vitality. It would probably take a long time for him to recover. At this moment, figures rushed over from several other directions. It was Biqua and the others. The screams of the Black Cloud Army on the hill had obviously alarmed Biqua and the others and attracted them over. That's the yuan fruit. Biqua and the others saw the yuan fruit as soon as they arrived. Their eyes were burning with desire and they could not wait to take the yuan fruit for themselves. Some of them even wanted to rush up the hill. However, when they saw the human skins and scattered armor on the hill, they stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Where are the others? Biqua asked. The others are all dead. They were eaten by the hill. Deputy General Sun said. His face was extremely ugly. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Since Biqua and the others had come, they would definitely not be able to enjoy the yuan fruit alone. Moreover, they had lost a large amount of vitality. It was really a double loss. Immediately, they told Biqua about the terror of the hill. After Biqua and the others heard it, they were shocked. This hill looks like a large tomb. Could it be that a great devil is buried here, and its soul is still lingering after its death, trying to devour flesh and blood essence? Biqua's eyes were solemn as he thought to himself. General, what should we do? The yuan fruit is rare. Since we have encountered it, it would be a pity to miss it. Another deputy general said. Of course we can't miss it. I happen to have a cross-zone bridge that can directly cross to the top of the hill and isolate the outside world. That power can't do anything to me. Biqua smiled confidently. A cross-zone bridge? The eyes of the others lit up. Then, a colorful stone bridge appeared in Biqua's hand. As he poured in his divine power, the stone bridge rapidly expanded. One end of the stone bridge extended to the top of the hill. Soon, a huge colorful stone bridge was formed from this side to the top of the hill. As long as they crossed the stone bridge, they would be able to reach out and pluck the yuan fruit. You guys, go up and try. Biqua looked at the two black jade army soldiers. Even with the cross-zone bridge, Biqua was still worried. He would not take the risk so easily. Naturally, he would ask the others to go up and test it. The two black jade army soldiers' faces were pale, but they did not dare to disobey Biqua's orders. They could only brace themselves and carefully step onto the bridge. Their bodies were filled with divine power as they set up layers of defense. They stepped onto the bridge step by step and finally arrived at the top of the bridge. There was no problem at all. It's fine. Ha ha ha, it's fine. The two black jade army soldiers were overjoyed. Biqua was also overjoyed. He stepped forward and walked toward the bridge. Soon, he arrived at the middle of the bridge. However, at this moment, the entire hill shone. Black light spread out, and then ghost soldiers in black armor appeared. They stepped onto the bridge and charged toward Biqua. A group of ghost soldiers, wearing black armor and holding black spears, stepped onto the bridge and charged at Biqua. They were very powerful. Biqua was shocked and angry. He roared, and the entire mine shook violently. Terrifying divine power transformed into various attacks and blasted at the ghost soldiers. Those ghost soldiers were immediately scattered. However, the ghost soldiers scattered and turned into black light. Then, they condensed into even more ghost soldiers and charged at Biqua. The number was several times more than before. The key was that these ghost soldiers did not die. They seemed to be formed by the black light. As long as they were scattered, they would condense into even more. The ghost soldiers blocked the way, and their divine power was very strong. Although Biqua was powerful, he could not rush over quickly. Come and help me. Biqua shouted at the other black jade army. He wanted the other black jade army to help him block these ghost soldiers so that he could rush over and get the yuan fruit. In the end, under the lead of some deputy generals, dozens of black jade army experts stepped onto the bridge and came to Biqua's side to kill the ghost soldiers. This is a good opportunity. If I overturn this bridge now, what will happen? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The purpose of Biqua and the others was to kill him. How could Lu Ming miss a chance to counterattack? He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lu Ming restrained his aura and slowly slipped out from his hiding place. He held a talisman seal in each hand. When he neared the hill, Lu Ming waved his hands and threw 2 handfuls of talismans toward the cross-domain bridge. After throwing the talismans, Lu Ming turned and ran without looking back. Rumble, the talismans exploded. There were dozens of talismans in total, and all of them were 9 Serenity's lightning talismans. They exploded and turned into rolling lightning power that bombarded the side of the bridge. So many lightning bolts formed a powerful force that crashed onto the bridge. It was difficult for the bridge to stabilize, and it was directly overturned. Crash, the bridge was overturned. The people on the bridge lost their protection and were directly exposed under the hill. A terrifying power immediately spread out from the hill. Ah! Some of them screamed miserably as their bodies quickly shriveled up. In the end, they turned into human skin. Those black jade army below Divine Lord Realm could not withstand the attack of this strange power at all. Their bodies were rapidly shriveling up. Moreover, after the hill absorbed the flesh and blood of the black jade army, its power seemed to have become stronger. Even the Divine Lord powerhouses cried out miserably, panic-stricken. This was because they could clearly see blood energy flying out from their bodies and being absorbed by the hill. Retreat! Go! Biqua and the others roared and rushed out of the hill. As they rushed out of the hill, blood and chi flew out of their bodies continuously. The scene was quite spectacular. In the end, Biqua and those Divine Lord Realm Deputy Generals successfully charged out. However, the Black Jade Army below the Divine Lord Realm was completely wiped out. Lu Ming, you little bastard, you damned little bastard, Biqua roared furiously. His fury soared to the heavens, and he almost went crazy. Just now, he had hurriedly glanced over and saw a figure. It was Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming who threw out the seal and overturned the cross-domain bridge, causing him to lose a large amount of essence energy. Kill, kill, we must find that little bastard and cut him into pieces, Biqua roared crazily. His eyes were red and he was about to find Lu Ming. But at this moment, his expression changed and he took out a voice transmission jade talisman. Because at this moment, someone sent him a voice transmission. Not only him, but the other deputy generals also received the voice transmission at the same time. They took out their voice transmission jade talismans and looked at it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Damn it, the remnants of the previous dynasty are attacking the Black Jade Gold Mine at this time. Biqua roared in anger. He and the other deputy generals received the same news. The remnants of the previous dynasty were attacking the Black Jade Gold Mine. Little bastard, I will spare your life for now. Biqua roared. He did not dare to stay any longer. The remnants of the previous dynasty were not to be underestimated. Before the Taishu dynasty, there was a dynasty called the Saint Devil dynasty. The ancestors of the Taishu dynasty overthrew the Saint Devil dynasty and established the Taishu dynasty. However, the territory of the Taishu dynasty was too vast. It included a large number of starfields and galaxies. Such a vast territory had countless planets with life, resource planets, and countless small worlds. The universe was boundless. No matter how powerful the Taishu dynasty was, they could not control every inch of the universe. Therefore, there were many remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty who lived in the dark and fought against the Taishu dynasty. From time to time, they would attack some planets with life or resource planets to seize resources. The Taishu dynasty hated the remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty and killed them on sight. If the mine was occupied by the remnants of the previous dynasty, it would be a serious crime. As a general, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Now, he could only let Lu Ming go for now. It would not be too late to kill Lu Ming after defeating the remnants of the previous dynasty. Anyway, as long as he sent people to block the entrance of the mine, he would not be afraid of Lu Ming escaping. Let's go. Biqua roared and rushed out of the mine with the remaining people. Lu Ming threw out 2 talismans and ran away. He ran far away and found a secret place to hide. But after a while, he did not see anyone chasing after him. Lu Ming was surprised. He waited for a while, but still, no one chased after him. Did Biqua and his people all die on that hill? Lu Ming pondered for a while. He then restrained his aura and sneaked out, heading toward the hill. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the hill but did not see anyone. Where are they? They should not be dead. Lu Ming muttered. He speculated that Biqua and his lieutenants should not be dead from the scattered armors on the hill. This was because the deputy general and Biqua's armors were different from the rest of the Black Jade army. There was no deputy general level armor on the hill. Did they get scared and run away? Lu Ming continued to murmur. Boy, they did run away. They left here. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. This voice was unfamiliar. It was not the voice of Bone Demon or the measure formula. He had never heard it before. Who is it? Lu Ming was shocked. He jumped 3 meters high and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. However, there was no one, not even a shadow. Who is it? Come out, don't play tricks here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. A bright light appeared on his body, and he was ready to fight at any time. If I could come out, I would have come out long ago. Why would I talk so much nonsense with you? Look here, yes, it's here. That voice sounded again. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the hill. That was because the sound came from the hill. Nest, it's a zombie. Lu Ming jumped 3 meters high again and retreated a few hundred meters. According to Bone Demon, a great demon was buried in the hill, but now, the great demon spoke. Bullsh T, you're the one who turned into a corpse. I'm not dead at all. An angry roar came from the hill. After all, Lu Ming was someone who had seen big scenes. He slowly calmed down. It seems that I miscalculated. The great demon in this hill shouldn't be dead. He wasn't buried here, but sealed here. Guillemot said. Kid, do me a favor. At this moment, the voice came from the hill again. Help you? How can I help you? Lu Ming asked. Do me a favor and let me out. Although I've absorbed quite a bit of blood energy and managed to recover some of my strength, I still can't break the seal here. If you help me break the seal and let me out, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The voice said. Let you out? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, he was shocked. It was indeed this great demon who had absorbed the blood and flesh of the Black Jade Army. That's right. You've already helped me once just now by overturning their cross-domain bridge and letting me absorb a lot of blood and flesh. My vitality has recovered a little. You might as well be a good person and help me again. There are 4 altars around my hill. As long as you shatter these altars, the power of the seal will weaken, and I'll be able to break the seal and come out. The voice said. What's in it for me if I let you out? Lu Ming asked. As long as you let me out, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. The 2 yuan fruits at the top of the hill will be yours. Of course, there are other opportunities that you can enjoy for the rest of your life. The voice from the hill sounded again, full of temptation. This? I think I'd better forget it. I can't afford the opportunity that you're talking about. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked out of the mine cave. What a joke. There was definitely a real great demon in this hill. Who knew when it had been sealed here by someone? However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. It was definitely extremely terrifying. It could be seen from the mine that many peerless experts had died in the mine. Their flesh and blood had turned into mud. It was already so terrifying. Also, that hill could devour people's flesh and blood. It would be dangerous even for divine lords to go up. What if this great demon was released and swallowed Lu Ming whole? Then, he would be wronged. Lu Ming would be a fool to let him out. Brat, don't go, damn it, come back, I will give you a great fortune, damned ant. Don't let me out, or I'll swallow you whole. That voice roared loudly. In the end, it directly cursed and then threatened. Lu Ming was unmoved. He quickened his pace and rushed out of the mine. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the entrance of the mine. Kill! Kill! As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the mine, he heard intense battle cries coming from outside. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting fiercely. The entire earth was shaking. Lu Ming was shocked. What happened outside? How could there be such intense battle cries? Could it be that Bique and the others left because of this? Lu Ming carefully walked to the entrance of the mine and found that there was no one guarding the entrance. It seemed that the battle was really intense. Otherwise, Bique would have sent people to guard the entrance. Lu Ming rushed out of the mine and was shocked when he saw it. A fierce battle had broken out in the entire mine. Above the sky, demonic chi billowed and battle cries resounded through the sky. Lu Ming saw a large number of Black Jade Army in armor forming a battle formation and fighting fiercely with some experts surrounded by demonic chi. There was a battle in the mine and in the sky. Lu Ming even saw Bique leading some deputy generals and fighting with some powerful figures. It was hard to tell who would win. Obviously, there were also divine lords on the other side. Who are these people? Which force in the Taishu dynasty dares to attack the mine of the Taishu dynasty? Are they interstellar pirates? Lu Ming thought. There was no lack of bandits in the vast universe. These bandits were called interstellar pirates. They were all desperados and experts. Wait, in the Taishu dynasty, there is another force that dares to go against the Taishu dynasty. That is the remnants of the previous dynasty, the people of the Saint Devil dynasty. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The remnants of the previous dynasty and the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were no secret. He had been in the sacred academy of the Taishu imperial family for so many years and had heard about it many times. The Saint Devil dynasty mainly practiced demonic cultivation methods. Lu Ming felt that these people were really similar. At this moment, the entire mine was in chaos. As soon as these people attacked, the slave miners in the mine and the barbarian slaves all rioted and attacked the people of the Black Jade Army, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming moved and rushed in a direction. However, Lu Ming was attacked before he could go too far. A terrifying sound broke through the air and a strong wind pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was a barbarian. He was tall and strong with bulging muscles. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, full of explosive power. It was a second-level Divine King Realm barbarian. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took out his long spear and swept it out. The long spear hit the barbarian's fist. Bang, the barbarian was sent flying and broke a small mountain. However, he was not dead yet. He lay there and vomited blood. Is the divine body so strong? Lu Ming was also surprised. He had heard that the barbarian's divine body was extremely strong. With the help of some barbarian secret techniques, their strength was amazing. In a battle of the same level, the soldiers of the Taishu dynasty were usually suppressed by the barbarians. Today, he saw that it was true. Just now, although Lu Ming had just casually attacked and did not use much of his strength, it was easy for him to kill a second-level Divine King Realm cultivator. However, the barbarian was only injured, not killed. Kill. At this moment, a few more barbarians rushed over. They were like wild beasts, full of ferocious murderous aura. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. These barbarians were either in the third or fourth level of the King Realm Divine King Realm. Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art and quadrupled his fighting strength. 10 types of divine powers exploded in his body. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. His long spear shook and a few spear lights shot out, piercing through the barbarians and killing them. After killing the barbarians, Lu Ming sped up and kept running. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, this mine was full of battles. It was not easy to leave. Before long, Lu Ming was targeted by some barbarians. The barbarians and the Taishu dynasty had been fighting for a long time. They were sworn enemies. Moreover, these barbarians had been captured and brought here as slaves. They had been humiliated, so they hated the people of the Taishu dynasty even more. Lu Ming was the chosen one of the Taishu dynasty. He had been patrolling the mine. Many barbarians had remembered Lu Ming's face. Now that they had the chance, they wanted to kill Lu Ming. As for the chosen one of the Taishu dynasty, they wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Lu Ming fought a bloody battle. In the end, he transformed into the green-armored ancient god body and used the origin secret technique to fight his way out of the mine. However, as soon as he got out of the mine, he was targeted by the barbarians again. As Lu Ming slaughtered his way through, he heard the shouts of the Black Jade Army. Finally, he was sure that these people with towering devil energy were the remnants of the previous dynasty, people from the Saint Devil dynasty. Several experts of the Saint Devil dynasty had their eyes on Lu Ming. This kid is ridiculously strong. He's most likely a genius from the Taishu dynasty. Kill him. Haha. Several black-robed men rushed towards Lu Ming. Their auras were strong. One of them was in the 7th layer of the King God realm, and the other 2 were in the 6th layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming didn't even think about it as he threw out a bunch of talismans. With a burst of crackling and rattling sounds, the black-robed men were disoriented by the explosion, and their bodies were charred black. Lu Ming rushed over, thrusting out his long spear, killing the 3 black-robed men. This 9 Serenities lightning talisman is really useful. I'll have to refine more in the future. Lu Ming pondered. However, there weren't many talismans left from the last time he refined after squandering them during this period of time. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Ming's figure flickered. He didn't dare to fly in the sky. He could only shuttle back and forth on the ground to avoid being targeted. At this moment, several black shadows silently appeared at the entrance of the mine that Lu Ming had just entered. Legend has it that the Undying Demon King is sealed on this planet. The entrance should be here, right? One of them said. My lord, if we let the Undying Demon King out like this, will something big happen? Legend has it that the Undying Demon King is a traitor of the Saint Devil dynasty. He almost overthrew the Saint Devil dynasty and became the emperor himself. Another person said with a trembling voice. According to the legends, the Undying Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. His strength was unparalleled, and he was vicious and merciless. During the golden age of the Saint Devil dynasty, the Undying Demon King rebelled and killed many people. In the end, the Saint Devil dynasty sent out countless experts to fight the Undying Demon King. After suffering heavy casualties, the Undying Demon King was sealed. It wasn't the King of the Demon King, but it wasn't the King of the Divine King. It was a title. At that time, the Saint Devil dynasty was weakened rapidly because of the rebellion of the Undying Demon King. Later, the Taishu dynasty seized the opportunity to destroy them. Otherwise, the Saint Devil dynasty would still be in control of the world. And they were the true descendants of the Saint Devil imperial court. How could they save the traitorous Undying Demon King? No matter what, the Undying Demon King is a member of the Saint Devil dynasty. He has the blood of the royal family of the Saint Devil dynasty flowing in his veins. Given the current situation, with our current strength, we are no match for the Taishu dynasty. Sooner or later, we will be wiped out by them. We might as well release the Undying Demon King and let him lead us to overthrow the Taishu dynasty. The person in front said. That's right, there's no other way. Let's follow the plan and release the Undying Demon King. Another person said. Then, their figures flashed and entered the mine. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the hill where the Undying Demon King was sealed. You are from the Saint Devil dynasty. What are you doing here? A voice came from the hill immediately. The Undying Demon King is still alive. The people from the Saint Devil dynasty were pleasantly surprised. Nonsense, I'm immortal. How could a mere seal be able to kill me? If you save me now, I will give you a great fortune. The voice came from the hill again. Needless to say, the great demon sealed in the hill was the Undying Demon King. Don't worry, Demon King. We are here to save you. One of them said. Then, they took action and attacked the altars around the hill. There were 4 ancient altars around the hill, which were the key to the seal. Boom, the 4 altars quickly crumbled under the attack of external forces. Boom, as soon as the 4 altars collapsed, a terrifying aura burst out from the hill. This aura was as vast as the sea and as terrifying as the boundless universe. It was unfathomable. The experts from the Saint Devil dynasty trembled and almost knelt down. The Undying Demon King is coming out. One of them whispered and thought of various legends. His face was full of horror. Boom. Boom, within the hill, earth-shattering explosions continued to erupt. Waves after waves of terrifying auras continued to erupt and spread out. In an instant, the entire mine could sense it. And this aura was still expanding rapidly. Soon, the entire planet was covered by this aura. That is, Lu Ming, who was running away, was shocked. He turned back and looked at the mine. It's that mine. This aura is, the Great Demon. The Great Demon is coming out. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. At this moment, Biqua and the others were also shocked. Stop them, stop them. Help will be here soon. Biqua shouted and led the Black Jade army to fight with all their might. As for Lu Ming, he sped up, wanting to leave this troublesome place. However, his path ahead was blocked. A few experts with towering demonic chi stood in front of him. This kid is an expert. Don't let him go. A few experts with towering demonic chi walked over. Their eyes were cold and they emitted a powerful aura. The most powerful one among them had reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Lu Ming would not be able to deal with him. Even if he were to rely on array flags and seals, he would not be able to contend with him. Therefore, Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin directly. Get lost if you don't want to die. He shouted coldly. Kid, you're just an ant in the second layer of the king god realm. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. A black-robed man shouted coldly. He stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lu Ming. This man was in the 8th layer of the king god realm. I've given you a chance, Lu Ming murmured. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin shook and the mud on it flew out like raindrops. Puff puff puff, the black-robed men couldn't resist at all. Their bodies were pierced by the mud and looked like a beehive. They screamed in fear. Their bodies decayed quickly. Even the 9th layer of the king god realm was the same. He looked at Lu Ming in fear. Not long after, a few more skeletons appeared. This mud should be used sparingly. Lu Ming looked at the mud on the purple copper coffin. He was heartbroken. Then, he kept the purple copper coffin and continued to move forward. When Lu Ming was far away from the Black Jade Army's mine, he soared into the sky and into space. He randomly chose a direction and flew at high speed. At the same time, the terrifying aura in the Black Jade Army's mine was getting thicker and more oppressive. Eventually, a demonic chi shot up from the ground and into the starry sky. Then, the ground exploded and a figure soared into the sky. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His hair was disheveled and his demonic chi soared to the sky. His violent aura made the entire planet tremble. Ha ha ha, after so many years, I'm finally free. Ha ha ha. The immortal Demon King laughed wildly. The undying Demon King laughed wildly. His aura soared to the sky, shaking the entire planet. The undying Demon King has appeared. The Saint Devil dynasty is going to rise again. Ha ha ha. The remnants of the previous dynasty were overjoyed. Who is that? There is such a terrifying existence in the depths of the mine? The people of the Black Jade Army were shocked. Could it be the demon sealed under the hill? Biqua's eyes moved as he thought of something. I didn't expect that the Saint Devil dynasty would disappear and be replaced by the Bulsh *T Taishu dynasty. But now that I, the undying Demon King, have appeared, the Saint Devil dynasty will reappear in the world. The undying Demon King whispered and then roared to the sky. Endless demonic chi gushed out and turned into a huge demon shadow. This demon phantom was incomparably huge. Its body was as big as half a planet, and it was indomitable. Roar, the demon roared and opened its mouth, bursting out a terrifying devouring force. The devouring force shrouded all directions. Many barbarians around him screamed in horror as they were swallowed by the devouring force. At least a few thousand barbarians were swallowed by the demon's shadow and disappeared. Then, the undying Demon King's aura became stronger. Comfortable, comfortable, again. The undying Demon King laughed and opened his mouth again. A large number of barbarians and some Black Jade Army flew toward the demon's mouth. No, help! Mournful cries rang out one after another. Then, a few thousand barbarians and Black Jade Army were swallowed by the undying Demon King. His aura became stronger. You're courting death. Kill him. Biqua and some of his deputies attacked together. They blasted out terrifying attacks that made the void tremble and pressed toward the undying Demon King. All of them were Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Attacking together, how terrifying was the power! They could shatter a planet all at once. However, the undying Demon King unleashed a gigantic demonic palm that blotted out the sky as it pressed down. The attacks of Biqua and the others were instantly defeated. Their bodies shook violently and flew out into space, spurting out blood. How is that possible? Biqua and the others were shocked. A few brats dare to make a move against me? I'll swallow you all. The immortal Demon King laughed ferociously and took a step forward. His demonic shadow roared and swallowed the barbarians and the Black Jade Army. However, the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were not affected at all. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty were both surprised and delighted. What was shocking was that the undying Demon King was just as brutal as the legends said. As soon as he came out, he devoured the creatures. In just a short while, he had already devoured tens of thousands of creatures. They were happy because the stronger the undying Demon King was, the greater the chance of their Saint Devil imperial court rising. Damn it, Biqua and the others roared in anger. This time, their losses were truly too great. However, they did not dare to approach. The undying Demon King was too terrifying. Reinforcements are here. Suddenly, a deputy general looked into the distance and revealed a joyful expression. Far away in the starry sky, there were two huge battleships flying over. This kind of battleship was a specially made war machine. It could break through the void, and its speed was far above the speed of light. Near the Black Jade Gold Mine, there was also an army of the Taishu dynasty stationed there. The strength of this army was far beyond the Black Jade army. When the remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty attacked the Black Jade Gold Mine, Biqua had sent out a signal for help. Now, the reinforcements were finally here. The remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty were also shocked. With their strength, they were no match for the regular army of the Taishu dynasty. My strength is far from recovered. I'll retreat now. I'll definitely pay a visit to the Taishu holy capital some other day. The undying Demon King smiled ferociously and waved his hand. A huge demonic pagoda flew out and expanded rapidly. All of you, enter the demonic pagoda. I'll take you away. The undying Demon King said. The remnants of the Saint Devil dynasty entered the demonic pagoda one after another. Then, the demonic pagoda turned into a ray of demonic light and disappeared in a flash. When the reinforcements of the Taishu dynasty arrived, the undying Demon King and the people of the Saint Devil dynasty had already disappeared without a trace. Biqua and the others could only report this matter to their superiors. Lu Ming kept flying, wanting to get away from this troublesome place. His speed was amazing. Using the Garuda technique, he was like a Garuda soaring in space. Planets passed by Lu Ming one after another. Finally left. Feeling that he was far away from the Black Jade Gold Mine, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. The mission this time was really dangerous. If Lan Shang hadn't given him a batch of formation flags and seals, and if Bone Devil hadn't taught him to refine a batch of seals, he most likely wouldn't have survived. What other forces do you have in the Abyss Heavenly King residence? Who ordered Biqua? Humph, I'll remember this. One day, I'll make you pay back tenfold. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was ready to leave and return to the Taishu holy capital. But at this moment, his expression changed because a ray of demonic light flashed in front of him. Then, a huge demonic pagoda flew over at an amazing speed. Before Lu Ming could react, the huge demonic pagoda had already appeared in front of him. A ray of demonic light enveloped Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's body was suddenly immobilized. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the demonic pagoda. His eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at Lu Ming. This person was the undying Demon King. Boy, we're really fated to meet again. The undying Demon King smiled ferociously, revealing his snow-white teeth. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized who the voice belonged to. Wasn't it the great demon in the hill under the mine? Senior, congratulations. Congratulations on breaking free and roaming the universe. Lu Ming immediately sucked up to him. Is that so? If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would still be sealed there. The undying Demon King sneered. Obviously, he was implying that Lu Ming didn't save him before. If it weren't for his good luck, he would still be suppressed. Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat and cursed his bad luck in his heart. He didn't know that the other party could break free. If he had known, he would have saved the other party himself. Senior, you've misunderstood. I already knew that you would definitely be able to break free. There was no need for me to intervene at all. Look, you broke free immediately, Lu Ming said with a smile. There was no other way. The other party was too terrifying. The terrifying pressure on him made him unable to even move. The other party could probably kill him with a flick of his finger. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Do you think I'll let you go just because you said that? The undying Demon King sneered. His eyes were filled with demonic chi, like two demonic chi whirlpools, full of unfathomable feeling. But the next moment, the undying Demon King's eyes were filled with surprise. He muttered, "This kid, interesting. He has a lot of secrets. It's a pity to kill him." In front of the undying Demon King, Lu Ming did not have the slightest strength to resist. He was directly brought into the demonic pagoda. Then, the demonic pagoda broke through the air and disappeared. The demonic pagoda was divided into 18 floors. There was no one in the place where Lu Ming was. The undying demon king brought him into the demonic pagoda and disappeared. I'm too unlucky. Lu Ming was speechless and asked the heavens. He had already left the Black Jade Army mine, but now, he had fallen into the hands of the undying demon king. Bone demon, what should I do? Is there any way to get out? Lu Ming asked. There's no way. You can only resign yourself to fate. Bone demon's answer almost made Lu Ming vomit blood. What is the background of this great demon? And who saved him? Is it someone from the Saint Devil Imperial Court? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. He had left long ago, so he did not know the identity of the undying demon king. After guessing for a long time, Lu Ming could not come to a conclusion. He could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, a sudden force acted on Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming found that he had left the demonic pagoda. Lu Ming quickly looked around and found that he was in a huge square. Then, he saw the undying demon king and some other people, all of whom were surging with demonic chi. It's really someone from the Saint Devil Imperial Court. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I've been sealed for many years and my vitality has been greatly damaged. I need to cultivate in seclusion immediately to recover my strength. During this time, stay put and don't disturb me. The undying demon king said. Yes. The people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court nodded repeatedly. And him, then, the undying demon king pointed at Lu Ming and said, during this time, help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave. After that, the undying demon king moved and disappeared directly, looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Then, the people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Who was Lu Ming? They were somewhat puzzled. Lu Ming looked like someone from the Taishu dynasty, but the unkillable demon king asked them to keep an eye on him. He only said that they should not let Lu Ming leave. He did not say whether he was an enemy or a friend. What was the relationship between Lu Ming and the undying demon king? They had no idea either. Little brother, what's your relationship with the immortal demon king? Finally, a big shot from the Saint Devil Imperial Court asked. So that great devil is called the undying devil king. These people are afraid of him. Could it be that the undying devil king is a big shot from the Saint Devil dynasty? Lu Ming guessed in his heart, and his guess was not far from the truth. Seniors, my apologies. Lord Devil King instructed me not to reveal my relationship with him. Lu Ming smiled and began to lie, pretending to be mysterious. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were surprised. They could not figure out the relationship between Lu Ming and the undying demon king. What if Lu Ming and the undying demon king had a very good relationship? Lord Devil King only said not to let him leave. Then we will do as he said. We will not care about other things. When the Devil King comes out of seclusion, he will make a decision. That's right. The people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court secretly discussed and decided that as long as Lu Ming did not leave this place, they would not care about other things. Immediately, they sent people to arrange a residence for Lu Ming. It was a majestic palace, very quiet and suitable for cultivation. Afterward, Lu Ming stayed there for the night. So this is the headquarters of the Saint Devil Imperial Court. The undying demon king is indeed a big shot from the Saint Devil Imperial Court. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed here for 7 days. Here, other than not being able to leave, no one restricted his freedom. He could move freely. In these 7 days, he had learned many things through indirect questioning. This place was not on a planet, but a hidden world. It was very vast and a large number of Saint Devil Imperial Court survivors had gathered here. After countless years of development, the number of people and experts here was shocking. I should cultivate first and take one step at a time. Lu Ming sighed. Since he could not leave, he could only take one step at a time. Anyway, no one restricted his freedom. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in this place. His days were peaceful. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed here for dozens of years. On this day, Lu Ming was wandering around in a demon city. This world was very big. In the vast land, there were many demon cities. It was like a country. The demon city in front of him was the imperial capital of the Saint Devil Imperial Court. Have you heard? Young Prince Feng Lu has broken through to the third King God realm. Tomorrow, he will invite all the geniuses to the Demon Sky Garden. I heard about it too. Young Prince Feng Lu is so young and he has already broken through to the third King God realm. His future is limitless. That's right. It's a pity that I'm not a genius. Otherwise, I would like to join in the fun. Lu Ming had not been wandering around for long when he heard the news. Young Prince Feng Lu, gathering the geniuses? Interesting. Lu Ming was curious. He wanted to see how strong the geniuses of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were. Lu Ming randomly found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. He ate and drank while waiting. He ate and drank for the whole day. The next day, Lu Ming asked around for the location of the Demon Sky Garden and headed there. The entrance of the Demon Sky Garden was very lively. There were all kinds of beast carriages parked there. There were beast carriages pulled by dark Qilin and beast carriages pulled by divine birds. One by one, young men and women walked into the demonic sky garden. They were all geniuses from various places. Lu Ming strode into the Demon Sky Garden and attracted a lot of attention. The geniuses of the Saint Devil Imperial Court mainly cultivated the demon path. They cultivated the demon path's divine skills and demonic qi surged from their bodies. However, Lu Ming did not have any demonic qi on him. Soon, he arrived at a courtyard. There were rows of tables and chairs in the courtyard. There was a lot of food on the tables. Lu Ming casually found a table and sat down, sizing up the surroundings. These geniuses of the Saint Devil Imperial Court are not that strong. Lu Ming muttered. He noticed that most of the geniuses of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were in the first or second King God realm. It was rare to see a third King God realm cultivator. There were even some who were below the King God realm. Who is this kid? Why haven't I seen him before? I haven't seen him before either. Moreover, he doesn't have any demonic qi on him. Where did he come from? Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. I've seen him before. He's always loafing around. Someone said, causing a commotion among the crowd. He doesn't cultivate the demon path. Could he be a good-for-nothing? Who knows? The young master has arrived. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in luxurious clothes. He had an extraordinary aura as he walked in the air. Greetings, young master. Everyone stood up and bowed. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. Congratulations, little prince, for breaking through to the third King God realm. Your future is boundless. Lu Kai presents 2 black jade beads to congratulate little prince. Congratulations, little prince, for breaking through to the third King God realm. Li Mu presents 2 MOU divine paintings to congratulate little prince. Then, the young men went up one by one to present gifts to little Prince Feng Lu. Little Prince Feng Lu accepted them one by one. Not long after, everyone present presented a gift. Except for Lu Ming, of course. Lu Ming was surprised. Did he need to present a gift to attend a party? He didn't prepare anything. Besides, the gifts were all demonic gifts. He didn't have any. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Brother, everyone has presented gifts to little Prince Feng Lu. Didn't you bring anything? Someone asked. Well, I didn't. Lu Ming smiled embarrassedly. Humph, little prince has broken through to the third King God realm. It's a joyous occasion. You didn't even bring a gift. That's disrespectful to little Prince Feng Lu. Do you understand? Someone snorted coldly. This guy has been idling around all day. I think he's just here to get free food and drink. Someone mocked him. Lu Ming frowned and said, I didn't know I had to bring a gift. I'll leave then. Then, Lu Ming stood up and prepared to leave. He had come here out of curiosity. Since they didn't welcome him, he would just leave. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the exit. You came and left as you pleased. You didn't even apologize. You didn't put little Prince Feng Lu in your eyes. Kneel down and admit your mistake, someone shouted. Someone shouted coldly, releasing a powerful aura. He leaped into the air and pressed down on Lu Ming like a huge mountain. When Lu Ming stood up and was about to leave, Feng Lu looked unhappy. Feng Lu saw it, so he seized the opportunity to flatter him. Feng Lu was also in the first king god realm. His aura was terrifying. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, this level of cultivation was not enough. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His divine power condensed into a long spear, and he pulled it back, directly striking the other party's palm. The other party's body shook violently, and he retreated a dozen or so steps before he could steady himself. He was in a sorry state. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the other party would already be dead. I'm warning you, don't mess with me, Lu Ming said coldly. You are courting death. The young man felt that he had lost face after being forced back. He roared, and his demonic chi erupted. He used his strongest move, and his entire person was like a demonic tiger, pouncing towards Lu Ming. His energy surged and roared like thunder. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. Bang! Lu Ming pulled out his spear once again. A huge spear light, as big as a mountain, came crashing down. The demonic tiger formed by the other party was immediately destroyed. Then, the huge spear light pressed down on the other party's body. With a plop, the person knelt down in front of Lu Ming. His face was even smashed into the ground. He was eaten. Shit. It was too horrible to look at. Many people on the scene were stunned. That young man was the son of the dual-guarding Duke of the Saint Devil dynasty. Lu Ming had forced him to kneel down in front of him. How bold. I know who he is. I heard that he was brought in from the outside. Some people think that he's from the Taishu dynasty. What? A bastard from the Taishu dynasty? No wonder he doesn't have any demonic chi. He's from the Taishu dynasty. How dare he be so arrogant? How dare he? Suppress him. The scene was in an uproar. Kid, you've got guts. Let's see what you're made of. A cold voice arose. Then, a figure dashed towards Lu Ming. Another person took action. This person's cultivation base was even stronger. He had reached the second sky of the king god realm. Moreover, he had awakened the god origin. The person threw out a palm. His palm was covered with a layer of demonic armor. It was very powerful and he wanted to kill Lu Ming with a single strike. However, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The spear light was like a shooting star, piercing through the person's palm. The person screamed in pain and retreated. Blood flowed out of his body. Is this the genius of the Saint Devil dynasty? He's really weak, Lu Ming muttered. His words caused a commotion. What? What did you say? How arrogant. Let's kill him together. Many geniuses roared. Boom, at that moment, a powerful aura burst out. It came from young Prince Feng Lu. Young Prince Feng Lu stood up. Demonic chi rolled out of him. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Ming coldly. You've gone too far. Bind your hands and kneel down to accept your punishment, young Prince Feng Lu said indifferently. His tone was completely that of a superior, ordering a servant, ordering a slave. Lu Ming almost laughed. Idiot, Lu Ming said and turned around to leave. Young Prince Feng Lu's face suddenly became gloomy. Killing intent surged in his eyes. You from the Taishu dynasty? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant here, young Prince Feng Lu shouted coldly. His body shot out and he released his full strength. An ancient aura filled the air. Third layer Divine King Realm and his origin Divine Power Factor had been awakened twice. Lu Ming immediately judged young Prince Feng Lu's strength. This kind of strength was extremely powerful. When the Taishu Imperial Family Sacred Institute was held, this kind of strength was considered a second-tier genius. However, things were different now. For the current Lu Ming, this kind of strength was still not enough. Lu Ming now had 10 types of divine-grade divine power and had awakened his origin Divine Power Factor twice. After activating the battle character manual, his combat strength increased by 4 times. With 10 types of divine power circulating, Lu Ming threw out another spear attack. Boom, the void shook violently. The spear light was extremely overbearing and it pressed down on young Prince Feng Lu. Young Prince Feng Lu threw out a dozen punches at the spear light. However, the moment they collided, the light collapsed. Young Prince Feng Lu was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Attack together and suppress this person. Young Prince Feng Lu roared, his face twisted. Not only did this person go against him, he even dared to injure him. He deserved to die. Attack together and kill. Kill. All the geniuses at the first layer Divine King realm and above attacked Lu Ming. There were more than 100 of them. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think I'm easy to bully. Lu Ming's face turned cold. The Sovereign's Gate appeared above his head and it emitted a powerful suction force. Then, Lu Ming shot up into the sky and his spear continued to attack. Bang! 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 Over 100 geniuses couldn't withstand a single blow. Their bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. They all cried out in pain like dying dogs. In the end, young Prince Feng Lu was the same. He was severely injured and was beaten to the ground. The remaining geniuses below the Divine King realm were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. So many geniuses were defeated by Lu Ming in an instant. How strong is Lu Ming? Ah, kid, just you wait. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Young Prince Feng Lu roared and got up to leave. Did I say you could leave? Stay here obediently. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed young Prince Feng Lu, slamming him to the ground. Then, he grabbed the other geniuses who were beaten up and piled them into a small mountain. These geniuses were all people with great backgrounds. If they were allowed to leave, Lu Ming would definitely face revenge. Therefore, Lu Ming had to think of a way to deal with the revenge. First of all, he couldn't let these people leave. You're courting death. Let us go quickly. Those geniuses roared. Are all the people from the Saint Devil dynasty like this? They'll probably never be a match for the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming muttered. Boom. Boom, at this moment, a powerful aura came from the sky. Experts had arrived. Just now, someone had already spread the news, and the experts guarding the area immediately rushed over. When these experts arrived and saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. What was going on? A pile of geniuses was piled up, and Lu Ming was standing on top of them, trampling them under his feet. Then, they saw young Prince Feng Lu being suppressed at the bottom. His body was twitching and foaming at the mouth. They were shocked and then roared, Kid, how dare you treat young Prince Feng Lu like this? You're courting death. I'll kill you. Several experts roared and were about to attack Lu Ming. If you dare to attack, I'll kill them immediately. The spear in Lu Ming's hand emitted a cold light, pointing at young Prince Feng Lu and the others. That expert immediately froze, not daring to attack, afraid that Lu Ming would kill young Prince Feng Lu and the others. Kid, you can't leave. If you dare to attack, you'll have to be punished. Which family are you from? Why don't you have demonic qi? The experts sized up Lu Ming and found that there was no demonic qi on Lu Ming's body. They were surprised. He's an outsider from the Taishu dynasty. Someone roared. What? People from the Taishu dynasty? How is that possible? Those experts were shocked. You're the ones who are from the Taishu dynasty. Why don't you think about it? If I were from the Taishu dynasty, how would I get in here? Why hasn't anyone done anything to me? How can I live so well? Lu Ming asked. Those people immediately shut their mouths. In fact, they had only heard about it and had no evidence. The other experts also revealed puzzled looks. Lu Ming was right. If he really was from the Taishu dynasty, he would have been killed long ago. How could he have survived? Boom. Boom, at this moment, powerful auras came from all directions of the demonic sky garden. Then, powerful existences stepped into the air and appeared above the demonic sky garden. These people were the family members of those geniuses. Father, save me. Master, save me. Kill this brat. Uncle, save me. The geniuses that Lu Ming had trampled on started shouting excitedly when they saw these people arrive. What's going on? Brat, how dare you? In particular, the uncle of little Prince Feng Lu hollered, his murderous intent as cold as a knife. If not for the fact that little Prince Feng Lu was being stepped on by Lu Ming and his life was in Lu Ming's hands, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. Young Prince Feng Lu's father was a prince with real power. He had the royal bloodline of the Saint Devil dynasty. Now that Lu Ming had trampled on him, it was a slap to the face of the Saint Devil dynasty's royal family. It would be strange if he was not angry. It's him. However, some of them recognized Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming was brought back by the undying demon lord. Little brother, you've gone overboard. Even if you were brought back by the undying demon lord, you should be punished for this. Let them go. A middle-aged man said coldly. As soon as he said that, the others were shocked. Lu Ming was brought back by the undying demon lord. What was his relationship with the undying demon lord? Now, everyone in the Saint Devil dynasty knew that the undying demon lord had come out and was in seclusion. The undying demon lord was the hope of the Saint Devil dynasty. The rise of the Saint Devil dynasty depended on the undying demon lord. So what if he was brought back by the demon lord? How dare he trample on young Prince Feng Lu? He should be punished. At the very least, his cultivation should be crippled. Feng Lu's uncle said coldly. What did you just say? You want to cripple my cultivation? How dare you? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly yelled. Everyone looked at one another. How dare he? Who was the one with the bigger guts? Do you know my relationship with the undying demon lord? Do you know why he brought me here? Lu Ming asked several questions. Everyone was silent. Many people's expressions changed. They were all guessing the relationship between Lu Ming and the undying demon lord. Let me tell you. I am the demon lord's disciple, his personal disciple. Do you understand? Lu Ming said loudly. When he lied, his face was not red and his heart was not racing. What? You are the demon lord's disciple? Or his personal disciple? Impossible. If you are the demon lord's personal disciple, why don't you have any demonic chi? You are clearly not cultivating demonic cultivation techniques. Some experts were doubtful. Nonsense. Let me tell you. I am the disciple of the demon lord's master. The demon lord saw that my talent was unparalleled, and my future was limitless. He insisted on taking me as his personal disciple. I was not willing at first, but my master begged me and I agreed. Because my master was sealed for too long, his vitality was greatly damaged. When he came back, he went into seclusion to cultivate. How could he have time to teach me? Isn't it normal that I don't know any demonic cultivation techniques? When Lu Ming bragged, he did not blush or have his heart skip a beat. A lot of people were bewildered. It is possible. I remember that when the demon lord brought us back, he stopped for a while. Could it be that he wanted to take this person as his disciple? An expert who had been to the Black Jade gold mine said. This person is so young, but he has already awakened the origin source secret technique. His talent is indeed amazing. Maybe he really is the demon lord's disciple. Otherwise, why would the demon lord bring him here? Those experts discussed with each other. The more they talked, the more they felt that Lu Ming was the undying demon lord's disciple. Do these people really believe me? Lu Ming muttered. He had no choice. If he did not pull out the undying demon lord, he would probably be killed by the experts behind these geniuses. Anyway, the undying demon lord's vitality was greatly damaged. He did not know how long he would be in seclusion. He had to calm these people down first. The experts present looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If Lu Ming was really the undying demon lord's disciple, then his identity would be completely different. What little prince? That was not enough at all. To put it bluntly, the current Saint Devil dynasty was just struggling at death's door. They were in hiding, and their strength could not be compared to their peak in the past. All in all, the Saint Devil dynasty had placed all their hopes on the undying demon king. Moreover, the undying demon king was a terrifying existence. Even the so-called imperial family of the Saint Devil dynasty had to be respectful in front of the undying Demon King. If Lu Ming was really the undying Demon King's favored disciple, it would be terrible. These people didn't dare to offend Lu Ming. When the undying Demon King came out of seclusion, these people wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from him. The experts present looked at each other, not knowing what to do at this moment. Then what are you going to do with them? Finally, someone asked, pointing at Lu Ming. Of course, his tone was much gentler. He didn't dare to shout at Lu Ming aggressively. He just asked Lu Ming how to deal with them. To be honest, these people have offended me. With my previous temper, I would have slapped them to death, Lu Ming spoke. However, as soon as he said this, not only the older generation powerhouses, but the elites under Lu Ming's feet were also shocked. Some of them were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. If not for the fact that they clamped their legs together tightly, they would have peed in their pants. Don't kill us. Uncle, save us. Save us. Some of them screamed, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. But, at this moment, Lu Ming's tone changed. But I'm in a good mood these days. I don't want to be stained with blood. I can spare them, thank you so much, Lu Ming, young Master Lu Ming. Those experts were overjoyed. Before Lu Ming could finish, some of them had already cupped their fists to thank him. I haven't finished. Why are you in such a hurry? I said I wouldn't kill them, but I didn't say I would let them go. If you want to let them go, give me some treasures in exchange. Lu Ming waved his hand and said indifferently. Treasures in exchange? What treasures does young Master Lu Ming need? Someone asked. It's simple. This kid is only in the first heaven of the Divine King realm. Give me 10 top-grade 5th level divine weapons. Lu Ming pointed at a young man and said. What? 10 top-grade 5th level divine artifacts? Why don't you just rob someone? The elder of the young man roared. Watch your words. What do you mean by snatch? That's so unpleasant to hear. We're all cultured people. Can't you be more elegant? I'll call it bartering, understand? Moreover, this brat is a prodigy. In the future, his cultivation will at least be able to mix in with peak Divine King. Who knows, he might even be lucky enough to charge into the Divine Lord realm. Could it be that he's not worth 10 top-grade tier 5 divine artifacts? If you think it's not worth it, then I'll kill him. Lu Ming said indifferently. Worth it, I'll trade. The elder of the young man gritted his teeth and agreed. His heart was filled with killing intent. If it weren't for his misgivings about Lu Ming's identity, he probably would have slapped Lu Ming to death. He has the cultivation base of the second sky of the King God realm, and he has 10 top-quality 7th level divine weapons. She has the cultivation base of the second sky of King God realm, and she's so beautiful. She has 10 top-quality 8th level divine weapons. Lu Ming pointed at the young men and women and named the price one by one. Although the elders of the young men were unwilling, they all agreed in the end. These young men were very talented. Although they weren't the strongest in their respective factions, they weren't far from it. They all had the potential to become divine lords in the future. In the end, they could only lower their heads and trade with Lu Ming. Because of Lu Ming's identity, they didn't dare to make a move. However, they were already cursing in their hearts. Especially when Lu Ming named the girls, he would add the word I have pity every time. However, when they saw the bruises on the faces of the young women, they couldn't bear to look at them. How could Lu Ming feel pity for them at all? They were so angry that their chests were stuffy. Alright, I've named the price. Let's exchange the money and exchange the goods. This guy, give me 10 top-grade tier 5 divine artifacts first. Lu Ming carried a young man as if he was carrying a chicken. Ah! The young man roared and bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He wanted to attack Lu Ming, but they were selling him like goods. He couldn't stand such humiliation. However, in the next moment, the young man immediately became obedient. He didn't dare to utter a word. This was because Lu Ming said flatly, if you scream like a pig being slaughtered again, I'll strip you naked and parade you through the streets. This sentence was extremely lethal. It wasn't just this young man. The other young men also became obedient. This was especially true for the girls. If that really happened, it would be worse than killing them. I'll give it to you. The elder of the young man in Lu Ming's hand tossed a storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 10 top-grade Tier 5 divine artifacts inside. Here. Lu Ming tossed the young man in his hand to the expert. Then, he continued to trade with another young man. Just like that, Lu Ming spent half an hour trading with all the young men. I've made a killing. I've made a killing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There were more than 100 young men in total. All of them were at least in the first layer of the King God realm and above. They were all top-grade Tier 5 divine artifacts. Lu Ming's divine artifacts were piled up like a mountain. He had really made a killing. Lu Ming had traded so many divine artifacts for Xiaoqiu's sake. In the dozens of years since Lu Ming had arrived at the Saint Devil dynasty, Xiaoqiu had finally advanced to the 5th layer of the King God realm. After reaching the 5th layer of the King God realm, Xiaoqiu's appetite had increased greatly. The divine artifacts he ate were at least top-grade Tier 5 divine artifacts or fragments of top-grade Tier 5 divine artifacts. The low-grade ones didn't have much effect. Lu Ming had a headache dealing with such a big appetite. Naturally, he had to seize this opportunity to give Xiaoqiu some food. With these divine artifacts, Xiaoqiu would be able to eat for a while. Looking at Lu Ming's beaming face, the experts gritted their teeth and trembled slightly. They couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming on the spot. However, they were really worried about the Undying Demon King. If Lu Ming was really the Undying Demon King's disciple, it would be a big deal. Even if he's the Demon King's disciple, it's not our place to make a move on him. However, the younger generation can. It's normal for the younger generation to be killed when they compete with each other. One of young Prince Feng Lu's uncles said coldly. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. That's right. Even if he's the Undying Demon King's disciple, the younger generation can still compete with each other. Some people were filled with killing intent. As for young Prince Feng Lu, he glared at Lu Ming and said, "Lad, do you think you are very powerful? Let me tell you, it's because the true geniuses here have all entered the Demon Palace to cultivate. Look at the time, some of them should be coming out soon. When that time comes, you'll die." "Oh? There are more geniuses? Really?" Lu Ming said, his eyes shining brightly. He was excited when he heard that. There are other geniuses? Great, I can suppress them and get some treasures. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. There's news. My cousin, Tang Hao, will come out of seclusion in 3 days from the Demon Palace. He has announced that he will defeat Lu Ming and trample him under his feet. Suddenly, one of the young men shouted excitedly. What? Tang Hao is coming out of seclusion? Great! Great! Tang Hao has been cultivating in the Demon Palace for 100 years. He must have awakened his origin secret skill. He will definitely be able to defeat this person. Great! This brat is finally going to be defeated. Let's see how long he can remain arrogant. The other young men were overjoyed when they heard the news. They seemed to be very confident in Tang Hao. Brat, my cousin, Tang Hao, has challenged you to a battle in 3 days. Do you dare to accept the challenge? A young man with a swollen face and a swollen nose looked arrogantly at Lu Ming and taunted him. Of course, I will accept the challenge. These are divine artifacts. No, let's see how arrogant he is. Lu Ming nodded immediately. He was very excited. He had almost blurted out his thoughts and exposed them. Also, I will wait for him here. Tell him to come to the Demon Sky Garden in 3 days. Lu Ming said. After saying that, Lu Ming found a seat and sat down. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank slowly. Just you wait. The young man said to Lu Ming. Then, some of the young men left to find a place to recuperate. At the same time, the news spread like a whirlwind. Firstly, Lu Ming had defeated young Prince Feng Lu and more than 100 other geniuses, which shocked many people. Later on, the news that Lu Ming was the disciple of the Undying Demon King shocked many people. When they found out that Tang Hao was coming out of the demonic palace to challenge Lu Ming 3 days later, more people gathered at the demonic sky garden to watch the battle. At this time, Lu Ming also learned about the situation from the others. More than 100 years ago, the demon palace, the cultivation sanctuary of the Saint Devil dynasty, was opened. At that time, a grand event was held and all the geniuses of the Saint Devil dynasty participated. In the end, the most outstanding geniuses were selected to enter the demon palace to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for 100 years. Lu Ming came to a realization. No wonder those geniuses from before were so weak. If the Saint Devil dynasty were all like that, then the difference was too great. There was no way they could be compared to the Taishu dynasty. It should be noted that the geniuses of the Taishu dynasty were not limited to Lu Ming's group who had participated in the Taishu Imperial Academy. There was also the previous group of geniuses who could be considered as part of the younger generation. However, in terms of age, they were slightly older than Lu Ming's group. It turned out that the stronger geniuses of the Saint Devil dynasty had entered the Devil Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming waited quietly. More and more people came to the Devil Sky Garden. The young men who were beaten up by Lu Ming had also recovered from their injuries and returned to the Devil Sky Garden. Tang Hao is here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and a tall and sturdy young man stepped through the air. The young man was 2 meters tall. He had a buzz cut and bulging muscles like a wild beast. He gave people a strong sense of oppression. This was Tang Hao, the top genius of the younger generation of the Saint Devil dynasty. Boom, when Tang Hao landed. On the ground, it was as if a mountain had crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake. You're Lu Ming? The Undying Demon King's disciple? Tang Hao stared at Lu Ming, his eyes glinting maliciously. That's right. Lu Ming replied indifferently. I don't believe it. The Undying Demon King is one of the strongest experts in the history of the Saint Devil dynasty. Why would he accept you as his disciple? If he were to accept someone, he would accept a genius from the Saint Devil dynasty. Tang Hao said, his eyes glinting maliciously. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. However, if I hit you too hard, I won't be responsible for your death. Lu Ming said indifferently, looking down on Tang Hao. This brat has such big words. He's really arrogant. That's right. Who is Tang Hao? He has reached the 3rd heaven of the King God realm a long time ago. Young Prince Feng Lu can't compare to him. This kid is so arrogant. He's asking for a beating. I really want to beat him up. Don't. I heard that he's the Undying Demon King's disciple. You're not from the younger generation. If you bully him, the Undying Demon King will bully you in the future. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty didn't like Lu Ming. However, they could only criticize him. No one dared to attack Lu Ming. Arrogant. I hope you have what it takes to be arrogant. Tang Hao's eyes glinted maliciously like a wild beast. Boom, he took a step forward. Demonic chi soared to the sky. His muscles bulged as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. The fist energy broke through the air, causing the void to shake violently. It formed a terrifying fist pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. As soon as Tang Hao attacked, Lu Ming had a rough idea of Tang Hao's strength. Tang Hao was at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the King God realm. He had awakened the divine origin twice. However, Lu Ming didn't think much of Tang Hao's strength. Lu Ming released his divine origin power and threw a punch at Tang Hao. Fist against fist, their fists were like 2 huge mountains clashing together. An intense explosion sounded out, and the resulting shockwaves shot out in all directions, causing the surrounding people to continuously retreat. Then, a figure retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps. Naturally, the person retreating was Tang Hao. With your strength, I can beat 100 of you. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Arrogant. Heavenly Demons 3 transformations, Human Demon transformation. Tang Hao roared. His body began to emit a terrifying black light. Then, his body began to swell, and his bones began to creak. In the next moment, scarlet bone spikes emerged from his body. They looked extremely ferocious. It's the Heavenly Demons 3 transformations, Human Demon transformation. Tang Hao is finally using this move. The Heavenly Demon's 3 transformations is extremely powerful. However, only a few people can cultivate it successfully. Let's see how that kid deals with it. Many people exclaimed. They knew how terrifying this move was. Bang! Tang Hao stomped on the ground. His entire body shot towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. Then, he threw a punch at Lu Ming. His power was much stronger than before. There was a scarlet bone spike in front of his fist. It was sharper than a sword. However, Lu Ming's attack was simple. He used his finger as a spear. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of his finger. Then, a spear light shot out. This spear light had gathered 10 different kinds of divine power and 10 kinds of divine power of the origin. Its power was extremely strong. Clang, the spear light collided with the bone spike on Tang Hao's fist. Then, Tang Hao's body shook uncontrollably. He was forced back again. How could this be? Many people couldn't believe it. Tang Hao had used the Heavenly Demon's 3 transformations, the Human Demon transformation. However, he still wasn't Lu Ming's opponent. Tang Hao was also shocked. His heart was in a perilous situation. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd King God realm. In the entire Saint Devil dynasty, there were less than 3 people who had the same fighting strength. Do you still have any trump cards? Show me all of them. Lu Ming said indifferently. After exchanging a blow with Tang Hao, he realized that the Heavenly Demon's 3 transformations had a similar effect to the battle character art. It could instantly increase one's battle strength. However, even if Tang Hao's battle strength had increased, it was still not worth mentioning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was much stronger than when he had participated in the Great Void Imperial Family's Holy Institute. When he had participated in the Great Void Imperial Family's Holy Institute, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only in the 1st King God realm. Now, he had reached the peak of the 2nd King God realm. At that time, Lu Ming had 10 types of divine-grade divine powers. Only the Sovereign Divine Power had a 2nd awakening. The other 7 types had a 1st awakening. The other 2 types had not even awakened. Now, all 10 types of divine powers had a 2nd awakening. In addition, his divine skills and secret techniques had also improved greatly. His overall strength was much stronger than before. At that time, Lu Ming had needed to expend some effort to deal with a genius like Tang Hao. Now, he did not even need to use his ancient god body or secret technique of origin. Lu Ming did not immediately use his full strength to suppress Tang Hao because he was curious about the secret techniques and divine skills of the Saint Devil dynasty. He wanted to see what kind of secret techniques and divine skills his opponent had. Kid, you're really strong. However, I haven't used my full strength yet. Look at my strongest move, Demonic Mountain. Tang Hao roared. Demonic chi surged. Finally, a pitch-black demonic mountain appeared above his head. The demonic mountain was tall and heavy. Its aura was wild. An ancient and desolate aura burst out. This is secret technique of origin. Someone exclaimed. It's really the secret technique of origin. Tang Hao has really awakened the secret technique of origin after secluding himself in the demonic palace for 100 years. How terrifying. Once the secret technique of origin is used, he is invincible. That kid is going to lose. Many experts of the Saint Devil dynasty were excited. They felt that Tang Hao could finally suppress Lu Ming. He has awakened the secret technique of origin. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Tang Hao was not weak. At this level of strength, he could have entered the top 20 or even the top 10 during the Great Void Imperial Family's Holy Institute's Holy Institute. Interesting, the Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming growled, instantly activating the battle formula to quadruple his battle prowess. He punched out with both fists, and 2 claw divine dragons rushed out in succession. 2 huge 9-clawed dragons charged upwards and collided with the huge demon mountain. After 2 booms, the 2 claws shook violently and then exploded. You can't block my demon mountain. Suppress. Tang Hao hollered as he stood on top of the devil mountain like a devil lord. His aura was oppressive, and the devil chi in his body was constantly channeled into the devil mountain. The devil mountain continued to press down on Lu Ming. That kid is finally at a disadvantage. He's going to lose. Many people shouted excitedly, especially those Heaven's Prides who had been beaten up by Lu Ming. They shouted excitedly, hoping to see Lu Ming get beaten up by Tang Hao. Who told you that I was going to lose? I was just warming up. Watch carefully, Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming's disdainful voice rang out. Then, his fists continuously blasted out. Roar. Roar, dragon roars could be heard continuously as a vast dragon might erupted. Dragon chi boiled as 9-clawed divine dragons formed in the sky. 1, 2, 3, in the end, there were a total of 27 9-clawed dragons. In fact, Lu Ming could form 49 of them at once, but it wasn't necessary to deal with Tang Hao. 20 huge 9-clawed dragons pounced on the Devil Mountain one after another. It was a spectacular sight. 27 9-clawed dragons exploded consecutively. The force was so shocking that the Devil Mountain shook violently. On top of the Devil Mountain, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. His body was trembling as if he was under great pressure. Boom, after a few breaths, the Devil Mountain couldn't take it anymore and exploded with a boom. Puff, Tang Hao gulped down a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. Come back! Lu Ming shouted as he soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's origin secret technique was broken. He coughed up blood and retreated. It was difficult for him to form the Devil Mountain again. He could only use the Heavenly Devil Constipation technique to attack Lu Ming's huge hand. However, the 9 ice shackles silently flew out and coiled around Tang Hao. Then, the ice shackle swung around and smashed Tang Hao heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground felt like it was smashed by a huge mountain. Tang Hao screamed as his bones cracked. He didn't know how many of them were broken. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure moved and descended from the sky. He stepped on Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao screamed as he completely lost the ability to resist. The scene was silent. Fast, too fast, just a moment ago, they thought that Tang Hao could suppress Lu Ming. Just when they were rejoicing, Lu Ming blasted out dozens of 9-clawed dragons and heavily injured Tang Hao. All of this happened in a few breaths. Tang Hao lost? Someone asked. His voice was hoarse and he still couldn't believe it. Tang Hao was a supreme talent who had awakened the origin secret technique. With such combat strength, he was defeated by Lu Ming, who was at a higher level. This was unbelievable. In the entire Saint Demon Imperial Court, there was only one person who could do this. Everyone thought to themselves. This guy said that he is the disciple of the Undying Demon King. Maybe it's true. Yes, with such talent, it's normal for the Undying Demon King to think highly of him. After this battle, many people believed that Lu Ming might really be the disciple of the Undying Demon King. With such talent, many experts would be envious and fight to take him in as their disciple. Others were shocked, but Lu Ming didn't think it was strange. Although Tang Hao was strong, he couldn't compare with Chu Chun-kong, Yi Jifan, Su Wuya, and the others at the same level. He couldn't compare with Autumn Moon, let alone the unfathomable Di Jianni. When the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Academy was held, Lu Ming could defeat him with his combat strength. Now, do you think I'm still arrogant? Lu Ming stepped on Tang Hao's body and looked down at him. Tang Hao was furious. He wanted to resist, but Lu Ming's foot was like a mountain, making it difficult for him to move. Don't move, or I'll strip you and parade you through the streets, Lu Ming said, and Tang Hao shut up. Lu Ming, let go of Tang Hao, a white-haired elder shouted. He was Tang Hao's elder. Tang Hao was the top supreme talent in this force. It was a great humiliation for him to be stepped on in public. I'll definitely release it, but it depends on what you want. Lu Ming smiled with a harmless expression on his face. Many people's faces twitched. Obviously, Lu Ming was going to ask for treasures again. You name a price. Tang Hao's elder had no choice but to ask. He couldn't do anything when he met someone like Lu Ming, who might be the disciple of the Undying Demon King. That's easy. I need some cold treasures. Bring me some cold treasures. Lu Ming said. This time, he needed some cold treasures to neutralize the energy of the stellar core. Cold treasures? I don't have any. I need to go back to my family to apply. The white-haired old man said. Go ahead. I'll wait here. Lu Ming said. He had no intention of letting Tang Hao go. The old man had no choice but to leave his family to apply for the cold treasures. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long before the white-haired old man returned. This is the cold treasure you asked for. A pitch-black rock appeared in the white-haired old man's hand. As soon as he took it out, it radiated with a terrifyingly low temperature, causing the temperature to plummet to a shocking level. Even a few god kings who had just become god kings shivered. Good treasure. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The stone's temperature was shockingly low. It was definitely one of the best cold treasures. It could definitely neutralize a large amount of energy from the stellar core. The white-haired old man threw the black stone to Lu Ming. A ray of light shot out from Lu Ming's glabella and the black stone disappeared. It had been swallowed by the quantifying character formula. Haha, this cold treasure is good. The energy it neutralizes is enough for you to break through to the fourth heaven of the Divine King realm. The quantifying character formula laughed. Lu Ming was also delighted. He grabbed Tang Hao and threw him to the white-haired old man. Here you go. If you have any other geniuses, feel free to look for me. Lu Ming said with a smile. In his opinion, those geniuses who had challenged him were all treasures. This guy, the others were speechless. They gritted their teeth when they saw Lu Ming's greedy look. Then, Lu Ming ignored them and sat down with his legs crossed. With the cold treasure, the quantifying character formula could refine the energy of the stellar core very quickly. Pure energy kept flowing into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the heaven and earth 10,000 Dao art and transformed the energy into divine power. Soon, there were not many people left in the vicinity of the demonic sky garden. Of course, there were still a few people who stayed nearby to observe, hoping that a stronger prodigy would appear to suppress Lu Ming. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming stayed in the Devil Sky Garden for an entire year. On this day, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted a powerful fluctuation. But as soon as this fluctuation appeared, it was suppressed by Lu Ming. Third King God Realm, Lu Ming smiled. After 1 year of cultivation, he had used the extremely cold treasure to neutralize a large amount of energy from the nucleus of a star. Finally, he had broken through to the third sky of King God Realm. It was mainly because Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the peak of the second sky of King God Realm. He wasn't far from the third sky of King God Realm. That was why he could break through so quickly. As his cultivation base had reached the third sky of King God Realm, Lu Ming's competence had increased a lot. Old Liang, how much energy is left in the star nucleus? Lu Ming asked. When he had obtained the star nucleus from the early heavenly God realm, the energy from the star nucleus had helped him break through. Now that he had reached the third sky of King God realm, he had consumed a large amount of energy. Lu Ming was worried about how much energy was left in the star nucleus. Based on the 10 types of divine power you have now, the remaining energy is enough for you to break through to the 7th sky of King God realm. Liang Ju said. I can only reach the 7th sky of King God realm? Lu Ming muttered. That's normal. Every time you break through, you consume more energy than others. The energy from the star nucleus is enough for an ordinary cultivator to break through to the 1st sky of King God realm. But for you, you can only break through to the 7th sky of King God realm. Liang Ju said. Lu Ming nodded helplessly. Back then, Long Zhoushan had wanted to use the star nucleus to restore Yu Long's strength to its peak. It was obvious that the star nucleus contained a large amount of energy. Unfortunately, Lu Ming needed too much energy to break through. If there's a chance, I'll have to gather more resources. Otherwise, once the energy from the star nucleus is used up, my cultivation speed will be as slow as a tortoise's. Lu Ming thought to himself. He then continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base. At this time, another piece of news came from outside the Devil Sky Garden. Another prodigy walked out of the Devil Palace. This time, there were 2 prodigies. Their strength and fame were above Tang Hao's. When the 2 prodigies found out about Lu Ming, they said that they would personally suppress Lu Ming. Their words caused a huge commotion. The area around the Devil's Sky Garden became lively again. Many people gathered to see Lu Ming being suppressed. Lu Ming naturally noticed the change. Why is it so lively all of a sudden? Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked around, feeling a little surprised. That was because there were many figures in the sky around him. He's here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Then, a figure stepped on the sky and landed on the courtyard where Lu Ming was. He did not bother to hide his powerful aura. It formed a mountain-like pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. Fourth layer Divine King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Song Lu, you're here early. However, this person is mine. At this time, a voice came from another direction. Before the voice died away, a red light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky above the courtyard. The figure was wearing a blood-red robe and was surrounded by blood-red demonic chi. It's the blood demon. Someone exclaimed. It's indeed Song Lu and the blood demon. Let's see how arrogant that kid is. That's right. Song Lu and the blood demon are much stronger than Tang Hao. They can easily suppress this person. Many people nearby were excited. They were eager to see the scene of Lu Ming being suppressed. However, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. 2 more are here. Very good. Lu Ming whispered. In his eyes, those 2 were not supreme talents but treasures. Blood demon, I'm 1 step ahead of you. This person is mine. The young man who came first looked at the blood demon and said coldly. You came first, so he's yours? This person injured one of the supreme talents of the blood demon family and even took the opportunity to blackmail us. I must suppress him personally and make him kneel on the ground like a dead dog. The blood demon said. His eyes were filled with cold and murderous intent. You guys talk too much. Stop fighting. Come at me together. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a little impatient and he shouted loudly. He wanted to get rid of those 2 as soon as possible so that he could exchange for treasures. Arrogant. Blood demon kill. The blood demon bellowed furiously. Crimson light permeated the air. With a wave of his hand, a crimson light flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming waved his hand and a few 9-clawed dragon flew out and blocked the blood demon's blood-red light. Since you can defeat Tang Hao, you must have some ability. I'll let you have a taste of my infinite blood demon. The blood demon shouted and his strength was fully unleashed. Infinite blood-red light filled the air. Then, a sharp sound was heard. Blood-red shadows rushed out towards Lu Ming. Blood-red shadows rushed towards Lu Ming. These shadows were the blood demon's secret origin technique, infinite blood demon. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light flew out, destroying one of the blood-red shadows. However, after the blood-red shadows were destroyed, they reformed and continued to attack Lu Ming. In an instant, at least 100 blood-red shadows pounced towards Lu Ming. Each one of them had astonishing strength. Lu Ming punched out with both fists. This time, a total of 49 9-clawed dragons appeared. Dragon roars shook the sky as they attacked the blood-red shadows. Those blood-red shadows were constantly destroyed, but in the next moment, they reformed again. It's useless. My infinite blood demon is indestructible. The blood demon laughed wildly. The blood-red light on his body became denser and denser. More blood-red shadows condensed and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming's face was calm. Nothing was truly indestructible. The so-called indestructible was relative. If one's strength exceeded a certain range, even the so-called indestructible would be destroyed. Lu Ming circulated his sovereign's god force. An ancient stone door appeared above his head. It was the sovereign's gate. It's an origin technique. This kid really has mastered an origin technique. Many people exclaimed. This was because Lu Ming did not perform the secret skill of the origin at all. If he was already so powerful without using his source energy secret technique, how powerful would he be after using his source energy secret technique? Boom! The sovereign's gate grew to 100 zhang tall and emitted a powerful suction force. The blood-red shadows were attracted to the sovereign's gate and approached it. Even if the blood demon tried his best, it was useless. Then, the sovereign's gate pressed down like an ancient mountain, suppressing the blood-red shadows. The blood-red shadows dispersed. This time, after the blood-red shadows dispersed, they did not reform again. The blood demon's body shook violently as he retreated. Is this indestructible? Isn't it destroyed too? Lu Ming said indifferently. The sovereign's gate continued to suppress the blood-red shadows. Soon, all the crimson shadows were destroyed. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a boundless aura surged towards the blood demon. The blood demon felt as though he had been hit by a mountain, and his body retreated rapidly. Song Lu, let's attack together. Quick, let's attack together and suppress this person. The blood demon roared anxiously. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he was extremely shocked and furious. Savage Cage. Without any hesitation, Song Lu unleashed his origin source secret technique as well. A gigantic cage, incomparably ancient, came crashing down on Lu Ming, intending to trap Lu Ming within the cage. To be honest, Master Blood Demon and Song Lu were really strong. They had the 4th King God Realm cultivation base and had awakened the God power factor twice. Moreover, they had awakened the secret techniques of the origin. His strength was almost on par with Yi Jifan and Xianxia. Of course, it didn't mean that the Saint Devil dynasty was so powerful that 2 of their geniuses were so strong. The main reason was that Master Blood Demon and Song Lu were slightly older than Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest. They were about the same age as the previous batch of geniuses from the Taishu Imperial Academy. Among the previous batch of geniuses from the Taishu Imperial Academy, there were many who had such strength. After all, they had cultivated for so many years. However, Lu Ming was already in the 4th King God Realm. Such strength was not enough to withstand a single blow. Boom, the Dominator's gate radiated an ancient light, filled with the traces of time. It rushed out and rushed into the savage cage. The two collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Then, the savage cage formed by Song Lu shook violently, and kept exploding. In the end, it fell apart. Song Lu's body also retreated rapidly. Whoosh, Lu Ming quickly caught up. With a wave of his arms, dozens of 9-clawed dragon appeared and pounced on Song Lu and Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon and Song Lu tried their best to resist, while Lu Ming controlled the Dominator's gate to suppress Master Blood Demon. Master Blood Demon roared. He wanted to resist the Dominator's gate, but he was directly suppressed by the Dominator's gate. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. He was severely injured. Then, the Dominator's gate flashed and suppressed Song Lu. Song Lu followed in Master Blood Demon's footsteps and was forcefully suppressed. The two geniuses lay side by side on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching nonstop. The spectators at the scene looked at each other in dismay. Master Blood Demon and Song Lu had also been defeated. They had lost so quickly that it was completely unexpected. They had been hoping that Master Blood Demon and Song Lu could suppress Lu Ming. However, reality had given them a hard slap in the face. 3rd King God Realm. That kid has broken through to the 3rd King God Realm. I remember that he was in the 2nd King God Realm a year ago. Now he's in the 3rd King God Realm. No wonder he's so strong. Master Blood Demon and Song Lu's families are going to bleed. Many people were discussing softly. As expected, Lu Ming landed beside Master Blood Demon and Song Lu. His 2 spears were pressed against Master Blood Demon and Song Lu's glabella. The 2 of them did not dare to move. Where are the families behind these 2? Is no one coming to recognize them? Lu Ming asked. No one said a word. Are these guys going to stay here and not come out? Lu Ming sneered in his heart. The other party refused to come out because he was betting that Lu Ming would release the Blood Demon and Song Lu. Since no one is coming out, I'll just have to kill these 2. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 2 spears were aimed at Master Blood Demon and Song Lu's glabella. A terrifying whistling sound was heard. If the spears hit, Master Blood Demon and Song Lu's glabella would be pierced and their souls would be destroyed. No, immediately, a few panicked voices were heard. They were extremely anxious. The spears stopped 1 millimeter away from Master Blood Demon and Song Lu's glabella. The cold killing intent made Master Blood Demon and Song Lu break out in cold sweat. Then, 2 middle-aged burly men walked out from the crowd. Seeing that Master Blood Demon and Song Lu were fine, the two middle-aged burly men heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost scared to death just now. Just now, they deliberately kept quiet to let Lu Ming think that there was no one behind Master Blood Demon and Song Lu. Since they could not extort them, they could only release them. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so ruthless. Since he could not extort them, he wanted to kill Master Blood Demon and Song Lu directly. The two of them were frightened and could only scream. Finally, you can't hold it in any longer. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, I just rushed over. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. One of the middle-aged burly men smiled awkwardly. In fact, he wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. These two people are very talented and have a bright future ahead of them. What do you want to exchange for them? Lu Ming asked. Little brother, name a price. One of the middle-aged burly men said helplessly. Absolute cold treasures. I only want absolute cold treasures now. Of course, I need extremely high-quality absolute cold treasures. Show me. If it's suitable, I can consider letting them go. Lu Ming said. The two middle-aged men had no choice but to return to search for treasures of absolute frost. Before long, the two of them returned with treasures of absolute frost. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied with one of the treasures of absolute frost. It was not of high quality. In the end, the person took out a large number of high-tier supreme-grade divine weapons and Lu Ming agreed to let him go. Lu Ming received an absolute frost treasure and a large number of high-tier supreme-grade divine weapons. He smiled and said, Hey, are there any other geniuses who want to challenge me? I'll wait here. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people's eyelids twitched. This guy was still not satisfied. Lu Ming fed the absolute frost treasure to the measuring character formula and continued to cultivate. After more than a year, the energy of the absolute frost treasure was almost completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also improved. He was almost at the late third layer of the King God realm, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the fourth layer of the King God realm. The further one progressed, the harder it was to improve. In the past year, no one had come to challenge Lu Ming. It seems like no one will come for a while. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He left the magical sky garden and returned to his residence. Xiao, come eat. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming took out a large number of supreme-grade divine weapons and threw them to Xiao. Xiao opened his mouth wide, grabbed the divine weapons, and munched on them. Lu Ming felt his teeth ache. Those were all supreme-grade divine weapons, and they were all at least 5th-level supreme-grade divine weapons. However, in Xiao's mouth, they were like crunchy candies. Lu Ming could not help but admire Xiao's appetite. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in his residence and wandered outside. His days were leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Boom boom boom, this time, Lu Ming was wandering around when a dull rumble came from the sky. In the distance, demonic chi shot up into the sky. 5 pillars of demonic chi shot up into the sky. They were incomparably huge. What's that? What's going on? Many people were alarmed and looked into the distance. Many people flew in that direction to ask for information. Not long after, a piece of shocking news spread like a hurricane. The 5-directional devil steel had opened. What? The 5-directional devil steel opened? Isn't it not time to open? Why would it open in advance? The important news is that Xianxia opened the 5 directions devil steel in the depths of the devil palace. So it's the son of a saint and a devil, Xianxia. Many people were excited. Lu Ming also received some news. The 5-directional devil steel was the supreme treasure of the Saint Devil dynasty. It had been passed down for countless years. Normally, it was just like an ordinary stone steel. There was nothing strange about it. Once it opened, there would be great fortune. It was the good fortune of the younger generation. That was because all kinds of treasures would fly out from the 5-direction devil steel. Only the strongest geniuses would be able to obtain them. Every time, the treasures that flew out were different. There was no pattern, and it was incomparably mysterious. Some people said that the ancestors of the king god realm had sealed countless treasures in the five-directional devil steel as a gift for the younger generation. Others said that the five-directional devil steel led to an even stronger and more terrifying force. The king god realm was just a branch of that force, and the treasures came from that force. However, neither of these theories were proven. There was a time limit to the activation of the five-directional devil steel. Every time the five-directional devil steel was activated, the time was fixed. Of course, there were exceptions. Even in the depths of the Devil Palace, there was a way to open the five-directional devil steel. However, unless one was a peerless genius, no one would be able to open it. This time, Xianxia had successfully opened the five-directional devil steel. The five-directional devil steel has opened. It's another battle between the heavens. Let's go and take a look. It's been more than 100 years since the last battle. I wonder what kind of breakthroughs the strongest batch of heavenly geniuses have made in the Devil Palace. This time, it will definitely be more intense than the last. Many people flew in the direction of the demonic chi. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming also flew in the direction of the demonic chi. Soon, Lu Ming saw 5 gigantic stone steels. They were separated into 5 different directions, and they stood on top of 5 mountain peaks. Every stone steel emitted dense demonic chi, and the demonic chi that filled the sky came from the steels. Look! The heavenly geniuses of the Devil Palace have all come out. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked over and saw a crack in the center of the five-directional devil steel. Figures flew out from the crack, and they flew towards the 5 steels. The heavenly geniuses of the Devil Palace had all come out to fight for the fortune of the five-directional devil steel. We can't miss the fortune of the devil steel. Let's go. Let's go. Other youths like Feng Lu also rushed towards the five-directional devil steel. Only the younger generation of heavenly geniuses would be able to obtain the fortune of the five-directional devil steel. Those above a certain age wouldn't be able to get close to the five-directional devil steel. I'll join in the fun as well. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his figure blurred as he rushed towards one of the devil steels. He rushed towards the eastern devil steel. When he got closer, he discovered that there was a flight of stairs at the bottom of the devil steel. There were only 9 steps to this flight of stairs. Every single step was huge, and they were made of stone. It was as though they were a battle stage. And now, there were many young people fighting fiercely on every step. Lu Ming discovered that the higher he went, the fewer people there were. What's so special about this flight of stairs? Lu Ming asked curiously, and he grabbed one of the youths beside him. Don't hold me back. Ah, it's you. The youth was furious, and he wanted to scold Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's face, his body trembled in fear. He had been tortured by Lu Ming in the past. Speak. Lu Ming said coldly, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. I'll speak. I'll speak. The youth hurriedly told Huang Xiaolong everything he knew. As it turned out, not everyone could obtain the fortune of the five-directional devil steel. In truth, only 9 people would be able to obtain the fortune of the five-directional devil steel. 9 people corresponded to the 9 steps. When there was only 1 person on each step, a treasure would fly out from the devil steel. The higher the steps, the closer one was to the devil steel, and the more valuable the treasure one would obtain. Moreover, the stairs were filled with a powerful pressure. The higher the stairs, the greater the pressure. Many people couldn't reach the higher steps even if they wanted to. Moreover, even if they managed to reach the higher steps, they would be challenged by other heavenly geniuses. Lu Ming finally understood why there were fewer people at the higher steps. The lowest few steps had the most people, and the competition was the most intense. Only 1 person could remain on the steps. At this moment, the battle was still ongoing. There were people fighting on every step of the staircase. However, many people had already been eliminated. That was because each person only had 1 chance to step on the steps. Once they were blasted off the steps, there would be a force blocking them, preventing them from stepping on the steps again. Otherwise, there would be no end to the slaughter. In that case, one had to act according to one's ability. Some powerful prodigies encountered even stronger existences in order to ascend the steps. If they were blasted off the steps, they wouldn't even be able to get the second-tier treasures. Interesting. Let's get a few treasures to use. Lu Ming smiled and rushed towards the steps below the demonic steel. Even if he obtained a demonic treasure and couldn't use it, he could sell it, right? Bang! Lu Ming rushed to the first step. Immediately, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure acting on his body. Demon, demon, demon. A voice kept roaring in his mind, filled with strong pressure. If one's cultivation was insufficient, their mind would collapse in such an environment, and they would be blasted off the steps by the pressure. However, this level of pressure was not worth mentioning to Lu Ming. He was very relaxed. There were more than 10 prodigies fighting on this step. Get lost. Seeing Lu Ming come up, 2 people charged towards Lu Ming at the same time, wanting to blast Lu Ming off the steps. That was because one more person meant more competition. You will be the ones to go down. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 2 9-clawed dragons flew out, grabbed the 2 people, and flung them off the steps. They couldn't resist at all. The others were shocked and hurriedly retreated. They were secretly glad that they didn't attack Lu Ming just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones to go down. Lu Ming glanced at them and didn't stop. He stepped forward and stepped onto the second step. On the second step, the pressure and roar were a little stronger. However, to Lu Ming, it was still very easy. On the second step, there were also a dozen or so youths. When they saw Lu Ming, they also distanced themselves from Lu Ming. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed just now had shocked them. Since he didn't attack Lu Ming naturally couldn't be bothered with him. This was because Lu Ming's target was the 9th step. Lu Ming continued to step forward. Soon, Lu Ming appeared on the 5th step. He realized that although these youths had also come from the Devil Palace, their strength was far inferior to Tang Hao, the Blood Devil, and Song Lu. Although most of them were in the 3rd or 4th King God realm, none of them had awakened the Origin Secret technique. Moreover, many of them were not young. They were equivalent to the age of the previous batch of students of the Great Void Imperial Academy. In fact, even among the previous batch of students of the Taishu Imperial Academy, there were very few who could awaken the Origin Source Secret technique. It wasn't that easy to awaken the Origin Source Secret technique. Among the geniuses of the Saint Devil dynasty, Tang Hao, the Blood Devil, and Song Lu were the top geniuses. They were very few who had awakened the Origin Source Secret technique. These geniuses who hadn't awakened the Origin Source Secret technique were even less of a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He arrived at the 6th step. There were still 5 people competing for the 6th step. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 6th step, they all looked at Lu Ming cautiously. If Lu Ming also wanted to compete for the 6th step, they would have no choice but to attack Lu Ming. You guys continue. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. He stepped onto the 7th step. The 5 people on the 6th step heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to fight. There were 3 people fighting on the 7th step. The strength of these 3 people was not weak at all. They were all in the 4th King God realm and had awakened twice. They were very strong. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. One of them whispered. They had just come out of the Devil Palace. They had never heard of Lu Ming's name. A nameless kid dares to compete for the fortune? I'll send him down. A skinny young man shouted coldly. He dashed toward Lu Ming. Demonic chi surged as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Under such great pressure, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack. It was obvious that he wasn't weak. However, for Lu Ming, he was just SOSO. Lu Ming pointed his finger like a spear and pointed it at the skinny young man's palm. Poof! The skinny young man's palm was pierced through, causing blood to spurt out. The skinny young man shrieked in agony and retreated rapidly with a horrified expression. Since you've attacked me, there's only one outcome for you. Get down. Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Rock technique. His body flashed and he caught up with the skinny young man. Then, he grabbed the skinny young man's arm and swung it with all his might. The skinny young man screamed and his body flew out of the steps. The remaining 2 young men gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The young man just now was about the same strength as them. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. How could this young man who appeared out of nowhere be so strong? He's so strong. I hope he can continue to go up. The two young men prayed in their hearts. Their prayers were immediately fulfilled because Lu Ming didn't stop. He took a few steps and rushed to the 8th step. The pressure on the 8th step was even greater. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. There was also a loud roar that constantly shook Lu Ming's mind. If one wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to even stand, let alone compete. There were two elites fighting for the 8th step. When they saw Lu Ming coming up, the two of them stopped and retreated a distance. They stared at Lu Ming cautiously. You guys continue. Lu Ming smiled and didn't stop either. He headed for the 9th step. This kid is really going for the 9th step. The two people on the 9th step are very strong. I hope they can knock him down. I hope so. The two of them are stronger than the Blood Demon and Song Lu. The older generation figures who were watching from afar were discussing. They couldn't wait for Lu Ming to be suppressed. Lu Ming was really unpopular here. There were also two young men fighting on the 9th step. When they saw Lu Ming heading for the 9th step, the two of them stopped at the same time and retreated to guard against Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stepped onto the 9th step and immediately felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It made his muscles tremble. Demon, demon, demon. The roars were even more terrifying. This kind of roar was useless even if one blocked one's ears with divine power. This was because this kind of roar directly affected one's mind, and even the soul. Fortunately, Lu Ming's soul was strong enough. It wasn't too difficult for him to block it. Why did you stop? Go on. Lu Ming looked at the two young men on the 9th step and said with a smile. You guys can continue. Lu Ming said with a smile. The others were speechless. You're already up there, yet you're asking others to continue? Isn't it too obvious that you're trying to reap the benefits? Only a fool would continue fighting. Where did this kid come from? He's very strong. I don't know. I've never seen him before. The two youths on the 9th step were conversing. They were originally competitors, but when Lu Ming walked up, they vaguely felt that they had a common enemy. Wei Tong, we've fought 13 times, and there hasn't been a clear winner. This time, we must have a clear winner. However, this kid is obstructing us. Why don't we work together and knock him down first? One of the youths in green said to the other. That's exactly what I want. The youth named Wei Tong nodded. A powerful aura surged towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The two youths walked towards Lu Ming as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The ground shook as they approached Lu Ming. The two of you must be tired after enduring so much pressure. You should rest early. Lu Ming smiled and the gate of God appeared. Attack! Wei Tong hollered and took a step toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the youth in green also charged towards Lu Ming from another direction. Without a doubt, the two of them were peerless geniuses. Their cultivation bases were in the 5th layer of the God King realm, and their quintessence had awakened a second time. They had even awakened their quintessence secret techniques. Their strength was much stronger than the Blood Demon Master and Song Lu. The 5-directional devil steels had attracted all the geniuses. Since the two of them could stand on the highest step of the 5-directional devil steels, their strength was naturally terrifying. The two of them executed their quintessence secret techniques at the same time. They turned into a torrent of energy that surged towards Lu Ming. Facing such an attack, Lu Ming had no choice but to brace himself to deal with it. With a roar, Lu Ming executed the Azure Armored Ancient God art, activating the battle symbol art to quadruple his combat strength. The 10 types of quintessence in his body were all activated. The Gate of God emitted a dazzling radiance as it pressed forward. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided, creating a shockwave that filled the sky. The entire 9th step was drowned in a vast amount of energy. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. The people that retreated were Wei Tong and the azure-robed young man. How could this be? Those who saw this scene were simply shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's battle prowess was also too ridiculously strong. Wei Tong and the young man in the cyan robe were peerless geniuses. Their cultivation bases had reached the fifth godly king layer. They had used their origin skills at the beginning, but the two of them were still no match for him. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long cry as he stepped forward. The gate of the Lord emanated an ancient glow as it continued to descend. War God Strike. Following which, Lu Ming brandished his spear and executed the War God clan's ultimate technique, War God Strike. A huge war god appeared, riding on a warhorse. The warhorse stepped on the void, brandishing a long spear as it charged towards Wei Tong. As for the Gate of Domination, it focused on the azure-robed youth. The green-robed young man couldn't withstand the power of the Gate of Dominion alone. After the second clash, his origin secret technique was almost destroyed. His body trembled violently as he was forced to retreat, blood spilling from his mouth. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Continue. Lu Ming continued to control the Gate of Domination to attack the azure-robed youth. The azure-robed youth let out a long cry as he turned into a ball of cyan light, emitting a blinding radiance as he tried to repel the Gate of Domination. However, in the end, the cyan light was destroyed by the Gate of Domination. The azure-robed youth screamed in pain as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. The azure-robed youth was defeated. Swoosh, Lu Ming immediately controlled the Gate of Domination to attack Wei Tong. How could Wei Tong be a match for the Gate of Domination combined with the War God Strike? He followed in the azure-robed youth's footsteps and was sent flying. Wei Tong and the azure-robed youth, two peerless geniuses, had lost the opportunity to enter the five-directional devil steel. Only Lu Ming was left on the ninth step. After seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, the eighth step's geniuses gave up completely. They didn't dare to enter the ninth step and could only try their best to enter the eighth step. The spectators in the distance were also shocked. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly. No wonder Lu Ming was the Undying Demon King's disciple. His talent was too shocking. Lu Ming stood on the ninth step and waited quietly. He still needed to wait for the next step's results to be decided before he could obtain the opportunity to enter the five-directional devil steel. Soon after, the eighth step's results were decided. One of the young men paid the price of being injured and defeated his opponent, occupying the eighth step. After that, the other step's results were decided, and the strongest person was determined. Half an hour later, all 9 steps' results were decided, and the winner was occupied by a single person. Buzz, all of a sudden, the five-directional devil steel shook violently and emitted a dense devilish light. A pitch-black vortex appeared on the surface of the five-directional devil steel, and it spun continuously. A treasure is flying out. Someone exclaimed in envy. Swish, a streak of light shot out from the whirlpool above the five directions devil steel and flew towards the first step. The young man on the first step reached out and grabbed the streak of light. When everyone looked over, they discovered that the young man had obtained a weapon. Dense devilish chi, and the quality of the weapon is excellent. It's an excellent weapon. Someone commented. Generally speaking, the treasures on the first step were the worst. The higher the step, the better. The geniuses on the other steps revealed a look of anticipation. At the very least, they wouldn't be any worse than the first step. At this moment, another treasure flew out from the whirlpool above the devil steel and flew towards the young man on the second step. It was a picture scroll, and it was caught by the young man. No one knew what the picture scroll was for. In the next moment, more and more treasures flew out from the vortex and headed towards the geniuses on the other steps. Lu Ming was inwardly amazed. Why are there so many treasures in the devil steel? Is there something else in the devil steel? Did the Saint Devil Dynasty's ancestor seal all the treasures inside? Or is it a path to an even stronger force? No one knows. Look, that's the life and death talisman. It can save your life at a critical moment. Someone suddenly shouted as he looked at the pitch-black talisman in the young man's hand. It's really the life and death talisman. Heavens, the life and death talisman actually appeared on the 8th step. This is too shocking. The others shouted as well. They were envious of the young man. Many pairs of burning eyes stared at the pitch-black talisman in the young man's hand. The life and death talisman could replace life and death. It meant that when one was in a life or death situation, the life and death talisman could save one's life. It was definitely a peerless treasure. It's impossible for such a precious treasure to appear on the 8th step. I don't think its grade is too high. I think so too. It's only useful for god kings. It's useless for god emperors. Everyone guessed. Soon, it was confirmed. The young man on the 8th step said that the life and death talisman was only effective on those below the 7th layer of the king god realm. The life and death talisman had different grades. The higher one's cultivation was, the more life essence one had, and the harder it was to die in their place. Therefore, the higher the grade of the life and death talisman, the more valuable it was. Many people above the 7th layer of the king god realm sighed. The life and death talisman was useless to them. Otherwise, they would have bought it even if they had to go bankrupt. However, those who were under the 7th king god layer were envious, especially the young geniuses. They were envious of him. Such a treasure was equivalent to having an extra life. Lu Ming was also envious. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. If the 8th step had such a treasure, what about the 9th step? Whoosh, at this moment, another treasure flew out of the whirlpool. It was a black fruit the size of a fist. It flew toward Lu Ming and was caught by Lu Ming. What kind of fruit is this? Lu Ming looked at the fruit in his hand curiously. However, the color of the fruit was very attractive. He wanted to swallow it. It's the demonic origin fruit. Someone shouted, his eyes burning. It wasn't just the young people. Some of the older generation's eyes were also burning. What's the use of the demonic origin fruit? Lu Ming muttered. Kid, the demonic origin fruit is similar to the god power source orb you got before. Eating one can awaken an origin secret technique. Guimo explained. What? It's similar to the god power source orb? Lu Ming was shocked, then overjoyed. He finally understood why those people were looking at it with such passion. In a sense, the demonic origin fruit was more valuable than the life and death talisman that could only be used on those below the 7th layer of the king god realm. After all, the life and death talisman could only be used once to save a life. However, the demonic origin fruit could awaken an origin secret technique. Most people couldn't awaken an origin secret technique even if they cultivated for their entire life. Once they awakened an origin secret technique, their strength would increase greatly. At a critical moment, they wouldn't be able to save their lives, but turn the tables and kill their opponents. Therefore, when faced with the demonic origin fruit, even more people revealed burning gazes. Little brother Lu Ming, you've already awakened an origin secret technique. Sell this demonic origin fruit to me. I'm willing to pay a high price. Immediately, an old man spoke up, wanting to buy the demonic origin fruit. Don't sell it to him. Sell it to me. Just tell me what you need. Another old devil hurriedly called out. What did you say? Why can't you sell it to me? The old man in front was furious. The two of them cursed loudly. Lu Ming, sell me your demonic origin fruit, and I'll write off our grudges. An urgent voice sounded. It was none other than young Prince Feng Lu. His heart was burning with passion. Shiyan's cultivation base had reached the 3rd king god realm. The god power of the origin had awakened for the 2nd time. However, he couldn't comprehend the secret technique of the origin. If he could obtain the demonic origin fruit, he would be able to awaken an origin source secret technique and enter the ranks of the top prodigies. Let go of the grudge between us. Do I care? Lu Ming glanced disdainfully at young Prince Feng Lu. Young Prince Feng Lu was rendered speechless. Yes, Lu Ming was the disciple of the undying demon king. Did he care? Stop arguing. I'm keeping this demonic origin fruit. I'm not selling it. Lu Ming put the demonic origin fruit into his interspatial ring. What a joke. He still had 8 divine grade secret techniques. How could he be willing to sell it? If you don't want to sell it, it's useless to keep it. Why don't you sell it? Someone persuaded. Is it any of your business whether I'm useful or not? Lu Ming curled his lips. Many people felt suffocated. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, they really wanted to slap him to death. However, they could only think about it. Lu Ming was the disciple of the undying demon king. They didn't dare. Hee hee, the identity of the Undying Demon King's disciple is really useful. Sigh, when the Undying Demon King comes out of seclusion, I'll be in trouble. Whatever, I'll just take it one step at a time. Lu Ming grumbled in his heart. By this time, the whirlpool on the 5-directional devil steel had already disappeared. At the same time, the dense devil chi on the 5-directional devil steel also faded away. The pressure on Lu Ming and the others also disappeared without a trace. That terrifying roar also disappeared at the same time. The 5-directional devil steel turned back into an ordinary stone steel, and there was nothing strange about it. With the pressure gone, Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around. He discovered that their devil steel wasn't the first to recover. Other than this one, the devil chi on the other 2 devil steels had also disappeared. It was clear that 2 other devil steels had obtained the treasures faster than them. There's actually a demonic origin fruit on the 9th step. I have to hurry and get a few more. Lu Ming quickly flew towards the devil steel in the west. The rules of the 5-directional devil steels didn't stipulate that a person could only climb one devil steel. In fact, as long as he had enough time, he could climb all the devil steels. However, before he could reach the devil steel, the devil chi on the devil steel started to fade. Nest, I'm a step too late. Let's go to the other one. Lu Ming flew towards the devil steel in the north. This time, he was a step too late. As soon as he moved, the devil chi on the devil steel also started to fade. Lu Ming was speechless. Right now, only the devil steel in the middle was left, and the devil chi in it hadn't dissipated. Lu Ming quickly rushed over. As he neared, he saw that there were still people fighting on the 9 steps of the devil steel. The victor hadn't been decided yet. There were many people gathered below the devil steel. The rules of this devil steel are different? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he heard people talking about it. The devil steel in the middle was the core of the 5-directional devil steels. It was also the highest grade of the 5-directional devil steels. The treasures that appeared were also of the highest grade. Therefore, the number of sky prides that would be attracted to this event was also the highest. However, the competition on the 9 steps was different. The 5-directional devil steels didn't count based on cultivation, but talent. Different cultivation levels meant different levels of pressure. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the pressure. Therefore, it was only in the upper realm that the stronger one was, the more advantageous it would be. Only those with the highest talent would be able to step onto the 9th step. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 5-directional devil steels, and he saw that the highest step, the 9th step, was already occupied. Moreover, there was only one young man on that step. He's Mo Jiuyi, the son of the Holy Devil Emperor and the Devil Emperor. He's the most talented person in the younger generation. Although his cultivation isn't the highest, the higher one's cultivation is, the greater the pressure. Thus, no one can compete with Mo Jiuyi on the 9th step. This time, the 5-directional devil steel is opened by Mo Jiuyi. The best treasure on the core devil steel will definitely fall into his hands. Many people were talking about it. Mo Jiuyi? I'm sorry, but I'll take the best treasure. Lu Ming muttered. He then took a step forward and walked toward the first step. There were still 5 or 6 people competing for the first step. The reason why the competition was so intense was that there were too many people competing. The higher the cultivation, the greater the pressure. In fact, it was almost equivalent to a battle of the same level. Therefore, many people with weaker cultivation came here to compete with those with higher cultivation. Just like the previous demonic steel, Lu Ming stepped onto the first step. The people on the first step stared at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not stop. He stepped onto the first step. That kid is here again. He's too greedy. Many people were filled with righteous indignation. At the same time, they were curious to see how far Lu Ming could go. Every time Lu Ming stepped onto a step, the people on the step would stare at Lu Ming cautiously. If Lu Ming wanted to stay on this step, there would definitely be a battle between the two of them. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to climb and soon, he reached the 8th step. Boom, there was only one youth left on the 8th step. When he saw Lu Ming coming up, he released a powerful aura and was about to attack Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming wanted to compete for this step. As for the ninth step, it was Xianxia. He did not think that Lu Ming would dare to compete with Xianxia. "You'd better not do anything. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets," Lu Ming said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The youth was shocked and felt a strong sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that he sensed with his spiritual perception. He could not help but stop and did not continue to attack. "You're lucky." Lu Ming smiled and continued to step onto the ninth step. "This guy wants to go to the ninth step. He's asking for it." The genius on the eighth step looked down on him. "This guy is really going to challenge Xianxia. This is going to be interesting." The scene was noisy. Many hoped that Xianxia would be able to suppress Lu Ming. Xianxia's cultivation base wasn't the highest among the younger generation because he was still young. However, his talent was definitely the highest. This time, he had activated the 5-directional devil steel from the Devil Palace. In the history of the Saint Devil dynasty, very few people had managed to do so. Could Lu Ming fight Xianxia? Xianxia was dressed in black. He stood tall and straight with a cold expression. There was a demonic mark between his eyebrows, which made him look even more demonic. He was known as the son of saint and demon. What did this mean? This was equivalent to the son of destiny in the mortal world. "You want to fight me?" Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. He looked down on Lu Ming as if he was trying to corrupt him. "That's right. It's because I've taken a fancy to this staircase. So, please go down," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Treat me to the afternoon?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed crazily as if he had heard something very funny. His laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. This was the core devil steel. On these steps, the higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the suppression. On these steps, it was almost the same as fighting someone of the same level. Who could be his opponent in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming actually dared to ask him to go down. Wasn't this ridiculous? Of course, he had never seen Lu Ming, nor had he seen Lu Ming fight. That was why he thought so. Those who had seen Lu Ming fight didn't think so. "Xianxia, this person is extraordinary. Be careful," someone reminded him. "Do you mean that I'm no match for him?" Xianxia looked at the person who had reminded him, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. That person immediately shut his mouth. Xianxia was arrogant and overbearing. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of the Saint Devil dynasty's imperial family. He was ruthless and could kill without batting an eyelid. That person didn't dare to say anything. The others also shut their mouths, afraid of offending Xianxia. "Brat, I'll break your limbs for daring to walk up to the ninth step," Xianxia said coldly. In his opinion, Lu Ming walking up to the ninth step was an insult to him. Just now, no one dared to walk up to the ninth step to compete with him. He had already proven his strength. Therefore, he would definitely make those who looked down on him unforgettable. However, before he could finish his pretentious words, he was interrupted by Lu Ming. "You talk too much. Hurry up and make your move. I don't have so much time to chat with you. Hurry up and send you down," Lu Ming said. Crazy, incomparably crazy. Xianxia was already crazy, but Lu Ming was even crazier. Xianxia's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Lu Ming dared to talk to him with such an attitude. He was courting death. "Kneel down," Xianxia roared. His demonic chi soared to the sky as he waved his palm. A huge palm pressed down on Lu Ming, trying to force Lu Ming to kneel down. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light burst out, piercing through the palm print. "Hurry up and show me your strongest strength. I'll give you a chance to show off. Don't dawdle here," Lu Ming scolded. The reason why he didn't blast Xianxia down was that he wanted to see what skills he had and what secret techniques he had. To put it bluntly, he was just curious. You, Xianxia almost vomited blood. He had never seen such an arrogant person. "Go to hell. Abyssal demonic well," Xianxia roared. His demonic chi soared to the sky as a demonic well emerged. This demonic well was pitch black. No one knew how deep it was, as if it led to the abyss of hell. The demonic well spun and flew towards Lu Ming. A terrifying devouring force erupted from the demonic well as if it wanted to devour everything, including Lu Ming. This was Xianxia's secret technique. Xianxia was infuriated. He used his most powerful move to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the gate of domination. The gate of domination flew towards the abyssal demonic well and collided with it. With a loud bang, the gate of domination shook slightly, while Xianxia's abyssal demonic well exploded. With a scream, Xianxia's body flew out of the ninth step. He continued to retreat for 10,000 meters before regaining his balance. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Xianxia was killed in one move. How was this possible? Xianxia was known as the son of a saint and a demon. He was the most talented person in the Saint Devil dynasty. That's all you got? Lu Ming curled his lips casually. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. It was different from the other 4 devil steals. Therefore, Lu Ming and Xianxia were almost at the same level. When had Lu Ming ever been afraid of someone at the same level? He hadn't met anyone at the same level as him. Although Xianxia wasn't bad, he couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Xianxia was stunned. He looked around in a daze, as if he was in a nightmare. He was actually sent flying off the 9th step by Lu Ming in one move. For someone as prideful as him, it was hard for him to accept. What made him want to vomit blood was that once he was sent flying, he couldn't continue to participate. This time, he was the one who opened the 5-direction devil steal, but in the end, he became an outsider. He was like a fool, paving the way for someone else. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Xianxia roared, his demonic chi filling the sky. "You don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that I spared your life?" Lu Ming said indifferently. Xianxia almost vomited blood again. After that, Lu Ming ignored Xianxia and sat down on the 9th step, waiting quietly. On the 8th step, the youth's face was pale, but he was secretly glad. He was glad that he didn't make a move against Lu Ming. Otherwise, he would be the one sent down. Even Xianxia was sent down by Lu Ming in one move. It would only take half a move to send him down. Time passed slowly, and the outcome of the other flights of stairs was also decided. Not long after, the outcome of the 9 steps was finally decided. Buzz, the devil steel vibrated, and a vortex appeared. Many people perked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. The treasures that appeared on the core devil steel were always the best. What would be the best this time? Whoosh, a ray of light flew out and was caught by a genius on the 1st step. Holy devil flower, it's the holy devil flower. 1 petal is equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. Someone exclaimed, his eyes burning with passion. The holy devil flower could refine demonic chi and raise one's cultivation. It was very useful. Consuming 1 petal was equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. Of course, this 100,000 years was measured by an ordinary cultivator. The cultivation speed of a genius was faster than an ordinary person. Naturally, a petal couldn't compare to 100,000 years of cultivation. For example, if it was used on Lu Ming, it would be equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. If Lu Ming took one, wouldn't his cultivation soar? That wasn't too realistic. Even so, a single divine devil flower was an extremely rare treasure. It was comparable to the treasures on the 7th step of the devil steel. Treasures flew out of the devil steel one after another. The treasures that flew out later were all more valuable than the holy devil flower. There were divine weapons, divine pills, precious secret arts, and divine arts. Finally, the geniuses on the first 8 steps all obtained a treasure. Seeing this, the other geniuses all looked on with envy. Especially the treasures on the 8th step, many older generation figures coveted them. "What is my treasure?" Lu Ming stared at the devil steel, rubbing his palms together in anticipation. Swoosh, all of a sudden, 2 rays of light flew out and were caught by Lu Ming. "These are devil origin fruits." 2 devil origin fruits? Lu Ming was surprised. This time, more devil origin fruits flew out of the devil steel. Moreover, there were two of them. Seeing the two devil origin fruits, many people looked on with envy. However, there were also some who were surprised. That's not right. Although the demonic origin fruit is incomparably precious, it's practically priceless and hard to find. Needless to say, the two devil origin fruits were precious. However, they were still slightly inferior to the treasures on the 8th step. Yes, the total value of the two devil origin fruits added together was still slightly inferior to the treasures on the 8th step. However, weren't the treasures on the 9th step the best? How could they be inferior to the treasures on the 8th step? Just as everyone was surprised, another ray of light flew out of the whirlpool on the devil steel. There's more, everyone was shocked. There were actually several treasures on the 9th step. Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly reached out to catch it. When he looked at it, he was stunned. This time, it was a book that flew out. It was warm to the touch, and he didn't know what material it was made of. Could it be some kind of divine art? Lu Ming was surprised and opened it. Heavenly Demon Golden Body. There were 4 words on the front page, Heavenly Demon Golden Body. It was a secret technique. Is there more? Lu Ming looked at the devil steel eagerly, hoping that there would be more treasures. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The whirlpool on the devil steel slowly disappeared, and the devil chi on the devil steel was also fading. Little brother, what is that book in your hand? Is it a divine art or a secret technique? Someone asked curiously. It's a secret technique. Lu Ming said. What kind of secret technique? That person continued to ask. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Heavenly Demon Golden Body. Lu Ming didn't know whether this secret technique was good or not, what it was used for, and what grade it was. Therefore, he said it out loud to see if the people of the Saint Devil dynasty knew about it. He didn't expect that the moment he said the name. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Little brother, what did you say? What is it called? An old man asked, his voice trembling. Heavenly Demon Golden Body. Lu Ming repeated. Hiss, countless people at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, almost everyone's eyes shone with a fiery light, like a hungry person who saw a pile of delicious food. Fiery, incomparably fiery. Heavenly Demon Golden Body, I didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Golden Body to really exist. Legend has it that the supreme secret technique of the Demon Tao can condense the Heavenly Demon Golden Body and be invincible. I've only heard of it in legends. I didn't expect it to really appear. Could it be that the 5-directional devil steel is really connected to a stronger force? The scene was in an uproar. Many people revealed a greedy look, wishing that they could snatch the Heavenly Demon Golden Body from Lu Ming's hands. However, they thought of the undying Demon King and gave up on the idea. Compared to the Heavenly Demon Golden Body, their lives were more important. Heavenly Demon Golden Body, it's actually the Heavenly Demon Golden Body, Xianxia muttered to himself, his eyes filled with greed. His body was trembling with anger, and his eyes were red. All of this originally belonged to him, but now it was in Lu Ming's hands. Kid, hand over the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. Hand it over to me. Xianxia finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared, his demonic aura soaring to the sky, and stepped toward Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Hand it over to you? Are you stupid? Lu Ming said faintly, and hurriedly put the Heavenly Demon Golden Body into his storage ring. Give it to me, it was originally mine. Give it to me, I'm the son of a saint and only I can have the Heavenly Demon secret technique. Xianxia shouted, his aura becoming more violent. Son of a saint and a demon? You're just a loser. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? You're courting death. My cultivation was suppressed by the devil steel before. If I go all out, I can suppress you with one hand. Xianxia was furious. Xianxia was known as the #1 genius of the Saint Devil dynasty's younger generation. He was indeed powerful and unrivaled in the younger generation. In the Devil Gathering 100 years ago, he had won first place and entered the Devil Palace to cultivate. Over the years, he had become stronger and stronger. He had even entered the depths of the Devil Palace and activated the 5-directional Devil Steel in advance. Since the 5-directional devil steel was activated, he naturally wanted to reach the top of the core devil steel and obtain the best treasures. However, he had never imagined that Lu Ming would appear out of nowhere and send him flying off the stairs with a single move. He hadn't even obtained a single strand of hair, and he had even lost face. More importantly, Lu Ming's treasures were extraordinarily good. Not only did he obtain 2 devil origin fruits, but he also obtained the legendary heavenly devil golden body. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Now that Lu Ming had mocked him, he couldn't hold it in any longer and attacked in rage. At this moment, the devil chi on the devil steel had disappeared, and the pressure on Lu Ming and the others had disappeared as well. The others could now enter the stairs. Boom, Xianxia dove down, stirring up a torrential wave. He pressed his palm down, and a huge devil palm slammed down on Lu Ming. Devil chi surged, and devil might filled the sky. Now that Xianxia wasn't suppressed by external forces, he could unleash his full cultivation. Peak 5th Heaven God King Realm, this was Xianxia's cultivation. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle strength. The 10 types of God force in his body circulated and gathered in his fists. As he punched out, numerous 9-clawed dragons appeared, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they soared into the sky. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and the 9-clawed dragons and devil palm crumbled at the same time. Die. Xianxia charged at Lu Ming with a violent aura. His palm was black and shiny, like a divine weapon. As he swung it down, the void trembled violently. Lu Ming formed a long spear with his god force and slashed out. Third annihilation strike, moon severing. Lu Ming had long since reached the pinnacle of the 3rd strike of annihilation. Thus, he was able to use it with ease. Rays of crescent-shaped spear light burst out and collided with Xianxia's palm. Boom. Boom, rumbling sounds continued. Both of them attacked very quickly. In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Then, both of them retreated backward. His strength is indeed not bad. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Xianxia was indeed very strong. He obviously hadn't used his full strength just now, but Lu Ming felt that his combat strength was much stronger than other geniuses of the same level. Previously, on the Eastern Devil Steel, Lu Ming had easily defeated 2 5th-layer Divine King Realm geniuses. However, those 2 geniuses were much weaker than Xianxia. Little did he know that Xianxia was even more shocked. He had always been invincible among those of the same level. No one was his match among those of the same level. However, with his 5th-layer Divine King cultivation, he couldn't defeat Lu Ming, who was only a 3rd-layer Divine King Realm cultivator. He had always been the one to fight those of a higher level. Today, Lu Ming was fighting someone of a higher level. He found it hard to accept. 3rd Heavenly Demon Transformation, Heavenly Demon Change. Xianxia roared. The demonic light on his body became denser. At the same time, his body began to swell and his bones cracked. Then, bone spikes pierced out of his body, turning blood red. This was a secret technique, the 3rd Heavenly Demon Transformation. Tang Hao had also used this secret technique before. It was very powerful. However, Tang Hao had only cultivated the 1st Heavenly Demon Transformation, the Human Demon Change. Xianxia, on the other hand, had already cultivated the 3rd Heavenly Demon Change. Therefore, his transformation continued. A pair of demonic wings extended from his back. His eyes turned blood red, making him look even more demonic. Demon-defying blade. Xianxia roared. He grasped the air and an ancient demonic blade appeared. This demonic saber was his origin source secret technique. Xianxia was really angry. He pushed his strength to the limit. The combination of the Heavenly Demon Change and Origin secret technique boosted his strength to the limit. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. With a thought, he transformed into the ancient god body, the green-armored ancient god, and the gate of domination appeared. Die. Xianxia roared and flapped his demonic wings, bringing about a terrifying gust of wind. His body dashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The demon-defying blade slashed toward Lu Ming's head. Demonic might was vast and mighty. Clang, Lu Ming manipulated the gate of domination and charged forward. The two origin source secret skills collided with each other, erupting with an earth-shattering boom. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, as if it could destroy the world. However, the five-directional devil steel and the steps under their feet were made of an unknown material. They were extremely hard. When their energy landed on the steps and the devil steel, they did not even leave a mark. Everyone present held their breath and watched with wide eyes. One was the number one genius of the younger generation in the Saint Demon dynasty. He had the strongest talent and was known as the son of Saint Demon. The other one had emerged as a new force. He had defeated the other geniuses and was taken in as a disciple by the undying Demon King. Between the two, who was stronger, the first collision between the two created a huge wave. Both of them retreated at the same time. I don't believe it. Die. Xianxia roared again and launched a storm-like attack. The blood-red bone spurs on his body flew out and pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. There was also a pair of wings on his back. As he flapped them, endless demonic chi turned into terrifying attacks that shot toward Lu Ming. The most terrifying thing was his origin demonic tree and demon-defying blade. In the face of such an attack, Lu Ming had to take it seriously. Spear Dao River. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand recovered. A vast river formed by endless spear radiance appeared and blocked all of Xianxia's attacks. At the same time, the gate of domination blocked Xianxia's demon-defying blade. Boom. Boom, boom. Both of them were extremely fast. Every move had the power to destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 50 moves. One had to admit that Xianxia was extremely powerful. He was far stronger than other geniuses of the same level. Among the geniuses that Lu Ming had met, only Di Jiani, Chu Chungkong, and Autumn Moon had such strength. In a battle of the same level, even geniuses like Su Wuya and Yi Jifan were weaker than Xianxia. With such strength and 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, Xianxia was indeed not easy to deal with. Damn it, the more Xianxia fought, the more shocked he became. He could not believe that there was such a powerful genius in the world. His jealousy grew and his attacks became more violent. He swore to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia, is this all you've got? Then this battle can end. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. At this moment, the long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the Overlord spear. At this moment, Lu Ming used the Overlord spear, using the 2 origin secret techniques at the same time consumed a terrifying amount of divine power. Ordinary people would not be able to sustain it. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying formula and there was a steady stream of divine power surging into Lu Ming's body from the quantifying formula. Spear Path River. He waved the Overlord spear and used the ultimate move of the God of War's strike, Spear Path River. A mighty river of thousands of miles long formed by spear radiance swept towards Xianxia. The God of War's strike was a spear path divine technique. With the support of the Overlord spear, its power was at its strongest. At the same time, the gate of domination pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't defend against the 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time, and both were at their most powerful. Boom. Boom, Xianxia tried his best to block the attack of the gate of domination, but failed to block the attack of the Spear Path River. His demonic wings protected him tightly, but the Spear Dao River pierced through his demonic wings, leaving bloody holes in them. Xianxia retreated quickly, blood spraying in the air. Not only were the demon's wings pierced, but even his body was pierced by the spear light, leaving small bloody holes. Xianxia was severely injured. His face was pale and he couldn't believe it. That's an origin secret technique? 2 origin secret techniques? It's really 2 origin secret techniques. How can he have 2 origin secret techniques? Ancient cultivation technique. It's the ancient cultivation technique. He cultivated 2 types of divine power. Awakening origin secret techniques with 2 types of divine power. Such talent, many people in the surroundings had guessed that Lu Ming was cultivating the ancient cultivation method. Few people cultivated the ancient cultivation technique, but it wasn't unheard of. However, it was far too difficult to awaken the origin source secret techniques from both divine powers. Awakening origin secret techniques with 1 type of divine power was already a rare genius, let alone 2. son of a saint and a demon? Your strength is only so. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and the sky rumbled. The gate of domination moved along with him, suppressing Xianxia. Xianxia roared and tried his best to resist. However, he had already been severely injured and his strength had been greatly reduced. He was no match for Lu Ming. The demon-defying blade in his hand once again clashed with the gate of domination. With a violent roar, the devil-defying blade exploded. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly, spraying blood all over the sky. Lu Ming quickly followed, not giving Xianxia the slightest chance to breathe, wanting to trample him under his feet. But at this time a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. A violent demonic chi surged towards Lu Ming. This demonic chi was as vast as the abyss and was simply too strong. Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly, unable to resist. After retreating 100 li, Lu Ming stopped. Only then did he clearly see the person who attacked him. It was an old man dressed in black robes. His aura was unfathomable. What? You can't beat your peers, so you sent your seniors? What a son of a saint and a demon! Lu Ming said coldly, full of mockery. Obviously, this old man was Xianxia's senior. Kill this brat, kill him. Xianxia roared hysterically, wanting the old man to kill Lu Ming. But how would the old man dare, with his seniority, if he attacked Lu Ming? What if the undying demon king was drawn out? With a smile on his face, he said, "Young Master Lu Ming, since the winner has been decided, let's forget about it. It doesn't matter." Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the two origin secret techniques. "No, we can't let this go." Xianxia roared. He didn't want to let Lu Ming go. Legend has it that the heavenly devil golden body is a supreme secret technique of the devil Dao. Only the heaven's mandate demon son can cultivate it. He doesn't have any devil chi on him, so how can he be the heaven's mandate demon son? The devil steel must have made a mistake. The heavenly devil golden body belongs to me, and I am the heaven's mandate demon son. Xianxia roared, his eyes red. He was unwilling to give up the heavenly devil golden body. Many people fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Legend had it that the heavenly devil golden body was a supreme secret technique of the devil Dao. Only the heaven's mandate demon son could obtain it. However, Lu Ming didn't have any devil chi on him, nor did he cultivate any devil arts. How could he obtain the heavenly devil golden body? Could it be because of Xianxia? One had to know that the five-directional devil steel was opened by Xianxia. In the beginning, Xianxia was also the one who stood on the ninth step of the core devil steel. Maybe the devil steel recognized Xianxia, which was why it flew out of the heavenly devil golden body. After all, Xianxia was called the son of a saint and a devil saint. The meaning was similar to the heaven's mandate demon son. Unfortunately, Lu Ming intercepted him halfway. That was really possible. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Lu Ming, you don't have the qualifications to take away the heavenly devil golden body. Hand it over. Xianxia roared. Hand it over? What a joke. You say you're the heaven's mandate demon son, so you're the heaven's mandate demon son? Why can't I be the heaven's mandate demon son? Lu Ming retorted. You're the heaven's mandate demon son? That's even more ridiculous. You don't have any devil chi, so how can you be the heaven's mandate demon son? Xianxia sneered. Even if I don't have any devil chi now, doesn't that mean I can't cultivate in the future? What if I'm a supreme genius cultivating the devil Dao? I'm destined to be the heaven's mandate demon son. Otherwise, why would the undying demon king accept me as his disciple? Lu Ming sneered sarcastically. Do you think everyone is a fool? How can you cultivate in the future? Don't try to quibble, hand over the heavenly devil golden body. Xianxia roared. Everyone had a golden age for cultivation. If Lu Ming were to cultivate the demonic arts now, how would he be able to achieve anything? He didn't believe that there was such a person in the world. What's impossible about it? You're just short-sighted. Lu Ming was at loggerheads with him, refusing to hand it over. Obviously, the heavenly devil golden body was a supreme secret technique. This could be seen from the reaction of the people of the Saint Demon dynasty and Xianxia. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it for a great price. Lu Ming and Mo Xianxia argued, neither of them willing to give in. The others around them were also helpless. One was the son of Saint and Demon King, the strongest sky pride of the imperial family. The other was the disciple of the undying Demon King. They couldn't help either of them. Helping either of them would mean offending the other party. How about this? It's very simple. As long as we confirm who is the Heaven's Mandate Demon Son, the heavenly devil golden body will belong to him. We'll go to the ancestral demon statue. If it's really the Heaven's Mandate Demon Son, the ancestral demon statue will definitely react. At this moment, an old man suggested. Okay, I agree. Mo Xianxia agreed without hesitation. He was very confident in himself and firmly believed that he was the Heaven's Mandate Demon Son. He was just intercepted by Lu Ming halfway. The ancestral demon statue? Lu Ming hesitated. He wasn't sure about this. What Tianming Demon Son? He was just bragging. Moreover, the undying Demon King did not accept him as a disciple. It was all nonsense. Even he himself felt that the appearance of the heavenly demon golden body was probably due to Mo Xianxia. If he were to go to the ancestral demon statue to verify it, wouldn't he be exposed? Kid, don't be afraid. Go ahead. At this time, Bone Demon said to Lu Ming. Go ahead? You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. Of course. Don't you know who I am? My name is Bone Demon. I'm the ancestor of the demonic Tao. The demonic Tao these guys are playing is child's play. Bone Demon said, sounding very arrogant. Okay. Lu Ming immediately decided to go. Okay, then let's go to the ancestral demon statue to verify it and make you give up. Lu Ming said. Hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Mo Xianxia was overjoyed. He was very confident in his demonic Tao talent. Then let's go to the ancestral demon statue. An elder said. Immediately, everyone flew in the direction of the ancestral demon statue. It was a large group of people. Soon, they arrived at a majestic mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge demon statue that was 10,000 feet tall. This demon statue was made of Zhenmu and was filled with powerful demonic qi. Ordinary people would find it difficult to get close as they would be suppressed by the demonic qi. This demon statue was obtained by the first demon emperor of the Saint Devil dynasty from an ancient ruin. It's very mysterious. We don't know what it's used for. Most people don't have any reaction except for the strong demon aura. However, once a peerless genius of the demonic Tao steps forward, the devil statue will sense it. The demonic Tao genius will resonate with the devil statue, and a devil light will envelop the genius body. The demonic light is divided into strong and weak. Only those with demonic light of 70 feet are considered Tianming demon sons. Who wants to go first? An elder from the Saint Devil dynasty explained. This person had a high status in the Saint Devil dynasty. He was an old duke. I'll go first. Mo Xianxia stepped forward with an arrogant look. He gave Lu Ming a provocative look before slowly approaching the golem. Hee, I'll go first. The bone devil smiled. Then it passed through Lu Ming's body from his sea of consciousness. It went under Lu Ming's feet and disappeared into the ground. No one noticed it. Lu Ming was not worried about Bone Devil. Soon, Mo Xianxia was 3,000 meters away from the statue. Generally speaking, as long as one was within a distance of 3,000 feet, the demonic statue would sense it. But now, the golem didn't move at all. What happened? Mo Xianxia was stunned. Why didn't the golem react at all? This wasn't his first time here. He had been here before. In the end, the devilish light on his body reached 29 meters, just shy of 27 meters. That was why he was called the son of Saint and Demon, and not the demon son of destiny. But this time, he had entered the devil palace to cultivate for 100 years. He had also obtained some fortuitous encounters, and his foundation had become even deeper. He was completely confident that he would definitely be able to reach a height of 7 feet and become a true demon son of heaven's mandate. But what was going on? Last time, when he was 3,000 feet away from the golem had already sensed him. But now, why wasn't there any reaction? The other onlookers were also surprised. It must be because my foundation and talent have improved. That's why there's no reaction at this distance. I should go closer, Xianxia said to himself. Then he continued to move forward, toward the golem. Soon, he was 9,000 feet away from the golem, but there was still no reaction. Xianxia was puzzled. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. 8,000 feet, still no reaction. Xianxia was a little confused. Then he continued forward. 7,000 feet, still no reaction. Xianxia began to panic. 6,000 feet, 5,000 feet, still no reaction. Xianxia's eyes turned red. What's going on? Why isn't the golem reacting? I don't believe it. Continue. Xianxia roared and continued forward. 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, and finally 1,000 feet, but the golem didn't react at all. This is the son of Saint and Demon? Are you kidding me? There's no reaction at all? Lu Ming was good at finding opportunities to mock him. Xianxia's face flushed red. Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it. Xianxia roared. He quickened his pace and approached the golem. In the end, he was about to lean on the golem, but there was still no reaction. Hurry up and react, Xianxia roared in his heart. In the end, he hugged one of the golem's legs, but there was still no reaction. The others were also confused. They couldn't understand why the golem didn't react at all. Why don't you just kneel in front of the golem? Maybe the golem will react. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to continue mocking him. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming with red eyes and then unwillingly retreated. There must be something wrong with the golem. Otherwise, there's no reaction. You're blaming the golem because you can't do it. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered. Release? Bullshit. I came here 100 years ago and the golem reacted. The demonic light reached 6,000 feet. If there's nothing wrong with the golem, why isn't there any reaction now? Xianxia roared. That's because I wasn't here last time. Now, I'm standing here. Lu Ming said proudly. What does it have to do with you standing here? Xianxia almost roared. Of course it has something to do with it. Because I, the real demon son of destiny, am here. Why would the golem take a fancy to a fake like you? Naturally, there's no reaction at all. Lu Ming said indifferently. You, Xianxia was trembling with anger. The others also looked at each other. They didn't know how to refute Lu Ming because they actually felt that what he said made sense. You go up and take a look. There must be something wrong with the golem. Even if you go up, the golem won't have any reaction. Xianxia said affirmatively. What if I go up and the golem reacts? What do you say? Lu Ming said. If the golem reacts when you go up, I'll avoid you from now on. Xianxia said fiercely because he didn't believe that the golem would have any reaction when Lu Ming went up. Even he, the son of Saint and Demon's son, didn't have any reaction when he went up. How could Lu Ming, who didn't have any demonic qi, go up? Impossible. Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously, then put his hands behind his back and walked forward as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. As Lu Ming got closer and closer to the golem, many people couldn't help but have their hearts in their mouths. Lu Ming was so confident. Would the golem really react? Finally, Lu Ming came to 1,000 feet away from the golem. Buzz, when Lu Ming came to this position, the golem suddenly shook and emitted a dazzling light. Then, a demonic light burst out and fell on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's body also burst out with a dazzling demonic light. The golem vibrated and burst out with dazzling demonic light. Lu Ming was also bathed in the demonic light. Huaran? When? W? 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 R-A? N? Wena? This scene shocked everyone. Just now, no matter how Xianxia walked, the golem didn't respond. But when Lu Ming was 1,000 feet away from the golem reacted. Xianxia shouted that there was something wrong with the golem, but reality proved that there was nothing wrong with the golem. Impossible. This is impossible, Xianxia lost control and shouted. It was really hard to accept. The golem didn't react when he went up, but Lu Ming went up and reacted immediately. He was even sure that there was something wrong with the golem. But reality slapped him hard in the face, making him look like a clown. But at this moment, no one cared about Xianxia. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. They wanted to see how long the demonic light on Lu Ming's body could reach. At first, the demonic light on Lu Ming's body was only 3 feet. But in the next moment, the demonic light on his body grew to 20 feet. Lu Ming was bathed in the demonic light, and his demonic chi soared to the sky. The demonic light was still growing, and there was no sign of it stopping. 25 feet, 30 feet, 35 feet, the demonic light was getting more and more intense, and its range was getting wider and wider. It's already 5 feet. Look, it's still growing. 60 feet, 61 feet, 62 feet, someone kept exclaiming. Among them, the most nervous was Xianxia. He stared at the demonic light on Lu Ming and clenched his fists. He was extremely nervous. He was hoping that Lu Ming's demonic light wouldn't reach 20 feet. But he was destined to be disappointed. The demonic light on Lu Ming's body grew very fast and soon reached 29 feet. Under Xianxia's pleading gaze, it reached 20 feet. 20 feet represented the Tianming demon sun. Only the Tianming demon sun could make the demonic light reach 20 feet. 100 years ago, Xianxia could only make the demonic light reach 29 feet. But what was shocking was that Lu Ming's demonic light didn't stop growing. It was still growing at an astonishing speed. 71 feet, 72 feet, soon, it reached 80 feet. And it was still growing. Everyone was stunned. It was extremely rare to see a 7-zhonglong tree. In the history of the Saint Devil dynasty, there weren't many people like that. However, it was still growing. The strongest record in the Saint Devil dynasty is 90 feet. Can he reach that? He won't break the record. Many people couldn't stay calm. It's really 30 feet. Not long after, many people roared. This was because at this moment, the demonic glow on Lu Ming's body had reached 90 feet in one go and was still increasing. Everyone was already numb and could only stare blankly. As for Xianxia, his body was trembling nonstop. No one knew why he was trembling. Time passed slowly. Soon, the demonic light on Lu Ming's body exceeded 100 feet and was advancing towards 120 feet. Bone Demon, that's enough. It's about time. Lu Ming sent a message to Bone Demon with his spiritual consciousness. Finally, the polishing on Lu Ming's body stopped when it reached 12 feet. It was 3 feet higher than the record in the Saint Devil dynasty. Compared to Xianxia's 69 feet, it was a far cry. Heavens, 20 feet. What kind of monster is this? A peerless skypride. He's a true peerless skypride of Demon Dao. Even many old men found it hard to remain calm as they sighed incessantly. No, this can't be right. At this moment, Xianxia roared again. Like a wild beast that had gone mad, he stared at Lu Ming and roared, there must be something wrong with the golem. How can someone reach 120 feet of demonic light? Xianxia had always been conceited. He felt that his talent was one of the best in the entire history of the Saint Devil dynasty. However, his demonic light was only 69 feet 100 years ago. Lu Ming's demonic light had reached 20 feet, which was much higher than his. Xianxia was mad with jealousy, but at the same time, he was in denial. He didn't believe that someone could be so much more talented than him. You said the golem didn't react when you came up. Now that I'm here, you're saying the same thing. What's wrong? Does the golem have to cooperate with you for there to be no problem? Lu Ming said indifferently. But his sarcasm was like a sharp sword that pierced Xianxia's heart. His face turned red. Humiliation. It was a blatant humiliation. Step back. I'll go up. I want to test it again. Xianxia said with reddened eyes. As you wish. Lu Ming smiled and let Xianxia go up. When Xianxia went up, the result was the same as before. There was no reaction. Ah, damn it. What's going on? Xianxia went crazy and wanted to attack the golem. Xianxia, how dare you, you're courting death. The old men were furious. They slapped Xianxia and sent him flying. If it weren't for Xianxia's talent, he would have been executed for daring to attack the ancestral golem. You, come up and try. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the golem. Xianxia still couldn't accept it. He called other young geniuses to test it, but the result was the same. There was no reaction from the golem. Save it. Watch me. Lu Ming sneered. He put his hands behind his back and walked up for the second time. When he was 1,000 feet away from the golem burst out with dazzling demonic light. Then, the demonic light on Lu Ming's body also surged. Soon, it had increased to 20 feet. See? There's nothing wrong with the golem. You're the ones who have problems. I told you, I'm the Tianming demon's son. My talent in demonic arts is too powerful. How could the golem like you when you're with me? Naturally, there's no reaction at all. Lu Ming said indifferently. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that Lu Ming's words made sense. That was very likely. Lu Ming's talent was too outstanding. Reaching 20 feet of demonic light was unprecedented. It was normal for him to suppress others. As Lu Ming said, it wasn't the golem that had a problem, but the others were too weak to be compared to Lu Ming. Impossible, this is impossible. Xianxia muttered. He couldn't accept this blow. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was on the verge of collapsing. The blow he received was so great that his Taoist heart almost collapsed. If your mind isn't strong enough, you can't achieve great things. Lu Ming commented indifferently. Pfft. Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's go. An old man hurriedly waved his hand and took Xianxia away. If this continued, Xianxia would be beaten to death before Lu Ming did anything. Now, do you believe that I'm the Tianming demon's son? The heavenly fiend golden body came because of me. You can leave now. I'm going to comprehend the heavenly fiend golden body here. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the place. The others looked at each other, then cupped their fists at Lu Ming and left. Lu Ming was now the demon's son of heaven's mandate, and his demonic light had reached an unprecedented height of 120 feet. No one dared to question his decision to stay beside the demon statue to cultivate. Very soon, everyone left. Lu Ming was the only one left. Whoosh, a ray of light flew out from the demon statue. It was Guemo, Senior Guemo, it's all thanks to you this time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Needless to say, everything that happened just now was Gumo's doing. You're welcome. It's just a small trick. Guemo said proudly. Senior Guemo, if you didn't help, how many feet of demonic light would I be able to emit? Lu Ming asked curiously. How many feet? You wish. Not even 10 feet. Guemo said disdainfully. Not even 10 feet? Lu Ming was deeply affected. Nonsense. Although you're talented, it doesn't mean that you're talented in the demon Tao. Do you understand? Guemo said mercilessly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. If Guemo hadn't helped him, he might not have been able to emit even 10 feet of demonic light. If Xianxia knew about this, he would probably be angered to death. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the heavenly demon golden body to read. Since so many people wanted the heavenly fiend golden body, Lu Ming was also very curious about what was so special about the heavenly fiend golden body. After reading for a while, Lu Ming was a little surprised. The heavenly demon golden body was not only a secret technique, but also a set of divine skills. Boy, the heavenly demon golden body is a rare secret technique in the devil path. It is a combination of divine skills and secret techniques. You can practice it and have another powerful means to fight against your enemies in the future. Guemo said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the heaven and earth 10,000 Tao art. He could directly cultivate the divine skills inside and cultivate the divine power of diabolism. Don't worry and cultivate. This demon statue is unfathomable. I can control it to overflow demonic chi for you. Cultivating under this demon statue will increase your cultivation speed by 100 times. Guillemot said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he began to comprehend. Lu Ming only needed to comprehend the first layer of the divine arts inside, and then focus on the universe myriad Tao arts. Lu Ming was familiar with the process and quickly comprehended the first level. Then, he began to circulate the universe myriad Tao arts to strengthen his demonic Tao divine power. Weng, the bone devil took action. The devil statue trembled slightly and emitted light. A strand of devil light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was bathed in the devil light, and that devil light constantly seeped into Lu Ming's body, causing the devil Tao God force in Lu Ming's body to grow crazily. Its speed was 100 times faster than normal. Not only that, but as Lu Ming continued to cultivate, his speed continued to increase. Cultivating a demonic cultivation method here for a year was equivalent to cultivating a few hundred years outside. This was all because of the ancestral demon statue. Cultivating while sitting cross-legged under the demonic statue, bathing in the demonic light. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This Lu Ming is really the demon son of heaven's mandate. No wonder the undying demon king accepted him as a disciple. In the distance, many people were hiding in the dark and watching. After seeing this scene, they were deeply convinced. They finally believed that Lu Ming was the demon son of heaven's mandate, the undying demon king's disciple. This was because only the legendary demon son of heaven's mandate could sit cross-legged under the demon statue and cultivate while bathing in the demonic light. Time flew by just like that. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated under the devil statue for 50 years. 50 years of time was at least equivalent to 15,000 years of cultivating demonic path cultivation methods in the outside world. After such a long time, Lu Ming's demonic cultivation method finally caught up. He condensed a star nucleus in his dantian, and it was on par with the other star nuclei, reaching the third layer of the king god realm. In this way, Lu Ming controlled a total of 11 kinds of divine-grade divine power. Moreover, the demonic light emitted by the devil statue was very mysterious. Lu Ming bathed in the demonic light, comprehending the demonic divine power at all times. His understanding of the demonic divine power was increasing rapidly. Now, he had awakened the divine power origin factor once. This was also with the help of the devil statue. Otherwise, Lu Ming would need a long time to cultivate another divine power to the third layer of the king god realm. After cultivating the demonic divine power to this level, Lu Ming began to truly comprehend the heavenly demon golden body. The heavenly demon golden body was a secret technique. After successfully cultivating it, once it was activated, the divine body would transform into the legendary heavenly demon golden body, becoming indestructible and unbreakable. It was a terrifying secret technique that was both offensive and defensive. No wonder the people of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were so envious. Once successfully cultivating it, one's battle strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Lu Ming began to comprehend it quietly. With the help of the devil statue, his comprehension speed was very fast. After a few months, he had reached the entry level. Once it was activated, a layer of dark golden light appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, his body became extraordinarily strong, as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. Not bad, not bad. Cultivating the heavenly demon golden body, my divine body is rapidly becoming stronger. My stamina and endurance are also increasing. This is very beneficial for using the ancient god tactics and the battle character secret art. Lu Ming was very satisfied. This time, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of benefits in the Saint Devil Imperial Court. Not only did he obtain 3 demon origin fruits, but he also obtained the heavenly demon golden body secret technique. It was a bountiful harvest. However, Lu Ming was still worried and uncertain. The main reason he could cultivate freely here was that he had pretended to be the undying demon king's disciple. However, this was all fake. Once the undying demon king came out of seclusion, he would be exposed. Moreover, he had no idea why the undying demon king had captured him. Could it be that the undying demon king had discovered some secret on him? If that was the case, once the undying demon king came out of seclusion, he would be finished. Moreover, when the undying demon king was still in seclusion and asked him for help, Lu Ming directly slipped away and ignored him. He did not believe that the undying Demon King would treat him well. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. He did not know when the undying Demon King would come out of seclusion. Boy, you are worried about the undying Demon King. Guillemot saw through Lu Ming's thoughts. Yes, once the undying Demon King comes out of seclusion, we will all be finished. Lu Ming said. I have a way to help you get through this. Guillemot said. Senior, what is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You can use this demon statue to control the undying Demon King. Guillemot said. Control the undying Demon King. Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. This idea was too crazy and too bold. After so many years in the Saint Devil Imperial Court, he had a deeper understanding of the undying Demon King. Countless years ago, the Saint Devil Imperial Court ruled a vast territory, and its strength was even stronger than the current Taishu dynasty. When the Saint Devil Imperial Court was at its peak, the undying Demon King rebelled. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the undying Demon King was sealed, but the top experts of the Saint Devil Imperial Court were also killed and injured. Since then, the Taishu dynasty had risen. To be able to drag down a flourishing dynasty with his own strength, what kind of battle prowess was this? The undying Demon King had single-handedly brought down a peak dynasty. One could imagine how powerful it was. Even if it had been sealed for many years, it was still beyond Lu Ming's imagination. However, Bone Demon said that he wanted to control the undying Demon King. To be honest, Lu Ming had never thought of this method before. All he thought about was how to stabilize the undying Demon King and how to escape. He had never thought of controlling the undying Demon King. Senior, are you confident? Lu Ming asked. This was no small matter. If they didn't succeed, then they would only have a path of death. With the help of this demonic statue, I am confident, but I need some materials. I want to set up an anti-demon formation here. Bone Demon said. Those materials are, Bone Demon mentioned more than a dozen materials, all of which were very precious demonic materials. How do I get these materials? Lu Ming frowned and thought for a while before coming up with a solution. If I want to get these materials, I can only rely on the heavenly demon golden body. Lu Ming whispered. Although these materials were precious, he estimated that most of the forces in the Saint Devil dynasty would have treasures. However, such precious materials would not be given to him for free. If he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a price. Lu Ming planned to exchange for it with the heavenly demon golden body. Immediately, Lu Ming asked Bone Demon to set up a formation on a flat ground in front of him. Then, Lu Ming got up and left. Not long after, Lu Ming came to the Imperial City. It's Lu Ming. He has been cultivating under the ancestral demonic statue for so many years and finally left. Many people talked about Lu Ming as soon as they saw him. Lu Ming was now a celebrity in the Saint Devil dynasty. Ahem, everyone listen to me. At this time, Lu Ming coughed a few times and suddenly said loudly. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. I now announce that the heavenly demon golden body can be borrowed. Those who want to cultivate it can find me under the ancestral demonic statue. Lu Ming said loudly. The scene was quiet at first. After a while, it was in an uproar. Many people became excited. Lu Ming wanted to borrow the heavenly devil's golden body? Didn't that mean that others could cultivate it as well? Quick, send a message to the patriarch. Send a message to the young master. Immediately, many people took out their sound transmission jade talismans to spread the news. This news spread across the entire Saint Devil dynasty at the speed of a hurricane. Lu Ming smiled in satisfaction, then returned to the ancestral statue. Not long after Lu Ming returned, countless people flew over. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. They were all demonic path heaven's prides that he had fought before. As for the heavenly demon golden body, it was naturally what the prodigies looked forward to the most. Lu Ming, no, demon son, is what you said true? You want to lend out the heavenly demon golden body? Someone asked. Yes, but, Lu Ming said. At this point, a secret codex appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly demon golden body codex. But this secret codex is very mysterious. If you want to comprehend it, you can only comprehend it through this secret codex. You can't copy it, nor can you pass it orally. Lu Ming said. He was telling the truth. He originally wanted to copy some copies to sell, but found that he couldn't. Even if he passed it down orally, it was useless. He couldn't explain the mystery. Only by studying the secret manual could one comprehend its mysteries. The others were stunned and then fell into deep thought. They had heard of this situation before. So, this time, I set a rule. Those who want to comprehend it can come to this formation. Each person can only comprehend it for a year. Of course, you have to pay a price. Lu Ming said as he walked into the formation that Bone Demon had set up. This is a killing formation. When a year is up, there will naturally be a reaction. Lu Ming said. What do you need? Someone asked. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't take out the heavenly demon golden body for no reason. He must have a request. Well, I need the anti-devil flower, devil locking root, devil sealing bone. Lu Ming listed more than a dozen materials in one breath. So many people gasped in shock. None of us can take out so many materials at once. I can take out the anti-devil flower. Someone spoke and listed 5 of the materials. 5 materials are fine too. Give me the materials and you can come in to cultivate. Only one person can cultivate for a year at a time. Lu Ming said. That person immediately asked someone to bring 5 materials, about half a kilogram of each. Lu Ming frowned slightly. According to Bone Demon's request, at least 12 kilograms of each material. However, as time went by, they would all gather together eventually. Lu Ming took the materials, and that family hurriedly let a young genius step into the formation. That genius was very excited. He walked into the formation, held the Heavenly Demon Secret Codex in his hand, and began to comprehend it. The others were extremely envious. However, no one dared to snatch it. Lu Ming was the disciple of the Undying Demon King. This identity was enough of a deterrent. They could only wait and find someone to collect the materials. Lu Ming continued to walk under the statue and cultivate the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. He had been meditating for so many years and had memorized the content of the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. There was no need for him to meditate on it every day. A year's time passed very quickly. The young man reluctantly left the Heavenly Demon Golden Body Codex. How is it? The young family head's subordinate asked fervently. Not bad, I've almost comprehended it, but as Lu Ming said, it can't be taught. It's difficult to copy and dictate. The young man said. On the side, the others were disappointed. If they could copy and dictate, they wouldn't have to pay such a high price to learn from Lu Ming. They could learn directly from this young man. Is there anyone else who wants to learn? Lu Ming said. Me, I have 5 materials here. I have 6, a group of people shouted, all wanting to learn first. You first. In the end, Lu Ming pointed to one of them, mainly because this person took out 7 materials. Naturally, the more materials there were, the more priority they had. That person was also a genius. After handing the materials to Lu Ming, he rushed into the array and began to practice. A year later, another person would come, just like that. There was one person every year. Lu Ming had more and more materials needed by Bone Demon. He slowly put them away. Lu Ming secretly passed the materials to Bone Demon, and Bone Demon secretly set up around the demonic statue. With Bone Demon's means, no one would find out as long as he covered it up a little. A few years later, a person came and attracted everyone's attention. That was Xianxia. After so many years, Xianxia had finally adjusted himself. However, after that blow, he had become much more reserved. He also took out some materials, wanting to comprehend the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. With his talent, he was naturally very tempted by the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. As long as he had the materials, Lu Ming didn't make things difficult for him and let him cultivate. In Lu Ming's mind, he didn't care about Xianxia at all. His biggest enemy now was the Undying Demon King. As long as he subdued the Undying Demon King, Xianxia would have to listen to him. Just like that, more than 20 years passed, and all the materials needed for the Bone Demon were finally gathered. Wait a minute, I don't need the anti-magic flower anymore. I'm going to change my materials. If you want to cultivate, bring me the devil origin fruit or the flying devil liquid, Lu Ming shouted. What? Demonic origin fruit, flying devil elixir, why don't you go rob them? Someone shouted. The main reason was that these two treasures were too precious. The demonic origin fruit had the same effect as the divine power source pearl. Consuming one would allow one to awaken an origin source secret art. It was incomparably precious and could only be found by chance. Even if it did appear, it would be consumed very quickly, and it was almost impossible to leave it behind. Lu Ming had obtained 3 devil origin fruits from the 5 directions devil steel, and that was a great fortune. As for the flying devil liquid, although its value was slightly lower than that of the devil origin fruit, it wasn't too far off. This was because the flying devil liquid could help one awaken the origin divine power factor. If a person who had yet to awaken a godly power of origin factor were to consume a tail of flying devil liquid, he would definitely be able to awaken a godly power of origin factor. Those who had already awakened once had a 50% chance of awakening a second time after consuming 1 or 2 grams of flying devil liquid. Of course, if he consumed half a kilogram of flying devil liquid, it would be 100%. The higher the number of awakenings, the lower the chance of awakening when consuming the same amount of flying devil liquid. However, this kind of effect was still heaven-defying. It was also a peerless treasure that could only be found by chance. Now, Lu Ming actually wanted these 2 kinds of treasures to be able to comprehend the heavenly fiend golden body mystic canon. This was robbery. After such a long time, you should know how mysterious the heavenly demon golden body is. It has a set of divine skills. After cultivating it, one's combat power, attack power, defense power, and vitality will all soar. It can save one's life at a critical moment. Is life more important, or the demonic origin fruit and the flying devil liquid? Lu Ming chatted happily. Many people cursed inwardly. You're just standing there and talking. Do you think the demonic origin fruit and the flying demon liquid are ordinary worldly possessions? It was also a treasure that could permanently increase one's strength. I'll say it one more time. A demonic origin fruit or 2 tails of flying demon liquid is enough for a year. If you have it, hurry up. If you don't, forget it. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he was about to step forward and take away the heavenly devil golden body mystic canon. Many people gritted their teeth, wishing they could snatch the heavenly demon secret tome, but thinking of the undying demon king, they didn't dare. I'll offer 2 drops of flying devil liquid. A loud roar rang out, sounding extremely unwilling. Lu Ming smiled. Soon enough, he obtained 3 tails of flying devil liquid. An old man entered the array to comprehend the heavenly demon golden body. A year later, Lu Ming received another 3 liters of flying devil liquid. Just like that, 3 years passed, and Lu Ming received a total of 9 tails of flying devil liquid. This was already the limit. No one could take out the demonic origin fruit. The flying devil liquid was also gone. After all, this kind of peerless treasure level consumable was extremely rare. It was normal for it to be difficult for someone to take it out. No one could take it out. Lu Ming directly took away the heavenly demon golden body mystic tome. Everyone was helpless, and in the end, they slowly retreated. Not long after, Lu Ming was left alone in the area of the ancestral devil statue. Senior Bone Demon, is the array set up? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. It's done. This demon sealing array, with the help of this devil statue and me, as long as the undying demon king isn't too ridiculously strong, it shouldn't be a problem to seal him. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming finally heaved a long sigh of relief, putting down a huge burden. Now, it's time to use the demonic origin fruit and flying devil liquid to increase my strength. He had 3 demonic origin fruits and 9 tails of flying devil liquid. 3 demonic origin fruits could awaken 3 types of divine force to their origin source secret arts. Lu Ming planned to cultivate the Sun Divine Force and Moon Divine Force first. If these 2 types of divine force awakened their origin source secret arts, coupled with the Yin-Yang God Eye, the power would be astonishing. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out a demonic origin fruit, swallowed it, and began to comprehend the Sun Divine Force. It felt similar to the Divine Force Pearl. After a while, a bright moon appeared above Lu Ming's head. The moonlight shone brightly. This was the origin source secret art awakened by the sun divine force. The moonlight seemed gentle, but it could destroy all things. With a thought, the bright moon disappeared. Lu Ming took out the first demonic origin fruit and swallowed it. This time, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the sun divine force. After an unknown period of time, a large sun appeared above Lu Ming's head. A scorching hot aura filled the air. This was the origin source divine force awakened by the sun divine force. It corresponded perfectly with the origin source secret art of the sun divine force. How strong will the sun and moon be when they appear together? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Then, another demonic origin fruit appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The third demonic origin fruit. This time, Lu Ming planned to cultivate the primordial dragon power. He had the 9 dragons' blood essence in his body, and cultivating the divine dragon aspect art would greatly improve his primordial dragon power. After swallowing it, Lu Ming began to comprehend the primordial dragon power. Woo woo woo, after some time, a dragon's roar came from above Lu Ming's head. Then, a dragon horn appeared. This dragon horn was made of stone and looked very ancient. It was similar to the God's Gate and the Tyrant God's Spear. This dragon horn was like a scimitar, but also like a conch. Because it was hollow, it constantly emitted a humming sound. This is the origin source secret art awakened by the primordial dragon power? How strange. I wonder what it's used for. Lu Ming was very surprised. Different people cultivating the same divine force could awaken different origin source secret arts. Lu Ming didn't know what this dragon horn was used for. He would have to slowly comprehend and develop it in the future. 3 origin source secret arts in addition to the previous 2. If this were to spread, it would probably scare a bunch of people to death. Lu Ming smiled. Now, it's time to use the flying devil liquid. Lu Ming smiled. He planned to use the flying devil liquid to cultivate sovereign god power. 9 tails of flying devil liquid had a 50% chance of allowing a second awakening to reach the third awakening. However, Lu Ming was the first to cultivate sovereign god power, and he was the first to reach the second awakening. Now, he was almost at the peak of the second awakening, but he was stuck, unable to break through the bottleneck. If he used the 9 tails of flying devil liquid, Lu Ming was very confident that he could break through. After swallowing the 9 tails of flying devil liquid, Lu Ming began to break through with all his strength. Dazzling light shone from his body as sovereign god power rippled violently. 1 day, 2 days, soon, a month had passed. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body, an ancient and desolate aura spreading out. Compared to before, this aura was even more ancient, as if it had experienced the passage of time. The third awakening has finally succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this period of time, Lu Ming had awakened origin source secret arts for 3 different divine forces, and now, his sovereign god power had awakened for the 3rd time. Although his cultivation base did not increase, his combat strength had increased by a large margin. It was very difficult to go from the 2nd to the 3rd awakening of the divine power of origin. There might not even be 1 out of 100 who went through the 2nd awakening of the divine power of origin. Every awakening of the divine power of origin was a screening process. Most people would be locked in place and would find it difficult to break through. Back then, Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Chu Chun Kong, and the others were older than Lu Ming. They had cultivated for at least a few thousand years more than Lu Ming, but they were still only able to go through the 2nd awakening. This showed how difficult it was to go through the 3rd awakening. Many peak divine kings found it difficult to go through the 3rd awakening. It was said that to break through to the divine emperor realm, one had to go through at least the 3rd awakening. Therefore, those divine emperors had to go through at least the 3rd awakening. No wonder they were so powerful. If not for the help of the 9 tails of flying demon liquid, he did not know how long it would take him to break through. 3rd level divine king realm and you can go through the 3rd awakening. Not bad. At this moment, a voice came from beside Lu Ming. There was admiration in the voice. However, Lu Ming suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. There was someone beside him and he did not notice at all. If this person wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Thinking of this, Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. Whoosh, he suddenly jumped up and retreated quickly. He was in a defensive position. When he looked forward, his pupils suddenly shrank. Undying Demon King, the person who had just spoken was Undying Demon King. He was standing beside the place where he had been cultivating. Undying Demon King had come out of seclusion. Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. Little guy, why are you so nervous? Do you think you can avoid my attack? Undying Demon King said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Haha, it's Demon King. I was wondering who it was. Congratulations Demon King on coming out of seclusion. You have recovered your divine power. It's only a matter of time before you dominate the world. Lu Ming laughed and flattered him. It's not easy to fully recover after being sealed for so many years. Undying Demon King sighed. However, Lu Ming was delighted. Since Undying Demon King had not fully recovered, Bone Demon's plan had a higher chance of success. I heard that during the years I was in seclusion, he kept telling me that he was my disciple. At this moment, the immortal Demon King looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, Lord Demon King, please don't blame me. I had no other choice. I was just trying to protect myself. Really? The unkillable Demon King spoke. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned pitch black, like two pitch black whirlpools. He stared at Lu Ming, as if he wanted to see through Lu Ming's secrets. Lu Ming's hair stood on end, his body tensed up, and he couldn't help but back up until he was right next to the ancestral statue. After a while, the Undying Demon King's eyes returned to normal, revealing a trace of surprise. You have 11 star cores in your Dantian region, and control 11 types of godly grade god power. What technique do you cultivate? Leave it to me. Also, I remember there's a purple copper coffin. I'm very interested in it. Hand it over. Undying Demon King said indifferently. He's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the Undying Demon King didn't have good intentions by bringing him here. Back then, in the Black Jade Gold Mine, Lu Ming had fought with the Black Jade Army. He had used all his strength and taken out the purple copper coffin. All of this had been seen by the Undying Demon King. Previously, Lu Ming had suspected that the Undying Demon King might have brought him here for his treasures. Now it seemed that the Undying Demon King hadn't discovered the battle character technique and the quantum character technique. After all, the origin ancient characters had spiritual intelligence. Once they were spied on, they would quickly shrink and hide. However, in front of an expert like the Undying Demon King, it was difficult for him to hide the divine power in his body, especially during the battle. Even if he used some means to cover it up, the Undying Demon King would discover it if he wanted to. Now it seemed that the Undying Demon King was after the Universe Myriad Tao technique and the purple copper coffin. However, Lu Ming would never give these two treasures to the Undying Demon King. Senior, I got these two treasures by chance. As a senior expert, it's beneath your dignity to take them from me like this. As Lu Ming spoke, he secretly contacted the Bone Demon. What did you say? The Undying Demon King's face turned cold. Then, a monstrous aura spread out. Under the pressure of this aura, Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost knelt down. In the face of this aura, Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the universe. He couldn't resist. The Undying Demon King finally showed his ferocious face. Little guy, you should know where this place is. If I don't agree, you can't get out. Even if I don't kill you, as long as I spread the news that you're not my disciple, you'll immediately be dismembered by countless people. Do you understand? If you give me that technique and the purple copper coffin, oh, by the way, I also heard that you've obtained the secret manual of the Heavenly Demon Golden Body. Give them to me too. You're talented. I'll consider accepting you as my disciple. The Undying Demon King said coldly. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Step by step, he stepped towards Lu Ming. So, if I don't hand them over, I'll be dead? Lu Ming said. No, I'll make you suffer until you hand them over. The Undying Demon King said coldly with a ferocious face. This old guy, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. At this time, he received a message from the Bone Demon. Everything was ready. The Undying Demon King had entered the Anti-Demon Grand Array. I'll give you one last chance. Hand them over or not. The Undying Demon King's voice became louder and his aura became stronger. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Hand over the Ma coins, Lu Ming replied. You're courting death. The Undying Demon King was furious. He stepped out and stretched out a hand. His palm rapidly enlarged and grabbed at Lu Ming. Buzz, at this moment, in this area, the area around the demon statue was filled with a resplendent radiance. Then, countless runes flashed out, forming black chains. A total of 18 black chains, all condensed by endless runes, wrapped around the Undying Demon King from all directions. The Undying Demon King was stunned and stopped attacking Lu Ming. He smiled and said, "It turns out that you've set up a formation here. But you want to deal with me with a formation? You must be dreaming." Break! The Undying Demon King's palm was like a knife. He slashed out and a ray of terrifying demonic light broke through the air. If this demonic light was in the universe, it could split a planet in half. However, when the demonic light hit the black chains only shook a little and nothing happened. At this time, the Undying Demon King's face finally changed. "Kid, this isn't a formation that was set up." The Undying Demon King looked at Lu Ming, only to find that Lu Ming had hidden behind the demonic statue. Clatter, the black chains shook and wrapped around the Undying Demon King. The 18 black chains were formed by the Grand Anti-Demon Array. They were made of runes, but they had a metallic feel. In an instant, they approached the Undying Demon King. "You want to deal with me? Dream on. Boy, I'm going to grind your bones to dust," the Undying Demon King roared, and his body burst out with demonic light. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently as if the whole world was shaking. A terrifying and boundless aura was emitted from the Undying Demon King. Roar, the Undying Demon King roared, and several large cracks appeared in the sky, looking extremely ferocious. The divine power of the Undying Demon King was incomparably terrifying. Such a big movement alarmed the whole Saint Devil dynasty. Countless people looked in the direction of the ancestral golem. What's going on? The whole world is shaking. What's going on? Over at the ancestral devil statue's side, the devil chi is soaring into the sky, the devil might is vast and mighty. What is that existence? Undying Demon King, it's the Undying Demon King. Everyone, don't get close. The Demon King is cultivating. Many people shouted. In the end, some experts judged that it was the Undying Demon King based on the aura. However, they thought that it was the Undying Demon King who was cultivating. Perhaps, he was cultivating a terrifying technique. They would never dream that someone was dealing with the Undying Demon King. In the Saint Devil dynasty, who dared to deal with the Undying Demon King? Who could deal with the Undying Demon King? Therefore, they didn't think about it at all. Everyone hid far away, afraid of disturbing the Undying Demon King's cultivation. Under the ancestral golem, the Undying Demon King roared, and endless demonic aura surged. The void kept exploding as if it could destroy everything. The terrifying power bombarded the black chains. Although it didn't break the black chains, it kept the black chains fluttering and couldn't get close. It wasn't that the black chains were so hard that they could withstand the power of the Undying Demon King. Instead, it was formed by the Grand Anti-Demon Array, which had a natural restraining effect on the demonic aura. As long as it was a demonic technique, its power would be infinitely weakened. This guy's strength is really amazing. Lu Ming was shocked. He hid behind the ancestral golem. The ancestral golem emitted a ray of light, enveloping Lu Ming. He was safe and sound, not afraid of the Undying Demon King's aura. However, that feeling was also quite terrifying. In any case, Lu Ming could not imagine it. The Undying Demon King was still far from recovering, but he was already so terrifying. How terrifying would he be if he recovered to his peak? Brat, no matter what you do, you can't trap me. Break! 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 The Undying Demon King bellowed. Terrifying energy gushed out unceasingly. At the same time, he stepped forward, wanting to suppress Lu Ming. Really? At this time, a figure appeared. It was not Lu Ming who spoke. The voice came from the ancestral devil statue. Lu Ming could tell that it was the voice of the Bone Demon. Suddenly, the Undying Demon King's pupils shrank. A voice came from the ancestral demon statue, which shocked him greatly. In the next moment, the Undying Demon King was even more shocked because not only did the ancestral demonic statue make a sound, it actually moved. Boom, boundless demonic light burst out from the ancestral demon statue. A gigantic palm covered the sky and pressed down on the Undying Demon Lord. The Undying Demon King was shocked. He tried his best to resist, and demonic light soared into the sky. However, the ancestral demon statue contained boundless power. When the palm pressed down, the Undying Demon King's body shook violently. The demonic light on his body was shaken off, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black chain rapidly contracted and wrapped around the Undying Demon King. The black chain disappeared as soon as it touched the Undying Demon King's body, as if it had entered the depths of the Undying Demon King's body. Ah! The Undying Demon King roared and struggled madly. However, under the suppression of the ancestral demon statue, he could not use much strength. Slowly, the Undying Demon King's aura became weaker and weaker. The legendary anti-demon formation. This is the legendary anti-demon formation. Who is it? Who wants to deal with me? The Undying Demon King bellowed, extremely unwilling and angry. However, what responded to him was an even more powerful force. After a while, the Undying Demon King completely stopped struggling. The demonic chi on his body disappeared without a trace. He was like an ordinary person, without a trace of aura. At this time, the ancestral demon statue withdrew its palm and returned to its original state. Lu Ming, it's done. The Bone Demon's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was ecstatic. The Undying Demon King was under control. Then, wouldn't he be able to command the Saint Demon Imperial Court in the future? Lu Ming stepped out and slowly approached the Undying Demon King. Who is it? Who is it? Come out. The Undying Demon King roared madly. It's me. The Bone Demon's voice rang out and then flew out of the Undying Demon statue's body. You, what a strong demonic chi, what a pure demonic chi. After seeing the Bone Demon, the Undying Demon King seemed to have sensed something and revealed a look of horror. Boy, from now on, follow Lu Ming. You'll benefit from it. The Bone Demon said lightly. I, the Undying Demon King, have dominated the starry sky. How can I listen to a brat? Impossible, I'll kill him. The Immortal Demon King bellowed furiously. He moved his body and was about to charge toward Lu Ming. However, the Bone Demon slapped out, and a bony palm enlarged and slapped the Undying Demon King's head. With a plop, the Undying Demon King fell to the ground. At the same time, runes appeared on the Undying Demon King's body, burning like a black flame. The Undying Demon King let out a painful howl. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The Undying Demon King was an old monster who had lived for countless years and was sealed for countless years. His mind was absolutely incomparably tough, but now, he could not help but howl, showing how painful it was. After a while, the runes disappeared. The Undying Demon King gasped for breath, his eyes flashing with horror, as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. Boy, you're now sealed by my anti-demon formation. Your life is in my hands. If I want you to die, you'll die. If I want you to live, you'll live. Of course, I can also make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Bone Demon said lightly, looking at the Undying Demon King as if he was looking at a junior. The Undying Demon King's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. He knew that the Bone Demon was right. The anti-demon formation was a legendary formation. Even he had only heard of it and had never seen it. Once a person who cultivated the demon Tao was trapped by the anti-demon formation, he would not be able to escape. He would have to obey the orders of others for the rest of his life, or his life would be in the hands of others. He would even suffer a fate worse than death. He had tasted that feeling just now and really did not want to experience it a second time. What do you want me to do? The Undying Demon King asked unwillingly. Didn't I just tell you to listen to Lu Ming? Can't you understand human language? The Bone Demon lectured the Undying Demon King as if he were a junior. The undying demon king really wanted to cry. He had finally escaped from the seal. He was ambitious and wanted to do something big, but now he was controlled by the anti-demon formation and had to listen to the orders of a junior. Why was his life so bitter? In the end, the undying demon king reluctantly nodded and agreed to follow Lu Ming's orders from now on. Boy, what's with that expression? You look so reluctant. Let me tell you, Lu Ming's future achievements will definitely be beyond your imagination. It will be a piece of cake for him to surpass his peak. In the future, you will definitely rejoice because of today's encounter. Bone Demon scolded the undying demon king. Being praised so highly by Bone Demon, Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. His old face was slightly red. The undying demon king had no choice but to compromise. As for what Lu Ming could achieve, he didn't believe it at all. He had seen many geniuses. What kind of peerless geniuses had he not seen? But how many of them could surpass him in the end? But under the eaves, he had to bow his head. Whatever Bone Demon said was right. Remember, follow Lu Ming well in the future. After that, Bone Demon turned into a black light and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. This? Lu, the undying demon king looked at Lu Ming and stammered. For a moment, he didn't know how to address Lu Ming. He was afraid that if he called Lu Ming's name directly, it would be disrespectful and make Lu Ming unhappy. He really couldn't call him by his honorific name. Just call me Lu Ming, Lu Ming said. It didn't matter what he called him. Okay, Lu Ming, what's your order? The undying demon king asked. I really have something to do. Is there any place in the Saint Devil dynasty that has treasures of extreme cold? Lu Ming said. Now that the undying demon king obeyed him, he naturally made good use of it to plunder some treasures. I'll go and inquire about it. Wait a moment. After that, the undying demon king turned into a black light and disappeared. Bone Demon didn't deliberately control the anti-devil formation, so the undying demon king could freely use his own cultivation. Soon after, the undying demon king returned. Lu Ming, there is a treasured land in the Saint Devil dynasty called the Arcanine Magic Pool. It is rarely opened. Only those who have made great contributions, or the top geniuses, are qualified to cultivate there for a few days. If necessary, I will immediately give the order to allow you to cultivate in the Arcanine Magic Pool. Undying Demon King said. All right. Lu Ming was delighted. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived at the Profoundine Magic Pond. There was a demonic pool about 3 meters in diameter. It was unknown how deep it was, but it was filled with a pitch-black liquid that emitted a terrifyingly low temperature. Lu Ming circulated his divine power to block the low temperature outside. It really is a treasure of extreme cold, and it's such a big pool. Good. Lu Ming was delighted. This was a sacred place of cultivation in the Saint Devil dynasty. It was very precious. Ordinary people would never be able to enter. However, since the Undying Demon King had given the order, Lu Ming could easily enter. No one dared to say anything. Now, everyone really thought that Lu Ming was the Undying Demon King's disciple. Otherwise, the Undying Demon King would not only not trouble Lu Ming, but also allow Lu Ming to cultivate in the Arcanine Magic Pool. Everyone thought that the Undying Demon King had begun to teach Lu Ming, and they were incomparably envious. Plop, Lu Ming jumped into the Arcanine Magic Pool. The terrifying chill madly drilled into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming to involuntarily shiver. It's so cold. Old Liang, hurry up and devour the energy of the Arcanine Magic Pool, Lu Ming said to the measure formula. All right. The measure formula's voice resounded. Immediately, a powerful energy emerged, and the Arcanine Magic Pool's water was devoured by the measure formula. Wait a minute, leave some behind. Lu Ming, this Arcanine Magic Pool is very helpful for cultivating the Heavenly Devil Golden Body. It can greatly speed up the cultivation of the Heavenly Devil Golden Body, Guillemot quickly said. Lu Ming quickly stopped the measure formula from absorbing half of the pool, leaving behind the other half. After absorbing half of it, the measure formula used it to refine the energy of the stellar core. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Xianxia demonic pool and circulated the Heavenly Fiend Golden Body technique. He absorbed the energy in the demonic pool and began to cultivate the heavenly fiend golden body. Waves of extremely cold devil chi poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming discovered that this kind of energy was indeed very suitable for the heavenly devil golden body. It could greatly increase the cultivation speed of the heavenly devil golden body. Naturally, Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and began to cultivate. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 100 years, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the arcanine magic pool. At this time, the arcanine magic pool had been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. After 100 years of cultivation, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the heavenly devil golden body to a certain level. Once it erupted, Lu Ming's body would become indestructible and extremely powerful. Moreover, his defense and vitality would skyrocket, which improved Lu Ming's overall strength. At least, his life-saving ability had increased by a notch. Lu Ming, I've refined a lot of energy. Do you need it now? At this time, the measure formula's voice resounded. Of course. Lu Ming said. Alright, then I'll transfer it to you. After the measure formula finished speaking, a large amount of energy rushed towards Lu Ming. This energy was extremely pure. It had been refined by the measure formula after the cold energy and the energy of the star nucleus had been neutralized. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Tao scripture and started to absorb this energy, transforming it into various kinds of God force. In his dantian, 11 star nuclei were shining brightly, beating like 11 hearts. They were constantly absorbing the pure energy and transforming it into different kinds of God force. The star nuclei were becoming more and more resplendent, and the 11 kinds of God force were becoming more and more abundant. Originally, Lu Ming had just broken through to the third heaven of the King God realm, but now, his cultivation had started to increase rapidly. Half a pool of arcanine magic pool had neutralized a large amount of energy from the star nuclei. After 100 years of refining by the measure formula, it was really too much. Lu Ming was refining rapidly. Energy was constantly gushing out of the quantifying word incantation. Lu Ming's cultivation had started to increase rapidly. Soon, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the third heaven of the King God realm. He was about to break through to the fourth heaven of the King God realm. The fourth heaven of the King God realm wasn't easy to cultivate. Lu Ming's body rumbled unceasingly. Not enough. It's still not enough. I have to continue refining the God force. Lu Ming muttered. He controlled 11 kinds of God force. If he wanted to break through at the same time, it would be several times harder than others. The amount of energy he needed was also much higher. Lu Ming continued to refine the energy, accumulating God force. His God force was getting thicker and thicker. Eventually, when Lu Ming's God force had accumulated to a certain level, Lu Ming's body emitted a strong aura. He had broken through to the fourth heaven of the King God realm. After breaking through to the fourth heaven of the King God realm, Lu Ming's God force had increased by a large margin. When the 11 kinds of God force were activated, it was as thick as the sea. More God force gushed out from the measure formula. Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base. In the end, Lu Ming had consolidated his cultivation base at the early fourth heaven of the King God realm. At the same time, the measure formula had finished refining the energy. Lu Ming needed a lot of energy to break through. If it were someone else, they would have reached the peak of the fourth heaven of the King God realm or even the fifth heaven of the King God realm. However, Lu Ming was already satisfied. His cultivation speed was already very fast. It's time to go back, Lu Ming said in a low voice. It had been more than 200 years since he had gone to the Black Jade Gold Mine. Originally, he was supposed to go to the Black Jade Gold Mine for 100 years. Now, it had been more than 100 years. If he did not go back now, Blue Merchant would be worried about him during the autumn moon. Immediately, Lu Ming left the Blackie magic pool and found the Undying Demon King. He asked him to take Lu Ming out. The Undying Demon King took Lu Ming out of the Saint Devil dynasty. Soon, Lu Ming appeared in a starry sky. Now, he knew that the area of the Saint Devil dynasty was an extremely secret world, which was attached to the primitive universe. Compared to the minor Kiliacosm, it was countless times larger. Lu Ming, do you want me to accompany you? The Undying Demon King asked. No need. Go back and recover well. When I need help, I will naturally look for you. Lu Ming said. Although the strength of the Undying Demon King and the Saint Devil dynasty was amazing and Lu Ming could mobilize them, he did not plan to bring them along. The Saint Devil dynasty and the Taishu dynasty were mortal enemies. They had been fighting each other for countless years. If he brought the experts of the Saint Devil dynasty to the Taishu holy capital, once they were discovered, not only would the people of the Saint Devil dynasty die, but he would also die. He did not dare to bring the people of the Saint Devil dynasty with him. Moreover, the Undying Demon King's cultivation was far from recovered. When he fully recovered, he would be a great help to him. Okay, be careful. The Undying Demon King said against his will. He could not wait for Lu Ming to meet with danger and die. Then, he would be free. After that, Lu Ming did not stay. He turned into a streamer and left the place, flying towards the boundless starry sky. The Saint Devil dynasty was actually located within the Taishu Holy Quartz territory. It was just that it was more remote and was very well hidden. Lu Ming spent a few months before arriving at a place with a cross-star field teleportation array. Then, he began to teleport. However, Lu Ming did not head towards the Great Void Sacred Capital. Instead, he headed towards the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. He wanted to go to the Ghost Realm and bring back a group of Nether Ape Battle Clan experts. At this moment, his cultivation base had reached the 4th King God Realm, which was the minimum requirement to establish a family. He needed to prepare. Bringing a group of strong warriors with him was good for the establishment of his family. After spending some time, Lu Ming returned to the territory of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and headed towards the other entrance of the Ghost Realm. However, after flying in the starry sky for a while, Lu Ming came to a halt. He looked at a meteorite and said coldly, "Who is it? Come out." That was because when he was flying earlier, he had a feeling that the meteorite was following him. During this period of time, he had changed directions several times, and the meteorite had also changed directions. It couldn't be such a coincidence. He, I didn't expect to be discovered. A sneer was heard, and then a group of people flew out from behind the meteorite. It's the Jin clan and the Qin clan. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the other party's attire, Lu Ming recognized the other party at one glance. He did not expect to meet the Jin clan and the Qin clan as soon as he returned to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace. There were a total of 12 people from the Jin clan and the Qin clan. They surrounded Lu Ming. Ha, we're lucky. We were carrying out a mission nearby, but we didn't expect to meet Lu Ming. One of the Jin clan's men laughed. His face was ferocious and filled with killing intent. 3 of the Jin clan's 4 heroes had been killed by Lu Ming. The Jin clan's men could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, why didn't you stay in the Great Void Sacred Courtyard? Why did you come back to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace? What are you trying to do? An old man from the Qin clan asked. They had noticed Lu Ming before, but when they saw that Lu Ming did not return to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace, they were curious. They guessed that Lu Ming might have found some treasure and came to look for it. That was why he did not attack, but followed behind secretly. Why do you care where I am? Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't want to talk, right? Then, I'll destroy your cultivation. Let's see if you'll talk. A middle-aged man from the Jin clan smiled ferociously. His divine force exploded, and he looked like a golden sun as he rushed towards Lu Ming. That person had the cultivation base of the 6th King God Realm. Although he knew that Lu Ming was not weak, the gap between each layer in the Divine King Realm was huge. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming easily. Void-breaking hand. The man used the Jin clan's unique skill, the void-breaking hand. His palm turned golden as if it could pierce through the void, and it produced a terrifying whistling sound. The golden palm struck towards Lu Ming's head. Bam! Lu Ming also raised his palm to counter the attack. At this moment, a dark golden light flashed on the surface of Lu Ming's body. It was the sign of using the heavenly demon golden body. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated the heavenly demon golden body to a high level, so it did not look strange at all. Both of their palms collided. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the area. The scream came from the middle-aged man from the Jin clan. One of his arms had exploded, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. One of his arms was crippled by Lu Ming with just one blow. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and slashed with his palm like a blade. Blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man from the Jin clan was beheaded. His eyes were wide open, and he could not believe it. The heavenly demon golden body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming thought. He did not use any other tricks. He had only used his god power and the heavenly demon golden body to kill his opponent. The heavenly demon golden body did not disappoint him. How is this possible? The other people from the Jin clan and the Qin clan were shocked. They could not believe it. An expert in the 6th King God realm was killed just like that. Anyone who could reach the 6th King God realm would not be weak. His god power was at least of the divine grade. His strength was terrifying. It only meant that Lu Ming was too strong. Let's join hands. This kid is strange. His progress is too fast, said an old man from the Qin clan, his face solemn. Attack! Shouted another old man from the Jin clan. His god power exploded. His hair and beard turned golden. He turned into a golden man and dashed towards Lu Ming. The other powerhouses also unleashed their powers and charged toward Lu Ming. Die! Shouted Lu Ming coldly. He activated the battle character secret art to increase his fighting strength by 4 times. At the same time, all 12 types of god power were activated. An ancient aura burst out. Swoosh! Lu Ming threw a punch and a powerful cultivator of the Qin family, who was at the 6th tier of the Divine King realm, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Die! Shouted Lu Ming. The heavenly demon golden body was activated to the maximum. He punched out continuously with both of his fists, colliding with an old man from the Jin clan. Lu Ming and an old man of the Jin family punched each other. The old man had the cultivation base of the 7th King God realm, a high-level King God realm expert. However, his entire arm exploded, turning into a mist of blood. The old man of the Jin family screamed and retreated. Die! Lu Ming hurried to catch up. He stared at the elder and launched an attack. Save me! The old man was terrified. He retreated quickly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could see Lu Ming's cultivation base, the 4th King God realm. When Lu Ming joined the Great Void Imperial family's Holy Institute, he was only the 1st King God realm expert. In less than 1,000 years, Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th King God realm. He was a King God realm expert, not a martial emperor or martial emperor. Breaking through 3 King God realms in less than 1,000 years was terrifying. Of course, Lu Ming's fighting strength was even more terrifying. A 4th King God realm expert had broken through 3 levels and injured him, a high-level King God realm expert of the 7th King God realm. You're courting death. Suppress him. There was an angry bellow from the side. A huge golden hand came pressing down on Lu Ming with terrifying power. Under this huge hand, the entire sky was trembling. 8th King God realm, in a flash, Lu Ming knew the cultivation base of the person who had attacked him. Moreover, his God realm energy was ancient, which meant that he had awakened his God realm origin. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of an 8th King God realm expert. He activated the heavenly demon golden body and punched out. Dong! Lu Ming's punch collided with the golden hand, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire sky. The 2 6th King God realm experts were hit by the shockwave. They were knocked back and vomited blood. They were severely injured. In the distance, a meteorite that was hundreds of thousands of miles big was hit by the shockwave. It exploded and turned into dust. The 2 figures trembled and retreated at the same time. 8th King God realm, not bad. I'll take care of you later, Lu Ming said coldly. With a sway of his body, he evaded the strong cultivator in the 8th heaven of the Divine King realm and charged toward the weaker ones. Boom! Lu Ming waved his fist, causing the void to tremble. 2 more experts from the Jin clan and Qin clan were killed. Warriors under the 7th King God realm couldn't resist even one strike from Lu Ming. They were all killed instantly. Only cultivators of the 7th King God realm could resist it. After killing several people in succession, Lu Ming caught up with the Jin clan elder who was heavily injured by him just now. The elder was almost scared to death and frantically fled. The tyrant god spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It transformed into a bolt of lightning and pierced out. Pucci, the old man from the Jin family, was nailed to death in the air. After the tyrant god spear killed the Jin family elder, it flew back into Lu Ming's hand and Lu Ming brandished it. Spear Dao River. Lu Ming muttered. A vast river appeared in the sky. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and it enveloped the 4 Jin and Qin family experts. After a few blood-curdling screams, the 4 experts were all killed. In such a short time, 8 experts had been killed by Lu Ming. The Jin clan and Qin clan had 12 experts in total. Now, only 4 of them were left. The remaining 4 revealed looks of terror in their eyes. "Let's join hands and kill him," shouted a man from the Jin clan. However, he had already sent a message to the Jin clan. The remaining 4 experts were all experts. 2 of them were in the 8th King God realm and the other 2 were in the 7th King God realm. They still wanted to kill Lu Ming. 7 injuries Divine Fist. Void Shattering Hand. The 4 experts gathered together and attacked Lu Ming. They didn't want Lu Ming to kill them one by one. Very good. I'll kill you all in one go. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. It was as if the sun and moon were floating in the sky. Then, a bright moon and a sun rose above Lu Ming's head. The bright moon and the sun shone brightly as they flew toward the 4 experts of the Jin clan and Qin clan. Their bodies trembled inexplicably. Their attacks were also shaking violently. Then, they melted like ice meeting fire. "It's the origin secret technique," exclaimed an expert in the 8th King God realm of the Qin clan. "Again, Dominator's Gate," shouted Lu Ming coldly. The Dominator's Gate appeared and pressed down on his opponent. At the same time, Lu Ming held the overbearing God Spear and attacked. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming cast 4 origin secret skills. The 4 experts of the Jin clan and Qin clan were scared to death. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't believe it. Impossible. For origin secret techniques, monster, quick. Send the news to the clan. We must kill this man at all costs, shouted a few people. They wanted to send the news out. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give them the chance. The bright moon and the sun pressed down on them, making them cough up blood. Especially the 2 experts in the 7th King God realm. A layer of light appeared on their bodies and they started to melt. "Let's go." Seeing that, the 2 strong cultivators of the 8th King God layer shouted furiously. They tried their best to resist the attack and run away. However, under the suppression of the Dominator's Gate, the expert in the 8th King God realm of the Qin clan was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. Lu Ming used the overbearing God Spear. He waved his spear and a river of spear principles appeared, covering the expert in the 8th King God realm of the Jin clan. That person was strong. He raised his head and roared, trying his best to resist. The entire starry sky shook as he tried to escape. "Yin Yang Godly Eyes," whispered Lu Ming. He used another terrifying origin secret technique. Strange and mysterious runes appeared one after another, enveloping the Jin family's expert. After being attacked so many times, the expert couldn't resist anymore. He screamed and his defense was broken. After a while, nothing was left of him. At the same time, the 2 experts in the 7th King God realm had turned into ashes under the bright moon and the sun. Lu Ming took a deep breath and put away all the origin secret techniques. Fortunately, he had the measure character formula. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use so many origin secret techniques and the Yin Yang Godly Eyes. It seems like I have no problem killing 8th layer Divine King realm cultivators who are not monstrous. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Just now, he had used all his strength. He had used all kinds of terrifying means to defeat his opponent. Actually, he had an easier way to kill his opponent. Don't forget that there was still some mud on his purple copper coffin. If he threw out the mud, he could easily kill his opponent. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly during this time. He wanted to test his fighting strength. He was satisfied with his fighting strength. It was difficult for a King God Realm expert to fight against someone with a higher cultivation level. It was already terrifying that he could kill an opponent who was 4 cultivation levels higher than him. Lu Ming burned all the corpses of the Jin clan and Qin clan members. Then, he left the place. After making sure that no one was following him, he went to the other entrance of the ghost region. Not long after, Lu Ming entered from that entrance and once again drove into the ghost realm. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the ghost's den, he sent a message to Yuan Huan. Not long after, Yuan Huan arrived at the ghost's den. Battle Ancestor, do you need our help this time? Yuan Huan guessed Lu Ming's intention. That's right. I've settled down in the Taishu dynasty. I need experts to help me develop my forces. Lu Ming said. All right. Battle Ancestor, come with me. I'll select experts for you. Yuan Huan said. He waved his hand and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, he brought Lu Ming to the ghost's den. In a few flashes, they arrived at the ghost's den. Lu Ming's side. Yuan Huan's speed was amazing. He looked forward to it and envied it. Battle Ancestor, please wait here for a while. I'll arrange for some people. Yuan Huan said and left the ghost's den. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. After about half a day, Yuan Huan returned with a few hundred ghosts' den. These ghosts' den were either old or middle-aged ghosts' den. Their auras were extremely dense. At the very least, they were stronger than Lu Ming's. Battle Ancestor, there are 300 people here. They are all 7th-layer divine kings and above. As for the divine emperors, many of them are in seclusion. It will take some time to invite them out. Yuan Huan said. It's fine. We'll wait for a few more days. Lu Ming said. 3 days passed in a flash. Whoosh, suddenly, more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. There were a total of 11 Nether Ape Combat Tribe members. Each of them gave Lu Ming an extremely terrifying feeling. Divine Emperors, Lu Ming's first instinct told him that they were all Divine Emperors. The leader was the Great Elder of the Ghost's Den, Yuan Kong. I heard that the Battle Ancestor is going to bring some experts out to develop. I came uninvited. This time, I must follow the Battle Ancestor. Yuan Song shouted as soon as he arrived. Lu Ming smiled. He recalled that when he first arrived, Yuan Song had wanted to kill him. After being subdued by Lu Ming, he obeyed Lu Ming more than anyone else. Yuan Song, as the first elder, I don't think it's appropriate for you to go out like this. Yuan Huan said, somewhat speechless. He did not inform Yuan Song, and Yuan Song came uninvited. What's wrong with that? You're more than enough to take charge of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. I've been cooped up here for so many years. If I don't go out for a walk, I'll go crazy. The ape shouted. Yuan Huan was helpless. All right, then let the Great Elder leave. Lu Ming said. Yuan Song's strength was unfathomable. He would definitely be of help to Lu Ming when they got out. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Yuan Huan and left the ghost region with the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's 11 Divine Emperors and 307th Heaven God King Realm experts. Although the Dark Ape Battle Tribe was once Jinyu's subordinate, not many people knew about it. As long as no one knew about the relationship between the Dark Ape Battle Tribe and Jinyu, it would not be a problem even if they were brought to the Great Illusionary Saint capital. Not long after, they left the entrance of the ghost region. After leaving, the members of the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan all put on large black robes that covered their bodies and faces. After that, they headed towards the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Lu Ming wanted to use the interstellar transmission array in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. However, before they could fly far, they were blocked. Runes suddenly appeared in the starry sky in front of him. The runes shone and a group of people stepped out from the runes. All of them were wearing golden robes and there were more than 1,000 of them. They were all experts from the Jin family. Previously, the other party had set up a concealment array here. Lu Ming knew that the Jin family and the Qin family must have spread the news a few days ago. Lu Ming, you're really nearby. Who are these people? They're sneaking around. An expert from the Jin family said coldly. The Jin family. Hee hee, I didn't expect them to send over 1,000 experts. They really think highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, if you don't die, my Jin family won't be at ease. No matter what, we must kill you. An expert from the Jin family said coldly. I'm afraid you can't kill me. Lu Ming said indifferently, his face calm. If he was alone, he wouldn't be so calm. However, he was surrounded by experts. Is that so? You think only my Jin family came? Come out. The expert from the Jin family shouted. Suddenly, runes appeared around Lu Ming's group. It was obvious that this was another concealment array. Then, a large group of figures appeared. Qin family, Winged Man family. Very good, everyone is here. Lu Ming sneered. Those who appeared later were from the Qin family and the Winged Man family. Each family had sent over 1,000 experts. They really thought highly of Lu Ming. Thousands of experts surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't escape even if he had wings. Haha, did you see that? Lu Ming, although I don't know where you brought a group of helpers, let them be buried with you. The expert from the Jin family laughed. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. A cold voice came from the Jin family. Then, an old man stepped out. His body emitted a bright golden light, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Boom, this person stretched out a palm. It was a huge golden palm, and it grabbed at Lu Ming and the people from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. The palm covered the sky as if it could crush a planet. Divine Lord. This was definitely a Divine Lord realm expert. This time, in order to deal with Lu Ming, the Jin family actually sent out a Divine Lord realm expert. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, there were very few Divine Lord realm experts. Even if it was as powerful as the Jin family, there wouldn't be more than a few of them. They were really willing to go all out. However, Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. Because a Divine Lord realm expert from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had already stepped out. With a low roar, he threw out a punch. An incomparably huge fist traversed the sky and blasted toward the golden palm. Boom, the entire starry sky was in chaos. At the moment when the two collided, a beam of light rushed out from the point of collision and directly pierced through 7 or 8 meteorites. It was really devastating. Then, the fist and the golden palm shook violently and collapsed one after another. Divine Lord Realm, you also have a Divine Lord Realm expert. The Divine Lord from the Jin family looked extremely ugly. They thought that by sending out a Divine Lord to kill Lu Ming, they would be foolproof. They didn't expect that Lu Ming also had a Divine Lord beside him. This was really beyond their expectations. Friend, we are the Jin family, the Qin family and the Winged Man family of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. This Lu Ming is our sworn enemy. You won't benefit from helping him. Why don't you help us and kill this person? Our 3 families will definitely prepare generous gifts for you. The Divine Lord Realm expert from the Jin family said. He wanted the Divine Lord from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to change sides. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Wasn't it ridiculous to ask the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to change sides? Oh, you and the War Ancestor are sworn enemies? Then you all deserve to die. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe expert said coldly and murderously. The Jin family, Qin family, and Winged Man family were all stunned. Combat Ancestor? What did that mean? Kill. The expert from the Dark Ape Fighting Clan did not care. He charged forward and punched out. His fist expanded rapidly and covered the sky. Let's attack together and kill Lu Ming. The Jin family Sir God roared and charged forward to meet the Sir God expert of the Dark Ape Fighting Clan. Kill. 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 The people from the Jin family, the Qin family, and the Winged Men family shouted and pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. With so many experts attacking together, the terrifying aura shook the starry sky. Especially the Winged Man family. A bolt of lightning charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. This bolt of lightning was transformed from an expert of the Winged Man family. This expert was also a Sir God. This time, not only did the Jin family send a Sir God, but even the Winged Man family sent a Sir God. Only the Qin family did not send a Sir God. The Sir God of the Winged Man family flapped his wings and moved at an incredible speed. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop to prevent further complications. However, someone was faster than him. "Let me," the great elder of the Dark Ape Fighting Clan said. His eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. He had not fought for many years and was itching for a fight. His body moved slightly and landed in front of Lu Ming. He threw out a simple punch. Boom, the void in front of him exploded. It was as if the entire starry sky had exploded. The terrifying fist energy rushed toward the Sir God expert of the Winged Man family. No, the Sir God of the Winged Man family seemed to have felt something extremely terrifying. He screamed in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The Sir God of the Winged Man family was killed by Yuan Tsong in an instant. Moreover, Yuan Tsong's fist energy did not stop. It continued to rush toward the remaining experts of the Winged Man family. Bam! Bam! Wherever the fist energy passed, the experts of the Winged Man family exploded. In just an instant, all the experts of the Winged Man family in that area exploded. Annihilated. Over 1,000 experts of the Winged family were annihilated in an instant. The people from the Jin and Qin families froze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. "Run, run, run, there's an undefeatable existence on the other side, run." Then, the people of the Jin family and the Qin family shouted in fear. They were almost scared out of their wits. One punch, just one punch was enough to kill a Sir God from the Winged Man family and thousands of experts. What kind of strength was this? There was actually such a terrifying existence by Lu Ming's side. If they didn't escape, only death awaited them. Even the Divine Lord from the Jin family was nearly scared to death. He broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to escape. However, there was no way the Divine Lord of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe would let him escape. Ghost Battle Art. The God Emperor of the Nether Ape Fighting Clan let out a low growl as he used a secret technique unique to the Nether Ape Fighting Clan, the Ghost Battle Art. After using it, his battle prowess had doubled. Boom, he threw out a punch, causing the expert from the Jin family to tremble violently. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Then, the Nether Ape Fighting Clan expert stepped into the void and attacked, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. "I'll leave these people to you. Kill them all." Yuan Tsong ordered the other divine lords of the Nether Ape Fighting Clan. "Leave it to me. I'll do it." Two divine lords of the Nether Ape Fighting Clan charged at the Qin and Jin family members respectively. Whoosh, one of the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan's members stretched out his hand. His furry hand covered the entire sky as it moved towards the Qin clan's army, completely enveloping over 1,000 Qin clan members. "No, spare us, Lu Ming, spare us. Lu Ming, how could you be so cruel?" The Qin family members screamed. Some were begging for mercy, some were crying, and some were cursing. Then, the big furry hand grabbed them and stopped them abruptly. That was because the thousands of Qin family members were all killed. On the other side, another Nether Ape Fighting Clan expert threw out a punch, causing a huge explosion in the starry sky. The destructive power killed the thousands of Jin family members. In just a short while, only the Divine Lord of the Jin family was left. However, the Divine Lord was not in a good condition either. He was severely injured and spat out blood. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. What kind of monster did my Jin family offend? The heavens want to destroy my Jin family. The Divine Lord of the Jin family sighed. His heart was dead. He knew that he would not be able to survive today. Moreover, he seemed to have seen the end of the Jin family. At this moment, his heart was filled with deep regret. The Jin family should not have offended Lu Ming. However, it was too late. Poof, a fist pierced through his heart. A destructive force burst forth, and the Jin family's Divine Lord powerhouse exploded. At this point, the thousands of troops from the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged Man family were all annihilated. However, Lu Ming did not want to let it go just like that. The Jin family, Qin family, and Winged Man family were bent on killing Lu Ming. Even the Divine Lords were mobilized. This time, if he did not bring the Nether Ape Fighting Clan experts out, he would really be in danger. These three families could not be left alive. However, the headquarters of these three families were in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The overall strength of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was still very shocking. If he brought the Nether Ape Fighting Clan experts into the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, it would probably not be enough. However, although the headquarters of the major families were in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, their ancestral lands were in different starfields. Then, I will destroy the ancestral lands of the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged Man family. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he changed his direction and headed in another direction. The Golden River Starfield was where the Jin family's ancestral land was. The Golden River Star was a huge planet of life. It was extremely prosperous. On it, there was an extremely magnificent giant city. In this giant city, the descendants of the Jin family lived. Lu Ming brought the experts of the Nether Ape Fighting Clan and appeared in the sky above the giant city. Who are you people? You are disrespecting my Jin family by standing in the sky. I will give you a chance to come down and admit your mistake. On the city wall, the experts of the Jin family noticed Lu Ming and the others and immediately shouted in a high and mighty tone. Boom! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party and directly attacked. The Tyrant God's spear was held in his hand and slashed down with the spear. A spear light that was as long as 1,000,000 miles, as huge as a mountain, crushed down on the giant city. Of course, the giant city was too big. A spear light that was 1,000,000 miles long was only seen once in the giant city. You are courting death. Attack. On the city wall, the guards of the Jin family shouted angrily. One by one, they rushed to the sky. Golden light shone as they attacked Lu Ming. However, when Lu Ming's spear light crushed down, those guards exploded and were killed in an instant. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, ordinary divine kings would only be killed in an instant. Who is it? Courting death. Someone is provoking us. Kill them. The giant city was alarmed. Countless experts rushed out. In the Jin family's huge city, golden light shone everywhere as pillars of golden light shot into the sky. Countless experts from the Jin family rushed out to kill those who provoked them. I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming said as he retreated. There were many experts in the Jin family's ancestral land. He would not foolishly go up there, so he naturally left it to Yuan Tsung and the rest. I'll do it. Yuan Tsung was excited. He had been holding back for too long. Once there was a chance, he could not hold back. Boom! Yuan Tsung stepped out and appeared in the middle of the huge city. He stepped out and a huge foot formed, stomping down from the sky. Suddenly, screams were heard as a large number of Jin family members were killed. Rumble! The huge foot stomped down in the huge city, causing the entire city to shake. In the middle of the huge city, there was a footprint that was tens of millions of miles long. Countless people died under the footprint. Damn it, who dares to cause trouble in my Jin family's ancestral land? Activate the absolute kill array. Deep in the Jin family's ancestral land, there was a furious roar as a dazzling golden light shot into the sky. Another Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Lu Ming sighed. The Jin family's foundation was really deep. They had already sent out a Lord God previously, and now there was another Lord God in the ancestral land. In the headquarters of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, there was at least one Lord God in charge. As such, the Jin family had at least 3 Lord Gods. Buzz, the Jin family's huge city was filled with countless runes. There were also countless runes on the walls of the huge city. This was the absolute kill array that the Jin family had set up for countless years. Once it was activated, it could kill a Lord God. Kill. The Lord God of the Jin family was in the core position, presiding over the array. The array emitted endless golden light that gathered into a golden battle sword that slashed at Yuan Kong. A pitch-black crack was slashed open in the sky, and it exploded continuously. In an instant, the golden battle sword was in front of Yuan Kong. Yuan Tsung extended a furry claw and grabbed forward. The golden battle sword was caught in his hand, unable to move. Bam! Then, Yuan Tsung clenched his fist and the golden battle sword shattered, turning into energy and disappearing. Everyone from the Jin family, including the Lord God, stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they had just seen. Not good. The hearts of the Jin family's divine lords turned cold. Their Jin family's absolute kill array was extremely powerful and could kill divine lords. However, Yuan Song easily caught it and crushed the battle sword formed by the formation. According to what he knew, there were not many people in the entire Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion who could do this. This friend. The Jin family's divine lord hurriedly spoke, trying to calm Yuan Song down. However, Yuan Song Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He had already attacked with a punch. Boom, the huge city shook violently, and explosions occurred in all directions. The Absolute Kill Grand Formation's base was destroyed, and the Absolute Kill Grand Formation was broken. Come, let's fight. Let me see what kind of strength you have. Then, Yuan Song charged towards the Jin family's divine lord powerhouse and blasted out a punch. That divine monarch was alarmed. He exploded with all his fighting prowess. His entire body turned golden as he used the Jin family's ultimate technique, the void-breaking hand and the void-breaking sword. However, when Ape Captain's fist landed, the Jin family's divine lord coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body nearly cracked open. He was slightly stronger than the previous Jin family's divine lord, but compared to Yuan Song, there was still a huge gap. He barely managed to block 2 moves before he was killed by Yuan Kong too weak. How boring. Yuan Song shook his head. Everyone from the Jin family, run. An important figure from the Jin family roared, asking the Jin family members to escape. Every single one of them would escape. However, there were too many divine monarchs around Lu Ming. They blocked off all directions. The Jin family experts who escaped were all killed. After a while, the huge city of the Jin family exploded. Almost all the Jin family members above the divine realm were killed. As for those below the martial god realm, Lu Ming could not be bothered to kill them. The Jin family's ancestral land was destroyed just like that. Then, Lu Ming and the others moved to the Winged family's ancestral land. The Winged family's ancestral land was very strange. It was an extremely huge ancient tree that floated in the starry sky. This ancient tree was too big. It was like a small planet. Countless winged men lived here. Lu Ming and the others arrived quickly. The Winged family members did not know that the Jin family's ancestral land had been destroyed. Not long after, the ancient tree exploded. Almost all the Winged family experts above the divine realm were killed. After destroying the Winged family's ancestral land, they killed their way to the Qin family's ancestral land and destroyed it. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. The 3 families had tried to kill him several times. If he had not been lucky, he would have died long ago. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to his enemies. After destroying the 3 families' ancestral lands, Lu Ming led the people of the Nether Ape fighting tribe and left the Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion. Not long after, the news of the 3 families' ancestral lands being destroyed shook the entire Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion. This was explosive news. The ancestral lands of the 3 families with deep foundations and countless years of history had been destroyed. This matter was too serious. When the family leaders of the 3 families heard the news, they almost fainted from anger. Immediately, the 3 families sent experts to the 3 families' ancestral lands to look for clues. However, they did not find anything. Who is it? Who is it? The senior members of the 3 families met. The family leader of the Jin family roared with red eyes. His heart was bleeding. The ancestral lands were destroyed and countless experts were killed. From now on, the family leader of the Jin family was bound to plummet and their strength would be greatly reduced. Could it be Lu Ming? The family leader of the Winged family gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Everyone was shocked. Could it really be Lu Ming? Because the experts they sent to kill Lu Ming could not be contacted. Even the divine emperors could not be contacted. They knew that it was most likely a disaster. So many experts went to kill Lu Ming, but most of them failed. This proved that there was a terrifying expert by Lu Ming's side. Then, they guessed that Lu Ming killed the people who ambushed him and went to the 3 families' ancestral lands in anger. This was the most likely possibility. Lu Ming deserves to die. They roared angrily and at the same time, they were shocked. Lu Ming had such a powerful existence by his side. It was too terrifying. If they were not hiding in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, they would most likely be in danger. Pass down the order. The people in the family are not to leave the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Pass down the order. Then, the 3 families passed down the order. The experts of the 3 families were not to leave the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. They were afraid and could only hide. As for revenge, they could forget about it. It was more important to stay alive. Lu Ming and the rest left the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. They did not immediately return to the Great Void Holy Capital. Instead, they went to the Black Jade Gold Mine. The general of the Black Jade Army, Biqua, wanted to kill him. It was time to settle the score. Moreover, Lu Ming had to find out who was the one who instigated Biqua to kill him. When Lu Ming arrived at the Black Jade Gold Mine, he noticed something strange. Biqua was missing, and someone else was in charge of the Black Jade Army. Lu Ming brought Yuan Tsong and the rest to subdue this person and interrogate him about Biqua's whereabouts. This person was terrified and could only answer honestly. It turned out that Biqua had been transferred away a long time ago. Ever since the remnants of the Saint Demon dynasty attacked the Black Jade Gold Mine, Biqua and his lieutenants had been transferred away. As for where they were transferred, no one knew. It's really foolproof. Lu Ming felt a little helpless. Obviously, the other party had already made preparations. Lu Ming guessed that regardless of whether he was dead or not, Biqua and his lieutenants would have been transferred away. They might even have been killed to prevent people from investigating them. Since there were no more clues about Biqua, Lu Ming could only bring Yuan Tsong and the rest to the Taishu sacred capital. With Lu Ming's current status, bringing a few hundred people into the Taishu sacred capital was no problem at all. After bringing Yuan Tsong and the rest into the Taishu sacred capital, Lu Ming brought them to the Blue Merchant's place to stay with him. This place was more remote, and at the same time, he could take care of the Blue Merchant. After settling Yuan Tsong and the rest, Lu Ming headed to the Taishu sacred courtyard. However, when Lu Ming returned to the Taishu sacred courtyard, he received a piece of news. The crown prince was holding a mystical dragon banquet and had invited the top young prodigies of the sacred capital to attend. Autumn Moon was also there. Mystical dragon banquet. Lu Ming was curious and grabbed a young man to ask. After asking, Lu Ming was shocked. The mystical dragon banquet was a banquet held with mystical dragons as delicacies. They would eat mystical dragon meat, drink mystical dragon blood, and enjoy mystical dragon liver. How is this possible? The mystical dragon tribe is one of the strongest tribes in the primitive universe. How could the Taishu dynasty dare to do this? Lu Ming asked in shock. The divine dragon clan was extremely powerful. In the vast primitive universe, they were the pinnacle of existence. They were extremely powerful and could be found all over the primitive universe. The crown prince of the Taishu dynasty actually dared to hold a mystical dragon banquet in broad daylight, using mystical dragons as a delicacy. If the mystical dragon clan were to find out, they would unleash their wrath and the Taishu dynasty would be flattened in an instant. Although the Taishu dynasty was strong, it was far inferior to the mystical dragon clan, which stood at the peak of the primitive universe. One of the strongest races in the universe? Where are you from? The young man looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. What do you mean? Lu Ming frowned. The mystical dragons were one of the strongest races in the universe, but that's old history. A long time ago, about a few dozen stellar years ago, the mystical dragons were wiped out. Their homeworld was breached, and almost all of the mystical dragons were killed. You must have come from a very remote place, so you don't know about it? The young man looked at Lu Ming suspiciously. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was shocked. However, everything he knew about the mystical dragon clan was learned in the chaotic astral river. Ever since he left the chaotic astral river, he had not deliberately tried to find out more about the mystical dragon clan. He never thought that the mystical dragon clan would be wiped out, and even their homeworld would be breached. Which force attacked the mystical dragon clan? Lu Ming asked again. I heard that it was the alliance of several other pinnacle races in the universe. I also heard that the Supreme Heavenly Palace also took action. The young man's voice became much softer as he spoke, as if he was very apprehensive. The Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He felt that this matter was definitely not simple. The other pinnacle races, and even the Heavenly Palace, took action. There were many secrets behind this. Of course, Lu Ming knew that the inside story was not something he could interfere with. He could only sigh. He had a good relationship with the mystical dragon clan along the way. He still had the blood essence of the 9 dragons, and he also cultivated the mystical dragon aspect technique. He never thought that the incomparably powerful mystical dragon clan would end up like this. The strongest of the mystical dragon clan was almost wiped out, and their homeworld was breached. The status of the mystical dragon clan fell greatly, and they are now a small clan in the universe. However, there are still many mystical dragons scattered across the universe. These mystical dragons have become the prey of other races. They are treated as pets, slaves, mounts, and even as delicacies. The young man continued, as if he was lamenting that the mystical dragon clan, who had once dominated the universe, had ended up like this. Lu Ming suddenly recalled that the 9 mystical dragons were pulling the chariot for the Taishu Sage Emperor. He was puzzled at that time. The mystical dragon clan was a pinnacle race, but the Taishu Sage Emperor dared to use 9 mystical dragons to pull his chariot. Was he not afraid of revenge? Now he understood everything. The mystical dragon clan had fallen. Now, the crown prince had even held a mystical dragon banquet to entertain the elites. It was said that the mystical dragon banquet had been held several times. Autumn Moon is also there. Let's go take a look then. Lu Ming pondered, then left the Taishu imperial family sacred court. The mystical dragon banquet was held in the Aged Autumn Garden. The Aged Autumn Garden was the crown prince's private residence. It occupied a vast area, and the environment was naturally excellent. There were also layers of formation set up. Cultivating here was 10 times more effective than cultivating outside. Recently, the Aged Autumn Garden was bustling with activity. A large number of elites had gathered. In a vast open space, the crown prince sat on the highest seat. On both sides of the crown prince was the second prince, as well as other princes and princesses. Below them were some of the most elite elites, such as the elites from the previous batch of Taishu imperial family sacred court. There were also the top 20 elites who had joined the Taishu imperial family sacred court this time. Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Chu Chungkong, Qian Xingxian, and the others were all there. Xiao Yu was one of them. Below them were the elites who were a tier lower. Overall, most of them were the elites from the previous batch of Taishu imperial family sacred court. The newcomers were the minority after all, so there were not many of them. However, there were still more than 1,000 of them. There were more than 10,000 people in the entire venue. There were some delicacies on everyone's table, but not many people touched them. Everyone was waiting for the dragon meat and dragon wine. Dragon meat and dragon wine. Someone beside the crown prince shouted. Immediately, a large number of beautiful palace maids brought over plates and wine jugs. The fragrance of the wine wafted over. After the basin was opened, the rich aroma of the meat wafted out. This was the fragrance of the dragon meat. It was a supreme delicacy. As for the wine, it was also made from dragon blood and some rare divine materials. It was also a supreme wine. Some people had already begun to swallow their saliva. In the era where the mystical dragons dominated the universe, dragon meat was a delicacy that very few people could eat. It was not that they could not obtain it, but that they did not dare to eat it. Once the news was leaked, the dragon tribe would take revenge. Even if people ate it, they would do it secretly. They would not be able to enjoy it openly like now. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The crown prince raised his wine glass and said loudly. Please. The others raised their wine glasses and drained it in one gulp. Good wine, this is really good wine. Unparalleled sauce. Many people exclaimed with an intoxicated look. Their bodies were glowing and overflowing with spiritual essence. The wine brewed with dragon blood contained rich spiritual essence. After drinking it, it would be beneficial to one's cultivation. Many people could no longer hold back and began to grab the dragon meat and eat heartily, eating with great joy. The scene was very lively. Everyone chatted and drank with each other. Autumn Moon sat at a table with a girl and frowned slightly. To be honest, she did not like such occasions. If the girl beside her did not invite her, she would not have come. The girl beside her was also a new batch of students. She looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. She met Autumn Moon during a mission and had a good relationship with her. Her name was Mo Ning. Sister Autumn Moon, why aren't you eating? Mo Ning stuffed a piece of dragon meat into her mouth and looked at Autumn Moon curiously. I don't have much of an appetite. You can eat. Autumn Moon said. At this moment, a figure walked over with a wine glass. Autumn Moon, right? Come, let me toast you. A young man in a black robe said with a wine glass. No. Autumn Moon said indifferently. Her face was cold and she did not give him any face. The young man's face stiffened and he was a little embarrassed. Miss Autumn Moon, I toast you out of goodwill. Give me some face. The young man said again. Get lost. Autumn Moon shouted coldly. The young man's face stiffened. In the end, he turned around and left with a gloomy face. Hee hee, Lu Su, you want to hit on her too? She's Lu Ming's woman. A cold voice sounded. Autumn Moon looked over and saw a few young men in black robes. It was easy to recognize that they were the geniuses of the abysmal Heavenly King residence. Autumn Moon knew one of them. He was the same batch of geniuses, Yu Xing. He challenged Lu Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming. The others were the old students from the previous batch. The one who spoke was Yu Xing, Lu Ming's woman? I heard that Lu Ming was attacked by the remnants of the previous dynasty when he was carrying out a mission previously. He has already perished. She is now alone. Another young man from the abysmal Heavenly King residence said. Oh, I see. That's great. Autumn Moon, my cousin Yu Tian. He's one of the top geniuses of the previous batch. He's interested in you. Why don't you accompany him? Yu Xing smiled and pointed at a youth with a crooked nose beside him. Nonsense, my young master will be fine. Qiu Yu's expression was extremely ugly. You. Haha, after being surrounded by the remnants of the previous dynasty, even the high-level divine kings and divine monarchs of the Black Cloud army had died in battle. How could he have survived? Yu Xing sneered. His words were very unpleasant. Autumn Moon trembled in anger. She wasn't good with words and couldn't win against others. Haha, what a coincidence. My young master Chu Chen Kong is also interested in Miss Autumn Moon. Why don't you follow my young master Chen Kong? At that moment, a young man from the War God clan also laughed. Sitting beside him was Chu Chen Kong. My young master Wu Fan is the son of the Imperial Advisor. He's also interested in Miss Autumn Moon. Miss Autumn Moon, why don't you follow my young master Wu Fan? A young man beside Wu Fan teased. Qiu Yu's face flushed red. This was a blatant insult. The Crown Prince, Second Prince, and the others drank casually. They looked on with interest and didn't stop them. You. Shameless. Mo Ning couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Wu Fan, Chu Chen Kong, Yu Xing, and the others. How dare you talk to young master Wu Fan like that? Who do you think you are? Slap him. The young man beside Wu Fan shouted coldly. Then, his body flashed like lightning and he rushed towards Mo Ning. He wanted to slap Mo Ning. This young man was very strong. Mo Ning couldn't dodge it. Just as the slap was about to land on Mo Ning's face, a fair hand grabbed the young man's wrist and shook it. Crack, following a cry of agony, the young man's arm broke off inch by inch, and his body slammed heavily onto the ground. Arrays were set up all over the Thousand Autumns garden. The ground was extremely hard. The young man fell heavily on the ground. Then, he bounced up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, how dare you hit me, the young man spat out blood and screamed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Autumn Moon slapped him. The young man continued to scream and flew towards Wu Fan's table. Before he even reached the table, blood and teeth flew out. Beside Wu Fan, another young man flew out and caught the young man. The young man's face was swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were all missing and his body was twitching non-stop. How dare you hit the supreme talent of the Imperial Advisor's residence? The young man shouted. This young man was from the previous batch of students. He was very strong. However, Autumn Moon ignored him. He stood up slowly and looked at the abysmal Heavenly King residence and the War God family. He said coldly, the one who spoke just now, slap yourself 20 times and I'll let him go. Otherwise, I'll cripple him. His voice was extremely cold. One could see how angry Autumn Moon was. Slap yourself? Cripple him? He, what a big tone. A young man from the abysmal Heavenly King residence said coldly. I'll take you down and bring you back to the Imperial Advisor's residence. The young man from the Imperial Preceptor's mansion shouted in anger. He dashed out and pounced towards Xianxia. His powerful force pressed down on her. Those who could participate in the Divine Dragon Banquet were all supreme talents. That young man had the cultivation of the fourth King God realm. Moreover, he had awakened his divine origin twice. As soon as he attacked, his attack was thunderous. However, Autumn Moon's face was cold. Her jade-like hand slashed out like a knife. Slash, with just one attack, the young man from the Imperial Advisor's residence was defeated. Her jade-like hand was like a knife, cutting off one of his arms. Then, Autumn Moon stepped forward and slapped the young man's chest. The young man screamed and was blown away. He fell on the ground and spat out blood. His body had almost been pierced through. The scene suddenly became quiet. Some people were shocked. A supreme talent of the fourth King God realm who had awakened his divine origin twice was killed by Autumn Moon easily. Apparently, Autumn Moon had improved a lot after entering the Sacred Institute of the Great Void Imperial family. It seems like you don't want to slap yourselves. Let me do it. Autumn Moon stepped forward with a cold face. She walked towards the people from the abysmal Heavenly King residence first. What a big tone. Let me fight you. Yuxing said coldly. His body flashed and he dashed towards Autumn Moon. Yuxing was very strong. When the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court had been held, he had entered the top 20 and was ranked 19th. However, he had only been ranked 19th because he had challenged Lu Ming at the start. Otherwise, he would have been ranked higher. After all, the abysmal Heavenly King residence's attacks could affect one's soul. Yuxing's figure flashed and he charged towards Xiao Autumn Moon like a ghost. Xiao Autumn Moon's face was cold. He used his hand as a blade and slashed at Yuxing. Good chance. Yuxing's eyes flashed and he used all his strength to attack. He wanted to affect Xiao Autumn Moon's soul and take down Autumn Moon in one fell swoop. Bang, their attacks collided, but Xiaoyu didn't seem to be affected at all. Xiao Autumn Moon had obtained Tianyan Lord's inheritance. How could Yuxing's little tricks affect Xiao Autumn Moon? Not only could the light of destruction attack, it could also protect one's body and soul. However, Xiao Autumn Moon's attacks were like mountains and seas as they rushed towards Yuxing. How did you? Ah. Yuxing's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Then, his arm exploded and his body retreated. Whoosh, Xiao Autumn Moon quickly caught up and appeared above Yuxing, stomping towards his face. Yuxing's body smashed into the ground like a meteor. His face hit the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Yuxing's face had completely exploded. His flesh and blood were a mess. It was a horrible sight. Kill! Xiao Autumn Moon shouted coldly. His killing intent was cold as he fell towards Yuxing at an astonishing speed. Xiao Autumn Moon hated Yuxing to the core. This was a sure kill move. You dare? The other youths of the abysmal Heavenly King residence roared and rushed towards Xiao Autumn Moon. Even Yu Tian had attacked. Yu Tian's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. His strength was shocking. The geniuses of the abysmal Heavenly Lord mansion were extremely fast. In a flash, they had arrived beside Autumn Moon and launched all sorts of attacks at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon couldn't care less about killing Yuxing. With a shout, the ruler's blade appeared in her hand, and she slashed out. Saber light flashed explosively. The attacks of several youths from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Manor were instantly split into 2 halves. Then, the dazzling saber light shot towards them. After a few screams, the geniuses from the abysmal heavenly palace retreated a few hundred meters before stopping. There was a deep wound on their chest, and blood was flowing out. With just one move, they were severely injured. Only Yutian managed to block Autumn Moon's attack. The two of them exchanged a blow, and a violent explosion erupted in the arena. Yutian's figure retreated slightly. Your cultivation base has reached the fifth king god layer. Yutian cried out in disbelief. The others were also shocked. Autumn Moon's cultivation base had reached the fifth king god layer. This speed was too fast. When the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute opened, Autumn Moon's cultivation base was only at the third king god layer. But now, she had reached the fifth king god layer. This speed was too shocking. Yutian was from the previous batch of students. When he joined the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute, his cultivation base had not reached the third king god layer, but he was at the second king god layer. However, after cultivating for so many years, he was only at the fifth king god layer. At the scene, Su Wuya, Chu Chungkong, and the others looked solemn. Autumn Moon's speed of improvement had exceeded their expectations. This girl is not bad, the Crown Prince murmured. His eyes shone. Die! Autumn Moon shouted and continued to attack Yutian. The ruler's blade turned into an arc. It was breathtaking, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. King of 100 Ghosts. Yu Xing roared. He was not weak either. After so many years of cultivation, he had successfully awakened his origin source secret technique. He was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the abysmal Heavenly King Palace. A Ghost King roared and charged towards Autumn Moon to fight against Autumn Moon. The two of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. However, it was obvious that Autumn Moon was stronger. Yutian was forced to retreat. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Go, help Yutian defeat Autumn Moon. At this moment, Wu Fan ordered a tall and sturdy young man beside him. All right. The tall and sturdy young man dashed towards Autumn Moon. This person was also very strong. He was at the fifth king god layer and had awakened his origin source secret technique. He was not weaker than Yutian. The two experts joined forces and unleashed a storm of attacks towards Autumn Moon. In an instant, Autumn Moon was blocked. She could not gain the upper hand. The two of them were top geniuses. They were very strong. Do you think you can stop me with just the two of you? Autumn Moon said coldly. She continued to circulate her divine power. Boom, it was as if a volcano had erupted from within Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon had only circulated one type of sovereign divine power. Now, she was using other types of divine powers. Autumn Moon controlled a total of 8 types of divine powers. When they were unleashed together, her combat strength increased tremendously. Blade radiance flashed. In an instant, thousands of blade radiances were unleashed. Poof! Poof! Yutian and the tall and sturdy young man were hit by the blade radiances. Their bodies were almost cut in half as they retreated. So strong. How can her divine power be so strong? Many people were shocked. Qiu strength was truly astonishing. All of you, attack together. We must defeat this bitch today. Wu Fan ordered coldly. Beside him, there were 2 other geniuses from the Imperial Advisor's residence. The 2 of them also charged towards Autumn Moon. Their cultivations were even more terrifying. They were at the 6th king god layer. However, they had not awakened their origin source secret techniques. Young Master Wu Fan, I will also lend you a hand. A young man in a blue robe stood up. Someone recognized him. He was one of the geniuses from the Lan family. He had joined the Great Void Imperial family in the last batch. Blue Maple was sitting beside him. This person was also extremely powerful. He was known as the #1 genius of the Lan family. His cultivation had reached the 6th king god layer and he had awakened his origin source secret technique. His strength was terrifying. So many experts surrounded Qiu and unleashed a terrifying killing spree. The area was in chaos. However, the area was filled with arrays. Although the battle was fierce, it was not a problem. Despicable. So many people are attacking a girl. Despicable. Mo Ning gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. Even if he wanted to help Autumn Moon, he could not. Other than Mo Ning, there were also some people who could not stand it and despised them. However, no one dared to help her. The Abysmal Heavenly King's residence was involved. The Abysmal Heavenly King's residence was one of the top among the 27 Heavenly King's residences. Not to mention the Imperial Advisor's residence and the Lan family. Who would want to offend these people for Autumn Moon? No one from the War God family stepped in. The main reason was that the War God family did not have such a powerful genius. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince and the others did not say anything. They just looked on calmly as if they had given their consent. This was also the reason why Wu Fan and the others dared to take action. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The battlefield was filled with explosions. A total of 6 experts joined forces to fight against Autumn Moon. The genius from the Lan family was especially powerful and he was the main attacker. However, Autumn Moon was strong. She released her divine power and her blade flashed, blocking the attacks of the 5 strong cultivators. So what if you have more people? Lose! Shouted Autumn Moon. Black light flashed from her body. It was the God-destroying light. The God-destroying light merged with the God's blade and turned into a terrifying blade light. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. 2 people screamed. The 2 young men of the Imperial Advisor's residence who had the strength of the 6th King God Layer retreated. Their bodies were cut in half and they fell to the ground. It was a horrible sight. The 2 of them hadn't awakened their original secret techniques. They couldn't block Autumn Moon's blade. Help! Young Master! Help! The 2 young men of the Imperial Advisor's residence screamed in agony. Wu Fan pulled a long face and rushed over. He used his divine power to connect their bodies and fed them divine pills. Even though the 2 of them hadn't awakened their original secret techniques, they had the strength of the 6th King God Layer at such a young age. As their cultivation increased, they might be able to awaken their original secret techniques in the future. Their future was limitless. Wu Fan couldn't let them die so easily. On the other side, Yu Tian and the tall and sturdy young men of the Imperial Advisor's residence didn't fare any better. Their original secret techniques had been destroyed by Autumn Moon. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Deep wounds appeared on their bodies. The destructive energy kept destroying their divine bodies. Only the young men of the Lan family were in a better state. They managed to block Autumn Moon's attack. However, Autumn Moon didn't stop attacking. She continued to attack the young men of the Lan family. Her God-destroying light was fully unleashed. Together with her abundant divine power, she kept attacking the young men of the Lan family. Even though the young men of the Lan family were 1 King God Layer higher, Autumn Moon controlled 8 different types of divine power, which was enough to make up for the difference. However, Autumn Moon's God-destroying light was even more terrifying than her opponent's secret technique. The 2 of them exchanged more than 10 attacks. The young man of the Lan family couldn't win. He coughed out blood and retreated. A deep wound appeared on his body. They lost. The 5 young men of the Lan family were defeated. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Even when the 5 geniuses joined forces, they were still no match for Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's strength had truly shocked everyone. She's only been in the Great Void Imperial Academy for a few hundred years, but she's improved so much. Even among the previous batch of students, there aren't many who can suppress her. That's right. In the previous batch of students, the strongest ones either established their own families or joined the army to train. None of them stayed in the Great Void Imperial Academy. Many people were discussing this matter. The peak experts of the previous batch were all out on experiential training. Practically none of them came to participate in the Divine Dragon Banquet. Autumn Moon's potential is too strong. I'm afraid that among the new batch of students, only Di Jiani can be compared to her in terms of potential. That's right. Although Autumn Moon didn't make it into the top 3 when the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, she definitely had the potential to make it into the top 3. Not to mention the future, even with her current strength, I'm afraid she's already firmly in the top 3. I'm afraid even Su Wuya is no match for her. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. As for those from the abysmal Heavenly King residence, Wu Fan, Lan Feng, Chu Chunkong, and the others, their expressions were extremely ugly. I'll say it again. Those who spoke just now, slap them 20 times. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Autumn Moon spoke again. Her voice was cold as she looked at those who spoke just now. Yu Xing and the others' faces were pale. It would be embarrassing if they slapped themselves in front of everyone. Yu Xing stammered for a long time but couldn't say anything. Bam, Autumn Moon stepped forward and a powerful aura surged towards Yu Xing. Yu Tian and the others gritted their teeth. They wanted to stop Autumn Moon, but they were powerless. If they continued fighting, they would be in danger. If you don't slap yourself, then I'll have to cripple you. Autumn Moon spoke. Bathed in the black light of destruction, Autumn Moon looked like a demoness at this moment. Crown Prince, Wu Fan looked at the Crown Prince and gave him a pleading look. Although he didn't speak just now, someone from the Imperial Tutor's residence had. If the Imperial Tutor's residence also slapped themselves, it would be a slap to the Imperial Tutor's residence's face. However, the Crown Prince pretended not to see it. So many people were fighting against one woman, but they couldn't win. The Crown Prince didn't have the face to help Wu Fan and the others. Seeing this, Wu Fan was sad. Yu Xing's face was pale. Seeing that Autumn Moon was getting closer, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll slap myself." Yu Xing waved his hand and slapped himself. Immediately, a finger mark appeared on his face. Too light. Hit harder. Autumn Moon said coldly. Yu Xing was furious, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and continue. Slap, he slapped himself again. Immediately, his face swelled up and blood spurted out of his mouth. Many people felt their teeth ache. They could all feel the pain. This time, Autumn Moon didn't speak. Yu Xing continued to slap himself. The slapping sounds continued. After 20 slaps, Yu Xing's face had turned into a pig's head. It was beyond recognition. The rest of the people who spoke just now had ugly expressions. They were about to cry. Now, they were filled with regret. They regretted that they had opened their mouths and ended up like this. From now on, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. But then again, they didn't expect that Autumn Moon's strength would reach this level. Even the previous batch of geniuses wasn't a match for Autumn Moon. It's your turn. Autumn Moon looked at the young man beside Wu Fan. Quit while you're ahead. He's from the Grand Tutor's residence, Wu Fan wanted to threaten Xiaoyu. Slap yourself. Autumn Moon interrupted Wu Fan and said coldly. Her eyes were firm. Damn it, that bitch, Wu Fan roared in his heart. Naturally, he didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of revenge. Humph, after this, I'll find a chance to capture that bitch and bring her to the Grand Tutor's residence. I'll teach her a lesson, Wu Fan thought viciously. Still not going to slap yourself? Autumn Moon stared at the young man from the Grand Tutor's residence. The young man was about to cry. Seeing that Wu Fan had turned his head to the other side and didn't look at him, he helplessly started slapping himself. Slap. Slap, after 20 slaps, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Then, it was the turn of a young man from the War God family. That young man was helpless and could only slap himself 20 times. Good job. Mo Ning was excited. Her heart was filled with joy. Crown Prince, there's someone here who doesn't welcome me. Autumn Moon, goodbye. Then, Autumn Moon cupped her fists at the Crown Prince and turned to leave. Sister Autumn Moon, I'll go with you. Mo Ning chased after her. No need. I'm not in a good mood. I'll go out for a walk. You can enjoy the dragon meat and dragon wine here. It's good for your cultivation. Autumn Moon said and stepped into the air. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the Millennium Garden. Come, let's continue drinking. The scene was a little awkward. Someone came out to smooth things over. The mystical dragon banquet continued. However, some people found the food tasteless. For example, Wu Fan and the others were extremely unhappy. Huaranwen W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? N? A. Calm. After a while, the atmosphere calmed down a little. Report. At this moment, a middle-aged man in battle armor flew in. This person was the Crown Prince's guard. The Crown Prince frowned and said, "What's the matter?" "Crown Prince, someone wants to come in to participate in the Divine Dragon Banquet." The middle-aged guard reported. "The Divine Dragon Banquet has already started. Isn't it ridiculous to want to come in now?" Beside the Crown Prince, another prince sneered. "Who is it?" The Crown Prince asked directly. "It's the third flower of the Great Void Imperial family, Lu Ming." The middle-aged guard said. "What? Lu Ming?" A few exclamations came from the crowd. They were Wu Fan, Lan Feng, Chu Chun-kong, Yu Xing, and the others. "Isn't Lu Ming dead? Why is he here?" Wu Fan growled in disbelief. "He's indeed outside." The middle-aged guard added. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he said, "Let him in." "Yes." The middle-aged guard nodded and flew out. Not long after, a figure stepped in the air. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived, all eyes fell on Lu Ming. "It's really him. It's really Lu Ming." "That's right. From the life aura, it's really him." Everyone said that Lu Ming was already dead. He died in the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty. It seems like it was all a rumor. The scene was filled with discussions. Wu Fan, Lan Feng, Yu Xing, and the others looked at Lu Ming with gloomy faces. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. "Lu Ming, how dare you? The Crown Prince held the Divine Dragon Banquet, but you came late. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking down on the Crown Prince?" Wu Fan slammed the table and shouted. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Fan with disdain, then directly ignored Wu Fan. Landing on the ground, he cupped his fists at the Crown Prince and said, "Lu Ming greets the Crown Prince." Lu Ming was attacked by the remnants of the previous dynasty in the Black Jade Gold Mine and suffered heavy injuries. "I have been recuperating for the past few years and have just returned to the holy capital. I hope the Crown Prince will forgive me for being late." With just a few simple words, he pushed away all the responsibility of why he was late. "I see." Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that Lu Ming hadn't died, but had been seriously injured. He had been recuperating all these years, which was why he hadn't appeared. This made perfect sense, and most people believed it. So that's how it is. "No worries, please take a seat." The Crown Prince smiled and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and looked around. Then, he frowned. He did not see Autumn Moon. He had only come because he had heard that Autumn Moon was also here. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to come. However, why didn't he see Autumn Moon now? "Young Master Lu Ming, are you in Autumn Moon?" Noticing that Lu Ming was looking around, as if he was looking for someone, Mo Ning immediately called out. Lu Ming walked over and said, "That's right. I heard that Autumn Moon was also here. Why didn't I see her?" "Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was here just now, but she was forced to leave." Mo Ning gritted his teeth and said angrily. "She was forced to leave? What happened?" Lu Ming's eyes shone with cold light and his voice was cold. "It's like this," Mo Ning immediately narrated the matter that had just happened. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. His whole body was covered with divine power, as if it was burning with flames. The cold murderous intent constantly filled the air, and the temperature of the scene seemed to be dropping. Lu Ming did not expect such a thing to happen. So many people had teamed up to bully Autumn Moon and a girl. One could imagine how much humiliation Autumn Moon had suffered. If it wasn't for Autumn Moon's strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely strong. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would be killed. The person Lu Ming loved was his reverse scale. "Lu Ming, this is the Divine Dragon Banquet hosted by the Crown Prince. You released your aura and disturbed everyone. What is the punishment for disturbing the divine dragon banquet? Yu Xing shouted coldly. He had been abused by Lu Ming and hated Lu Ming to the core. Naturally, he would seize every opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the ground to shake. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yu Xing and said, "Are you also involved in the people who attacked Autumn Moon? Come out and face your death." What arrogance! I did make a move on that bitch Qiu Yu. So what? Yu Xing said coldly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A 9-clawed dragon burst out and charged at Yu Xing. Humph, you've been recovering for hundreds of years. I've improved for hundreds of years. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yu Xing sneered and charged out. Ghost Chi soared into the sky and formed a ghost king that charged at the 9-clawed dragon. However, when the 9-clawed dragon and the ghost king collided, the 9-clawed dragon roared and tore the ghost king apart. It then continued to charge at Yu Xing. Yu Xing's expression changed and he frantically retreated. The 9-clawed dragon's speed was faster than his. Just as it was about to hit Yu Xing, Yu Tian attacked from the side. He struck out with his palm, and a skeletal hand slammed towards the 9-clawed divine dragon, successfully blocking it. If you want to attack, I'll accompany you. Yu Tian stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he stepped out. Don't worry, you'll all die. Lu Ming said coldly. You want to kill us? Very well. Yu Tian sneered and then looked at the crown prince. Your Highness, killing people here today won't affect the mystical dragon banquet, right? The crown prince's eyes flashed with a strange light. Since we're attacking, casualties are inevitable. It's fine. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. The crown prince's words clearly showed that he was on the side of the 9 Serenities' heavenly king residents. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was just a new student in everyone's eyes. Yu Tian, on the other hand, was a prodigy from the previous batch and was definitely stronger than Lu Ming. Based on this, the crown prince's words clearly showed that he did not care about Lu Ming's life. However, the crown prince's words were exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Tian was overjoyed. His body flashed with a violent and eerie aura. Yu Xing, Wu Fan, Chu Chunkong, and the others were also overjoyed and filled with killing intent. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. Autumn Moon was indeed strong before, but they did not believe that Lu Ming could be so strong. Prodigies like Autumn Moon had too much potential and improved too quickly. It was extremely rare. They did not think that Lu Ming had the same potential. Moreover, Lu Ming had been injured before and had been recovering. How much improvement could he have made? This was a good opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Senior brother Yu Tian, this person has a treasure to defend his soul, Yu Xing reminded. It's fine. Even if we don't attack his soul, killing him will be easy. Yu Tian sneered. His figure swayed and he dashed out. A crescent-shaped scimitar appeared in his hands and he slashed at Lu Ming. A crescent-shaped blade appeared in Yu Tian's hand. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Huaranwen W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? N? A? Calm, bam, Lu Ming took a step forward and dodged Yu Tian's attack like lightning. He charged towards Yu Xing. With a wave of his hand, several 9-clawed dragons flew out and surrounded Yu Xing and the other prodigies of the abysmal heavenly palace. In the Black Jade Gold Mine, he was 100% sure that one of the people who tried to assassinate him was from the abysmal heavenly palace. He originally wanted to cause trouble for the abysmal heavenly palace, but he didn't expect them to attack Autumn Moon. Therefore, he wouldn't let any of the prodigies of the abysmal heavenly palace go. Yu Xing and the others' expressions changed. They used all their strength to block the 9-clawed dragon. However, Lu Ming's figure had already closed in and he threw a punch at Dim Star. Not only did this punch contain terrifying divine power, but it also used the heavenly demon golden body. The terrifying fist made Yu Xing's soul tremble. He felt the threat of disappointment. He roared and used his origin source secret technique. He used everything he had to block it. However, Lu Ming's punch was useless. Yu Xing's origin source secret technique didn't even last half a second before it was destroyed by Lu Ming's punch. Ah! Yu Xing screamed as his body exploded and turned into a cloud of ghostly qi. The ghostly qi wriggled as if it wanted to recover. However, how could Lu Ming let it recover? A ball of fire appeared in Lu Ming's hand and engulfed the ghostly qi. Ah, spare me! Yu Xing's screams came from within the ghostly qi. However, the next moment, the screams stopped. Yu Xing had fallen. Yu Xing, who was ranked 19th in the new batch of disciples from the Great Void Imperial family, had been easily insta-killed by Lu Ming. This shocked everyone. However, before everyone could react, Lu Ming had already charged towards the other Skyprides from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. Seeing that Yu Xing had been killed, Yu Tian's eyes turned red, and he charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't fight with him for now. He focused on the others. His fists punched out, causing the air to explode. Those geniuses from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Palace couldn't resist at all. Miserable screams rang out as they followed in Yu Xing's footsteps. Their bodies exploded in the air, their souls destroyed by Lu Ming's destructive power. Ah, Lu Ming, you deserve to die, you deserve to die, Yu Tian roared crazily, his killing intent incomparably cold. Those who came today could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. But now, they were all dead. It was a huge loss. For example, with Yu Xing's talent, he would definitely be a giant in the future when he grew up. He could make the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion even more glorious. But now, it was all for naught. Yu Tian was furious. He used all his strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Now, it's your turn. At this moment, Lu Ming looked coldly at Yu Tian and punched towards him. Clang, Lu Ming's fist collided with Yu Tian's sword. The sound of metal clashing rang out, as if two divine weapons were clashing. However, the final result made everyone's jaws drop. Yu Tian's battle saber vibrated continuously before finally shattering. As for Yu Tian, he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly and charged towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian's cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming controlled 11 types of divine power. Just now, he had activated the battle character art and quadrupled his combat strength. Coupled with the heavenly demon golden body, his combat strength completely overpowered Yu Tian. Yu Tian shouted angrily and used his origin source secret technique to resist. However, he was still no match for him. The result was the same. Under Lu Ming's iron fist, Yu Tian could only barely block a few moves before his origin source secret technique was destroyed. Bam! Lu Ming's fist landed on Yu Tian's chest. Yu Tian screamed as his body exploded into a cloud of ghost qi. However, he was much stronger than Yu Xing and the others. The ghost qi quickly gathered and reformed into a body. He wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming's eyes shone with white light. He used the extreme pupil of the Yin-Yang God Eye. A whirlpool suddenly appeared. A terrifying coldness enveloped Yu Tian and was about to freeze him. His body immediately stiffened. Then, with a furious roar, he charged forward with all his might, wanting to escape. However, it was too late. Lu Ming had arrived. No, Lu Ming, this is the Divine Dragon Feast. You can't kill me, Yu Tian roared, screaming miserably, incomparably terrified. Ridiculous. Lu Ming said coldly. It was Yu Tian who asked the Crown Prince whether it was okay to kill on the spot. The Crown Prince said that it was normal to die. Now, it was Yu Tian's turn to be killed. He still said that it was the Divine Dragon Feast and that he could not be killed. The Crown Prince's face darkened. He did not expect this to happen. He wanted to stop it, but he had already said it. If he spoke now, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Go to hell. Lu Ming landed a punch on Yu Tian's head, blasting it open. This time, Yu Tian could no longer reform his body because his soul had been completely destroyed by Lu Ming. Yu Tian was dead. At this point, all the geniuses from the 9 Nether Heavenly Palace who came to participate in the Divine Dragon Feast were killed by Lu Ming. Hee hee, well done. Someone in the crowd laughed loudly, feeling carefree. The 9 Nether Heavenly Palace had strange methods and were overbearing. They were the evil sect of the past, the Nine Nether sect. They had offended countless people. Now that Yu Tian and the others were killed, many people were happy. The strongest geniuses of the younger generation of the Nine Nether Heavenly Palace are all dead. I wonder how those old guys will react when they find out. It will be interesting. Indeed, they will probably go crazy. Some people discussed softly. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned towards Wu Fan and the others. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't intend to stop here. Those who had attacked Xiao Yu before must all die. Wu Fan, Chu Chungkong and the others turned pale. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Wu Fan roared in his heart. Everyone knew Yu Tian's strength. He was a fifth-layer divine king and had awakened his origin source secret technique. He was a peerless genius. But now, he was no match for Lu Ming and was killed by Lu Ming. They would only die if they went up. Hadn't Lu Ming been healing for the past few hundred years? Could healing increase one's strength? They knew that Lu Ming was talking nonsense. Who else attacked Autumn Moon? Come out and die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent made many people tremble. And Mo Ning was about to say something, but Wu Fan's cold eyes met with Mo Ning's and they were filled with threat. Mo Ning's face turned pale. Obviously, if she said anything, she would offend Wu Fan. Wu Fan was the son of the imperial tutor and she could not afford to offend him. Mo Ning froze. She wanted to say something but did not dare to. Those who attacked just now were from the imperial tutor's residence. At this moment, a voice sounded out, and it was the few people who had attacked Xiao Yu. It was a handsome young man. Many people recognized that he was the son of the grand tutor of the Taishu dynasty. In the Taishu dynasty, although the imperial tutor was powerful, there was no one who could defeat him. However, that didn't mean that no one could go against him. The current grand tutor was the imperial preceptor's sworn enemy. Everyone knew that the grand tutor was on the second prince's side. The imperial tutor was on the crown prince's side. The grand tutor's son was not afraid of Wu Fan. He even pointed out the person who had attacked Lu Ming. Very well. You will all die. Lu Ming spoke coldly, his voice extremely cold. Bang, Lu Ming dashed towards Wu Fan like a wild beast. Young master, retreat. We will stop him. Shouted one of Wu Fan's subordinates. Then, the geniuses who had come with Wu Fan charged towards Lu Ming. There were 3 geniuses who had attacked Autumn Moon. They joined forces to fight against Lu Ming. At the same time, the top genius of the Lan family attacked Lu Ming from the side. The genius of the Lan family was strong. He was in the 6th king god realm and had awakened the original source secret technique. He was the strongest one who had attacked Autumn Moon. He was vicious. He had used the original source secret technique to kill Lin Fan in one blow. However, Lu Ming would not let him succeed. The gate of domination appeared, emitting terrifying energy waves. Boom, the gate of domination collided with the original source secret technique of the top genius of the Lan family. There was a loud explosion. Then, the top genius of the Lan family was knocked back. How is that possible? Many people were shocked. The top genius of the Lan family was called Lan Bo. He was in the 6th king god realm and had awakened the original source secret technique. However, right now, he was sent flying after the collision with Lu Ming. He was no match for him at all. How could this be possible? That's terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation has reached the 4th-tier divine king realm. Indeed. When the sacred institute of the Taishu imperial family was held, he was only in the 1st king god realm. Now, he has reached the 4th king god realm. He has improved faster than Autumn Moon. Freak! Many people exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming did not stop attacking while everyone was still in shock. After repelling Lan Bo, the Overlord God Spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Unending River of Spear Dao. With a wave of the Tyrant God Spear, a long river appeared and enveloped the few geniuses from the Imperial Advisor's residence. The endless spear light in the long river attacked them fiercely. Puff! Puff! The defenses of the 3 Skyprides from the Imperial Advisor's residence were breached as bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Two of them were at the sixth king god realm, but they hadn't awakened the original secret technique. Their bodies were like a beehive as they died. This scene caused the faces of Chu Chun Kong and the others from the War God clan to turn extremely gloomy. What Lu Ming was using was the War God family's secret technique. However, its power was even stronger than when someone from the War God family used it. Lu Ming's figure rushed up, and the Tyrant God spear swept out continuously. Bang! The last prodigy of the Imperial Advisor's residence was also blown up by the spear. One of the Skyprides who had awakened the original secret technique was killed. After killing the Skyprides, Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens rock art. His figure flashed as he charged towards Lan Bo. Universal Sword Dao. Lan Bo roared as he executed the original secret technique. Thousands of sword shadows flew towards Lu Ming, trying to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming opened his mouth with the Sovereign's Gate. With a shake, all the sword shadows dissipated. Lu Ming did not stop as he charged towards Lan Bo. Although Lan Bo's cultivation was stronger, he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming executed the two original secret techniques consecutively, alternating between them. Their power was terrifying. In just a few moves, Lan Bo was no match for Lin Fan. The Sovereign's Gate hit his shoulder and he was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. War God Strike, Sovereign's Gate. Lu Ming shouted as he executed his ultimate move. A giant war god appeared, riding on a war horse as he charged towards Lan Bo. Lan Bo grunted as he was sent flying backwards. He was almost torn apart. Following that, the Sovereign's Gate continued to suppress him. Lan Bo roared as he coughed up blood. A shocking sword intent rushed into the sky, trying to block the Sovereign's Gate. However, a spear light was as fast as lightning, piercing through his body. He no longer had the strength to resist the Sovereign's Gate. The Sovereign's Gate pressed down and smashed onto Lan Bo's head. Lan Bo's body exploded in the air. The Lan family's number one Skyprides had fallen. In the crowd, Lan Feng's face turned pale. At this point, all the people who attacked Autumn Moon had been killed. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to charge towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan was the mastermind. How could he not die? Enough! At this moment, a majestic and domineering voice sounded. The Crown Prince could not help but speak. It was fine if the others died, but Wu Fan could not die. Wu Fan was the only son of the Imperial Advisor, and the Imperial Advisor was on his side. If he allowed Wu Fan to be killed, there would be problems in his relationship with the Imperial Advisor. When the Crown Prince spoke, Wu Fan was overjoyed. However, Lu Ming paused. Wu Fan is the one who gave the order. He must die. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people's hearts beat wildly. Lu Ming was openly disobeying the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's face immediately darkened. In the Taishu dynasty, the Crown Prince had great authority. He was the future Crown Prince. Moreover, he had been the Crown Prince for many years. In terms of cultivation, the Crown Prince was the most powerful person in the Taishu dynasty. Usually, in the entire Taishu dynasty, not many people dared to disobey the Crown Prince. However, Lu Ming, a junior, dared to disobey the Crown Prince. This made the Crown Prince's eyes flash with killing intent. Although he spoke just now, he did not attack. Lu Ming, know when to stop. You have already killed those who attacked. The Crown Prince finally said. In my opinion, speaking and attacking are the same. Lu Ming still shook his head. He took a step forward and was about to kill Wu Fan. He did not believe that the Crown Prince would attack him. The Crown Prince was no longer part of the younger generation. He was of the same generation as Jingyu. He had lived for almost a stellar year. His cultivation was unfathomable. Naturally, he would not lower himself to attack Lu Ming. How dare you disobey the Crown Prince? You are treacherous. The Crown Prince is kind and will not bicker with you. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Crown Prince. With a cold shout, a figure pounced at Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Before the person arrived, a terrifying force had already locked onto Lu Ming and was about to attack Lu Ming. Wang, Lu Ming swept his long spear and the overbearing god spear swept behind him. Boom, the overbearing god spear collided with the figure's palm print. There was a terrifying explosion. The force spread in all directions. Lu Ming's figure retreated slightly. That figure also landed on the ground. "It's Miao Xian," someone exclaimed. They recognized the young man who attacked Lu Ming. Miao Xian was ranked 20th during the Great Void Imperial family's Holy Institute. He could be said to be one of the top geniuses. Later on, he joined the Crown Prince's side. Now, his cultivation base was terrifying. "Kneel down and apologize to the Crown Prince." Miao Xian shouted coldly and waved his palms toward Lu Ming. Every time he blasted his palms out, a golden and dazzling sacred mountain emerged and suppressed Lu Ming. Every single godly mountain weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, causing the void to explode continuously. 7th layer King God Realm. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Miao Xian's cultivation base had reached the 7th layer of the King God Realm, making him a high-level King God. He wasn't an ordinary 7th layer King God Realm cultivator, but a top genius. The divine power of a 7th layer King God Realm cultivator was too strong. Coupled with a terrifying secret technique, his power was terrifying. Ancient God Technique. Lu Ming shouted as he used the Ancient God Technique. His body expanded and turned into a green-armored Ancient God. Then, he held the Gate of Domination in one hand and the Tyrant God Spear in the other and attacked continuously. Boom! 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 The Gate of Domination and the Tyrant God Spear clashed with the Golden Mountain, causing a huge earthquake. At this moment, the entire Millennium Garden was filled with colorful lights. Countless runes filled the air, forming a huge formation to protect the area. Otherwise, the area would have been destroyed long ago. The two of them fought intensely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. For a moment, neither of them had a clear winner. This was shocking. Miao Xian was a 7th layer King God Realm cultivator, a high-level King God Realm cultivator. He was also ranked 20th in the previous batch of geniuses. After cultivating for so many years, he still couldn't defeat Lu Ming. Miao Xian's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He had joined the Crown Prince and was fighting for him. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming, wouldn't the Crown Prince look down on him? Miao Xian couldn't care less about hiding his strength. He shouted, "Gilded Gold Mountain." Endless divine power gathered and a golden mountain appeared above Miao Xian's head. This mountain was filled with an ancient aura. At the top of the mountain, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged, exuding terrifying killing intent. This was Miao Xian's secret technique. Boom! The golden divine mountain trembled and grew to a size of 10,000 feet. It pressed down on Lu Ming, and a huge explosion occurred in the void. It transformed into a destructive power that rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Boom! Following this, a stronger ancient aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the second prince, the Crown Prince, and the others suddenly stood up from their seats. Their faces were full of shock. Origin Divine Power Factor, Third Awakening. The second prince murmured to himself. His eyes sparkled. What? Third Awakening of the Origin Divine Power Factor. Countless people at the scene exclaimed in disbelief. Third Awakening, it was actually the Third Awakening. The Third Awakening was much more difficult than the Second Awakening. As a top-notch Skypride, there were many who had undergone their Second Awakening. However, there were very few who had undergone their Third Awakening. So many people had fought before, whether it was Lan Bo, the #1 prodigy of the Lan family, or Miao Xian, they were all Second Awakenings. As for Lu Ming, he was only in the 3rd layer of the King God Realm, but he had undergone his 3rd Awakening. It was indeed shocking. Lu Ming had not used his 3rd Awakening before. Now that he had used it, the God's Gate emitted an even more terrifying light. The God's Gate enlarged and rushed towards Miao Xian's Golden Mountain. Boom! The two colossal objects collided in the air like two planets colliding. A dull explosion was heard and terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. The shockwaves hit the ground and the buildings, but they were all neutralized by the runes. However, there were still many shockwaves that rushed towards the young Skyprides present. Not many people could withstand such terrifying shockwaves. At this moment, the Crown Prince waved his hand and an invisible force covered the sky above the crowd. When the shockwaves reached the crowd, they were neutralized silently. Not a single ripple was emitted. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and continued to watch the battle. The God's Gate and the Golden Mountain shook violently and then flew back. Suppress! Miao Xian roared again, and the Golden Mountain pressed down on Lu Ming again. At the top of the mountain, the figure sitting cross-legged seemed to open its eyes. An even more terrifying shockwave spread out. It had to be said that Miao Xian was very strong. His origin secret technique was not to be underestimated. There was actually a humanoid figure sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen such an origin secret technique. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the God's Gate. After the Third Awakening, the God's Gate's power was even more terrifying. This was also Lu Ming's trump card against Miao Xian. Boom, the two sides collided for the second time. This time, the shockwaves were even more intense. At the same time, Lu Ming wielded the Tyrant God Spear and rushed towards Miao Xian. The Tyrant God Spear was made of stone and filled with the aura of time. With the injection of Lu Ming's divine power, it rapidly expanded and pressed down on Miao Xian like a heavenly pillar. Lu Ming did not perform the origin secret skills of other divine powers. It was better to keep some trump cards. Furthermore, 2 types of divine powers and 2 origin secret skills were already terrifying enough. If he were to perform more origin secret skills, he might be able to scare others to death. Miao Xian's expression changed and became very serious. He didn't have 2 origin secret techniques, so he could only use other methods to resist. Open for me! Miao Xian roared. The humanoid figure on the Golden Mountain emitted a dazzling light from its eyes. It actually shot out 2 golden beams of light that attacked Lu Ming. The golden beams of light bombarded the Tyrant God Spear, causing it to shake violently. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle, constantly clashing. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of blows, the 2 of them were still unable to determine a victor. Enough! At this moment, the Crown Prince spoke again. A powerful aura rushed toward Lu Ming and Miao Xian. The Crown Prince's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming and Miao Xian's bodies shook violently and they were forced to retreat. Lu Ming looked at the Crown Prince with a serious expression. If the Crown Prince attacked, he wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Ming, today is the Divine Dragon Banquet. If you want to kill someone, you can kill them. If you want to stay and drink a cup of Divine Dragon wine, I'll welcome you. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. However, today's matter ends here. The Crown Prince's words were sonorous and forceful, filled with powerful pressure. His meaning was clear. If Lu Ming wanted to continue, he would intervene. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Fan and knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Wu Fan today. In that case, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Crown Prince, this person is arrogant and unruly. Why don't you take him down and punish him severely? He's young and talented, so it's normal for him to be arrogant. Let him go. He'll be more restrained after some training. The Crown Prince waved his hand and said calmly. I'm impressed by the Crown Prince's magnanimity. It's my honor to serve the Crown Prince. The young man said respectfully. At the side, the second prince smiled disdainfully. The Crown Prince was obviously trying to win the hearts of the people and show his magnanimity so that more geniuses would join him. He knew how ruthless the Crown Prince was. Continue the Divine Dragon Banquet. The Crown Prince ordered. Then, he sat down and drank a cup of wine. At the same time, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After Lu Ming left the aged Autumn Garden, he took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Chiu Autumn Moon. Not long after, Chiu Autumn Moon's figure floated over. Young master, I knew you were fine. Chiu Autumn Moon threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Although she said that Lu Ming would be fine, she was still worried. Now that she saw Lu Ming return, she was naturally overjoyed. Silly girl, how could anything happen to me? I've only been in seclusion for a few hundred years. Lu Ming patted Chiu Autumn Moon's head and said gently. Then, the 2 of them returned to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. After returning to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court, the two of them chatted about their experiences over the years. A few days later, Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon went to the cultivation grounds again. This time, the two of them went to the Yin-Yang Millstone. The Yin-Yang Millstone could temper the divine body and divine power. Lu Ming wanted to use it to cultivate the heavenly devil golden body. Although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the fourth divine king realm, which was the initial requirement to establish a faction, Lu Ming still had something important to do. That was to consecrate the primordial god statue. The primordial divine statue had not been consecrated. Even if it was consecrated, it would be useless. No one would join them. According to Blue Merchant, it wouldn't be long before the Taishu dynasty would open up a path to a dilapidated universe where the primordial idol could be consecrated. It was specially prepared for those who wanted to establish their own clans. Now, all Lu Ming had to do was wait. When he arrived at the Yin-Yang Millstone, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly charged into it. A terrifying crushing force immediately acted on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's current divine body was many times stronger than before. He circulated the heavenly demon golden body to resist the crushing force. Lu Ming was much more relaxed than before. Time passed day by day. Under the refinement of the Yin-Yang Millstone, the heavenly demon golden body was slowly improving. His divine power was also slowly being refined. Time passed quickly, and another 30 years passed. On this day, Lu Ming's identity token representing the Great Void Imperial Academy lit up. This token was refined with a mysterious method. Not only did it record all of Lu Ming's information, but it also had the function of transmitting sound. Now, it was a message from the higher-ups of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Lu Ming took it out and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Is it finally going to start? Lu Ming whispered. The message was for those who had the opening token to prepare to enter the dilapidated universe 5 years later to consecrate the primordial god statue. The reason why they were notified 5 years in advance was that there were conditions to enter the dilapidated universe. First of all, they needed a primordial god statue. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they entered. However, many major forces had primordial god statues, so the geniuses from the major forces didn't have to worry. Another condition was that the dilapidated universe was very dangerous and needed to be accompanied by experts. The Great Void Imperial Academy had a rule that every genius who entered the dilapidated universe could bring 36 people with him, and these 36 people had to be below the Divine Lord realm. This was also for the sake of fairness. 36 people. Just right. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This time, the Nether Ape fighting tribe had brought 300 experts below the level of Sir God to accompany him. The weakest among them was a 7th-tier Divine King. There were quite a number of peak Divine King experts. He could choose at will. Unfortunately, the Autumn Moon didn't have a primordial god statue. The Autumn Moon also had an opening token. Without a primordial god statue, they couldn't enter. It's fine, young master. I'll stay by your side anyway. You alone will be enough to open the residence. I'll sell my opening token. The Autumn Moon smiled. In the end, they decided to sell the opening token of the Autumn Moon. At this moment, the news about entering the broken universe had slowly spread. For a time, it was like a storm was brewing. This was because the top 10 geniuses of the Great Void Imperial Academy were not the only ones who received the opening token. Some of the previous batch of geniuses could also receive the opening token by completing missions and accumulating merits. Therefore, there were many people who wanted to enter the dilapidated universe this time. These people began to prepare and gather experts. A few days later, the Autumn Moon released the news that they were going to auction the opening token. This news shocked the entire city. The opening token was very precious. It was an opportunity to establish one's own faction and develop quickly. Countless geniuses dreamed of obtaining it. Now that the Autumn Moon was going to auction it, it naturally shocked many people and attracted many geniuses. This time, the auction was very successful. In the end, the opening token was sold at a sky-high price. The Autumn Moon used it to exchange for a pile of treasures. Among them, there was a treasure of absolute frost. He gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally accepted it without hesitation. After that, Lu Ming waited quietly until he entered the dilapidated universe. However, some people began to plot against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is most likely going to enter the dilapidated universe. This time, we'll kill him in the dilapidated universe. A cold voice came from the Crown Prince's residence. The Imperial Advisor's residence. This time, we'll bring 36 experts into the dilapidated universe. Lu Ming doesn't have any experts by his side. This time, we must kill him. Wu Fan growled, revealing a cold murderous intent. At the Celestial Dragon Banquet, many geniuses from the Imperial Advisor's residence were killed by Lu Ming. The Imperial Advisor's residence had put in a lot of effort to recruit them. However, they died just like that. The loss was extremely heavy. Even he almost died in the hands of Lu Ming. He was chased by Lu Ming until he fled in a sorry state. This had happened again and again. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming. This time, entering the dilapidated universe was a good opportunity. He could bring 36 experts below the Divine Lord level. As far as he knew, Lu Ming didn't have any experts behind him. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would only be killed when facing a peak Divine Lord. At the same time, the War God family was also discussing something. This time, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence will fully support us. It's enough to gather 36 top experts to enter the dilapidated universe with you. An elder from the War God family said to Chu Chun-kong. Very well. This time, I want Lu Ming to die in the dilapidated universe. Chu Chun-kong said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. Chu Chun-kong's eyes flashed coldly. He was shocked by Lu Ming's strength. He had to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. That's right. I guess the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion will support Lu Ming and send experts to help him. We can't let him get what he wants. Then, Chu Chun-kong added. Don't worry about that. The Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion has already started to take action, sending experts to suppress the Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion. Not only that, the Nine Serenity Heavenly Lord Mansion has also sent experts to help the Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion. They have reached the border of the Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion and put pressure on the family. Now that the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion is under pressure, how can he spare any experts to support Lu Ming? An old man smiled as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. That's good. Chu Chun-kong sneered. Everyone was making preparations and time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. On this day, an old man came to Lu Ming. Lu Ming recognized that he was the trusted aide of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord. Senior, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you'll be entering the broken universe soon. It's very dangerous and you need to be accompanied by experts. Originally, the Heavenly Lord Mansion wanted to send 36 experts to help you. However, during this period, the Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion suddenly sent an army and even the experts of the Nine Serenity Heavenly Lord Mansion to help. The Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion is under great pressure and can't send any experts. The Heavenly Lord Mansion sent me to apologize to you, the old man said embarrassedly. Oh? Lu Ming nodded. His mind was racing and he thought of many things. At this time, the experts of the Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord Mansion and the Nine Serenity Heavenly Lord Mansion suddenly attacked the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion and put pressure on them. Obviously, their purpose was to prevent the Nine Extinction Heavenly Lord Mansion from sending experts to help Lu Ming. Needless to say, they wanted to eliminate Lu Ming in the broken universe. Then I'll play with you in the broken universe. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Those people who thought that he didn't have any experts around him would be wrong. He would give them a surprise. Lu Ming, the Heavenly King is very sorry. He suggested that you do not need to take this risk. Obviously, he wanted to persuade Lu Ming to give up on entering the broken universe. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was no match for those old fellows who had cultivated for countless years. Senior, please thank the Heavenly King for me. I know what to do. I won't take the risk easily. Lu Ming said. That's great. The old man nodded and took his leave. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer and he continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the broken universe. On this day, in a square in front of the palace of the Taishu dynasty, there was a constant stream of people walking through the air. They were all geniuses who came to enter the broken universe. Di Jiani brought 36 experts and descended upon the place. Behind Di Jiani was the great Zhou Heavenly King's residence. Since Di Jiani was a supreme talent, the great Zhou Heavenly King's residence would naturally support him fully. Xianxia, Chu Chun-kong, and the others had all arrived. Wu Fan was also here. In fact, Wu Fan did not enter the top 10 last time and naturally did not have an opening token. However, one of the geniuses from the Imperial Advisor's residence was from the previous batch of students. He had accumulated merits and obtained an opening token. This token was given to Wu Fan. Lu Ming is here. Someone whispered. Wu Fan, Chu Chun-kong, and the others looked over. Lu Ming brought 36 experts from the Dark Ape Combat Tribe and walked through the air. The 36 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members were wrapped in black robes. Their bodies and appearances were shrouded in black tokens. Moreover, they had used a special method to conceal their aura. Unless one's cultivation was much higher than theirs, it would be difficult to detect their cultivation. Lu Ming really came. He actually dares to come. Very good. Wu Fan, Chu Chun-kong, and the others whispered. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They originally thought that Lu Ming would not dare to come. Then, they began to size up the 36 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members who came with Lu Ming. Humph, do you think that you can just find 36 people to go in? Wu Fan sneered in his heart. This time, the people that the top prodigies had brought were all carefully selected experts. They could not be compared to a few random people. There are quite a lot of people. Lu Ming also looked around. He realized that when the Taishu Imperial Academy opened, all the top 10, except for Autumn Moon, had come. Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Chu Chun-kong, Xianxia, Yi Jifan, Xu Weihen, Miao Shui, and Sui Hanqiu. Each of them had brought 36 experts with them. In addition to these people, there were more than 10 youths. These youths were from the previous batch of students. After a long period of hard work, they had also obtained the primordial deity statue and the qualification to enter the broken universe. These people were all prodigies from various factions. For example, some of them had sided with the Crown Prince, while others had sided with the Second Prince. Boom, suddenly, a few powerful auras spread out. A few figures flew out from the Taishu Imperial Palace and stood in the air. These people were all experts from the Taishu dynasty. You guys, follow us. An old man ordered and then flew in a direction. Everyone followed him. Not long after, they came to a secret place. This place was heavily guarded. The old man led them through the layers of defense and came to a core area. In this core area, there was a huge whirlpool that was constantly spinning. This is the entrance to the broken universe. I believe that you have some understanding of the broken universe. After you enter, you only have 10 years. Remember, you must mark the location where you entered. Remember, after 10 years, you must return to the place where you entered. Only then can you be teleported out. Otherwise, you will have to stay inside. Remember? An old man warned. Also, the broken universe is very vast. After you enter, you will be teleported to different areas. If you want to be teleported to the same area, you can do so as long as your divine power is connected. That way, after you enter, you will appear in the same area. Another old man said. Lu Ming and the others nodded. The broken universe would open every once in a while. They had long understood this knowledge. Let's go. An old man ordered. Let's go. Immediately, a young man rushed into the vortex with 36 experts. After rushing into the vortex, they held hands and connected their divine power. That way, they would not be separated after entering. Buzz, the vortex trembled, and the young man and 36 experts disappeared into the vortex. Let's go. Following that, other people went up. Every group of people was connected with each other's divine power. After entering, they would appear in the same area. People continued to go up. Soon, the previous group of people disappeared into the vortex with their experts. Wu Fan, Chu Chung Kong, and the others glanced at Lu Ming as if waiting for Lu Ming to enter first. Hee, are you afraid that I'll back out? Then I'll do as you wish. Lu Ming smiled and flew into the whirlpool with the 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe experts. They were also palm to palm, connected to each other and became one. Then, a force enveloped their bodies. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others disappeared from the whirlpool. Very good, they really went in. This time, I'll finish you off once and for all. Wu Fan sneered and immediately stepped into the whirlpool with his subordinates. Then, the others followed suit. Lu Ming entered the vortex and he felt as though he was shuttling through the void. After an unknown period of time, they appeared in a void the next moment. Cold, desolate, dark, that was Lu Ming's first reaction. He raised his eyes and looked around, carefully sizing up the area. He was standing in the starry sky of the universe. The 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe experts were near him. At this moment, they all gathered around Lu Ming and came to Lu Ming's side. Not far behind them, there were 7 huge meteorites floating motionlessly. Further away, there were dim starlights. Other than that, it was pitch black. According to the rules, when one is transported into the broken universe, they will appear at the edge of the universe. The edge of the universe has been explored by others. There is no longer any God factor that can make the primordial God statue shine. Lu Ming thought. In order to make the primordial God statue shine and activate its mysterious abilities, one must absorb God factor. The so-called God factor was a factor contained in the primordial God statue. The broken universe was an ancient battlefield. For some reason, many primordial God statues had died here. Although countless years had passed, the remains, corpses, bones, flesh, and so on left behind by the primordial God statues would have God factor left behind. Their purpose in entering the broken universe was to let the primordial God statue absorb God factor and activate its mysterious abilities. As for the edge of the broken universe, it had been explored by countless people over the years. The God factor had been completely absorbed. Now, if he wanted to absorb a large amount of God spirit factor, he had to go to the core of the broken universe. In the core area, there were still many places that had not been explored, and there might be a large amount of God element there. However, the core area was undoubtedly even more dangerous. Let's sit down and mark these meteorites. Lu Ming instructed. 10 years later, they had to return to this place before they could leave. That was why they had to leave a mark. Yes, War Ancestor. A few of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe elites immediately made their mark on the 7 meteorites. In fact, as a precaution, he even left a mark in the nearby starry sky. After making the mark, they headed toward the depths of the broken universe. 36 Dark Ape Battle Tribe warriors surrounded Lu Ming to protect him. They didn't dare to move too fast because this was a broken universe and it was very dangerous. The first few days were peaceful, and they did not encounter any danger. However, 10 days later, a strong wind blew in the starry sky. In front of them, there were a few huge tornadoes that swept across the starry sky. Yes, there were a few tornadoes in the starry sky. They were so big that Lu Ming could only watch as a star was sucked into the tornadoes. It was a terrifying scene. It's a cosmic storm. Let's leave. One of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members exclaimed. They took Lu Ming and quickly left this place. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer see the tornadoes. This broken universe had been destroyed long ago. There was almost no spirit chi or divine chi. It was dried up. There was no planet that could give birth to life. There was no vitality. Countless years ago, a terrifying battle had taken place here. After the battle, some terrifying anomalies had appeared. For example, the tornadoes were called cosmic storms. If they were sucked in, even a divine lord would be in danger, let alone them. After avoiding the cosmic storms, they became more careful and slowed down. However, a few days later, they saw another shocking scene. A huge crack stretched across the starry sky of the universe. This was a huge spatial crack. There was a terrifying suction force around it. Lu Ming saw some meteorites that flew past it and were directly swallowed by the spatial crack. It was said that this was left behind by a terrifying expert in the battle. He split the universe with one move and left a huge crack. Even after countless years, the crack was still there. One had to know that the universe itself had the ability to repair itself. Many experts could split the space, but it would automatically repair itself in an instant. For example, if a punch hit water, it would create a hole, but the water would quickly repair itself. It was the same for space, however, this terrifying crack was said to have pierced through a different dimension and formed a terrifying suction force. There was once an expert who accidentally got close to the crack and was directly swallowed. It was said that there were black holes in the broken universe that were even more terrifying than this huge crack. They carefully avoided the huge crack and took a detour. Then, they encountered a few more terrifying anomalies. Fortunately, they noticed them from afar and avoided them early. 2 months later, they had already flown an unknown distance. "Is that a star?" Suddenly, an abyssal ape whispered. In the starry sky ahead, there was a huge star floating, but it was very strange. It looked like a palm. From afar, it looked like the palm of a giant beast. "Is it formed by the palm of some primitive god?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, it was very likely that there was a high concentration of god factor. They retracted their auras and carefully flew toward the star. This star was very huge, not smaller than the planets with life outside. Strangely, there were countless caves on it, like a beehive. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground. "Warrior ancestor, take out the primordial idol and see if there is any god factor," an old Dark Ape Battle clan member suggested. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded and took out the primordial idol. After taking out the primordial idol, there was no reaction at all. "It seems that there is no god factor here. It has been absorbed by the people who came here before," Lu Ming said. If there was any god factor, the primordial idol would definitely have a reaction. This was because the primordial idol was made from the bones of a primitive god through a special method. It could automatically absorb god factor. Lu Ming was a little disappointed, but then he smiled. It was not that easy to absorb god factor for consecration. He waved his hand and put the primordial idol away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, there was a series of violent sounds that seemed to come from underground. The sound of something breaking through the air came from underground. Lu Ming and the others paled. Something was trying to rush out. "Battle ancestor, be careful." The 36 Dark Ape Battle tribe members appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. In the next instant, black shadows flew out from the underground cave. They roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. It was a strange creature. It had a humanoid shape and was over 2 meters tall. It had 2 horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. Its entire body was covered in scales. The creature roared and emitted a savage aura. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged at Lu Ming and the others. "Kill!" One of the Dark Ape Battle tribe members roared. He took a step forward and his body swelled rapidly, revealing his sturdy physique. He threw a punch. Boom, there was a huge explosion in the air. The air shook violently. Violent energy surged forward. More than 10 strange creatures flew in front of the group. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Then, the Dark Ape Battle tribe member waved his fists and attacked the creatures. Lu Ming realized that the creatures were very strong. The weakest one was in the 1st layer of the King God realm. The strongest one was in the 4th or 5th layer of the King God realm. More importantly, there were too many of them. However, Lu Ming had brought the strongest King God realm experts with him this time. Each Dark Ape Battle tribe member was at the peak of the King God realm. Lu Ming was confident that they were all at the peak of the King God realm. The fighting strength of a peak of the King God realm expert was incomparably strong. Each of their fists could create a huge explosion and a terrifying destructive power. The strange creatures were constantly being blasted apart. However, there were simply too many of these strange creatures. They kept rushing out from the caves in all directions. It was as if the entire planet was the nest of these creatures. Moreover, these creatures had a pair of sharp claws. When they waved their claws, they were shockingly powerful. The more Lu Ming looked at the claws, the more he felt that they were similar to the planet under his feet. The shape of the planet under his feet was like the claws had been enlarged countless times. Strange creatures were pouncing on them from all directions. Attack! The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members made their move as well. A total of 12 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members made their move. The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members continued to stand guard around Lu Ming. 12 peak Divine Kings took action together, the scene extremely terrifying. Large amounts of strange creatures were blasted apart. Although more and more strange creatures were flying out, they weren't enough to kill. Shortly after, more than 1,000 of them had died. The strongest one had the strength of the 6th King God layer. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder that they had to bring experts in. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that there were so many strange creatures here meant that if he were to be alone, he would be in grave danger. After killing over 1,000 strange creatures, there were finally no more strange creatures flying out. He seemed to be afraid. Some people speculate that the creatures in this broken universe evolved from the creatures who died in battle here. Could it be that these creatures evolved from the flesh and blood of some primitive god after its death over countless years? Lu Ming muttered. He speculated that the claw-like planet under their feet was most likely the claw of some primitive god. After countless years, it evolved into a planet. This strange creature had evolved from the palm of the primordial divine spirit. If that was the case, these strange creatures might have god factor in them. With that thought, Lu Ming took out the primordial god statue again. This time, as soon as he took out the primordial statue quickly changed. A layer of strange light appeared on the primordial god statue. Then, rays of light appeared on the corpses of the strange creatures. These rays of light were like stars as they flew toward the primordial god statue and sank into it. After a while, the rays of light disappeared and the primordial god statue returned to its normal state. It seems like it hasn't been consecrated yet. There's too little god factor. Lu Ming muttered. Before he came, he had studied this problem. If the primordial god statue wanted to be consecrated, it couldn't just absorb god factor. It had to absorb enough god factor. Only when the god factor reached a certain level could the primordial god statue be consecrated. These creatures must have evolved from the flesh and blood of some primitive god. That's why they have god factor. However, after so many generations, their bloodline has become thin and their god factor is very faint. An old Dark Ape Fighting Tribe member said. Lu Ming nodded and said, "Let's go underground and take a look." Lu Ming immediately put away the primordial god statue and led the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members into a cave. This planet was like a hornet's nest. The ground had been hollowed out and there were tunnels everywhere. They only focused on one direction and continued to fly downwards. At first, it was calm and peaceful. There was no threat. However, after a few hours, they finally encountered a large number of strange creatures that charged at them. This time, there was a 7th-layer King God realm existence among the strange creatures. They were even stronger. However, Lu Ming and the others still killed all of them. The god factor in their flesh and blood was absorbed by Lu Ming's primordial god statue. After that, they continued to move forward. They continued to kill. They didn't know how many strange creatures they had killed along the way, but the primordial god statue still hadn't been consecrated. Finally, they were close to the planet's core. Along the way, Lu Ming didn't get any god factor except for the weak god factor in the bodies of the strange creatures. Logically speaking, if this planet was formed from the claw of some primitive god, it should have a large amount of god factor. However, there was no god factor at all. There could only be one reason: the people who had come here before had absorbed all of it. Let's leave. There's no need to waste time here. Lu Ming said. It would be a waste of time to stay here. Then, they left the planet and continued to fly toward the core of the broken universe. Later, they came across another planet. This planet looked like it was formed from the head of some creature. It was incomparably huge. Similarly, there was a strange creature on this planet. Its body contained weak god factor, but the planet itself didn't have any god factor. If we come across another planet like this, there's no need to stop. The god factor in the outer region of the broken universe is almost completely absorbed. Lu Ming said. They continued to move forward. Even if they came across a similar planet, they didn't stop or check it out. Just like that, another half a month passed. One day, they found an ancient battleship in the starry sky. No, it was half a battleship. It was incomparably huge, like a planet. Half of the battleship looked like a battleship from afar. The middle of the battleship had been sliced clean. It was only half a battleship, but it was as big as a planet. It floated in the air, exuding an ancient aura. Even after a long time, it still gave off a strong sense of oppression. Needless to say, it was left behind from the war back then. The person who piloted the battleship was probably an extremely powerful existence. Let's go take a look. Maybe there's something good left behind. Lu Ming said. Although this was not the core area and it had most likely been explored by others, there might still be something left behind. They flew toward the battleship. Wait a minute, there's someone. An old nether ape suddenly said, staring at the battleship with bright eyes. Lu Ming and the others also stopped. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw figures flashing in the battleship. Then, figures rushed out of the battleship. Each figure was wearing a black robe and was eerie. There were about 20 of them. People from the abysmal heavenly palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were from the abysmal heavenly palace. A total of 21 people appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice sounded, and a cold murderous intent enveloped Lu Ming. The person who spoke was a young man named Yulong. He was a genius from the abysmal heavenly palace who had entered the broken universe this time. He was in the last batch to join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. Lu Ming deserves to die. Kill. Beside Yulong were 20 experts from the abysmal heavenly palace. Some were old, and some were middle-aged. At this time, all of them stared at Lu Ming with terrifying murderous intent. At the Divine Dragon Banquet, the top geniuses of the abysmal heavenly palace had all died at the hands of Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to the abysmal heavenly palace and caused a stir in the abysmal heavenly palace. Everyone in the abysmal heavenly palace had already listed Lu Ming as their #1 target. Now, when these people saw Lu Ming, they naturally wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Stop them. Don't let them escape. The nether dragon roared. Whoosh. Whoosh. In a flash, the 20 experts from the abysmal heavenly king mansion surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, let's see where you can run off to today. This place will be your burial ground. It is your honor to be buried with the ancient sages. Yulong sneered. Lu Ming was a bit speechless. He didn't understand where Yulong's confidence came from. Didn't he see that there were 36 people beside him, while Yulong only had 20? Clearly, the rest of the people from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion were still on the half-battleship. He should be exploring something on the battleship. Are you so sure that you can kill me? I seem to have more people. Lu Ming couldn't help but say this. He didn't expect Yulong to laugh so hard that tears were about to come out of his eyes. He said, do you think it's useful to have more people? What a joke, what a joke. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion can't even take care of itself. They didn't send any experts to you, right? Do you think you can scare us with just a few dozen people? Yulong didn't put the 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members beside Lu Ming in his eyes. He was very clear that the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion wouldn't help Lu Ming because the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion had sent experts to cooperate with the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion to attack the border of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and put pressure on them. Now that the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion couldn't even take care of itself, how could they send extra experts to Lu Ming? The people he brought with him were all top experts in the Divine King realm. These experts were not like cabbages that could be found anywhere. It was not easy to find them. Therefore, although he had fewer people, he was very confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't say anything. What the other party thought was exactly what he wanted. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill. An elder from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion shouted. His murderous intent was the coldest as he charged towards Lu Ming. He was an uncle of Serene Star and he hated Lu Ming the most. His body moved and he pounced towards Lu Ming like a ghost. A dark ape fighting tribe member stood in front of Lu Ming silently. Die. The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion stretched out a ghostly claw and clawed at the dark ape fighting tribe member, wanting to kill him. Roar! The dark ape fighting tribe member roared and his muscles bulged. He threw out a punch that caused a huge explosion in the void. The ghostly claw of the elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion exploded. His body shook violently as he retreated. Peak Divine King. The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion roared in shock. Yu Long also opened his eyes wide. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to have a Peak Divine King by his side. So what if you're a Peak Divine King? You're still going to die. Kill. The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion roared and continued to charge towards the dark ape fighting tribe member. His cultivation was also at the Peak Divine King realm. The people from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion were the least afraid of fighting with people of the same level as them. This was because their cultivation techniques were strange and could affect the souls of others. They usually won against people of the same level as them. Ghostly chi filled the sky and a ghostly claw clawed at the dark ape fighting tribe member. However, the dark ape fighting tribe member ignored it and threw out another punch. An earth-shattering explosion resounded as ghostly chi filled the air. Die. The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion roared. He thought that the dark ape fighting tribe member's soul had been affected and wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. However, the dark ape fighting ape let out a low roar. His aura was still violent as he punched out continuously. The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion widened his eyes in disbelief. This was because the dark ape fighting tribe member's soul wasn't affected at all. Boom, boom. 2 punches landed on the elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. The elder screamed in pain as his body exploded and turned into a ghostly mist. He frantically retreated and reformed into his human form. Although he didn't die, he was severely injured and his vitality was greatly damaged. How can you not be affected? How is this possible? The elder from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion roared in disbelief. Lu Ming sneered. The abysmal Heavenly King mansion wanted to affect the dark ape fighting tribe? What a joke. The abysmal Heavenly King mansion cultivated ghostly chi. The technique that affected the soul was also a type of ghostly chi called the abysmal ghostly chi. However, the dark ape fighting tribe was born as a dark ghost. Their bodies were formed by the dark ghost chi and they weren't afraid of the abysmal ghostly chi. The abysmal ghostly chi could penetrate the divine body of an ordinary person and affect the soul directly. However, it couldn't penetrate the dark ghost body of the dark ape fighting tribe. Back in the ghost region, the dark ape fighting tribe was the nemesis of many ghosts, let alone the people from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. Their techniques were ineffective against the dark ape fighting tribe. Yu Long was shocked and he shouted, "Let's attack together. They don't have many Peak Divine King realm experts. Let's attack them together." Yu Long roared. He wanted the experts of the abysmal Heavenly King mansion to attack together and kill Lu Ming. It was out of his expectation that Lu Ming could find Peak Divine King experts. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could find many Peak Divine Kings. It would be great if he could find a few. Moreover, he must have paid a huge price to invite them. Boom. Boom, boom. The 20 experts of the abysmal Heavenly King mansion released a terrifying aura. The starry sky was completely covered by ghost chi. 15 Peak Divine Kings and 5 8th layer Divine Kings. The abysmal Heavenly King mansion is really willing to pay a huge price. Lu Ming muttered. Among the 20 experts of the abysmal Heavenly King mansion, 15 of them were Peak Divine Kings. No wonder Yu Long was so confident. 15 Peak Divine Kings was indeed a terrifying force. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for the abysmal Heavenly King mansion to send out 36 Peak Divine Kings. However, it was not easy to do so. Even a Heavenly King mansion would not have many Peak Divine Kings. Most of them were in seclusion to break through to the Divine Sovereign realm. Some of them were out on missions and training. The rest were stationed in various places to guard against the attacks of other Heavenly Kings. Therefore, it wasn't easy to send out 36 Peak Divine Kings. For example, the 36 people from the Jiu Yu Heavenly King mansion weren't all Peak Divine Kings. Some of them were in the 8th Divine King layer. However, it was still a terrifying force. Ghost chi covered the starry sky. Countless ghosts wailed as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. You guys are really looking down on me. Then, let's kill them all together. Lu Ming said faintly and waved his hand. Roar! Roar! The 36 Dark Ape fighting tribe roared as their bodies swelled up. Their black robes were torn apart, revealing their strong and sturdy bodies. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. The ghost chi in the starry sky exploded. Yu Long and the experts of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion almost peed their pants. Peak Divine Kings. They are all Peak Divine Kings. No, no, this is impossible. This is impossible, Yu Long screamed hysterically. She couldn't believe it. He originally thought that Lu Ming being able to find a few Peak Divine Kings was already something with a very low probability. But now, the 36 people around Lu Ming were actually all Peak Divine Kings. He was scared out of his wits. Retreat! Someone from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion roared. As soon as the 36 Abyssal Ape Battle Tribe members unleashed their auras, the people from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Palace trembled in fear. However, it was already too late. Previously, they had surrounded Lu Ming's group and were the closest to them. Then, they took the initiative to attack Lu Ming and the others. It was too late for them to retreat now. 30 Abyssal Ape Battle Tribe members were already charging toward them. The body of the Nether Ape Battle Clan member swelled as he used the Ghost Battle art. His combat strength exploded, and his fighting spirit soared. A huge fist punched out, causing the void to explode. A terrifying force enveloped all the experts of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. Bang! 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 5 warriors of the 8th King God Realm exploded and died on the spot. The 9th layer Divine King Realm experts of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion didn't fare any better. They were severely injured. The 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion's most terrifying technique was the 9 Serenities Ghost Chi that could affect one's soul. Ordinary people were afraid of them. If the 9 Serenities Ghost Chi lost its effect, the people of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion would be weaker than others. However, the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan was different. They cultivated the Ghost Battle art, and once they used it, their combat strength would be even stronger. In addition, the number of Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members was almost twice the number of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The experts of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion screamed in agony. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their bodies exploded and turned into ghost chi, but it was useless. Even their souls were destroyed by the terrifying fist chi. 15 Peak Divine King Realm experts of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion were killed one after another. Yu Long's cultivation base wasn't high. He was standing at the back of the group, so he wasn't affected. Now, his body was trembling and his face was pale. His lips trembled and he kept shouting, "No, no, no," the scene in front of him was too horrifying. At this moment, a Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member walked towards Yu Long. "No, don't kill me. How many divine crystals did Lu Ming pay to hire you?" "I can pay you double, no, triple, or even 10 times, Yu Long screamed and was about to cry. Until now, he still thought that the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members were hired by Lu Ming. Boom, the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member didn't want to waste time talking to him. He threw a punch and Yu Long exploded. The battle continued, but it didn't last long. All the experts of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion were killed. There are still people of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion in the battleship. Surround the battleship and kill them all. Lu Ming ordered. Other than Yu Long and the 20 people of the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion, there were 36 of them. There should be 16 of them left. In a flash, they rushed towards the battleship. The 36 Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members appeared around the battleship, blocking all the escape routes of the battleship. "Half of you go in and the rest of you seal this place," Lu Ming said. "Yes." In an instant, 18 Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members rushed into the battleship and disappeared inside. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly. Not long after, a violent roar came from the battleship. There were continuous explosions. Obviously, a great battle had broken out inside. The Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members outside were ready to attack. Whoosh, in the next moment, an expert of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion rushed out of the battleship in a panic. However, there was a Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member guarding the battleship. The Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member charged forward and launched an attack. He punched the expert of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion and blew him up. Then, another Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member charged out. The two experts besieged the expert of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion. He let out an unwilling cry before his body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, more figures rushed out of the battleship. They were all experts of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion. There were more than a dozen of them. Obviously, the experts of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion were no match for the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan. They had scattered and tried to escape. However, they were surrounded and had nowhere to run. They were surrounded and killed by the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan members outside. The experts of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion were surrounded and killed one after another. Lu Ming, it's you, you little bastard. I'll kill you. A furious roar sounded as an expert of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion charged towards Lu Ming. His speed was extremely fast. He was a peak Divine King Realm expert. However, there was an expert of the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan following beside Lu Ming. Although this Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member was also a peak Divine King Realm expert, he was stronger. When he was young, he was the top genius of the Abyssal Ape Battle Clan. Next to Lu Ming, the Nether Ape fighting tribe stepped out. The void vibrated and his body transformed into a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. With a roar, an iron rod appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. The iron cudgel was bigger than a mountain. As it came crashing down, the attack of the expert from the Abysmal Heavenly King Mansion collapsed. Boom, his body was crushed by the metal rod and exploded into a cloud of ghostly chi. Then, another Nether Ape fighting tribe expert rushed out from behind and attacked the same expert. The Nether Ape fighting tribe was the nemesis of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace. Against the Nether Ape fighting tribe, the Abysmal Heavenly Palace could not use many powerful techniques. If they were facing other peak Divine King experts, the Nether Ape fighting tribe would not be able to kill them so easily. However, it was not difficult for them to kill the experts of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace. Even if the experts of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace turned into ghostly chi, they would still be able to cause great harm to them. Soon, the expert of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace fell under the attacks of the two Nether Apes. Not long after, the battle ended. All the experts of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace were killed. Lu Ming looked at the number of experts. There were exactly 16 of them. In addition to the 20 from before, there were 36 of them. This meant that no one from the Abysmal Heavenly Palace was left alive. The Abysmal Heavenly Palace must be heartbroken to lose so many experts. Let's just take it as interest. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He would not let the grudge between him and the Abysmal Heavenly Palace go so easily. He would have to settle the score in the future. Combat Ancestor, here are their storage rings. At this time, an old Nether Ape fighting tribe expert handed over a pile of storage rings to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate to take them. He needed a lot of resources now. He would need a lot of resources to establish his own clan. Then, Lu Ming picked out Yulong's storage rings and looked through them. After a while, Lu Ming waved his hand and a primitive idol appeared in the air. It was Yulong's idol. Yulong's primordial statue had not been consecrated either. Furthermore, it was slightly smaller than Lu Ming's statue. It was only 1,000 feet tall. Lu Ming's primordial statue was at least 10,000 feet tall. The taller the statue, the more precious it was. However, even the primitive divine statue that was 100 feet tall was extremely precious. If one wanted to buy it, the price would be shocking. That was because no one could refine such a thing. The number of primordial idols in the universe was limited. They would only become fewer and fewer, not more. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put the primordial idol together with his primordial idol. What were the people of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion doing in this half of the battleship? Lu Ming asked an abyssal ape. They're attacking a metal wall. Maybe they've discovered something? the Dark Ape warrior said. Metal walls? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming left a few Dark Ape Combat Tribe members to patrol outside while he led the rest of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members into the battleship. The warship was incomparably huge and spacious. There were all kinds of buildings and countless passageways, densely packed together. With one of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members leading the way, they flew into one of the passageways. After traveling for an unknown distance, they finally arrived at a spacious hall. At the front of the hall, there were several large screens. This seemed to be the control room of the battleship. Below the screens, there was a golden metal wall. Those people from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion were attacking this wall. One of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members said. Seems like there's something in the wall. Break it. Lu Ming ordered. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe members nodded and began to attack. However, when the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members' attacks landed on the metal wall, runes appeared on the surface of the metal wall. These runes looked ancient and mysterious, and they were filled with powerful energy waves. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe members' attacks were all blocked by these runes. More than 20 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members continued to attack. Although the metal wall shook continuously, it did not break after a while. You guys stop first. Lu Ming shouted. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe members stopped and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Did Lu Ming have a solution? Ball, go. It's up to you now. Lu Ming waved his hand, and ball flew out from his wrist. It turned into a round ball and rushed to the wall, opening its mouth to gnaw on it. Gotcha! Sparks flew in all directions. A small piece of the metal wall was bitten off by ball. The Dark Ape Combat Tribe members were stunned. They knew very well how hard the metal wall was. They had attacked it for so long, but they had not broken it. However, Ball had bitten off a large piece of the metal wall, as if it had completely ignored the runes on it. Crunch, crunch, Ball began to eat in big bites. Soon, it had finished the piece of metal it had just bitten off. Then, it continued to chew. With a crunch, another piece was bitten off. Ball continued to eat very happily. Soon, a large hole was bitten out of the metal wall, and they could see the situation behind it. Behind the metal wall, there was a small space. There was a golden metal ball floating there. It was a strange piece of metal. Seeing this piece of metal, Ball's eyes shone and it almost drooled. This metal should be the energy source of this battleship. However, after so many years, its energy has been depleted. Only pure metal is left. However, it's still very precious. I'm afraid it would be difficult to find a similar metal in the Taishu dynasty. Bone commented in the Sea of Consciousness. It's that precious? Lu Ming was surprised. Of course. In this broken universe, those who participated in the war back then were all extremely terrifying existences. The Taishu dynasty could not compare to them. Of course, it's a supreme treasure that can be used as the energy source of this battleship. Bone explained. At this moment, Ball had already made its move. It rushed into the hole, opened its mouth and swallowed the metal. Ball. This guy, Lu Ming smiled and did not stop her. Cho would be able to unleash the greatest effect of good metal materials. These years, Ball had eaten a large number of divine weapons, and its cultivation had improved greatly. It was now at the peak of the 6th King God realm. Now that it had swallowed the metal ball, it believed that it would have a great breakthrough. At that time, it would be a great help to Lu Ming. After swallowing the metal ball, Ball flew back to Lu Ming's wrist and turned back into a bracelet. Then, it began to refine the metal. Lu Ming and the others started to search around the battleship. They wanted to see if there were any other treasures. However, it was obvious that this place had already been searched. They walked around but did not find anything else. They also did not absorb any god spiritual factor. Lu Ming and the people of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe left this place and continued to move towards the core of the broken universe. After another month of travel, Lu Ming and the rest finally arrived at the core region of the broken universe. This region was even more dangerous. Looking from afar, they could see terrifying storms whizzing past. They could also see broken planets floating in the air. They could also see broken battleships and spaceships. Looking from afar, Lu Ming seemed to see horrifying giant beast corpses floating in the air. Looking closely, they were not corpses but planets that looked like giant beasts. This was the core region of the broken universe and it had not been fully explored. It was said that the geniuses who had entered the broken universe had come here to look for God's spiritual factors and absorb them. Lu Ming and the rest did not enter immediately. Instead, they wandered around to find a suitable place to enter. If the place was not suitable, they would encounter a cosmic storm, a huge crack, or a black hole. It would be a close shave. After circling around in a huge arc, they finally came to a relatively quiet region. Looking from afar, they could not see any cosmic storm. Looks like the rest are almost here. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He saw many figures in front of him. Di Jiani led 36 experts and stood on a small meteorite, looking from afar. Su Wuya, Yi Jifan, and the rest led their experts and stood in different directions. Lu Ming also saw Chu Qinkong, Wu Fan, and a few others. At a glance, he saw at least a dozen geniuses and their experts. Lu Ming's arrival attracted the attention of the crowd. Many eyes looked at Lu Ming and the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Lu Ming. Wu Fan and Chu Qinkong's eyes lit up when they saw Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Go, don't let him escape. Wu Fan shouted. He led the experts from the Imperial Advisor's mansion and charged toward Lu Ming. On the left, Chu Qinkong had also brought his men with him, stepping into the air. Together with Wu Fan, they formed a triangular formation and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and signaled the Dark Ape fighting tribe to get ready to defend. Lu Ming, you actually made it this far. Looks like your luck is pretty good. Wu Fan sneered. When they neared Lu Ming, he did not bother to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, cold and ferocious. Boom, on the other side, Chu Qinkong was also emitting a cold-killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Especially when he recalled how he had been trampled by Lu Ming during the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. He had to apologize to Lu Ming in front of everyone, and his killing intent soared. That battle was his greatest humiliation and a stain in his life. Only by killing Lu Ming would he be able to wash away that stain. My luck has always been good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No matter how lucky you are, it's useless if you're not smart. Since you dared to come here, you're doomed. Wu Fan said coldly. With a slight wave of his hand, 36 experts fanned out to block Lu Ming's path. Their auras locked onto Lu Ming's group. So many experts. The Imperial Advisor's mansion is indeed the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Judging from the aura that they exuded, the 36 people that Wu Fan brought were all peak supreme beings. The Imperial Advisor's mansion was indeed powerful, surpassing most of the Heavenly King's mansions. On the other hand, the experts that Chu Qinkong brought with him were also very terrifying. Lu Ming had a feeling that although not all of the 36 people were peak god kings, there were at least 26 of them or even more. After so many years of dormancy, the war god family had accumulated a terrifying strength. With the help of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King mansion, it was not difficult for them to send out 20 to 30 peak supreme beings. The two groups of people were twice as many as Lu Ming's group. The experts of the Nether Ape fighting tribe also felt the pressure. They protected Lu Ming in the middle and were ready for a big battle. Two groups of people against one. Using numbers to bully the weak, how shameless. Let me deal with you. A voice rang out. Xianxia brought a group of experts to help Lu Ming. Xianxia already knew that old Heavenly King Xianxia had helped Lu Ming's group. Hence, she had a good impression of Lu Ming's group. When she saw that Wu Fan and Chu Qinkong wanted to attack Lu Ming's group, she was instantly displeased. Xianxia, this is between us and Lu Ming. It has nothing to do with you. Wu Fan said coldly. That's right. Xianxia, why are you getting involved? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. At this moment, a figure came from another direction. A young man brought a group of experts and blocked Xianxuan's path. Lu Quan, you want to interfere too? This has nothing to do with the Crown Prince's mansion, right? Xianxuan's face darkened. Lu Quan was one of the supreme talents under the Crown Prince. The experts he brought this time were all sent by the Crown Prince. Each of them was an elite. During the sacred dragon banquet, Lu Ming was arrogant. He contradicted the Crown Prince several times and was disrespectful to him. Although the Crown Prince was magnanimous and did not take it to heart, I can't stand it. I must teach him a lesson. Lu Quan said coldly. Crown Prince. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not believe Lu Quan's nonsense. Without the Crown Prince's permission, Lu Quan would take the initiative to attack him. Could it be the Crown Prince? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. He thought of Biqua in the Black Jade Gold Mine. Ordinary people could not order Biqua around. Only the national advisor or the Crown Prince could order Biqua around. Xianxia wanted to refute, but she and her men were blocked by Lu Quan and could not pass. As for Di Jiani, Su Wuya and the rest, they could only watch from afar. Naturally, they would not get involved. Wu Fan, Chu Kong, if you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Quan said. Attack. A low roar was heard. It did not come from Chu Kong or Wu Fan, but from Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave the order to take action. He would gain the upper hand if he struck first. Boom. Boom, boom. The 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members exploded with powerful auras like 36 volcanoes erupting. They used their full strength and used the secret skill of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, the Ghost Combat skill. Their combat strength increased rapidly. Their bodies turned into giant apes and they roared at the sky as they charged towards Chu Kong. This was because Chu Kong's side was relatively weaker. Although Chu Kong and the rest were prepared for a big fight, they did not expect the 36 experts that Lu Ming had brought with him to be so powerful. They were all peak supreme beings. In just a single exchange, 6 God Kings who were not even at God King realm pinnacle were obliterated on the spot. Another 7 to 8 peak supreme beings were severely injured. Unfortunately, they were not killed. It was not easy to deal with ordinary peak supreme beings, unlike the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members who were restrained by the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. As soon as the 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members attacked, they unleashed a terrifying killing power. Among the experts that Chu Kong had brought with him, 5 to 6 8th layer Divine Realm experts died in an instant and 7 to 8 peak Divine Realm experts were severely injured. Kill! The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members roared. Their aura became violent and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. They continued to attack ferociously. Their iron rods and fist chi filled the sky, causing the void to tremble. They did not give their opponents any chance to catch their breath. A few unwilling and shrill screams were heard. Among the experts that Chu Kong had brought with him, there were a few peak divine kings. Finally, they were defeated and their bodies and souls were destroyed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The combat power of the 36 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members had shocked them greatly. Previously, most of them had thought that Lu Ming did not have any powerful forces behind him and they would not be able to send any powerful experts to help him. At this moment, they understood that they were wrong. They had underestimated Lu Ming. The experts that Lu Ming had brought with him were terrifying. They were all peak divine kings. Especially Chu Kong and Wu Fan. They had already taken action to prevent the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion from sending more experts to help Lu Ming. They had never expected that Lu Ming would bring so many experts with him. It's the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Damn the 9 Extinction Heavenly King. How dare he let the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe out? Attack. Quickly attack and kill these bastards. Wu Fan shouted crazily when he came to his senses. Then, the 36 experts that Wu Fan had brought with him attacked. Their violent attacks were like stormy waves crashing towards Lu Ming and the others. The entire starry sky exploded. They are all peak divine kings. Lu Ming's face fell. The 36 experts that Wu Fan had brought with him were all peak divine kings. The Imperial Advisor's mansion was indeed powerful. Block them! The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members roared. They did not continue to chase after Chu Kong's men. Most of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members turned around and blocked the attacks of Wu Fan's men. Each of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members had transformed into a giant ape. They opened their mouths and fangs as ghostly chi filled the sky. Some of them used their iron rods as weapons while some used their fists. Their combat power was strong and they were like war machines. Boom boom, a terrifying tremor erupted as the void exploded. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Some of the meteorites in the surroundings were directly blasted apart and turned into dust. Lu Ming was protected in the middle by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwaves. However, even though the Dark Ape Battle Tribe was strong, they were outnumbered. The 36 experts that Wu Fan had brought with him and the 20 experts under Chu Chung Kong were almost twice as many as the Hell Ape. They were all peak divine kings of the same level. As a result, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were blocked, and it was difficult for them to inflict any effective damage on the enemy. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe is following Lu Ming. How strange. Interesting. I thought it would be a one-sided battle. But now, that might not be the case. Around them, some people were whispering. Xianxia and Lu Quan did not expect this to happen. Their expressions were completely different. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. However, the Dark Ape fighting tribe was indeed powerful. Even though the other side had the advantage in numbers, they were still blocked by the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Don't get caught up in the battle. Let's rush out. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. They were outnumbered. If the battle dragged on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lu Quan was eyeing them from the side. Lu Quan was the Crown Prince's subordinate. The experts that he had brought with him would definitely be powerful. After receiving Lu Ming's message, the 36 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members gathered together and rushed in one direction. In that direction, the experts that Chu Chung Kong had brought with him were outnumbered. When the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members rushed in, they were almost defeated. Stop them. Don't let the leader and the rest escape. Wu Fan shouted and gave the order from the rear. Wu Fan's subordinates released a terrifying wave of energy and attacked the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. A few of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were careless and were injured. Let's kill our way out, roared an old Abyssal Ape Battle Clan member. He wielded an iron rod, which was extremely powerful. The two peak godly kings in front of him were actually suppressed by him, and they were forced to retreat. Lu Ming's formation was slowly breaking out. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they broke out of the encirclement. The 10 of you, go and help Wu Fan and the rest. Today, we must kill Lu Ming. Cold light flashed in Lu Quan's eyes as he secretly transmitted the message to the 10 experts. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 10 experts immediately moved and rushed towards the battlefield where Lu Ming and the rest were. They were so fast that they crossed the starry sky in an instant and appeared in the vicinity of the battlefield. Boom! Boom! The 10 experts made their moves, displaying their terrifying battle prowess. Without a doubt, they were all peak divine kings. Once they attacked, their power was terrifying. Their combat strength was not weaker than the experts of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. They were all elites sent by the Crown Prince. When they were young, they were all geniuses. They were powerful and were experts among their peers. Each of them was not weaker than the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. With the addition of the 10 experts, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were at a disadvantage. Lu Quan, you are despicable. So many of you are besieging Lu Ming. Xianxuan's eyes widened as she led her men to attack. However, Lu Quan still had 26 people under him. Lu Quan waved his hand and the 26 people all exploded with powerful auras. Their auras were extremely terrifying. They were like a great wall that blocked the path of the void. Boom, the two sides attacked and exchanged blows. However, the result was that the 36 people brought by Xianxia were blocked and some of them were even forced to retreat. The 36 people were no match for the 26 people. Xianxia and the experts from Xianxuan's Heavenly King Mansion looked solemn. The people sent by the Crown Prince were indeed terrifying. All of them were peak divine kings and their combat strength was extremely shocking. The 10 people who had attacked the Nether Ape Battle Tribe earlier were powerful, but the remaining 26 people were all elites. Experts. All of them were experts. This made the others, such as Di Jiani and Su Wuya, look extremely solemn. Although they were peerless geniuses, their cultivation levels were still weak. If they were to face such peak divine kings, they would only be defeated. The experts sent by the crown prince were too terrifying. The people they brought were probably no match for them. At the scene, only the experts sent by the second prince would be able to fight against them. The fierce battle continued. At this moment, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe was completely at a disadvantage. They were barely able to resist, let alone fight back. Moreover, their formation was slowly being broken. In twos and threes, they distanced themselves from each other and fought on their own. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed to the others. Go and kill Lu Ming. Kill Lu Ming now. Wu Fan and Chu Chun Kong shouted at the same time. Wu Fan and Chu Chun Kong roared. Immediately, two of the top powers stepped out and charged towards Lu Ming. The two peak supreme beings pounced towards Lu Ming, bringing with them a violent force that caused the void to tremble. Terrifying pressure surged towards Lu Ming. Oh no, combat ancestor, the top powers from the Dark Ape fighting tribe shouted in anger. Given Lu Ming's cultivation, he would definitely die if he was besieged by two peak supreme beings. Lu Ming! Xianxia exclaimed as she could not bear to see Suemo die. She knew that thousand holy old heavenly king valued Lu Ming. However, it was a pity that Lu Ming would definitely die under such circumstances. The others had different expressions on their faces. For example, Di Jianni's eyes flashed with sword radiance. No one knew what he was thinking. Some of them sneered as they gloated over Sumo's misfortune. Some of them sighed as they felt pity for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, go to hell. On the other hand, Wu Fan was laughing hysterically. He felt extremely carefree. It was as if he could already see Lu Ming being killed. His greatest enemy was finally going to be eliminated. Lu Ming squinted his eyes as he retreated to the side. Trying to escape? Go to hell. One of Wu Fan's underlings shouted as he slashed down with his finger like a sword. Suddenly, a shocking sword radiance slashed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying sword scar that was a few million miles long appeared in the starry sky. At that moment, a set of array flags appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave of his hand, a total of 12 array flags flew out and landed in 12 different positions. This was the most powerful set of array flags that Blue Merchant had given him. It was specially used for defense. The array flags shone and formed a light wall in front of Lu Ming. Boom, the sword radiance slashed the light wall, causing the light wall to shake violently. However, it was blocked in the end. You want to use a set of array flags to stop us? How naive. Die. On the other side, one of Chu Chun Kong's underlings, an expert from the war god family, had also arrived. He waved his long spear and a mountain-like spear radiance struck the light wall. Rumble, the terrifying energy exploded, causing waves to fill the sky. The wall of light violently trembled, and then cracks appeared on it before it finally exploded. The light wall was broken, and the 12 array flags exploded into ashes at the same time. Let's see what other treasures you have. Wu Fan's subordinate had a dark and gloomy expression. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and establish a great merit in front of Wu Fan. Perhaps he could obtain a reward from the imperial scholar that could help him break into the Divine Lord realm. At the thought of being able to break through to the Divine Lord realm, he was especially excited. His speed increased by a few notches as he charged towards Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming stopped. A purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. Wang, Lu Ming suddenly swung the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin shook, and the mud stuck on it flew out like raindrops towards the two experts. Humph. Petty tricks. Wu Fan's subordinate and the expert from the war god family snorted coldly. They waved their palms, and divine power burst forth, wanting to send the mud flying. However, when their divine power came into contact with the mud, their divine power was like tofu, pierced through by the mud. The mud didn't stop, and continued to fly towards the two experts. Their expressions changed, and with a shout, they attacked with all their might, wanting to send the mud flying. However, just like before, their attacks were also pierced through by the mud. The dense mud hit their bodies, and their bodies immediately turned into a hornet's nest. Ah, the two Divine King experts let out shrill cries. Their bodies were shriveling and corroding. The scene was horrifying. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and used the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique. Lu Ming had already cultivated the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique to the 10th level, and his speed was even more shocking. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of the two peaked Divine King experts, and the purple copper coffin smashed down. Bam! Bam! The two peaked Divine King experts' bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Everything happened too quickly, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Wu Fan and Chu Chun-kong were tongue-tied, and their faces were dumbfounded. Two peak stage God King powerhouses were killed just like that. It was truly shocking to everyone's eyeballs. After killing the two peak Divine King experts, Lu Ming didn't stop. His body flashed, and like a Kunpeng, he pounced towards Wu Fan. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Wu Fan had been far away from the battlefield, giving out orders from the back, and there wasn't a single expert around to protect him. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming coming towards him, his face turned pale with fright, and he shouted, "Quick, come and save me. Don't even think about killing young master." One of Wu Fan's subordinates roared, and he charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming waved the purple copper coffin, and some mud flew out. That expert followed in the footsteps of the previous two experts, and his body was pierced through by the mud. He let out a scream of terror. The others who wanted to save him were terrified, and their bodies stiffened. They hesitated for a moment. In just a moment, Lu Ming was already close to Wu Fan. Wu Fan wasn't willing to give up, and he roared madly, using all his strength to defend himself. Lu Ming didn't use the purple copper coffin, and instead, he used the Sovereign's Gate. Now, Lu Ming didn't plan to kill Wu Fan. His goal was to take Wu Fan down, and use the opportunity to escape. The mud on the purple copper coffin had been used in the Black Jade gold mine. In addition to the previous few times, the mud on the purple copper coffin had been used up, and only a thin layer was left. If he continued to use the purple copper coffin, it wouldn't have much power left. As the Sovereign's Gate pressed down, Wu Fan's body shook violently, and he spat out blood as he retreated. Back when the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court was held, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Although he had made great progress in the past few years, Lu Ming had improved even more. Now, their combat strength was on a completely different level. Extreme Pupil. After injuring Wu Fan with the Sovereign's Gate, Lu Ming used the Extreme Pupil. A whirlpool appeared above Wu Fan's head, and a terrifying chill enveloped Wu Fan. In an instant, Wu Fan was frozen and couldn't move. At the same time, Lu Ming appeared beside Wu Fan, and the ice chains flew out and surrounded Wu Fan. "Stop, or I'll kill him." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, and it echoed through the starry sky. "Young master, you deserve to die." Seeing that Wu Fan was captured, Wu Fan's subordinates had no choice but to stop. When Wu Fan's subordinates stopped, the pressure on the Dark Ape fighting tribe was greatly reduced, and many of them gathered together. However, Chu Chun-kong's subordinates and the Crown Prince's subordinates were still attacking. "You guys, go and stop them, or I'll kill Wu Fan right now." Lu Ming ordered Wu Fan's subordinates to stop Chu Chun-kong and the Crown Prince's subordinates. "You, don't go too far." Wu Fan's subordinates shouted angrily. If they went to stop the Crown Prince's subordinates, wouldn't they be going against the Crown Prince? "You're not going to do anything?" Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear condensed in his hand, and he pierced Wu Fan's thigh. Wu Fan screamed in pain. "Lu Quan, brother Lu, do me a favor and stop attacking." Wu Fan screamed. Wu Fan screamed and pleaded with Lu Quan. He wanted Lu Quan to stop. Now that he was in the hands of Lu Ming, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. He was really afraid. If he forced Lu Ming into a corner, he would die with him. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he didn't want to die. If he died, what was the point of killing Lu Ming? In his heart, 10,000 Lu Ming were not worth a single hair on his body. Lu Quan's eyes changed. He waved his hand and said unwillingly, "Stop." As soon as Lu Quan said that, the 10 men of the Crown Prince stopped and left the battlefield in a flash. After all, Wu Fan was the son of the state preceptor. If he died because of him, even though he was on the Crown Prince's side, he wouldn't be able to withstand the anger of the state preceptor. It would be very bad for his future. He was naturally willing to give Wu Fan face. Retreat. As soon as the Crown Prince's men retreated, Chu Qinkong's men also retreated. They had no choice. Even if they wanted to continue attacking, they were no match for the Dark Ape fighting tribe. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to be destroyed. Come to me. Lu Ming shouted. Then, the experts of the Dark Ape fighting tribe gathered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at them and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Dark Ape fighting tribe didn't die. At most, they were seriously injured. The Dark Ape fighting tribe was Lu Ming's precious wealth. In the future, he would rely on them to conquer the world. If they died, Lu Ming's heart would bleed. Lu Ming, we have stopped. Now you can let young Master Wu Fan go. An elder from the state preceptor's residence said. His eyes were extremely cold. If I let him go now, what if you besiege me again? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean? Are you not going to let young master go? The elder from the state preceptor's residence looked even colder. I will let him go, but only after we get away. Lu Ming said. No, what if you kill young master after you escape? No way. The old man from the imperial advisor's residence shouted. He would never agree to this. That's right. With Lu Ming's temperament, he will definitely kill Wu Fan after they escape. We can't let them escape. Chu Qinkong said with a cold expression. At the moment, he was hiding in the middle of those warriors and was being protected. He was afraid that he would end up like Wu Fan. Then, Lu Quan also said that he couldn't let Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming's face darkened. He really did have this plan. After he escaped, he would kill Wu Fan directly. Now, it seemed that the other party would not let him have his way. However, if he let Wu Fan go now, the other party would definitely continue to attack them. The situation suddenly turned into a stalemate. Let's go. After a while, Lu Ming said and led the Dark Ape Battle Clan members towards the core of the broken universe. We can't let them go. Chase after them. The warriors from the Imperial Advisor's residence shouted and chased after Lu Ming. Nothing must happen to Wu Fan. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the Imperial Advisor's anger. Let's go too. Chu Qinkong said and led his men to chase after Lu Ming and the others. He still did not want to let Lu Ming off so easily. Let's go. Lu Quan led the people from the Crown Prince's residence and chased after them. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia led the people from the Thousand Saints' Heavenly King residence and chased after them. As for the others, they did not follow. Their goal was to find the deity factor, not to watch others kill. Not long after, Di Jiani, Su Wuya, and the others moved. They led the experts under them and entered the core of the broken universe to look for the deity factor. Lu Ming led Wu Fan and continued to move forward. The core of the broken universe was full of broken planets and broken battleships. Huge and lonely meteorites floated in the air. They avoided the meteorites and some cosmic storms as they moved forward quickly. However, the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, Chu Qinkong, Lu Quan, and the others chased after them. Lu Ming, let young master go. If anything happens to young master, all of you will die. The people from the Imperial Advisor's residence shouted. Lu Ming ignored them and led the people from the Dark Ape Battle Clan to fly forward quickly. Soon, they had been flying for 2 hours. Croak, croak, croak. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from a planet that looked like a beast's head. Then, a black flock of large birds flew toward them. This was a terrifying monster with 3 heads. It was full of killing intent and had a wingspan of a few hundred meters. The flock of strange birds rushed toward them. Got it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He unleashed the ice chains and wrapped them around Wu Fan. The chill on the ice chains sealed Wu Fan in ice. He then flung Wu Fan forcefully. Wu Fan's body flew out like a cannonball towards the group of strange birds. Ah, save me! Save me! Wu Fan shouted. Looking at the approaching strange birds, he almost peed his pants. Young master, damn it, the expert from the Imperial Advisor's residence bellowed in rage. His face drained of color as he charged madly towards Wu Fan, using all his strength. Finally, a few experts from the Imperial Advisor's residence who were good at speed arrived in time. They attacked the strange birds. Then, the rest of the Imperial Advisor's residence arrived and fought with the strange birds. In this way, the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence could not continue to chase Lu Ming and the others. Only the Crown Prince and Chu Qinkong's men were left. Lu Quan and Chu Qinkong looked pale and hesitated. In the end, they stopped and did not continue to chase. They were the only ones left. Even if they could catch up with Lu Ming and the others, it would be a tough battle. The strength of the Nether Ape fighting tribe was terrifying. If they did not do well, both sides would be injured. Moreover, Lu Ming had many tricks up his sleeve. He had killed 3 peak divine kings in a row, so they were not confident. Moreover, Xianxia and her people were following them from afar. In the end, they stopped and went to help the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence deal with the strange birds. Let's go. Behind them, Xianxia led the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence and left in another direction. After a while, Wu Fan was finally rescued. They rushed out of the encirclement of the strange birds. Lu Ming, I will kill you. I will kill you. After Wu Fan was rescued, he let out a howl like a wolf. His hatred for Lu Ming turned into raging flames of anger. His entire being was about to combust. Of course, Lu Ming could not hear him now. He had already left and was heading toward the core of the broken universe. After a few more hours, they finally stopped and landed on a meteorite to rest. Many of the Nether Ape fighting tribe were injured and needed time to heal. They stayed there for 2 days, but no one else came. After 2 days, the injured Nether Ape fighting tribe had almost recovered. They continued to move toward the core of the broken universe. More and more monsters appeared in the core of the broken universe. These monsters did not have any intelligence. They attacked as soon as they saw them. They went through a few dangerous places. There, the primordial idol is reacting. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming had been holding the primordial idol in his hand. There were more god factors here, but it was difficult for them to sense it. Only the primordial idol could sense it. At this moment, the primordial idol began to react. A faint layer of light appeared on its surface. This was a reaction that would only appear when there was god factor nearby. Where is it? Lu Ming and the others looked at a mountain range in front of them. Yes, there was a mountain range floating in the sky. It was as big as a planet. The god factor was emitted from this mountain range. However, even from afar, they were able to sense a powerful fluctuation coming from the mountain range. Be careful, Lu Ming said. They retracted their auras and landed at the edge of the mountain range. There were no plants on the mountain range. There were only bare rocks everywhere. Lu Ming held the primordial idol and went deeper into the mountain range. Roar! Roar! Soon, terrifying roars were heard. Many giant monsters dashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were terrifying. They were all existences in the 7th King God realm. The 2 Dark Ape Battle Clan members stepped forward and punched out, killing a few of the beasts instantly. However, more monsters came after them. It's right in front of us. Let's go, Lu Ming said. They started to charge forward. Lu Ming held the primordial idol and sensed the direction where the god factor was the thickest. Monsters kept attacking them. Before long, they had killed hundreds of monsters. Most of them were in the 7th layer of the King God realm. There were even some in the 8th layer of the King God realm. After these monsters died, strands of light flew from their bodies to the primordial idol. These were the god factor that was absorbed by the primordial idol. As expected of the core area, the god factor in the monsters is much thicker than outside. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He found that even if he hunted this kind of monster here, the primordial statue would be blessed in the end. Almost there. Moments later, Lu Ming murmured. Because at this moment, the primordial divine statue was glowing brightly. In the distance, strands of light could be seen flying over. They were formed by the condensation of God essence, and they were like strips of light. This proved that they were not far from a place with a high concentration of God essence. That is, after walking for a while, Lu Ming saw a huge finger. Yes, it looked like the finger of a desolate beast. It was extremely huge, like a mountain range that stretched across the ground. The dense god factor was coming from this finger. That finger was so rotten that it revealed a jade-white bone. However, it was still emitting a strong and ancient aura. Is this the finger of a primitive god? However, this finger isn't that big. Lu Ming thought as he looked at the finger in front of him. In Lu Ming's impression, those primitive godly spirits were all incomparably huge. Their bodies were even larger than planets. Although the finger in front of him was a few hundred miles long, it was still incomparable to those primitive godly spirits. However, Lu Ming was already very excited. Although the finger was badly rotten, it still contained a lot of god essence. It should be enough for the primordial idol to be blessed. However, the monsters that appeared in the vicinity were much stronger. There were even peak god kings in the 9th layer of the king god realm. Fortunately, there were not too many of them, so the Dark Ape Battle Tribe could still deal with them. More than 20 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members worked together to kill the monsters. The remaining 10 or so Nether Ape Fighting Clan members stood by Lu Ming's side to protect him. Soon, the ground was littered with monster corpses. Lu Ming finally brought the primordial idol to the finger. Buzz, the primordial idol seemed to resonate with the finger. It emitted an ancient aura, as if a primitive god had come back to life. Then, the dense god spirit factor kept flying towards the primordial god statue. It was like ribbons of light, wrapping around the statue. Lu Ming placed the primordial idol on the ground and waited by the side. 36 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members stood guard around the primordial idol. Roar! Roar, roar! Not all of the monsters were killed. There were still monsters coming from all directions, but they were all killed by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. It's not easy to get god essence. Lu Ming sighed. Fortunately, he had brought some experts with him. If they had relied on themselves, they would not have succeeded. They would have been torn to pieces by the monsters here. As time passed, the light on the primordial idol grew stronger. Slowly, a mysterious aura spread out. Under this aura, Lu Ming's divine power circulated faster. It seemed that his understanding of the primordial god essence had also sped up. It's working. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Although the primordial idol had not been completely blessed, it was already showing some effect. If it was truly blessed, the effect would be extraordinary. He continued to wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. After 2 days, the god essence coming out of the finger began to fade. This meant that the god essence in the finger was almost completely absorbed. It hasn't been blessed? What's going on? Lu Ming was a little anxious. Before coming here, he had read a lot of information about the broken universe and the primordial idol's blessing. He had a rough idea. Logically speaking, after absorbing so much god essence, the primordial idol should have been blessed. However, there was still no sign of it being blessed. Could it be that my primordial idol is special? Lu Ming pondered. His primordial idol was indeed tall. It was 1,000 feet tall. The primordial idol he had obtained from the abysmal Heavenly King residence was only 1,000 feet tall. The difference in size was even greater. Perhaps this was the reason. The bigger the primordial idol, the more god essence it needed. Similarly, the bigger the primordial idol, the better the effect it would have once it was blessed. Roar! An earth-shattering roar interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. In the distance, a terrifying aura spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. It shook the entire mountain range. Not only that, but some meteorites not far away were also shaking. It's a divine lord. Oh no, it's a divine lord monster. The faces of the elites of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed drastically. This aura was not something an immortal king could possess. It was definitely a divine lord. This place actually had a divine lord realm monster. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the primordial idol and soared into the sky with the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Lu Ming put away the primordial idol statue and soared into the sky with the 36 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members. Roar! When they rushed out into space, a terrifying roar came from where they were just a moment ago. The starry sky trembled as a terrifying shockwave rushed out and spread in all directions. Lu Ming and the others were also affected. The 36 Dark Ape Combat Tribe members shouted and set up a heavy defense behind them. However, when the shockwave came, 80% of the defense was destroyed. Many of the Dark Ape Combat Tribe members were pale. With the help of the shockwave, they took Lu Ming and flew away at a faster speed. Fortunately, the terrifying existence in the mountain range did not pursue them. After a few more roars, silence returned. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He felt cold sweat running down his back. The existence of the Divine Lord Realm was too terrifying. Although they had 36 Divine King Realm powerhouses and each of them was an expert, if they really encountered a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, they might not be able to defeat it even if they worked together. If they encountered such a terrifying existence, the only way was to run away. After that, they became even more careful. Even if they encountered some monsters, they only dashed past them. They did not dare to kill too many of them for fear of attracting the attention of a Divine Lord Realm monster. Half a month later, they passed by a few special places that contained rich god essence. Lu Ming let the primordial idol statue absorb the god essence. However, even after absorbing the god essence from a few places, Lu Ming's primordial idol statue still did not have any god essence. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching. Fortunately, they still had a lot of time. If they could stay here for 10 years, it would be less than a year now. On this day, they were flying in a dilapidated area. There were many abandoned items in this area. There were all kinds of small meteorites, abandoned battleships, and even giant divine weapons floating in space. From afar, these things were densely packed. They slowed down to avoid these things and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart beat wildly. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if a terrifying existence had its eyes on him. "Be careful," Lu Ming warned. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a furious roar from one of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. Boom! In that direction, a terrifying explosion rang out, erupting with violent tremors. That place burst forth with dazzling white light. Whoosh! A dazzling white sword light broke through the fist of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe member and landed on his fist. Blood splattered everywhere as the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe member's fist was shaved off a layer of flesh, revealing the bone underneath. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe member retreated rapidly. Swish swish, following that, a dazzling sword light flashed and actually charged towards Lu Ming. "Don't even think about it. Kill." At the side, the other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members shouted angrily. Several Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members attacked one after another, unleashing terrifying attacks towards the dazzling white light. Several Abyssal Ape Battle Tribe warriors stepped in to block the dazzling sword light. The void trembled continuously as the two sides engaged in an intense confrontation. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw the appearance of the person who attacked them. It was a man who seemed to be in his 30s. His hair was silver, his skin was white, and he was unbelievably handsome. However, his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The sword light in his hand continuously slashed out with terrifying power. This person's cultivation was probably at the peak of the Divine King realm. However, he was able to hold his ground against 4 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members by himself. Who is this person? He's so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. This person's killing intent was very strong. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this killing intent was directed at him. It seemed like this person wanted to kill him very much. However, Lu Ming had never seen this person before. He was not from the Imperial Advisor's residence, nor was he from the Crown Prince's residence. He was also not from Chu Qingkong's group. In fact, none of the experts that the others had brought with them looked like this. Boom! The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members stepped forward to besiege the silver-haired man. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly burst out from a small meteorite in another direction. The sword light was like a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lu Ming. Its target was also Lu Ming. Fortunately, Lu Ming was protected by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. One of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members shouted angrily as he appeared in front of Lu Ming and swung his iron rod. However, the sword light changed rapidly. In an instant, it turned into hundreds of sword lights and pierced towards the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member like raindrops. Puff, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member could not withstand the sword light. Sword holes appeared on his body as blood gushed out. He was severely injured. However, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe member still stood in front of Lu Ming and did not move a single step. Kill! A cold shout rang out. The pale sword light surged and continued to attack the injured Dark Ape Battle Tribe member. It wanted to kill him in one move. However, the other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members also attacked. They roared angrily and attacked, blocking the sword light. Lu Ming also saw the attacker. It was a man in his 40s with a head full of silver hair. Other than looking a little older, he resembled the silver-haired man from before. There's more than one. Where did these people come from? Lu Ming was puzzled. Let's attack together and kill them, Lu Ming ordered. Suddenly, even more Dark Ape Battle Tribe members attacked the two silver-haired men. However, the two silver-haired men flashed and dodged the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members' attacks with terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 The two silver-haired men seemed to have turned into two sword lights. They flashed in the void and moved at extreme speed. Although the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were strong, they were much slower than their opponents. They could not catch up to their opponent's speed and could only circle together to defend. Whoosh! Whoosh! From time to time, a terrifying sword light would burst out and slash at Lu Ming. Yes, the sword light was aimed at Lu Ming. It was as if they wanted to kill Lu Ming. Fortunately, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members had surrounded Lu Ming so tightly that the sword light could not penetrate. After a while, the sword light receded and the two silver-haired men stopped attacking. They stood on a small meteorite not far away and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Then, their bodies flashed and turned into two streaks of light. They disappeared into the distance in an instant. However, Lu Ming did not relax. He had many doubts in his heart. Who were these two silver-haired men? Were they experts brought in by some other prodigy? Why did they want to kill him? I heard that the Crown Prince brought in two other prodigies. Could these two silver-haired men be experts brought in by another prodigy under the Crown Prince? Lu Ming pondered. If that was true, it would be difficult to deal with them. The two silver-haired men were terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming adjusted his mood and continued to lead the Dark Ape Battle Tribe forward. In the next 2 days, the two silver-haired men did not appear again. Lu Ming and the others were relieved. On this day, they saw a huge battleship. From the outside, this battleship looked very complete. It had not been cut in half, but there were many scars on the outside, such as the scars of swords and spears. Most importantly, when they arrived, the primordial idol in Lu Ming's hand began to glow. There was a strong god spiritual factor in the battleship. Go in. Be careful, Lu Ming warned the Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators. Then, the group flew into the battleship and landed on a passage. According to the reaction of the primordial idol, the god spiritual factor was in the depths of the battleship. The group carefully moved forward along the passage. Silence, there was no sound from the battleship. It was as if there were no living creatures. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. But for some reason, Lu Ming felt a sense of danger. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Suddenly, the sense of danger rose sharply. Be careful, Lu Ming shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming's voice fell, the surrounding sword lights burst out. A few pale white sword lights shot toward the Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators were ready for a big battle. They roared and launched a counterattack. Terrifying collisions and ear-piercing explosions rang out. The sword lights collided with the Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators' attacks. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Silver-haired men again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. What made him frown was that there were more silver-haired men this time. He saw 5 of them with a casual glance. There were even more of them as more and more sword lights flashed around, attacking the Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators. In the end, a total of 9 silver-haired men appeared. All of them were men and their combat strength was astonishing. The 9 silver-haired men's sword lights filled the sky. The sword lights that filled the sky enveloped the 36 Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivators. Moreover, the Dark Ape Battle clan was at a disadvantage. This level of strength was truly astonishing. If it weren't for the fact that the Nether Ape Battle clan members had cultivated the Ghost Battle art, which gave them incredible battle prowess and a tenacious life force, some of the ordinary peak Divine Kings would have died already. Even so, the situation was still very bad for them. More and more Dark Apes were injured, and sword wounds appeared on their bodies. Puff puff in front of Lu Ming, two of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's members had terrifying sword wounds on their bodies that reached deep into their internal organs. Then, the pale white sword light pierced through the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's defenses and headed straight for Lu Ming. Without a doubt, the target of these silver-haired men was still Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. A few Dark Ape Battle Tribe members roared and swept their iron rods at the silver-haired man. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the pale white sword light was blocked. You want to kill the combat ancestor? Dream on. Explode. One by one, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe roared furiously. Divine power surged from their bodies and their eyes were bloodshot. They unleashed their ghost combat art to the extreme. They were like violent apes, preventing the silver-haired men from getting close to Lu Ming. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming shouted. There were actually so many silver-haired men in this battleship. This was definitely not a coincidence. Lu Ming suspected that the other party had been tracking their whereabouts. Therefore, the other party had set up an ambush in this battleship in advance. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that these silver-haired men's eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't have much intelligence, as if they were only killing machines. This was very strange. None of the geniuses who had entered this time had brought such an expert with them. Lu Ming had many questions that he couldn't figure out, but the most important thing right now was to leave this place. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to change their direction and rushed out. With so many Dark Ape Battle Tribe members rushing out, the silver-haired men couldn't stop them. They slowly made their way out of the warship. The 9 silver-haired men chased after them relentlessly, trying to slow them down. However, Lu Ming and the others were about to get out of the warship. At that moment, a sword light burst out from a small passage on the side, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Wherever the sword light passed, a sword chi storm appeared. Terrifying sword marks appeared on the strange metal on both sides of the passage. The material used to build this warship was definitely of a high grade. Even after so many years, it was still incomparably tough. The battle between the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members and the silver-haired men had only left a faint mark on the metal. However, the sword light that had just appeared was able to leave a clear sword mark on the surface of the warship. It was obvious that the sword light was terrifying. Protect the combat ancestor. Block it. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members roared as they unleashed their full strength. Several terrifying attacks shot towards the sword light. Rumble, both sides' attacks exploded with terrifying rumbling sounds. Shockingly, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members' attacks were forced back by the sword light. The sword light didn't stop. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were forced back. Their bodies were covered in sword scars, and they were bleeding profusely. Although the sword light's power had been somewhat weakened, it still continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was being suppressed by the sword energy. Intense pain shot through his body, and he felt like his body was about to split apart. Not good. Lu Ming's heart shook. He felt a terrifying sense of danger. At this moment, he finally saw the person who had attacked him. It was also a man. However, unlike the 9 silver-haired men, this man's hair was golden. Other than the difference in hair color, everything else about him was very similar. His face was ridiculously handsome, and his eyes were filled with berserk killing intent. This person was one with his sword, and his sword light was terrifyingly powerful. He was even stronger than the silver-haired man. The sword light shot towards Lu Ming. If it hit, Lu Ming would definitely die. Battle Ancestor, watch out! A burly Nether Ape Combat Clan member roared and pounced toward Lu Ming, attacking him with all his might. However, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe member was already injured and could not block the attack at all. The sword light broke through the dark ape fighting tribe member's attack, and blood spurted out. The dark ape fighting tribe member's body was cut in half, and his soul was destroyed. This dark ape battle tribe member had died. This was the first time one of the 36 dark apes that Lu Ming had brought in had died. Kill. After killing another ape, the golden-haired man shouted. His murderous intent was extremely cold. His sword gleam flashed again, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that the other dark ape battle tribe members didn't even have time to help. Furthermore, the dark ape battle tribe member was being held down by the other 9 silver-haired men. Even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to. Just as Lu Ming was about to be killed, Cho flew out from Lu Ming's wrist and transformed into a shield in front of him. Cho turned into a metal shield in front of Lu Ming. However, Cho was still unable to block the golden-haired man's sword. The sword light cut Cho's shield in two. Cho. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. He was thinking of all the things he could use to deal with the golden-haired man. However, with his current strength, there was nothing he could use to block the golden-haired man. In the end, Lu Ming could only think of the copper coffin. However, the mud on the copper coffin was almost gone. There was only a thin layer left. Would it be useful? But now, Lu Ming didn't have time to think about that. He directly took out the copper coffin and waved it in front of him. He wanted to block the golden-haired man's attack. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, there was a sudden change. When Lu Ming took out the copper coffin, the golden-haired man's eyes filled with terror. He withdrew his sword light and retreated. Like a mouse that had seen a cat, he turned into a ray of sword light and retreated 1,000 meters away. It wasn't just the golden-haired man. The 9 silver-haired men were also terrified. They all retreated 1,000 meters away, looking at Lu Ming with terror. To be more precise, they were looking at the copper coffin in Lu Ming's hand. This scene was truly beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Are the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man afraid of the copper coffin? Lu Ming was extremely curious. The other Nether Ape Battle tribe members were also astonished. They gathered around Lu Ming, preparing to defend himself. As for Cho, the 2 halves that had turned into 2 balls of liquid metal had now merged back together. It was only a bit sluggish, but it was fine. Lu Ming was relieved. Kill. The golden-haired man and the other 9 silver-haired men stood in the distance, staring at Lu Ming. They constantly growled, killing intent exploding from their eyes. They didn't have much intelligence. However, when they looked at the purple copper coffin, they were filled with fear. Lu Ming was certain that the other party was afraid of the purple copper coffin. Let's go, Lu Ming said and then walked outside. The 9 silver-haired men and 1 golden-haired man followed far behind Lu Ming and the others. They maintained a distance of about 3,000 meters, not daring to get too close. When Lu Ming's group stopped, the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man also stopped, maintaining a distance of 3,000 meters from Lu Ming's group. Soon, Lu Ming and the others left the warship and appeared in space. The golden-haired man and the silver-haired man also came out and stared at Lu Ming and the others. Go! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Then, he and the dark ape transformed into a rainbow of light and quickly left the place. They flew towards the core of the broken universe. Although this warship had a god spirit gene, they didn't have time to take it. They had to get rid of these stalkers first. However, the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man continued to follow behind them. They really didn't abandon them. Lu Ming was speechless. Furthermore, these people were extremely fast. No matter how much they tried to increase their speed, it was useless. Behind them, Lu Ming had the dark ape battle race get into a defensive position. They formed a circle around him and then he put away the purple copper coffin. As expected, as soon as the purple copper coffin was put away, the 9 silver-haired men and the golden-haired man transformed into terrifying sword lights that charged at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming hastily took out the purple copper coffin. When the purple copper coffin was taken out, the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man all retreated. However, they didn't leave. Just like that, Lu Ming tried a few times, but the results were the same. Lu Ming was 100% sure that these people were extremely afraid of the purple copper coffin, but but they wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming still couldn't figure out why these people wanted to kill him. It was really strange. Was there something about him that attracted these people? Where did these people come from? Lu Ming didn't care anymore. He carried the purple copper coffin and continued to move forward. The 9 silver-haired men and the golden-haired man followed. However, after half a day, the golden-haired man growled a few words. Then, the golden-haired man and the 9 silver-haired men disappeared in a flash. They left? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. However, he didn't put away the purple copper coffin. Instead, he continued to carry it and led the Dark Ape battle race forward. After a few hours, the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man still didn't show up. Did they really leave? Let's test it out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He ordered the Dark Ape battle race to set up a defense around him. Then, he put away the purple copper coffin and waited quietly. After a while, whoosh, a sword light flashed and appeared above Lu Ming's head. It was the golden-haired man who attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, the 9 silver-haired men appeared around them and started to attack. It turned out that the other party hadn't left. They had mastered some mysterious secret technique that allowed them to hide themselves in the void. At the critical moment, they could launch a fatal attack. Fortunately, Lu Ming was prepared. When he saw the other party appear, he immediately took out the purple copper coffin. As soon as the purple copper coffin was taken out, the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man's sword light stopped. They retreated quickly and pulled away from Lu Ming and the others. This seemed to be an instinctive fear. Then, they glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Their figures flickered a few times and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He knew that the other party hadn't left. They were still following them, hiding in the dark. Once they had the chance, they would kill them. Let's go. We don't care about them, Lu Ming said. At worst, he would just carry the purple copper coffin and move forward. They continued to move forward. Later, Lu Ming found 2 places with rich god factor. Lu Ming asked the primordial idol to absorb it. Unfortunately, it was not consecrated. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. As long as it absorbed a few more places like this, it should be able to awaken. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Lu Ming and the others were flying forward when a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. It's them, Lu Quan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In front of them was a group of people. One of them was Lu Quan, a prodigy under the Crown Prince, and the 36 experts he had brought with him. Those sent by the Crown Prince were the elites of the elites. Until now, none of them had died. In addition to Lu Quan, there was another young man with more than 30 people. Lu Ming recognized that this young man was also sent by the Crown Prince. This time, the Crown Prince sent a total of 2 young prodigies, each with 36 experts. The 2 prodigies under the Crown Prince had gathered together. It was clear that they wanted to work together to absorb the god factor. The 2 prodigies that they had brought with them worked together. No one would be able to defeat them this time. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming had noticed Lu Quan and the others. Lu Quan and the others had also noticed Lu Ming. Lu Quan and the other young man looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, the Crown Prince had secretly warned them to get rid of Lu Ming if they had the chance. They did not expect to run into Lu Ming now. They would not miss this opportunity. Chase after him. Don't let him get away, Lu Quan growled. He led his prodigies and rushed toward Lu Ming. The other young man did the same. It was as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would run away. The Nether Ape Battle Tribe's prodigies tensed up. They were ready to fight. Don't worry. These people came at the right time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He secretly transmitted a message to the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Then, they stood still in the starry sky. Lu Ming isn't running away. Does he think that the Nether Ape Battle Tribe is enough to fight us? What a joke. Lu Quan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with mockery and murderous intent. They moved very quickly. In a few breaths, they had crossed the long distance and arrived beside Lu Ming. Surround them, Lu Quan shouted. Lu Quan and the other young man's prodigies moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. Hee hee, Lu Ming, you didn't run when you saw us. Today will be the day you die. Lu Quan sneered. He did not hide his murderous intent. Run? Why would I run? I'll wait here and make a deal with you. How about that? Lu Ming smiled. Deal? What deal? Lu Quan asked. I found a place that is filled with God factor. However, there are many powerful monsters in that place. I can't handle them all alone. Why don't we work together and kill those monsters? We'll split the God factor equally. What do you think? Lu Ming said. He was just spouting nonsense. His goal was to stall for time so that the golden-haired man and the 9 silver-haired men could follow him. However, Lu Quan didn't know that. His gaze flickered as he asked, there's such a place? Tell me, where is it? Unless you swear that we'll work together, I won't tell you. Lu Ming said. You don't want to say? Hee hee, Lu Ming, do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me now? You're really naive. Tell me and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lu Quan sneered. Then let's do it. Lu Ming said, appearing very unyielding. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. We don't want the God spirit factor anymore. Who knows what tricks you're playing? Killing you would make me feel more at ease. Lu Quan said coldly. He exchanged a glance with the other young man and was about to give the order to attack. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Lu Quan and said with a look of horror, what's that? Lu Quan and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked over, but they saw nothing. It was empty. Lu Ming, how dare you trick me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Quan roared. However, he didn't notice that Lu Ming had already put away the purple copper coffin at that moment. Watch out, Lu Ming roared, deliberately reminding him. However, Lu Quan and the others didn't believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. They thought that Lu Ming was lying to them. Kill, Lu Quan roared, but before he could finish his sentence. Clang! Clang, sword light flashed around them. The sky was filled with sword light that attacked the experts brought by Lu Quan and the other young man. The experts sent by the Crown Prince were indeed powerful. Their combat strength was shocking, and they weren't weaker than the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. However, at that moment, their attention was focused on Lu Ming and the others. They didn't pay attention to what was behind them. Moreover, Lu Ming had already tricked them once. Now that Lu Ming shouted again, they wouldn't believe Lu Ming. Therefore, when the sword light flashed, they didn't have time to block it. Continuous screams were heard. In an instant, 8 of the Crown Prince's experts were killed. The 8 experts were all split in half. Their souls were annihilated and they died on the spot. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to block the attack of the 2 silver-haired men, but they were also seriously injured. Lu Quan and the others were stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The sword light flashed again. The dazzling sword light illuminated the universe. At that moment, the Crown Prince's experts finally reacted and began to counterattack. All kinds of attacks burst out and finally blocked the attack of the sword light. After all, Lu Quan and the other young man had brought too many people. Even if 8 of them were killed, there were still more than 60 people left. Although the silver-haired man was strong, he was still blocked. However, the golden-haired man's strength was terrifying. It was difficult to resist. Clang, the sound of the sword resounded through the sky. The golden-haired man's eyes flashed with killing intent. Terrifying sword light constantly slashed out. After a few moves, another scream was heard. Another expert under Lu Quan was killed. It's effective. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Previously, he deliberately stayed here and was surrounded by Lu Quan and the others. He wanted to lure the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man to attack Lu Quan and the others. After observing along the way, he found that the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man didn't have high spiritual intelligence. They were full of killing intent and killing intent. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as the purple copper coffin didn't deter them, they would attack Lu Ming and the others crazily. Subconsciously, they would think that those who were with Lu Ming were Lu Ming's helpers. Sure enough, when he put away the purple copper coffin, the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man attacked, causing Lu Quan and the others to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the people brought by Lu Quan and the other young man surrounded Lu Ming and the others, indirectly protecting them. However, Lu Quan and the others were unaware of this. At this moment, Lu Quan was furious. The experts he brought were all elites brought by the crown prince. It would be a great loss if even one of them died. In just a short while, he and the other young man had lost 9 people. It was a great loss. Kill these bastards. Lu Quan roared, glaring at the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man. He couldn't wait to tear them to pieces. The other young man had the same reaction. The experts under the crown prince attacked with all their might, trying to kill the silver-haired man and the golden-haired man. There were more than 60 people on both sides. The power of their attacks was indeed terrifying. The silver-haired man was at a disadvantage. The silver-haired man was extremely fast. He turned into a beam of sword light and flashed. Although the crown prince had sent out many experts, they could not kill him in a short time. As for the golden-haired man, he was even more terrifying. The sword light whistled and cut across the starry sky. Terrifying sword scars appeared in the void as they attacked the crown prince's subordinates. The crown prince's subordinates were no match for the golden-haired man. They were forced to retreat. Not long after, another miserable cry sounded. Another person was killed. Quick, let's work together and set up a joint attack array. Lu Quan shouted. Without his command, the crown prince's subordinates had already started to set up a joint attack array. The 12-peaked divine kings stood in different positions and formed a formation array. After setting up the formation array, their divine power surged and they finally blocked the golden-haired man's attack. Then, the others rushed over and formed a joint attack, wanting to kill the golden-haired man. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another beam of sword light flashed in the void above their heads. It was a new beam of sword light. There were 2 beams of sword light and they were extremely powerful. There's a new one, Lu Ming's heart thumped wildly. He saw 2 more figures appear in the void above his head. These 2 figures had blonde hair and looked extremely handsome. They were 2 more golden-haired men. They were extremely powerful and they were not weaker than the golden-haired man who had appeared at the beginning. The sword light slashed down and each beam of sword light split the 2 experts. Poochie, 4 experts were killed along with cries of agony and blood. Oh no, the crown prince's subordinates were shocked and they quickly blocked the attack. However, the golden-haired man was too powerful. It was impossible for the crown prince's subordinates to block the sudden attack without setting up a formation array. The 2 golden-haired men appeared behind the golden-haired man. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep. Following that, more and more experts were killed, falling one after another. Lu Quan and the other young supreme talent were really panicking. In just a short while, from the moment the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man appeared, the 2 of them had already lost 16 experts. These were the elites of the 16-peak divine kings. It was a great loss. They did not know how to explain it to the crown prince when they got out. Retreat, let's retreat first. Lu Quan was scared. He wanted to retreat and roared. That's right, let's go. Another young man also roared. If this continued, more of them would die. Most importantly, they couldn't figure out the relationship between the blonde and silver-haired men and Lu Ming. If Lu Ming and the others cooperated with these people, they would be in even more danger. He couldn't care less about Lu Ming now. It was more important to preserve his strength. Lu Quan and the other young chosen joined forces and attacked madly. After leaving behind 2 more corpses, they finally broke through and fled into the distance. Fortunately, the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man did not chase after them after they rushed out. What happened? Lu Quan turned his head hurriedly and saw the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man. They turned their heads and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. The sky was filled with sword gleams, enveloping the entire starry sky and Lu Ming and the rest. These people, are they here to kill Lu Ming and the others? Their target is Lu Ming and the others? Lu Quan was not stupid. He was a chosen one and was very smart. When he saw the situation, he immediately guessed the truth. When he thought of this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, the muscles on Lu Quan's face contorted in anger. At the same time, the others also thought of this. They gritted their teeth. They were so angry that their hearts, liver, and bodies hurt. They knew that they were fooled by Lu Ming. They finally knew why Lu Ming didn't run when he saw them. Was he using them? The golden-haired man and silver-haired man's target was Lu Ming and the others, but they foolishly blocked the spears for Lu Ming and the others. In the end, 18 of them were killed. Lu Quan was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He roared like a beast. Stop, I want to see that kid die. Lu Quan roared. They stopped not far away. He wanted to see Lu Ming and the others get killed. If Lu Ming and the others rushed out, they would hit them when they were down and stop Lu Ming and the others. But in the next moment, they widened their eyes. Originally, the sword light was about to envelop Lu Ming and the others. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly took out a purple copper coffin. When the purple copper coffin appeared, the golden-haired man and silver-haired man were like frightened rats. They ran away and retreated. What is going on? Lu Quan almost bit his tongue. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes looked at Lu Quan and the others. He led the Dark Ape Battle tribe members and flew toward Lu Quan and the others. Lu Quan, don't run. My previous proposal is still valid. Let's cooperate and absorb the God factor, Lu Ming shouted as he flew toward Lu Quan and the others. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides closed. Lu Quan jumped up and shouted, Lu Ming, don't come over. Get out of my way, Lu Quan shouted and led the elites under him to run forward. He did not dare to let Lu Ming get close to him. Don't go, let's catch up, Lu Ming shouted and stuck to Lu Quan and the others. Lu Quan wanted to curse. Who wants to catch up with you? Who knows you? We are enemies, okay. Seeing Lu Ming and the others getting closer and closer, he was about to cry. Behind them, the 3 golden-haired men and the 9 silver-haired men flashed and disappeared. Lu Quan and the others' eyes lit up. They thought that the golden-haired men and the silver-haired men had left. Lu Ming, you son of a bitch. How dare you hurt us? Let's kill him together. Lu Quan shouted. Another young elite had the same thought. This time, they had suffered a great loss. They would not be able to answer to the Crown Prince and would be severely punished. When they thought of the Crown Prince's terrifying means, they shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. Now, only by killing Lu Ming would they be able to make up for their mistakes and answer to the Crown Prince. The two sides charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Although they had lost some of their men, they were confident that they could kill Lu Ming and the others easily. The two sides closed in quickly. As for Lu Ming, he simply put away the purple copper coffin. The 35 Dark Ape fighting tribe members set up a defense and surrounded them like an iron bucket. Boom! Boom, boom. The elites under the Crown Prince made their move. They exploded with terrifying attacks and blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. However, the 35 Dark Ape fighting tribe members did not want to make any mistakes. They set up a heavy defense and successfully blocked the attacks of Lu Quan and the others. Let's see how long you can block them. Kill them. Lu Quan shouted with red eyes. The Dark Ape fighting tribe managed to fend off the first wave of attacks from Lu Quan and the others. Lu Quan and the others immediately launched a second wave of attacks. However, at this moment, sword gleams flashed in all directions. The terrifying sword gleams engulfed Lu Quan and the rest, as well as Lu Ming and the rest. It was the blonde and silver-haired men again. Lu Ming immediately took out the purple copper coffin. The moment the purple copper coffin was taken out, the sword light that was attacking them immediately retracted. However, Lu Quan and the others were not so lucky. The sword light flashed and screams could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere and at least 7 or 8 experts were killed in an instant. Ah! Lu Quan let out a crazed cry. Just now, a sword light had flashed past him, cutting a peak God King expert in two. He had almost wet his pants from fright. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Lu Quan came to his senses and roared hysterically. He understood that the blonde and silver-haired men did not leave. He had been tricked by Lu Ming again. At this moment, he only wanted to escape. Lu Quan and the other young genius gathered together and tried to escape from the encirclement. They were not in the mood to continue fighting. They were completely suppressed by the blonde and silver-haired men. Many of them were killed. When they managed to break out of the encirclement, they paid the price of another 8 experts. In the beginning, each of them had brought 36 people with them. In total, there were 72 experts. But now, only 36 of them were left. It was tragic. Lu Quan was on the verge of tears. Tears welled up in his eyes. He felt so wronged. Ah! Lu Ming, I will kill you. Lu Quan roared in anger. His killing intent was extremely cold. What? You want to kill me? Come on then. Not far away, Lu Ming carried the purple copper coffin and rushed over with the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's experts. You. Don't come over. Lu Quan trembled in fear and ran away with the rest of the people. He did not dare to stay any longer. Don't run. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't run. Lu Ming chased after him anxiously, yelling at him. Don't come over. Get lost. Lu Quan shouted and his face turned pale. Come, let's hurt each other. Lu Ming continued to give chase. He wanted to use the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man to eliminate Lu Quan's men. But this time, Lu Quan and the others had learned their lesson. They would not stop even if they were beaten to death. Even if they saw the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man disappear into the air, they did not stop. Lu Ming and his men chased after them for half a day. However, Lu Quan and the others were running as fast as they could. They simply couldn't catch up. Lu Ming knew that Lu Quan and the others wouldn't stop. They wouldn't fall for Lu Ming's trick. They wouldn't have another chance like before. In the end, Lu Ming stopped chasing, and Lu Quan and the others disappeared from Lu Ming's line of sight. However, the golden-haired man, the silver-haired man, and the others definitely did not leave. They were hiding in the surrounding void, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Go! Lu Ming continued to lead the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to the core of the broken universe. But for the next few days, they couldn't shake off the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man. The golden-haired man and the silver-haired man were like nails, entangling them tightly. It was as if they wouldn't give up until they killed Lu Ming. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake them off. Why do these people want to kill me? How can I shake them off? Lu Ming frowned and pondered, but he couldn't think of an effective plan. Lu Ming was a little worried. He was afraid that if this continued, the deterrence of the copper coffin would weaken, and the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man would take the risk to attack them. Then, they would be in danger. Not long after, they arrived at a broken planet. The golden-haired man and the silver-haired man's target should be me. So, you guys stay here. I'll distract them alone. Lu Ming said. He finally made a decision. He would distract the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man alone. He didn't want to see the Dark Ape Battle Tribe suffer any losses. Lu Ming had been heartbroken for a long time when one of them died. These Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were loyal to him. They were the cornerstone of his rise in the future. Every loss was difficult to make up for. If this continued, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members would be in danger. So, Lu Ming made the decision to let the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members stay here. He would distract the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man alone. After all, the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man's target was him. As long as he left, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe would be fine. No, it's too dangerous. We can't let the warlord take the risk alone. That's right. At worst, we'll fight them to the death. As soon as Lu Ming spoke, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to clamor. They were determined to oppose Lu Ming's suggestion. This is an order. Are you going to disobey my order? Lu Ming's face darkened. Warlord, we don't want to disobey your order, but it's too dangerous. Yes, absolutely not. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to protest. I have the purple copper coffin. What's there to be afraid of? You think I'm going to risk my life? Don't worry, I have full confidence that I can shake them off. Alright, I've made up my mind. You don't have to say anything more, Lu Ming said. But, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members wanted to say something more. Say no more. If you disobey my order, you'll be violating the tribe rules. You'll be expelled from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Lu Ming waved his hand. His voice was resolute. In the end, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members shook their heads and sighed. I'll leave this primordial deity statue to you. Your task is to consecrate it and wait for me here. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying that, Lu Ming did not linger. He carried the purple copper coffin and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was a few thousand miles away. When he looked back, he saw that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members had not been attacked. It was obvious that the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man were chasing after him. Come on, if you want to chase after me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He used the Garuda art of the 9 heavens and turned into a giant Garuda. He flapped his wings and flew into the depths of the starry sky. However, Lu Ming could still feel a terrifying murderous intent shrouding him. No matter how he flew, the murderous intent lingered around him. For the next half a month, Lu Ming did not know how far he had flown. However, the murderous intent was still there. Lu Ming knew that the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man were still following him. This kind of feeling was really not good. Being constantly stared at by some terrifying existence and having his life threatened was a kind of torture. Fortunately, Lu Ming's mind was strong. He had been through a lot. If he was an ordinary person, he would have broken down. However, what made Lu Ming's face turn serious was that the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man seemed to be getting bolder. From time to time, they would appear around Lu Ming and stare at Lu Ming with murderous intent. It seemed like they were testing the purple copper coffin to see if it was dangerous. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. This wasn't a good sign. The golden-haired man and the silver-haired man had started to probe, which meant that they had begun to doubt the deterrence of the purple copper coffin. If they found that the purple copper coffin wasn't dangerous, they would launch an attack. With the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man's strength, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from either of them. He would definitely die. The key was that Lu Ming didn't know why they were afraid of the purple copper coffin and couldn't come up with a corresponding countermeasure. Not far away, a golden-haired man appeared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind and he was extremely handsome. If he walked out, countless girls would go crazy for him. However, there wasn't any intelligence in his eyes. They were filled with malice and killing intent. His gaze moved back and forth between Lu Ming and the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming's body couldn't help but tense up. His heart raced and his palms broke out in cold sweat. This was because he felt a terrifying killing intent shrouding him. He had a feeling that the other party would launch a fatal blow at any time. The two of them confronted each other for a moment. In the end, the golden-haired man didn't launch an attack. His figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Phew, Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was drenched in cold sweat. This can't go on. I must find a chance to get rid of these people, Lu Ming pondered and continued to fly into the depths of the starry sky. That is, not long after, Lu Ming's eyes widened. This was because he saw a huge continent floating in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there was a floating continent. It was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. It was many times bigger than a planet of life. Lu Ming never expected that there would be a continent in the depths of the starry sky. Lu Ming flew over and entered the continent. Caw, suddenly, there was a cry. A strange bird soared into the sky and pounced on Lu Ming. Its wings were like blades, slashing at Lu Ming with a terrifying force. Lu Ming was shocked and brandished the purple copper coffin without hesitation. Boom, the purple copper coffin collided with the wings of the strange bird, causing a violent explosion. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His body shook violently, and he retreated rapidly. Peak of the 8th layer of the Divine King realm, but what a strong power, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With Lu Ming's current competence, fighting against a warrior of the 8th King God realm wasn't a problem. If he used all of his tricks, he could even kill him. However, although this strange bird was also at the 8th King God realm, it was terrifyingly strong. It was much stronger than the 8th King God Realm experts Lu Ming had met outside. Lu Ming was injured in just one move. However, the strange bird was in an even worse state. There was still a layer of mud on one end of the purple copper coffin. At that moment, the mud stuck to the strange bird's wings, causing them to rapidly corrode. In an instant, the strange bird's wings were completely corroded. Ga ga ga, the strange bird screeched crazily. Then, more screeches came from the distance. It seemed to be the strange bird's companions. Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't have any experts of the dark ape fighting tribe with him now. If he was surrounded by the strange birds, he would be in danger. Without hesitation, he dove down and rushed to the ground. The terrain was complicated, so it was easy to avoid the strange bird's sight. The ground was full of strange rocks and mountains. On the mountains, there were ugly plants that reached the clouds. Lu Ming rushed into a valley and disappeared. Then, he rushed to the depths of the continent. Soon, the chirping of strange birds came from the sky. In the next moment, a sword light flashed and dozens of strange birds were cut in half. Lu Ming saw that it was a golden-haired man who had attacked. The strange birds seemed to have a sharp spiritual sense. They discovered the golden-haired man hiding in the void and attacked him. The golden-haired man killed them. After killing the strange birds, the golden-haired man looked in the direction of Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. Lu Ming ran between the mountains and constantly changed his direction, hoping to shake off the golden-haired and silver-haired men. However, he felt that he was being locked on by a murderous intent. He knew that he couldn't shake them off. There were many terrifying monsters and strange birds on this continent. Lu Ming often had to dodge these monsters and strange birds. It was really exhausting. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The golden-haired and silver-haired men became bolder. From time to time, they would appear near Lu Ming and stare at Lu Ming coldly. Moreover, the distance between them and Lu Ming was getting closer and closer. 2 days later, the real danger appeared. 3 golden-haired men and 9 silver-haired men suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming, cutting off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords rang out continuously. The area was filled with terrifying sword pressure. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. It seemed that the golden-haired and silver-haired men had finally decided to make a move after many rounds of probing. Come on, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. He decided to risk it all. Weren't these people afraid of the purple copper coffin? Then Lu Ming would risk it all and open the purple copper coffin. Opening the purple copper coffin would be very dangerous for Lu Ming. He didn't know what would happen, but he had no choice but to risk it all. The 3 golden-haired men and 9 silver-haired men slowly approached Lu Ming, as if they were still probing. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. In the end, the distance between them was only about 1,000 meters. A distance of 1,000 meters was as good as nothing to experts like them. Clang! The sound of swords suddenly rang out and became even more intense. The other party was about to make a move. Open! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He suddenly grabbed the purple copper coffin and tried to open it. Crack! The purple copper coffin made a cracking sound. Then, a crack appeared. It was only a crack, not as wide as a strand of hair. However, a terrifying wave spread out. Those golden-haired and silver-haired men seemed to have discovered something incomparably terrifying. They screamed and turned into rays of light that shot off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had run off to. Close, Lu Ming hurriedly closed the purple copper coffin with force. The crack disappeared. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath. Fortunately, the purple copper coffin didn't open too much. Otherwise, he would have felt that it was dangerous. Moreover, the sense of crisis had disappeared. It proved that the golden-haired and silver-haired men had left. They are actually so afraid of the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then chose a direction and dashed madly. A few hours later, Lu Ming did not know how far he had run. I should have shaken off the golden-haired and silver-haired men. Lu Ming thought and then began to observe the surroundings. This piece of land exuded an ancient and desolate aura. Lu Ming speculated that there should be a lot of god DNA on it. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the primordial idol. The primordial idol that he had given to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe was obtained from the prodigy of the Nether Heavenly Palace. The one in his hand was his. However, he did not dare to put away the purple copper coffin for fear that the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man would return and attack him. Lu Ming would most likely die if he was attacked by such a powerful being. Therefore, he held the purple copper coffin in one hand and the primordial idol in the other. As soon as he took out the primordial idol, it emitted a faint glow. There are divine factors nearby. There are indeed a lot of divine factors on this continent. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. Then, according to the primordial idol's reaction, he went in a certain direction. Soon, he found a small crimson hill. As soon as Lu Ming got close, the hill emitted a faint glow. Streaks of light flew toward the primordial idol. These were divine factors that were absorbed by the primordial idol. Lu Ming speculated that the hill might have been covered with the blood of the primordial idol a long time ago. That was why there were divine factors here. However, there was not a lot of divine factors on the hill. After a while, the primordial idol was completely absorbed. Let's find somewhere else. Lu Ming started to move. Soon, he found another place that contained divine factors. However, there was not a lot of them. After absorbing them, the primordial idol still had not been consecrated. Lu Ming continued to search. After a while, he found a valley where the primordial idol had a strong reaction. It meant that the divine factors here were extremely dense. However, there was a terrifying aura coming from the valley. There were many terrifying monsters living there. Lu Ming could feel that there were many peak divine king level monsters. Lu Ming sighed. He had a feeling that if the primordial idol absorbed the divine factors in the valley, it would be awakened. Unfortunately, the monsters inside were too strong. In the end, it could only retreat. For the rest of the day, Lu Ming found a few places that contained dense divine factors. Unfortunately, they were all inhabited by terrifying monsters that he could not deal with. Lu Ming could only find places with less god spirit DNA to absorb. After all, even a little could make a lot. But on this day, Lu Ming's body suddenly stiffened, because he once again felt a terrifying killing intent enveloping him. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that the golden-haired and silver-haired men had appeared. The other party had found him again. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Why did those golden-haired and silver-haired men want to kill him? Why did they keep bothering him? He was speechless. Lu Ming put away the primordial deity statue and the purple copper coffins. He was on full alert. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not far away, 3 figures appeared. 1 golden-haired man and 2 silver-haired men. The 3 of them appeared not far from Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intents. Kill! Suddenly, the golden-haired man let out a low roar and took a step forward, charging at Lu Ming. The void trembled. The other 2 silver-haired men did the same, and their eyes were filled with madness. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to open the purple copper coffins, a terrifying whistling sound came from not far away. Then, a stone spear flew at a terrifying speed towards one of the silver-haired men. The silver-haired man let out a low roar and instantly slashed out dozens of sword lights, trying to block the stone spear. But the sword lights kept exploding when they collided, and the stone spear broke through the silver-haired man's head like a hot knife through butter. The silver-haired man was killed in an instant, and his corpse fell to the ground. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. The stone spear killed the silver-haired man in one move. How terrifying! Lu Ming knew the silver-haired man's strength. Although he was also a peak divine king, his combat strength was terrifying. He could deal with several experts of the Dark Ape fighting tribe at the same time. But now, he was killed in an instant. The remaining golden-haired and silver-haired men stopped and looked in a direction nervously. Rumble, there was a dull explosion in the air, and a figure flew over from that direction. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was burly and strong, and he wore a vest made of animal skin that revealed his bronze skin. He was filled with explosive strength. The man was not particularly handsome, but he gave off a wild feeling. His eyes were filled with a powerful domineering aura. He waved his hand, and the stone spear flew back into the young man's hand. Kill! The young man let out a low roar and took a step forward. The stone spear slashed towards the golden-haired and silver-haired men. Clang, the sound of swords rang through the sky. The golden-haired and silver-haired men also charged towards the young man, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Who is this young man? Lu Ming was puzzled. The young man looked young, but his cultivation was ridiculously strong. He was also a peak divine king. The most terrifying thing about him was his combat strength. The golden-haired man's combat strength was already heaven-defying. He could kill peak divine kings of the same level as if he was cutting vegetables. But now, he was completely suppressed by the young man in animal skin. Boom! The young man's stone spear hit the golden-haired man's sword radiance. The golden-haired man's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. Then, the young man in animal skin swept his stone spear and destroyed the silver-haired man's sword radiance. The silver-haired man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. After killing the silver-haired man, the young man in animal skin continued to charge towards the golden-haired man. The golden-haired man's strength was outstanding, and his speed was shocking. However, he was still no match for the young man in animal skin. In just a few moves, he spat out a mouthful of blood and one of his arms exploded. In the end, the golden-haired man wanted to escape. He turned into a sword radiance and was about to dash into the distance. However, the young man in animal skin opened his mouth and let out a long roar. He spat out a Milky Way from his mouth, and it shrouded the golden-haired man. He seemed to be greatly suppressed, and his speed was greatly reduced. Whoosh, the stone spear flew out and pierced through the golden-haired man, killing him. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth in animal skin was really terrifying. This kind of combat strength was close to a divine lord realm powerhouse. A golden-haired man and two silver-haired men were killed in just a few moves. After killing the golden-haired man, the Milky Way and the stone spear disappeared at the same time. Is that an origin source secret skill? 2 origin source secret skills. Lu Ming was shocked. He would not be wrong. The stone spear and the Milky Way were both origin source secret skills of the young man in animal skin. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing someone else master 2 origin source secret skills. At this time, the young man in animal skin took a step forward and walked towards Lu Ming. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not help but be shocked, and he kept retreating. Don't worry. I won't kill you. The young man in animal skin spoke. He seemed to be stuttering and his words were intermittent. However, Lu Ming understood him. Who are you? Why did you save me? Lu Ming asked, staring at the young man in animal skin. He dared not let his guard down. The young man was too powerful. If he wanted to fight him, he would die. Who am I? The beast-skinned young man looked confused. All kinds of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. Who am I? Who am I? I don't know who I am. The young man murmured. He looked even more confused. Lu Ming was confused. The young man didn't even know who he was. Did he lose his memory? After a while, the young man calmed down. He looked at Lu Ming and said, I don't know who I am, but I saved you because I can feel that you're from the same race as me and the heavenly humans are my enemies. After a while, the young man's speech became smoother and smoother. In the end, he almost stopped stuttering. I'm from the same race as you? And what's the heavenly human race? Lu Ming was even more confused. How could he be from the same race as the young man? Of course, I can feel it. The young man said. Then, his blood boiled and an ancient aura spread out. It was as if an ancient god had come back to life. This is the aura of an ancient god. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the primitive godly spirit aura emanating from the young man in animal skin. Lu Ming finally understood why the young man said that they were from the same race. Because Lu Ming had cultivated the heart of an ancient god and had the bloodline of an ancient god. To put it bluntly, an ancient god was also a member of the primitive gods. Therefore, Lu Ming and the man in animal skin were of the same race. What's the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked again. There were countless races in the primitive universe, but Lu Ming had never heard of the heavenly human race. The heavenly human race is the enemy of my race. They want to kill me, so I'll kill them too. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. After a while, he looked at the copper coffin in Lu Ming's hand. The thing in your hand gives me a very familiar feeling. I feel like I've seen it before, but I can't remember. I really feel like I've seen it before. It's so familiar. What is it? The young man murmured to himself. He frowned more and more. In the end, he looked even more confused. Roar! Suddenly, the young man in animal skin roared like a wild beast. His face twisted and changed into all kinds of different expressions. Lu Ming was shocked. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I don't know. My head hurts. It seems like there are many kinds of memories and thoughts in it, but it's very messy." Ah, saying this, the young man in beast skin roared again. He held his head and slammed it on the ground. At the same time, more questions popped up in his mind. The young man said that he had seen the copper coffin before. How could this be possible? Lu Ming was the one who brought the purple copper coffin out of the ancient god world. Logically speaking, the purple copper coffin had been in the ancient god world for countless years before Lu Ming brought it out. How could the young man in animal skin have seen it? Could it be that the young man was very old? However, after observing the young man's life aura, Lu Ming discovered that he was definitely not old. He was about the same age as him. In addition, the young man's current state was very strange. He felt that there were countless spiritual consciousnesses in the young man's sea of consciousness. Amazing, really amazing. Is it like this? Bone Demon kept muttering in the sea of consciousness. He seemed to have found something and was very surprised. "Senior Bone Demon, what did you find?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm not sure. Go and ask him if he came from outside. Or was he born here?" Bone Demon said. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't know why Bone Demon asked this question. But Lu Ming still wanted to ask. After a while, the young man's state stabilized. "Brother, are you feeling better?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes. Strange, I really feel that this thing is very familiar." The young man stared at the copper coffin again. Lu Ming hurriedly moved the purple copper coffin away in case the young man in animal skin flared up again. "Brother, are you from the outside world or were you born in this world?" Lu Ming asked. "I was in this world when I woke up. I've never left." "Is there a world outside? Is it very big?" The young man asked curiously. "Sure enough, my guess is right," Bone Demon said. "Senior Bone Demon, what did you find?" Lu Ming asked. "This young man is very special. If I'm not wrong, he was born from the flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit," Bone Demon said. "What? Born from the flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit?" Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't this the same as the monsters he had met? "Kid, don't compare him to those monsters. The difference is too great. Not only was this young man born from the flesh and blood essence of the primitive gods, but he was also born from the flesh and blood essence of many primitive gods. After countless years of evolution, he became a brand new life. That's why his soul is filled with the consciousness of different primitive gods. When he saw something familiar, his consciousness was in a mess, which led to the situation just now. The creation of heaven and earth is really amazing. It's like giving birth to a new life out of thin air. A life that can cultivate, comprehend, and grow is completely different from those monsters." Bone Demon was also amazed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He could not believe that things would turn out this way. "So, the copper coffin is related to the primordial divine spirit?" "Senior Bone Demon, do you know the origin of the copper coffin?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked Bone Demon. The young man in animal skin was born from the flesh and blood essence of many primordial divine spirits. His soul contained the remnant consciousness of those primordial divine spirits. He felt that the copper coffin looked familiar. In fact, it was the primordial divine spirits who had seen the copper coffin. The copper coffin was obtained from the ancient god world. Obviously, it was related to the primordial divine spirits. "I don't know. To be honest, I've seen or heard of many ancient things, but I've never seen or heard of this copper coffin. Bone Demon shook his head. Lu Ming was somewhat disappointed. He had not even seen a bone demon before. He did not know how ancient it was. By the way, Senior, have you heard of the Heavenly Human Tribe? Lu Ming asked again. The young man in animal skin called the golden-haired man and the silver-haired man Heavenly Human Tribe. He was curious. Heavenly Human Tribe? Hee, of course I know. How could I forget? Bone Demon sneered. Lu Ming heard the cold murderous intent in Bone Demon's voice. Bone Demon's tone was filled with murderous intent toward the Heavenly Human Tribe. Lu Ming wondered if the Heavenly Human Tribe had a grudge against Bone Demon. Have you heard of the Heavenly Palace? Bone Demon didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Of course. Lu Ming replied. Everyone knew about the Heavenly Palace. In this era, the Heavenly Palace was the supreme ruler of the primitive universe. The Taishu dynasty was like an ant in the eyes of the Heavenly Palace. Even the top 10 tribes on the list of 10,000 tribes in the primitive universe couldn't compete with the Heavenly Palace. Autumn Moon received the inheritance of the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. The Divine Eye Lord of Heaven was a giant from the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that the Heavenly Human Tribe was related to the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming could not help pondering. The Heavenly Palace was built by the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe is the ruler of the Heavenly Palace. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming was shocked. The Heavenly Human Tribe was the ruler of the Heavenly Palace. Their strength was absolutely terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the most powerful tribe in the primitive universe. Could it be that those people are from the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming said with a serious face. If the Heavenly Human Tribe wanted to kill him, it meant that the Heavenly Palace wanted to kill him. If he offended the Heavenly Palace, wouldn't it be a dead end? Those people can be said to be from the Heavenly Palace, but not all of them are from the Heavenly Palace. Bone Demon's explanation made Lu Ming even more confused. What did it mean? Countless years ago, the Heavenly Human Tribe and the primitive divine spirits had a terrifying battle. This broken universe was the battlefield between the Heavenly Human Tribe and the primitive divine spirits. A large number of primitive divine spirits died here. Of course, a large number of Heavenly Human Tribe members also died. The flesh and blood essence of the primitive divine spirits who died in the battle evolved into the young man in animal skin. The flesh and blood essence of the Heavenly Human Tribe who died in the battle evolved into the people you have seen before. But obviously, the evolution was not perfect. They did not have any spiritual intelligence, only an instinct to hunt down the primitive divine spirits. You have the heart of the ancient god and the bloodline of the ancient deities. You are the descendants of the primitive deities. So, you don't have to worry about the people from the Heavenly Palace with the Heavenly Palace. Now. The Heavenly Palace now. Of deities. With the Heavenly Palace deities. Bone Demon explained in detail. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the Heavenly Human Tribe's flesh and blood essence evolved from the Heavenly Human Tribe's experts. Their evolution was incomplete and they didn't have any intelligence. They were far inferior to the young man in animal skin. Only the instincts of the Heavenly Human Tribe's experts were left. They were completely different from the Heavenly Palace's thoughts. Although he was bold, he would be courting death if he faced the Heavenly Human Tribe with his strength. Of course, he was worried. Lu Ming finally figured out the gist of the matter. Can I follow you? The young man in animal skin circled Lu Ming a few times. Of course, he was more focused on the purple copper coffin because he felt close to the purple copper coffin. Even Lu Ming made him feel close to the purple copper coffin. He didn't want to leave. You want to follow me? Lu Ming was taken aback. Take him away. Lu Ming, you have to take him away. This lad has at least dozens of primitive god spirit bloodlines. He is perfectly evolved and has endless potential. When he grows up, he will definitely be terrifying. He will be a good helper for you, Gu Mo said hurriedly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked at the young man in animal skin and said, You can follow me, but you have to listen to me in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you. The young man in animal skin nodded excitedly. The young man in animal skin was very naive. He was like a teenager who hadn't matured yet. By the way, do you have any companions? Lu Ming asked. The young man in animal skin was so powerful and had endless potential. However, he was not very intelligent. If there were a few more of them, Lu Ming would be rich. No, when I woke up, I was alone. The young man in animal skin shook his head. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Then he asked, "What's your name?" Name? I don't have a name. The young man in animal skin said. Lu Ming touched his nose. That was right. The young man in animal skin had been alone when he woke up. He didn't have any companions, so he wouldn't have a name unless he gave himself a name. Then I'll give you a name. How about Wanshen? It's formed by the essence of thousands of primitive divine spirits. Lu Ming said. Although his ability to come up with names was truly terrible, he was fond of this path and would often be pleased with himself. Okay, I'll be called Wanshen. I have a name. The young man in animal skin should be overjoyed. Immediately, Lu Ming asked about the heavenly human race. According to Wanshen, he was often hunted by the heavenly human race after he woke up. He also knew that they were from the heavenly human race from a few fragments of memory in his soul. Like him, the heavenly human race was also born in this world. The two sides fought and both sides were injured. I'm going to kill all the heavenly human race. Wanshen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had also inherited the instinct of the primitive divine spirits. He wanted to kill the heavenly human race when he saw them. How many heavenly human race members are there? Lu Ming asked. I've killed many over the years, but now there are 6 golden-haired ones and 15 silver-haired ones left. However, I killed another golden-haired one and 2 silver-haired ones earlier, Wanshen explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that those who had dealt with him previously were not all. There were only 3 golden-haired ones and 9 silver-haired ones. In addition to the 3 killed by Wanshen, there were 4 golden-haired ones and 13 silver-haired ones left. How about this? Wanshen, you hide. I'll attract the heavenly human race members while you kill them. What do you think? Lu Ming said. If the heavenly human race members were not killed, he would not be at ease. He did not know when he would be ambushed. He had to get rid of this disaster completely. Okay. Wanshen naturally agreed happily. Then, they began to move and changed to another place. Lu Ming found a place to sit cross-legged. Wanshen hid not far away from him and concealed his aura. Lu Ming carefully sensed for a while and could not sense Wanshen's aura at all. It was as if the place was empty. Let's go all out. Lu Ming took a deep breath and then put the purple copper coffin into the Jingyu painting. Then, he activated the ancient god's heart. The ancient god's heart thumped and the ancient god's aura spread far and wide. Lu Ming pulled himself together and focused. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and paid attention to every movement around him. Although Wanshen was next to him, he did not dare to be careless. He knew very well how terrifying the heavenly human race was. If he was not careful, he would die. Lu Ming waited quietly for the arrival of the heavenly human race. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Swoosh, suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed and pierced towards Lu Ming from afar. It illuminated the starry sky and was extremely terrifying. The heavenly human race had made their move. The sword light was too fast, so fast that Lu Ming could not react in time. However, someone was faster than the sword light, and that was the Wanshen. A stone spear pierced through the void and flew out, colliding with the sword light and destroying it. Almost at the same time, the Wanshen's figure appeared in the sky. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A long river rushed forward and enveloped a silver-haired man. The silver-haired man screamed and his body exploded in the long river. Kill. The Wanshen held the stone spear in his hand and swept across the starry sky. The stone spear turned into a huge spear, and when it swept across the starry sky, a huge explosion occurred. The next moment, the sword light surged. In an instant, more than 10 sword lights burst out and slashed towards the Wanshen's stone spear. Boom boom boom, terrifying explosions sounded continuously. The stone spear trembled and was pushed back. Then, figures appeared in the void. They were all from the heavenly human race. There were 3 golden-haired men and 10 silver-haired men. There were a total of 13 of them. The number was more than what Lu Ming and the others had faced previously. Obviously, the number of people gathered was even greater. At this moment, Lu Ming had already taken out the purple copper coffin and retreated quickly. He was ready to open the copper coffin. There are so many of them. Can the Wanshan fight against them? Lu Ming immediately became nervous. So many heavenly human race members were extremely terrifying. Could the Wanshan fight against them? Lu Ming was ready. If the Wanshan could not win, he would take the risk to open the purple copper coffin and scare the heavenly human race away. Kill. However, the Wanshan was extremely powerful. He roared and his battle spirit soared into the sky. He held the stone spear in his hand and pierced through the void. The stone spear pierced through the void and charged towards a silver-haired man. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords rang out continuously. The 3 golden-haired men and the 10 silver-haired men moved at the same time. The terrifying sword light seemed to split the continent under their feet. Clang clang clang, both sides continued to exchange blows, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. The stone spear in Myriad God's hand kept trembling. Finally, it produced cracking sounds as cracks appeared on its surface. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. This stone spear was the Myriad God's quintessence secret technique. Now that it had cracked, the Myriad God's combat strength would be greatly affected. Bam! Just as Lu Ming thought of this, Myriad God's stone spear exploded and dissipated into energy. Not good. Lu Ming was greatly alarmed. He was just about to rush over and risk opening the purple copper coffin to scare away the celestial race. However, at this moment, the Myriad God roared angrily. Terrifying fluctuations emanated from his body. Extremely dense divine power erupted like a volcano. Following that, a large bell condensed on his body. It was made of stone and enveloped him. Those sword lights slashed on the big bell, causing a violent roar, but they did not break the big bell's defense. Another origin secret technique. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. This was already the 3rd origin secret technique that the Myriad God had used. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His mouth opened so wide that it could fit a duck egg. Boom! Divine power boiled on the Myriad God's body. Then, a stone saber condensed and slashed at a silver-haired man with a shocking saber light. Following that, a stone sword flew out and attacked a golden-haired man. This was not the end. Then, an ancient stone door exuding a vast aura suppressed the golden-haired man. The Gate of Domination. This was the Gate of Domination. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming's Gate of Domination. Then, a vortex appeared, erupting with a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the 2 silver-haired men. A stone pagoda appeared, an ancient volcano. Origin secret techniques. All of them were origin secret techniques. Lu Ming stared blankly at the Myriad God's various origin secret techniques. At a rough glance, there were more than a dozen of them. A single person could control more than a dozen origin secret techniques. What was going on? Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. Moreover, the Myriad God's divine power was unimaginably vast. It was also filled with an ancient aura. Lu Ming had no idea how many times the Myriad God's divine power had awakened. Boom! Boom, boom. More than a dozen origin secret techniques rained down. In an instant, the 7 silver-haired men of 9 Nether exploded and died on the spot. The remaining 3 silver-haired men were also heavily injured and vomited blood. The 3 golden-haired men fared better. They managed to block the attacks and were only pushed back. Kill. The Myriad God launched a second wave of attacks. More than a dozen origin secret techniques rained down on the remaining celestials. The 3 silver-haired men were directly killed, not even leaving behind ashes. As for the 3 golden-haired men, they vomited blood and retreated. They were heavily injured. One of the golden-haired men was even cleaved in half by a stone sword and almost died. Then, the Myriad God launched a third wave of attacks. More than a dozen origin secret techniques rained down on the 3 golden-haired men. The attacks were like an ocean, a torrential downpour. Boom! Boom! The three golden-haired men resisted with all their might, but they were completely suppressed and forced to retreat. They wanted to charge out of the encirclement, but they were surrounded by Origin's secret techniques. Their path of retreat was blocked off. Pung! After a few moves, the golden-haired man who had been cleaved in half was suppressed by an ancient door. His body exploded into a bloody mist. The remaining two golden-haired men were no match for the myriad god and were completely suppressed. This battle did not last long. The two golden-haired men were also killed by the myriad god. With that, the three golden-haired men and the 10 silver-haired men were completely wiped out. For a long time, Lu Ming was still unable to react. He was stunned by the myriad god's strength. The golden-haired and silver-haired men's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. It was extremely easy for them to kill peak godly kings of the same level. Only extremely powerful geniuses would be able to fight against the heavenly human tribe when they were at the same level. However, the 3 golden-haired men and the 10 silver-haired men were completely wiped out by the myriad god. They could not even escape. The myriad god's combat strength was probably enough to kill the typical godly lord. That was what Lu Ming thought. Godly lords were much stronger than godly kings. It was very difficult for the average person to fight across levels. However, the myriad god was just too terrifying. He was more terrifying than any genius Lu Ming had ever seen. Not only could he fight across levels, but he could also kill enemies across levels. More than a dozen Origin secret techniques rained down from the sky. Who could withstand them? Kid, this is normal. He is formed from the flesh and blood essence of countless primordial figures. Who knows how much potential he contains? His potential is probably still far from being unearthed. A miracle. It's truly a miracle. There have been countless wars in history, and how many experts have died. But to be able to give birth to such a perfect life form is simply a miracle. It can't be replicated. Bone Demon exclaimed repeatedly. In the long history of the primitive universe, there had been countless wars and countless experts had died in battle. The flesh and blood left behind by these experts would evolve into all kinds of living beings. However, most of them would evolve into the unintelligent monsters that Lu Ming had encountered before. Although they were powerful, their potential was limited. The stronger ones would evolve into the golden-haired man and silver-haired man, which was already incredible. It was a miracle that they could evolve into Wanxin. Even though Guimo was experienced and knowledgeable, this was his first time encountering such a thing. At this moment, Wanxin put away all the Origin secret techniques and flew to Lu Ming's side. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. This was something that even Lu Ming was envious of. Using so many Origin secret techniques at the same time, an ordinary person would have been drained dry. However, Wanxin seemed to be fine, which made Lu Ming extremely envious. Wanxin, when you go out with me in the future, you have to keep a low profile. Don't use so many Origin secret techniques at once, then, Lu Ming warned him seriously. Using more than 10 Origin secret techniques at once was too crazy. If he was outside, he would definitely be studied like a monster. Not to mention more than 10, Lu Ming did not dare to use 5 at the moment. Otherwise, he would also be captured and studied like a monster. Okay. Wanxin scratched his head. Although it was a little strange, he would do whatever Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming discussed with Wanxin and decided to continue attracting the remaining heavenly humans. There was still a golden-haired man and 3 silver-haired men left. If he did not get rid of all of them, it would not be safe. The heavenly humans like to appear in a mountain range on the right. Let's go there and attract, Wanxin said. Then, the two of them went to the right. Soon, they saw a huge mountain range. This mountain range emitted extremely terrifying waves of energy. When Lu Ming arrived, he felt a powerful pressure that was like the might of the heavens. Guimo guessed that powerful heavenly humans might have died in this mountain range. The pressure of the heavenly humans would not dissipate for billions of years. Therefore, the evolved heavenly humans liked to roam around here. After the myriad godhead, Lu Ming sat cross-legged nearby and put away the purple copper coffin. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the heavenly human tribe launched an attack. This time, a golden-haired man and 3 silver-haired men all came out. As soon as the celestial race appeared, the myriad gods attacked. 1 golden-haired man and 3 silver-haired men were not a match for myriad god at all. They were easily crushed and quickly killed. Amazing! Lu Ming could not help but sigh. The celestial race, who had caused them so much trouble, was of little use in the hands of the myriad gods. In the past, the reason why the myriad gods had not eliminated the celestial race was because when the myriad gods had awakened, they were still weak. They were far from being as strong as they were now. Facing the celestial race, they were destined to be defeated. Later on, as he grew stronger, the celestial tribe no longer dared to take the initiative to attack the myriad gods. Thus, the two sides continued to be entangled. Now that the celestial race had been lured over by Lu Ming, the myriad gods had seized the opportunity to kill them. After killing all the celestial race, Lu Ming relaxed and put away the purple copper coffin. In the future, he would not have to carry the purple copper coffin every day. After killing the celestial race, Lu Ming took out the primordial idol again and began to find a place to absorb the god factor. Not long after, they came to a mountain range. This mountain range contained rich god factor, but there were many powerful monsters living here. However, with a great expert like the myriad gods here, all problems were not a problem. The myriad gods had wiped out all the monsters in this place. The strength of one person was much stronger than 36 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members. Lu Ming calmly allowed the primordial idol to absorb the god factor. The mountain range resonated with the primordial idol, forming ribbons of light that flew toward the primordial idol and were absorbed by the primordial idol. The primordial idol shone and accumulated more and more god factor. After half a day, the god factor that flew out of the mountain range became fewer and fainter. At this time, the primordial idol suddenly emitted a powerful fluctuation. This fluctuation was extremely mysterious. Shrouded by this fluctuation, Lu Ming's soul seemed to have entered a state of emptiness. He seemed to see the primordial idol roaring and cultivating. This allowed him to comprehend the various divine powers several times faster. Success! The consecration is successful. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that the primordial idol had finally been consecrated. Now that he cultivated under the primordial idol and bathed in the mysterious fluctuation of the primordial idol, the speed of comprehending the god factor of origin or secret arts of origin would be several times faster. However, the effect was still many times worse than the effect in the Pantheon Garden. This was because the primordial idol had absorbed very little god factor. After the primordial idol was consecrated, it did not stop absorbing god factor. On the contrary, consecration was only the first step. After consecration, it could continue to absorb god factor. The more god factor it absorbed, the better the effect of the primordial idol. Lu Ming planned to continue absorbing god factor on this continent. Brother Lu, do you still need this god factor? At this moment, the myriad god spoke. Lu Ming was the one who asked him to call him Brother Lu. Based on the time that the myriad god had awakened, he was indeed younger than Lu Ming. Do you know where it is? Lu Ming asked. I know. Near the place where I awakened, there is a place with a large amount of god factor. The myriad god said. A large amount? A lot? How is it compared to here? Lu Ming asked. Probably tens of thousands of times more than here. I'm not too sure about the specifics, the myriad god muttered. Tens of thousands of times? Lu Ming's eyes widened as his heart raced. Go quickly. If you say you want to snatch it from me, I'll fight you. Then, Lu Ming roared in excitement. Following that, Lu Ming followed the myriad god and headed towards the core of the continent. About half a day later, they arrived at a huge open space. This open space was filled with all kinds of hills and strange grasses. Lu Ming took out the primordial idol. The primordial idol immediately emitted a dazzling radiance. Then, ribbons of light appeared in the open space. Countless ribbons of light converged toward the primordial idol and entered it. God factor, all of it was God factor. It was so rich that it exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. It was probably even richer than what the myriad god had described. I'm rich. After absorbing so much God factor, what level will my primordial idol reach? Lu Ming was extremely excited. The primordial idol was extremely important. The stronger the effect, the more he could cultivate in the primordial idol and increase his comprehension speed. His friends and family could do the same. In a minor kiliocosm, the effect was equivalent to the Enlightenment ancient tree or even greater. Another reason was to use the primordial deity statue as the foundation after establishing a clan. The better the effect of the primordial deity statue, the more experts it could attract. If those experts wanted to join and work for you, there had to be something that attracted them, such as secret techniques and treasures, or powerful strength that could protect others. However, what could be more attractive than increasing one's strength? For example, some heavenly kings or marquee palaces could attract a large number of experts to join because of a good primordial deity statue. For example, the divine statue garden of the Great Void Imperial Academy was a place that ordinary people could not enter to cultivate. If one wanted to cultivate there, the foundation was to become a student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Moreover, one had to fight in the purgatory arena to earn purgatory points before they could cultivate. Not everyone could be like Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, who spent their days in the divine statue garden. Therefore, it was obvious how useful a good primordial deity statue was. Whoosh, countless god factors gathered toward the primordial deity statue. The primordial deity statue was shrouded in a mysterious light. Lu Ming was delighted to see this. Absorbing god factors like this felt great. What was the point of absorbing god factors like before? Guillemot also sighed. He guessed that this area was probably the place where the primordial deity statue was buried. Otherwise, there would not be such a high concentration of god factors. After all, it had been too long since the battle between the heavenly human tribe and the primordial deity statue. After such a long time, even a powerful being like the primordial deity statue would lose a lot of god factors after death. As time passed, the god factors would become fainter and fainter. One day, there would be no more god factors in this world. By the way, Wan Shen, where did you wake up? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he asked. Lu Ming was very curious about what kind of land of creation it was to be able to nurture an existence like the myriad god. It's not far away. I'll take you there. It might be useful to you. Wan Shen said. Then, he leaped forward. Lu Ming followed. He left the primordial deity statue there and let it absorb god factors on its own. In fact, it was not far. They arrived in a short while. It's there, Wan Shen pointed ahead. Lu Ming looked over. There was a small lake in front of him. Calling it a lake was a bit of an exaggeration. It was more like a pond, about 100 meters in length and width. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying aura approaching him. This aura was primordial and ancient, lofty, and invincible. It was as if the most ancient and powerful existence in the universe was sitting there cross-legged. Under the pressure of this aura, Lu Ming almost knelt down. His entire body was in intense pain, and he felt like his body was about to split apart. Dong dong dong, Lu Ming's ancient god's heart could not help but beat like a big drum. Roar, Lu Ming could not help but let out a low growl. He did not use the ancient god tactics, but his body changed involuntarily. He swelled up rapidly and turned into a green-armored ancient god. After he transformed into the green-armored ancient god, the oppressive force outside instantly disappeared. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, Lu Ming felt a sense of familiarity. This is the flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit. My God, there is still so much left, Guillemot exclaimed. This is the flesh and blood essence left behind by the primordial divine spirit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The so-called flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit no longer existed. It had melted away, leaving behind only the purest essence. This was definitely a supreme treasure, especially for someone like Lu Ming who cultivated the ancient god body. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could absorb and refine the flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit, his ancient god body would definitely improve. Wan Shen, don't you need these? Lu Ming asked. I don't need them. If I want to improve, I have to rely on cultivation. Wan Shen shook his head. Alright, I will go cultivate. You protect me. Lu Ming said. Alright, don't worry. Wan Shen nodded. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He stepped forward and stepped into the pond. This pond contained the flesh and blood essence of the primordial divine spirit and contained the terrifying killing intent of the primordial divine spirit. If anyone else had entered, they would have been killed instantly. However, Lu Ming had the ancient god bloodline, the ancient god heart, and cultivated the ancient god body. This killing intent was not targeted at him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the pond and circulated the ancient god body. Immediately, the liquid in the pond turned into surging energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. The moment this energy entered Lu Ming's body, it rushed toward the ancient god heart. Thump, 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 the ancient god heart began to beat violently. Lu Ming circulated the ancient god tactic and began to refine the energy. Soon, the energy overflowed from the ancient god heart and turned into Lu Ming's blood essence. It seeped into every part of Lu Ming's body and into every cell. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his body was transforming. The process of transforming in the direction of becoming stronger was very carefree. Lu Ming was engrossed in this process and focused on cultivating. Unknowingly, a few months had passed. A portion of the liquid in the pond had already disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming's body had finally transformed to the extreme. Roar, Lu Ming could not help but let out a low growl. His body began to make crackling sounds. Then, his body actually became bigger again and swelled crazily. Originally, he was only 200 to 300 meters tall. Now, he was rapidly growing. 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, finally, he stopped growing when he was 1,000 meters tall. At this time, the color of Lu Ming's scales changed from green to blue. Blue-armored ancient god. Lu Ming's ancient god body, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally transformed into a blue-armored ancient god. What powerful energy! Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with violent energy. It was as though he had really become an ancient god, a primordial divine spirit. Every move of his was filled with violent energy. Amazing. The higher the level of the ancient god body, the harder it is to upgrade it. However, with every upgrade, the increase in strength will also increase by a large margin. Lu Ming was very satisfied. He felt that the blue-armored ancient god body was several times more effective than the green-armored ancient god body. If Lu Ming had previously wanted to kill an ordinary 8th-layer King God Realm expert, it would be a piece of cake for him now that Lu Ming had transformed into a blue-armored ancient god. He could easily kill an 8th-layer King God Realm expert. Lu Ming continued to operate the ancient god tactics to absorb the liquid. He was only a new blue-armored ancient god. There was still a long way to go before he could transform into a purple-armored ancient god. There was still some liquid left. After absorbing it, the process would be greatly shortened. Perhaps, it could even help Lu Ming break through and become a purple-armored ancient god. At this time, a violent roar came from afar. There was sword energy rushing into the sky, divine light surging, and the roar of monsters. A great battle broke out in the distance. Divine light surged. Lu Ming was alarmed. He looked into the distance and saw figures flashing in the void. They were fighting fiercely with the monsters. The others are here. Lu Ming frowned. If the others found this place, Lu Ming would not be able to cultivate as much as he wanted. He would not be able to let the primordial god statue absorb the god factor. Wan Shen, can you drive them away? Lu Ming asked Wan Shen telepathically. Leave it to me. Do you want to kill them or drive them away? Wan Shen asked. Just drive them away. Lu Ming said. After all, apart from Wu Fan, Chu Chun-kong, and Lu Quan, the rest of the people who came in this time did not have any feud with him. Lu Ming naturally would not kill all of them. Alright, I'll take care of them soon. Wan Shen nodded. His figure flashed and he left the place. Not long after, a stone spear pierced through the sky. It exploded with violent energy waves and was accompanied by angry roars. However, the commotion did not last long before it quieted down. Not long after, Wan Shen appeared not far away in a flash. I drove them away. Wan Shen said. All right. Lu Ming smiled. He was not surprised. With Wan Shen's strength, it was easy for him to kill the heavenly human tribe experts, let alone ordinary peak divine kings. It did not matter if there were more of them. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Wan Shen stood guard for Lu Ming. If anything happened, he could deal with it easily. A year passed just like that. Lu Ming had completely absorbed and refined the liquid in the pond. His ancient god's heart was filled with exuberant life force, beating nonstop like the beating of a divine drum. Unfortunately, his ancient god body did not evolve again. It was still the blue-armored ancient god body. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that he had reached the peak of the blue-armored ancient god body. He was not far away from evolving into the purple-armored ancient god body. Not only that, during the evolution of his ancient god body, Lu Ming's cultivation base also increased. During this time, Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through one more level. He had reached the 5th sky of King God Realm. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 4th tier of the King God Realm. It was incredible that he had broken through to the next tier. Phew, Lu Ming exhaled and ended his cultivation. With my current strength, if I go all out, can I fight with a peak divine king? Lu Ming smiled and clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force. Of course, Lu Ming was referring to ordinary peak divine kings. If it was a peak divine king like the celestial race, he would definitely not be a match. I wonder how the primordial idol is doing with the absorption? With a thought, Lu Ming flew towards the primordial statue. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the place where the primordial idol was placed. After more than a year of absorbing God essence, the primordial idol was covered with a layer of mysterious light. It was more dazzling and the fluctuation was more intense. However, there was still an endless amount of God essence flying towards the primordial idol. The amount of God essence in this area was shocking, as if it was endless. Anyway, it's still early. I should continue to absorb it. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he came to the primordial idol and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend the origin God essence. Instantly, he fell into a wonderful state. It was as if he saw countless primordial God essences fighting fiercely. Different kinds of God essences were surging. Lu Ming found the corresponding God essences easily. The effect is so good, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He found that the effect of cultivating under this primordial idol was comparable to the other idols in the Garden of Gods. Although it was not as good as the best idols in the Garden of Gods, it was not too far off. And this was only the effect of absorbing for more than a year. There was still time. Lu Ming could stay for another 7 or 8 years. By then, how amazing would the effect of the primordial idol be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Next, Lu Ming cultivated in peace and waited for time to pass. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, as time passed, as the primordial idol absorbed more God essence, the mysteries it revealed became more shocking. Every time Lu Ming closed his eyes to cultivate, it was as if there was a primordial God sitting beside him. Lu Ming bathed in the vast primordial God essence. His understanding of various God essences became deeper and deeper. Soon, more than 7 years had passed. At this time, the mysteries of the primordial idol had reached an astonishing level. It had completely surpassed any idol in the Garden of Gods, and not just by a little bit. In the future, Lu Ming did not need to cultivate in the Garden of Gods anymore. He could cultivate under his own primordial idol, and the effects were many times better than in the Garden of Gods. I'm going out. I can't bear to part with it. Lu Ming sighed. After absorbing for so long, he still hadn't finished absorbing all the God spiritual factors in this territory. There was still a lot left. Lu Ming regretted giving the small primordial idol to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Otherwise, he could have taken it here to absorb it. But no matter how reluctant he was, Lu Ming had to leave. He had been here for more than 9 years. A total of 10 years. He had less than a year left. It would take a long time to return to where they came from. He had to leave plenty of time. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put the primordial idol into the Jingyu scroll. Myriad gods, let's go out. Lu Ming said. Okay, okay. Myriad gods nodded repeatedly, looking excited and expectant. Since he woke up, he had stayed in this place. In his soul, there was some incomplete information. He knew that the outside world was vast and he had been looking forward to it. Unfortunately, he could not get out. Now that he could get out, he was naturally looking forward to it. Immediately, Lu Ming brought myriad gods and flew in the direction he came from. After flying for a while, Lu Ming nodded and saw a group of people in the distance. The leader was a young man and he was Di Jiani. Obviously, Di Jiani had brought experts to this continent to search for god essence. They were among the group of people that I chased away back then, myriad gods muttered. Lu Ming smiled. Di Jiani was impressive. But when he encountered myriad gods, he could only be chased away. At this moment, Di Jiani also noticed Lu Ming. When he saw myriad gods beside Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not stop and continued to fly forward. Soon, they were about to reach the edge of the continent. Someone's here. All of a sudden, the myriad god spoke and stopped. At the same time, Lu Ming was alarmed. He sensed a sense of danger coming from all directions. He could not help but stop in his tracks. Who is it? Lu Ming shouted coldly as he looked around. He, Lu Ming, I did not expect you to discover us. A sneer was heard. Then, in a flash, a group of people appeared and surrounded Lu Ming and myriad gods. Wu Fan. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Lu Ming had not expected to meet Wu Fan at the edge of the mainland. Lu Ming looked around and realized that Wu Fan had not lost any of his men. There were still 36 of them. Just the two of you. Lu Ming, it seems like you have lost all your men. Ha ha ha. Now, let's see how you will die. Wu Fan laughed and revealed a cold-killing intent. He looked as though he was sure that Lu Ming would die. Wan Shen, were they not among the men you chased away? Lu Ming ignored Wu Fan and sent a message to Wan Shen. They were not among us. Wan Shen replied. Lu Ming nodded. If Wu Fan and his men were among the men that Wan Shen had chased away, Wu Fan would not be so arrogant when he saw Lu Ming with Wan Shen. He looked as though he was sure that he would defeat Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming had ignored him, Wu Fan's face turned ferocious and his killing intent intensified. Brat, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. I will make you die a horrible death. No, I will not let you die so easily. I will make you wish that you were dead. Wu Fan roared like a wild beast. Is that so? I would like to see how you are going to make me wish that I was dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, walking toward Wu Fan. Wu Fan was shocked and retreated. At the same time, he roared, attack. Cripple this bastard. Brat, kneel down and apologize to young master. A middle-aged man stepped out from behind Wu Fan and the aura of a peaked divine king exploded. The violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a mountain and wanted to force Lu Ming to kneel down. However, Lu Ming's body shook slightly and blocked the pressure. The middle-aged man was shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming to be able to block his pressure. He was furious and slapped down on Lu Ming. He shouted, kneel down. A huge palm pressed down on Lu Ming's head. Swoosh, behind Lu Ming, a stone spear stabbed out towards the palm. With a poochie sound, the palm was directly pierced through, and blood flowed out. Ah, the middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated. However, the stone spear was even faster. It caught up to the middle-aged man in an instant. The middle-aged man let out a furious roar and tried his best to block it. However, it was useless. His defense was penetrated. Then, his head was also pierced by the stone spear. The middle-aged man, a peaked divine king, was killed in an instant. Wu Fan and the others were stunned as they stared blankly at Wan Shen. That was a peaked divine king, yet he was killed so easily. Who was the myriad god? Damn it. Let's attack together and kill these two bastards. After being stunned for a while, Wu Fan finally reacted and let out a wolf-like howl. Boom boom boom, Wu Fan's subordinates erupted like volcanoes, bursting with powerful auras. At the same time, they attacked. All sorts of attacks were launched at Lu Ming and myriad god. An ancient and desolate aura erupted from Wan Shen's body. Then, a stone bell appeared, enveloping him and Lu Ming within it. The attacks from all directions landed on the stone bell. However, only clanging sounds could be heard. They did not break through the stone bell's defense. Kill. Then, Wan Shen shouted. He opened his mouth and a silver river rushed out. 2 experts were enveloped by the silver river. They screamed as their bodies melted in the silver river. At the same time, Wanshen held the long spear in his hand and charged out. The long spear swept out and the tip of the spear broke through the opponent's attack, cutting off the head of a peak divine king. The moment he attacked, he killed 3 peak divine king realm experts. After killing 3 people, Wanshen did not stop moving. He continued to attack and killed his way into the crowd. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, the battle was completely one-sided. Screams could be heard as people were killed at every moment. In less than a minute, more than a dozen of the 36 peak divine king realm experts were killed. Not far away, Wu Fan's body was trembling. His face was pale and there was no trace of blood. Fear, endless fear. He was shrouded in endless fear. Those were peak divine kings. However, in the hands of Wanshen, they were as weak as little chicks. He was not the only one. The remaining people were also terrified. "Young master, let's go." An old man turned and ran. He wanted to escape with Wu Fan. "Wanshen, don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Don't let them escape." Lu Ming shouted. "Understood. Kill." Wanshen shouted. His aura became even more violent. Stone sabers, stone swords, stone pagodas, etc. appeared around him. They were all secret techniques of origin. Wu Fan and the remaining people were almost scared to death. All of them were secret techniques of origin. There were more than a dozen of them. This was too terrifying. It was beyond their knowledge. What kind of monster had they encountered? Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. All kinds of secret techniques of origin shot out. In an instant, 7 to 8 experts were killed. Run. The remaining people were almost scared to death. They could not care less about Wu Fan and fled in all directions. "All of you, stay here." Wanshen shouted and chased after the other party. A pair of wings appeared behind Wanshen's back. With a flap, his speed increased tremendously. In an instant, he caught up with an expert. With a swing of his stone saber, he killed the expert. Then, with a flap of his wings, he chased after the next person. This was also a secret technique of origin. Lu Ming had not seen it before. How many secret techniques of origin has this guy mastered? Lu Ming was envious. What was a monster? What was a monster? Lu Ming had always been regarded as a monster. However, he now felt that Wanshen was the real monster. He had mastered so many secret techniques of origin. There were offensive, defensive, and speed types. He had everything. There was no weakness. Soon, the second expert was caught and killed by Wanshen. Wanshen continued to chase after the next expert. At this moment, an old man was carrying Wu Fan and running in a direction. "Wanshen, leave that guy to me." Lu Ming transmitted a message to Wanshen. He wanted him to chase after the others and leave Wu Fan to him. Then, he used the 9 Heavens Kuan-Ping technique and chased after Wu Fan. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, using the 9 Heavens Kuan-Ping technique with all his might, his speed was not any slower than an ordinary peak divine king. He followed closely behind Wu Fan. The old man carried Wu Fan and flew out of the continent. They flew into the starry sky and did not dare to stop for a moment. Lu Ming chased after them. Their speed was too shocking. Soon, they had crossed a distance of tens of billions of miles and leaped over many broken planets. "This brat dares to chase after us alone. Stop and kill him." Wu Fan roared. His face was ferocious. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Now that he saw Lu Ming chasing after them alone while Wanshen chased after the others, his killing intent surged. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. The old man's eyes flickered and he stopped with Wu Fan. "Go and kill him." Wu Fan pointed at Lu Ming and roared. The old man beside Wu Fan was also a peak supreme god. In his opinion, killing Lu Ming was as easy as lifting a finger. It would not take much time. "Kill." The old man did not hesitate and charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was like a knife as it slashed towards Lu Ming. He had used all his strength to kill Lu Ming in an instant. The strength of Wanxian terrified him. He had to kill Lu Ming in the shortest time possible and escape with Wu Fan. As long as they escaped, they could report this matter to the Grand Tutor. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Grand Tutor's residence. They could easily find a reason to convict Lu Ming and let Lu Ming die without a burial place. Rumble, the old man's palm slashed down and the void exploded. The violent force pressed down on Lu Ming. Peak Supreme God. I want to see how strong you are. Lu Ming shouted. In an instant, he activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He circulated all the divine power in his body and displayed the heavenly demon golden body. He threw a punch at the old man's palm. How dare you fight me head-on? You are overestimating yourself. The old man sneered. Lu Ming was a junior who had just joined the Great Void Imperial Family Saint Academy. Yet, he dared to fight him head-on instead of retreating. In his opinion, Lu Ming was an idiot and he was courting death. He wanted to use this move to smash Lu Ming into pieces. Boom, finally, the 2 attacks collided and there was a terrifying explosion. The void shook violently and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Then, the old man and Lu Ming's bodies shook violently and they retreated. The difference was that the old man only retreated 3 steps while Lu Ming retreated more than 10 steps. Although the old man retreated even less, his heart was in a perilous situation at that moment. You, the old man stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Just now, he had felt that Lu Ming's punch contained an incomparably terrifying power. That punch had actually forced him back. As for Lu Ming, he was only pushed back a dozen steps and was completely fine. How was this possible? He was a peak divine king, while Lu Ming was merely a new student who had just joined the Great Void Imperial Academy. Yet, Lu Ming was actually able to resist him. If he had not experienced it personally, he would not have believed it. What are you doing? Why aren't you killing him? What are you doing here? Behind him, Wu Fan roared. He was incomparably irritable. He thought that the old man didn't use much strength, which was why he didn't kill Lu Ming. What time was it now? It was a matter of life and death. What if that terrifying young man from before came chasing after them? At this time, the old man was still dilly-dallying. He wanted nothing more than to kick the old man in the face. The old man grumbled in his heart, but it was impossible for him to back down now. Kill! The old man roared and pushed his strength to the extreme. He displayed a terrifying secret skill and charged towards Lu Ming. Ancient God Tactic. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He displayed the Ancient God Tactic. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a blue-armored ancient god. He was 1,000 meters tall. This is a blue-armored ancient god. Wu Fan saw it and almost bit his tongue. He was trembling in fear. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the Ancient God Tactic to the blue-armored level. He had never heard of this before. After turning into a blue-armored ancient god, Lu Ming grabbed the void. The overbearing god spear appeared and was caught in his hand. The overbearing god spear vibrated and was incomparably huge. It whipped towards the old man, causing the void to explode continuously. Boom, the 2 sides collided again. This time, both of them retreated. However, the distance between them was about the same. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. Previously, it could be said that he had not used all of his strength. However, now that he had used all of his strength, not only did he not gain the upper hand, but they were also on par. He did not want to fight anymore. He wanted to retreat and escape with Wu Fan. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Yin Yang God Eye. Lu Ming shouted and displayed his Yin Yang God Eye. His eyes turned into 2 different colored vortexes. Terrifying runes appeared in the void. They were like silk threads that wrapped around the old man. The old man's face changed. His body glowed and a few sacred weapons flew out. Under his control, they attacked with all their might. However, those silk threads were formed by the Yin Yang God Eye runes. They were extremely tough and could not be broken. At the same time, Lu Ming waved the overbearing god spear and controlled the gate of domination to attack the old man. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them fought fiercely and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. At this moment, Wu Fan finally realized that something was wrong. How was it that the old man was not using all of his strength? It was obvious that Lu Ming was too strong and the old man was evenly matched. How is this possible? How is this possible? Impossible. Wu Fan shook his head. He could not accept it. Lu Ming could actually fight a peak divine king. During the Taishu dynasty, although Lu Ming was strong, he was not much stronger than him. However, now, he could probably kill him with a flip of his hand. This despicable piece of trash, how is this possible? Wu Fan kept growling. He was so jealous that he was going crazy. In his opinion, Lu Ming did not have any powerful backing and was of humble origin. However, he had the Imperial Preceptor and the Imperial Preceptor's residence behind him. He had plenty of resources and could get anything he wanted. However, in terms of cultivation and combat strength, he could not compare to Lu Ming. Why was he not the one who had improved so quickly? However, he immediately shuddered. The old man could not kill Lu Ming. When that terrifying existence arrived, he would be dead meat. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about the old man. He turned and ran. However, just as Wu Fan turned, a figure appeared behind him. It was Wan Shen. Ah, seeing Wan Shen, Wu Fan screamed in fright. He instinctively attacked Wan Shen. However, he was slapped in the face by Wan Shen. He only regained his senses after a long while. Let me go. I am the son of the Imperial Preceptor. My father is the current Imperial Preceptor. If you let me go, I can give you anything. I can even let you have a meteoric rise. You can get whatever you want. Why do you have to follow that Lu Ming? Wu Fan shouted. He wanted to bribe Wan Shen. However, what he received was another slap from Wan Shen. This time, Wan Shen used more force. Wan Shen screamed in pain. He was severely injured and was half dead. Wan Shen held him in his hand. Lu Ming and the old man were still fighting. They had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Awesome. This is awesome. The strength of a peak divine king is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt extremely carefree. His various attacks became smoother and smoother. Gradually, he began to gain the upper hand. As for the old man, he became more and more alarmed. When he saw Wan Shen appear, he panicked. You have lost your fighting spirit. What's the use of keeping you alive? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, the aura in his body surged again. The battle formula had quintupled his combat power. Now, the probability of Lu Ming activating the battle formula was about 1 in 10. During the previous battle, Lu Ming had been trying to activate it. Now, he had finally succeeded. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a notch. Boom, the overbearing god spear flew across the sky and clashed with the old man. The old man was sent flying back as his body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In the previous battle, Lu Ming did not use his full strength and even hid his strength. What kind of monster was he? Run! The old man did not dare to continue the battle and wanted to run away. However, there were runes formed by the yin-yang god eye that wrapped around him. These runes had terrifying power. If he was an 8th realm divine king, he would have been shredded into pieces by the runes. The divine force around the old man's body trembled and was almost cut apart. You won't be able to escape today. Die. Lu Ming said coldly. The divine force in his body surged into Lu Ming's body. Buzz, buzz, a sun and a moon appeared above Lu Ming's head. The sun and moon pressed down on the old man. At the same time, the sovereign's gate came crashing down. Lu Ming wielded the overbearing god spear and executed the god of war strike. Origin secret technique, the old man let out a desperate and incredulous roar as he tried his best to resist. However, his fate was sealed. Boom! Boom, after a series of explosions, the old man coughed out blood as he was sent flying. He was severely injured. Sizzle, the runes formed by the yin-yang god eye wrapped around the old man. The old man was severely injured and could not resist the attack. He was shredded into pieces by the runes and died on the spot. Lu Ming had single-handedly killed a peak divine king. Although it was just an ordinary peak divine king, it was enough to prove Lu Ming's strength. One should know that a peak divine king in the 9 extinction Heavenly King mansion was equivalent to the Jin family and the Qin family. They were overlords. However, Lu Ming had already grown to such a level. Origin secret technique. So many origin secret techniques, Wu Fan was almost scared to death. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming put away all of his origin secret techniques. His body shrank and returned to his normal state. He felt limited and exhausted. The myriad gods are still the best, Lu Ming could not help but think. Myriad God had used so many origin secret techniques, but he remained unperturbed. And if not for the help of the quantifying character formula, he would not have been able to do it at all. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Wan Shen. Cold killing intent enveloped Wu Fan. Now, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming looked at Wu Fan coldly. Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? My father is the state preceptor. If you kill me and my father finds out, you will be dead. Everyone related to you will die. Wu Fan roared angrily as he glared coldly at Lu Ming. Even now, he was still threatening Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. Now, you are the only one left. I don't dare to kill you? If I kill you, who will know? Lu Ming said indifferently. Humph, I'll tell you the truth. My father knows that I'm going to kill you this time. If I die and you don't, my father will definitely suspect that you did it. He'll capture you and search your soul. When the time comes, the truth will be revealed. Wu Fan continued to threaten. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. This was indeed as Wu Fan had said. The state preceptor definitely knew that Wu Fan wanted to kill Lu Ming. If Wu Fan died here, the state preceptor would definitely suspect that Lu Ming did it. With the state preceptor's tyranny, what could he not do? However, to let Wu Fan go just like that, impossible. He had already offended Wu Fan and killed so many experts from the state preceptor's residence. Even if he let Wu Fan go, the state preceptor and the state preceptor's residence would not let him go. Since that was the case, why not kill him? Seeing that Lu Ming was hesitating, Wu Fan thought that Lu Ming was afraid and did not dare to kill him. A smug sneer appeared on his face as he said, Lu Ming, your talent is very good and you are very strong. You are much stronger than those useless subordinates of mine. As long as you pledge your allegiance to me, swear that you will work for me in the future, and give me your treasures, I can let this matter rest and let bygones be bygones. Lu Ming almost laughed. How could this guy be so stupid? His IQ was too low. Did he really think that he could scare him with just a few words? Not only did he ask Lu Ming to submit to him, but he also coveted Lu Ming's treasures and opportunities. He was really stupid. Sorry, but I have a strong point. I don't believe in evil. I want to see how your father will deal with me after I kill you. Lu Ming sneered. His cold killing intent was extremely dense. A long spear appeared in his hand. No, at this moment, Wu Fan's face changed drastically. He could clearly feel Lu Ming's killing intent. It was not just for show. He really wanted to kill him. He panicked. He was afraid. He was terrified. He could no longer stay calm. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. Power, beauties, treasures, cultivation techniques, divine crystals. I can give you anything. Don't, Wu Fan screamed hysterically. However, before he could finish his words, Lu Ming's long spear had already pierced out. Poochie, Wu Fan's head was pierced through. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. Everything you said, I will rely on myself to get it, Lu Ming said in a low voice. He then kept Wu Fan's storage ring. Wan Shen, have you killed all those people? Lu Ming asked. Not a single one was left alive. Wan Shen said. Good. Let's go and collect their storage rings. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming burned Wu Fan's body to ashes. He collected the storage rings of the 30 experts from the imperial tutor's residence. As for the corpses, he also burned them to ashes. To be honest, he could not let the imperial tutor know about this. Otherwise, the imperial tutor would definitely go crazy. After making sure that there were no loopholes, they left the place. After flying far away, Lu Ming took out Wu Fan's storage ring and frowned. With a final wave of his hand, he threw Wu Fan's storage ring away. This was Wu Fan's storage ring. Who knew if the imperial tutor could sense it through some means? It was too dangerous to carry it around. As for the storage rings of the 36 experts from the imperial tutor's residence, Lu Ming transferred the treasures into his own storage ring. As for the empty storage rings, he threw them away as well. After settling everything, Lu Ming led Wanshan to the place where he had agreed to meet with the Dark Ape fighting tribe. After some time, Lu Ming arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet with the Dark Ape fighting tribe. From afar, Lu Ming saw the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Combat ancestor. The Dark Ape fighting tribe also saw Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was fine, they were overjoyed and relaxed. When Lu Ming left alone to lure the golden-haired and silver-haired men away, they were very worried. During this period, they blamed themselves for not protecting Lu Ming. If something happened to Lu Ming, they would not be able to answer to Yuan Huan and Yuan Kong. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. This is, the Dark Ape fighting tribe looked at Wanshan. He is a new friend of mine. Lu Ming said casually. Lu Ming did not go into detail about the origin of the myriad gods. After all, it was too shocking. If it was exposed, it would cause a huge uproar. It was better to keep it a secret for now. Seeing that Lu Ming did not go into detail, the Dark Ape battle tribe naturally did not probe further. By the way, has your primordial deity statue been consecrated? Lu Ming asked. Yes, please take a look at it. An elderly Dark Ape battle tribe member took out the primordial deity statue that was 100 feet tall. Lu Ming immediately felt a mysterious fluctuation. Lu Ming knew that the primordial deity statue had indeed been consecrated. Judging from the fluctuation, it was probably not just consecrated. After the consecration, it had at least absorbed a lot of God factor. Clearly, the Dark Ape battle tribe had not been idle all these years. Alright, let's go out now. Lu Ming put away the primordial deity statue and headed to the place where they had entered. They had left the coordinates there. All they had to do was follow the coordinates. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, they were flying when they encountered a group of people. Lu Quan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The group of people in front of him was Lu Quan and another prodigy from the Crown Prince's residence. Lu Ming, Lu Quan and the others saw Lu Ming from afar and their murderous intent was apparent. However, when they saw that Lu Ming had so many people with him, their expressions turned grave and they did not dare to attack. He had seen the combat strength of the Dark Ape battle tribe. They were extremely strong. There were only about 30 of them in total. There was no way they could kill Lu Ming and the others. If they fought, both sides would suffer. Let's let him go for now. When we get out, we'll see how he dies. That's right. When we report this to the Crown Prince, there are 100 ways to kill him. Lu Quan and the other young man discussed in secret. Then, they retreated and flew into the distance. Lu Ming's eyes twitched, but he did not chase after them. If he wanted to make a move, he had to kill all of them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. And this time, the other party had chosen to retreat from a distance. Even if Lu Ming wanted to give chase, he couldn't kill all of them, so he might as well let them go. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They didn't stop, and they didn't look for the divine essence either. They hurried on with all their might, and their speed was extremely fast. When they returned to the place where they had prepared the coordinates, there were still a few months before the 10-year deadline. They waited quietly. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped them and they disappeared from this place. In the next moment, they returned to the place where they came from. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area, and he saw several figures appearing at the side. He saw Di Jianni, Su Wuya, Xianxia, and the others appear with their subordinates. These people all suffered losses. Some lost 2 or 3 people, while others lost 7 or 8 people. Lu Ming even saw a young man with only 10 or so people standing next to him. It was obvious that he had encountered a crisis and suffered heavy losses. Of course, Lu Quan and the other supreme talent under the crown prince had also suffered heavy losses. At this time, the others also noticed Lu Quan and the young man, and they were all shocked. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan actually suffered such heavy losses. The experts they brought were all the crown prince's elites. Not only were they peak divine kings, but they were also experts among peak divine kings. The two of them actually lost more than half of their forces. Who has the strength to kill them? They probably encountered a divine lord realm monster. That's the only possibility. Some people were discussing, thinking that Lu Quan and Mu Yuan were unlucky to have encountered a divine lord realm monster. That was why they suffered such heavy losses. However, no one looked at Wan Shen. This was because before they came out, Lu Ming had given Wan Shen a set of black robes so that he wouldn't be recognized. After all, Wan Shen had shown his terrifying strength when he chased some people away, and it wouldn't be good if he was recognized. Immediately, a few elders led Lu Ming and the others away from the entrance of the broken universe. After leaving this place, Lu Ming led the members of the Nether Ape fighting tribe back to the courtyard where Lan Shang was staying. He also got Wan Shen to settle down there. After that, Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Imperial Academy. Let's go and report to the Crown Prince. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan led their men back to the Crown Prince's residence. Not long after, in a large hall in the Crown Prince's residence, Lu Quan and Mu Yuan knelt in fear. The Crown Prince sat above them. At this time, the Crown Prince's body emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed Lu Quan and Mu Yuan until they couldn't breathe. Two pieces of trash. After a while, the Crown Prince spoke, his voice cold. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan both shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. They didn't dare to speak. Lu Ming, how dare you touch my people? Very well, I will kill you with my own hands. The Crown Prince said ferociously. He suddenly stood up and was about to charge into the Great Void Imperial Academy to kill Lu Ming with his own hands. Crown Prince, you can't. At this time an elder stepped forward and bowed. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed as he looked at the elder. The elder's name was Han Fingye. He was powerful and resourceful. Crown Prince, Lu Ming is just a new student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. If the Crown Prince kills him personally, it will damage the Crown Prince's reputation. If the second prince uses this opportunity to accuse you of abusing your power and killing the innocent, it will be bad. Han Fingye said. The Crown Prince frowned slightly. He knew that Han Fingye was right. As the Crown Prince, if he personally dealt with a junior, it would cause gossip, especially from the second prince. In the Taishu dynasty, the only one who could go against the Crown Prince was the second prince. In the eyes of the people of the Taishu dynasty, the second prince was superior to the Crown Prince in terms of talent and intelligence. Therefore, the second prince had gathered a large number of powerful subordinates. Even the Crown Prince had to be careful. What you said makes sense. How about this, Han Fingye, you go and bring Lu Ming here and execute him. The Crown Prince waved his hand casually as if he had sentenced Lu Ming to death. Yes. Han Fingye accepted the order and then looked at Lu Quan and Mu Yuan. You too, come with me. Yes, yes. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and quickly followed Han Fingye. Lu Ming returned to the Great Void Imperial Academy and saw Qiuyu. When Qiuyu saw that Lu Ming was fine, she was naturally as happy as a little bird. The two of them cuddled for a while and then discussed their plans to leave the Great Void Imperial Academy and find Blue Merchant to discuss the establishment of a family. Boom, at this time a terrifying aura came from outside. A huge pressure like a mountain pressed down on the palace where Lu Ming and the others were staying. Rumble, their palace began to shake violently. Powerful runes appeared all around the palace, forming a light shield that enveloped the palace. Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon were in the top 10 during the Taishu Imperial Court's opening ceremony. The palace they lived in was of the highest quality and was protected by a powerful formation. Now that it was under pressure, the formation automatically defended itself. Who's there? Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon's expressions changed. This was the Taishu Imperial Court. Who would be so bold as to attack them in their palace? Lu Ming, get out here. A loud shout was heard. Lu Quan. Lu Ming could tell that it was Lu Quan's voice. It seems like the Crown Prince's people are here to punish us. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The pressure was too strong. It was definitely not from Lu Quan. It should be another expert from the Crown Prince's residence. At this moment, the commotion had alerted the other students. Many of them flew out of their residences and looked in the direction of the commotion, curious expressions on their faces. What a terrifying expert. Who is that? How dare he act so arrogantly here? Some students looked at Lu Quan, Mu Yuan, and Han Fengyi with curiosity. That aura was naturally emitted by Han Fengyi. It was as deep as the sea, terrifying to the extreme. That's someone from the Crown Prince's residence. And that old man seems to be the Crown Prince's confidant. No wonder the elders of the Taishu imperial court disappeared. They didn't make a move. Many people were discussing. The Crown Prince's power was not to be underestimated. The current Sage Emperor had ruled the Taishu dynasty for countless years. It was said that the Sage Emperor's lifespan was running out. Once the Sage Emperor fell, the Crown Prince would inherit the throne. This showed how powerful his power was. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon left the palace, but they did not leave the protection of the formation. The formation was like a sphere, enveloping the palace. As soon as they went out, they saw Lu Quan, Mu Yuan, and Han Fengyi. Lu Ming, you're finally out. Lu Quan revealed a murderous intent when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Quan, why did you come here and disturb my cultivation? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, come with me to the Crown Prince's residence. Cold Breeze Knight said. So you're going to the Crown Prince's residence? I'm sorry, but I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. I'm afraid I won't be free for a while. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No time? Lu Ming, the Crown Prince wants to see you. Lu Quan stared at Lu Ming. The Crown Prince wants to see me? What is it? Just say it. Lu Ming said. If he went to the Crown Prince's residence, his life and death would be beyond his control. How could Lu Ming go there? Nonsense, why would the Crown Prince need a reason to see you? Hurry up and come with us. Mu Yuan shouted. I have a bad temper. If I don't know what's going on, I won't go even if you beat me to death. If you want to use the power of the Crown Prince's residence to attack me for no reason, then I have nothing to say. Lu Ming said indifferently. He had a stubborn look on his face. He even vaguely pointed out that the Crown Prince's residence shouldn't bully others. You, Lu Quan and Mu Yuan were trembling with anger. In that case, this old man will say it directly. When you entered the Broken Universe, you killed 36 peak Divine King experts of the Crown Prince's residence. This is a heinous crime. You must be punished. Come with this old man to the Crown Prince's residence and receive your punishment. Han Fengyi said coldly. As soon as these words came out, many people were shocked. This time, 36 peak Divine Kings of the Crown Prince's residence had died in the Broken Universe. This was definitely a huge loss. No wonder the Crown Prince's residence came to arrest them. Ha ha ha, so it's because of this matter. I'm sorry, this matter has nothing to do with me. You can go back now. Lu Ming laughed. It has nothing to do with you. Nonsense. You're the one who killed them. Lu Quan shouted angrily. I killed them? Lu Quan, you must have evidence before you speak. Let me ask you, did I kill your people or did the people I brought kill them? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Although you didn't kill them, they died because of you, Lu Quan said angrily. Died because of us? Haha, did we set up a formation to kill you? Or what? From the beginning to the end, we didn't even lift a finger. Your people were killed by the monsters in the Broken Universe. What does it have to do with me? Lu Ming said loudly. You're lying. Those monsters were lured here by you. You deliberately lured them to us, Lu Quan roared with an ugly expression. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, ridiculous. I lured them here. What a joke. Lu Ming laughed and said, when we first met, you brought a group of people to surround me and wanted to kill me. Then, you were inexplicably attacked by the monsters. How can you blame this on me? Ridiculous, you, Lu Quan and Mu Yuan's faces flushed red. They didn't know how to answer him. The situation at that time was indeed as Lu Ming said. They were the ones who wanted to kill Lu Ming. When they first saw Lu Ming, they brought people to surround Lu Ming and his group. That was why they were besieged. We stood there and didn't move. You rushed up to kill me. You were unlucky to be surrounded by the monsters. You want to blame this on me? Haha, then I have nothing to say. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan almost vomited blood. Han Fengye's face was also gloomy. He said coldly, "You have a glib tongue. Who knows if what you said is true or false? If you have anything to say it in the Crown Prince's palace." Boom, as soon as his voice fell, Han Fengye didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a huge claw grabbed at Lu Ming. The claw grabbed the light shield formed by the formation, causing a violent fluctuation. The whole palace shook violently. The formation of the palace was extremely mysterious. However, Han Fengye's strength was too strong and unfathomable. This formation might not be able to stop him. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect the Crown Prince's palace to be so overbearing. They didn't even bother to argue with him. "Open!" Han Fengye shouted coldly as he continued to activate his strength. The formation shook continuously. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the formation was broken. In the void far away, there were many experts from the Great Void Imperial family watching. However, since the Crown Prince's palace was involved, they couldn't interfere. In the Great Void Imperial family, not many people dared to offend the Crown Prince. Just as the formation was shaking more and more violently, a ray of divine light flew over from the distance and struck the hand that Han Fengye had condensed. With a boom, the hand that Han Fengye had condensed was directly destroyed. "Who is it? How dare you?" Han Fengye shouted coldly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Someone actually dared to stop him. Did they not want to live anymore? However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank and he revealed a look of fear. In the distance, a group of people was approaching. The man in the lead had a dignified appearance. He was the second prince. "Han Fengye, I think you're the one with the guts." The second prince said coldly. Han Fengye's face turned ugly. In the Taishu dynasty, the second prince was one of the few who dared to go against the crown prince. He also had the ability to do so. "Second prince, what do you mean by that?" Han Fengye asked with an ugly expression. "What do I mean? This is the holy courtyard of the Great Void Imperial family. How dare you come here to arrest someone? Who gave you the courage? Is it my elder brother?" The second prince said indifferently. "Second prince, this man has killed dozens of experts from the crown prince's residence. He has committed a heinous crime. I'm taking him back to the crown prince's residence for investigation." Han Fengye said. "I've said it before. I didn't kill the people from the crown prince's residence. It has nothing to do with me. If the crown prince's residence wants to convict me, I have nothing to say." Lu Ming interrupted. "Shut up, brat," Han Fengye shouted coldly. "Hee, can't you even defend yourself? Could it be that the crown prince's residence really is able to cover the sky with one hand, and has even greater authority than the sage emperor?" Lu Ming sneered. He knew the relationship between the second prince and the crown prince. That was why he said that in front of the second prince. Han Fengye's expression changed drastically. The crown prince wouldn't care if he said that in front of other people. However, it would be a big deal if he said that in front of the second prince. The second prince would use it to attack the crown prince. I have a rough idea of what happened. However, Lu Ming, why don't you tell me in detail what happened? The second prince said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and immediately told the second prince about what happened in the broken universe. Of course, he wouldn't say that the heavenly human tribe was chasing after him. He only said that he didn't know that they were nearby. Oh, so Lu Quan and Mu Yuan wanted to kill you, but they were unlucky. So many experts were killed by the monsters. The second prince said. Yes, that's right. I was lucky and they were unlucky. How can you blame me for that? I'm speechless. Lu Ming gave a long sigh, looking as if he had been greatly wronged. You're talking nonsense. You must have known that the monsters were around. I guess those monsters wanted to kill you. You deliberately killed us. Lu Quan shouted. Evidence? Where's the evidence? You need evidence. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan were about to vomit blood. How could they have any evidence? Let's take a step back and assume that I already knew about those monsters, but at that time, you were the ones who wanted to kill me. What you're saying is that all of you wanted to kill me, and I should have warned you that there were monsters here and not come over, right? Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of sarcasm. Lu Quan and Mu Yuan trembled with anger. However, they could not refute Lu Ming's words. Tell Big Brother. The second prince waved his hand. However, he didn't have any evidence, so he could only retreat. Otherwise, the second prince would be able to use it against the crown prince. He did not expect that the second prince would suddenly appear. If not for the second prince, he could not be bothered with what Lu Ming said. He would just capture him directly. Farewell. Han Fengyi said coldly. In the end, he took Lu Quan and Mu Yuan and left with their tails between their legs. Lu Ming thanks second prince for your help. Lu Ming stepped out and clasped his fists at the second prince. You're welcome. I heard someone reporting and rushed over. It's good that you're fine. The second prince smiled. It was very gentle and gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. Lu Ming knew that the second prince was trying to win people's hearts. Obviously, the second prince had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent. No matter what, I still have to thank second prince for your help. Lu Ming said. Haha, if you really want to thank me, you can come to my place more often. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. The second prince smiled. Lu Ming will definitely return today's favor to second prince. Lu Ming said in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. Rumble, just at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. A terrifying aura spread out from afar, as if a giant beast was charging over. The entire place fell into a heavy silence. How terrifying. Many people turned pale and trembled. They almost knelt down. The aura was too terrifying. It was unimaginably powerful. The entire Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard was shrouded in it. Even the second prince's face turned solemn as he looked in that direction. In the next moment, a figure appeared in that direction. The state preceptor. Many people were shocked. That figure was the state preceptor. The aura came from the state preceptor. Many people were relieved. The state preceptor was the pinnacle of the Taishu dynasty. It was normal for him to have such a terrifying aura. However, why did the state preceptor suddenly come to the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard with a strong murderous intent? Many people were puzzled. This guy. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. He had a feeling that the state preceptor was coming for him. As expected, the state preceptor saw Lu Ming as soon as he arrived. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, when he saw the second prince beside Lu Ming, his pupil shrank. He was surprised that the second prince was here. The state preceptor was very fast. In the next moment, he was in front of them. State preceptor, what are you doing? You are the state preceptor. How can you rush into the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard with murderous intent? The second prince said coldly. Second prince, I'm here to avenge my son, Wu Fan. The state preceptor said. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. These words caused the hearts of the people present to tremble even more. What? Wu Fan is dead? How is that possible? I heard that Wu Fan entered the broken universe but didn't come out. Not only that, no one from the state preceptor's residence came out. How could such a thing happen? Who is so bold as to kill Wu Fan? The scene was in an uproar. The second prince's eyes also moved. He was surprised and asked, State preceptor, who killed Wu Fan? It's him, Lu Ming. The state preceptor looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's him again. Many people were tongue-tied and they looked at Lu Ming in unison. First, it was the people from the crown prince's residence. Now, it was the state preceptor. What did Lu Ming do in the broken universe? I didn't kill Wu Fan. Lu Ming answered calmly. If it's not you, then who is it? The state preceptor said. State preceptor, you said that I killed Wu Fan. Do you have evidence, witnesses, or material evidence? Lu Ming said. He had already taken care of this matter. No one would know that he killed Wu Fan. The state preceptor was completely guessing. There's no need for evidence. You killed him. How dare you kill my son? You must die. The state preceptor roared. His murderous intent was extremely strong. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to have children. With the state preceptor's cultivation, it was rare for him to have Wu Fan. Now that Wu Fan was killed, he was going crazy. You don't have any evidence and yet you say that I killed him. The Grand Preceptor is indeed powerful and can convict people as he pleases. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Whether you killed him or not, we will know once we take you down and search your soul. The Grand Preceptor's voice was cold. He took a step forward and his overwhelming aura pressed down on Lu Ming. At this moment, an old man beside the second prince stepped forward and shouted. He released a powerful aura to resist the Grand Preceptor's aura. Terrifying explosions sounded. The old man beside the second prince trembled violently and retreated continuously. He was obviously no match for the Grand Preceptor. Second prince, this man killed my son, Wu Fan. He must die. Don't force me to fight with you. The Grand Preceptor's hair and beard fluttered. He was extremely violent and had truly gone mad. Although he didn't have any evidence, he was 80% sure that Wu Fan was killed by Lu Ming. This was because he knew that Wu Fan wanted to kill Lu Ming in the broken universe. Now that Lu Ming was alive and well, Wu Fan was dead. If it wasn't Lu Ming who killed him, who else could it be? The second prince frowned. The Grand Preceptor's current state was extremely unstable. If he interfered, the Grand Preceptor might really fight with him. Although he valued Lu Ming and wanted to rope in Lu Ming, it was obviously not worth it to fight the Grand Preceptor head-on because of Lu Ming. The second prince gave his subordinates a look and they retreated silently. Little bastard, die. The Grand Preceptor stared at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. He roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Damn it, Lu Ming roared in his heart. He had underestimated the overbearingness of the upper echelons of the Taishu dynasty. He didn't expect them to want to kill him without any evidence. In the face of such a person, he didn't have the strength to fight back. His body couldn't move at all. Young master, Autumn Moon cried out in alarm. She was incomparably anxious. She wanted to help, but her body could not move. It was simply impossible. When it seemed like Lu Ming was about to die at the hands of the state preceptor, the space before Lu Ming suddenly fluctuated, and then a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. The old man waved his hand, and a divine light burst forth, breaking the imperial advisor's attack. Lu Ming's body became light, and he immediately regained his freedom. Old Heavenly King, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This figure that suddenly appeared was Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King. It's Old Heavenly King Xianxia. The others also exclaimed in surprise. The Imperial Master's face hardened. He stared at Holy Thousand Heavenly King and said, Holy Thousand Heavenly King, this has nothing to do with you. I find this little fellow pleasing to the eye. How is it none of my business? Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King said indifferently. He killed my son, Wu Fan. No matter who he is, he must die. The Imperial Preceptor roared with a violent aura. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You just want to find someone to accompany Wu Fan to the grave. Lu Ming shouted. Whether you killed him or not, I will know after I search your soul. The Imperial Preceptor said coldly. Without wasting any time, he charged towards Lu Ming. A terrifying attack erupted, and the entire Great Void Imperial family holy courtyard shook continuously, as if it was about to explode. Not only that, the aura spread out and filled the entire Great Void Imperial City. Countless experts in the Great Void Imperial City felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on them. This old man hasn't fought for a long time. Today, I will see what the State Preceptor is capable of. The Old Heavenly King said as he stepped out, and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. The aura of the two continued to clash, and the pressure on the scene became even more terrifying. Activate the array. A loud shout came from the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard. The experts of the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard were alarmed. Many terrifying experts appeared and activated the array. Countless runes appeared in the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard, and the entire Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard was shrouded in it. They were afraid that the two terrifying existences would destroy the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the Imperial Preceptor and the Old Heavenly King shot up into the sky and into the starry sky of the universe, and a huge battle broke out. Although the Imperial Preceptor was furious, he had not lost his mind. With their cultivation, if they were to fight in the Great Void Imperial City, it would be devastating. He would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, they rushed into the starry sky to fight. Boom! In the starry sky, there was a terrifying explosion, and a heavy pressure pressed down on everyone in the Great Void Imperial City. Then, in the starry sky, it was as if a planet had exploded, and a bright light shone. Boom, boom. Boom, then, more and more bright lights appeared, and it was as if many planets had exploded in the sky, filling the starry sky. This was the battle between the Imperial Preceptor and the Old Heavenly King. It was terrifying. Lu Ming raised his head, but he could not see the trajectory of the battle at all. He could only see bright lights shining one after another. Only a few people could see the trajectory of the battle, such as the second prince, an old man beside him, and some elders of the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Courtyard. There were also some terrifying experts who were cultivating in seclusion in the Great Void Imperial City. These people raised their heads to watch, and their faces were solemn. A battle of this level was not something that could be easily seen. In the starry sky, the entire starry sky was trembling like water waves. The planets further away were swept by the terrifying shockwaves and exploded. The two of them fought for a long time, and the starry sky suddenly quietened down. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Old Heavenly King. Lu Ming quickly looked over and saw that the Old Heavenly King's face was ready, and his aura was stable. He was fine. In the next moment, the Imperial Preceptor's figure appeared not far away. However, the Imperial Preceptor's condition was much worse. His face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the Imperial Preceptor had lost. He was no match for the Old Heavenly King. Please go back. The Old Heavenly King waved his hand. The revenge of my son's death is irreconcilable. The Imperial Preceptor said coldly. He was still filled with killing intent and did not want to let Lu Ming go. I've said that I didn't kill Wu Fan. If you have evidence, take it out. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Sacred Emperor for abusing your power for personal gain, abusing your authority, and bullying the weak. Lu Ming shouted. He was also angry. I'll search your soul and you'll know. The Imperial Preceptor still wanted to search his soul. What the F***CK? You want to search the soul of whoever you suspect? If I suspect that you've emptied the treasury and colluded with the barbarian race, I'll search your soul too. Are you willing to do that? Lu Ming shouted. How dare you slander me? The Imperial Preceptor was furious. He wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. Of course, he couldn't do it with the Old Heavenly King around. I think Lu Ming is right. If you want to search his soul without evidence, he can search yours. Why don't you two exchange? I have no objections. The Old Heavenly King said. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed fiercely. However, he definitely couldn't let his soul be searched. He was the only one who knew how many evil deeds he had committed in secret to get to where he was now. Wouldn't everything be exposed if his soul was searched? Dragon Emperor Wan Dao. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao. End of chapter 3322. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.